In the aftermath of a cataclysmic world, Lin Xi, who had struggled for 9 years, perished alongside those who conspired against her. Upon being granted a second chance, she finds herself accompanied by a space-dwelling pet, hoarding resources and eliminating her foes, while discreetly alerting the authorities in preparation for the impending apocalypse. This time, with the might of an entire nation at her back, she endeavors to ensure that the flame of human existence endures. As the state fortifies its defenses, what semblance of order will the apocalypse manifest? Though the trials remain arduous, as long as a glimmer of hope persists, could it herald a transformed world? With new orders, novel species, and groundbreaking inventions, Lin Xi and her companions gaze upon a vastly altered Huagua, murmuring to themselves, "I merely relayed a message." How could such monumental changes have come to pass? Chapter 1: Rebirth. In a beautifully designed American-style bedroom, a figure lay restlessly upon the soft bedding, thrashing in torment, beads of sweat adorning her forehead, seemingly ensnared in a nightmare.
Ah!
With a piercing scream, the occupant of the bed jolted awake. Lin Xi trembled, her eyes surveying her surroundings, the immaculate walls, the fragrant linens, and the exquisite furnishings, all reminiscent of a paradise. Hadn't she exploded? Hadn't she died? The blinding light of the explosion had rendered her unable to see, and the searing pain of that moment had made her soul cry out in anguish. Lin Xi remained in a stupor for an extended period until a familiar yet foreign melody filled the air. Was that a phone? Her pupils dilated. It had been years since she had encountered such a refined object. Lin Xi, what are you doing? Why aren't you here yet? Have you finished throwing your little tantrum? Who was that? Why were they so fierce? Lin Xi couldn't recall, yet it did not prevent her from abruptly disconnecting the call. Glancing at the time displayed on her phone, she was astonished to find it read June 10th, 2124. Was that a year prior to the apocalypse? She had returned, back to the time before the end of the world. Lin Xi stumbled to the window, drawing back the curtains to behold the pristine exterior of the villa, with the swimming pool shimmering invitingly. Water, clean water. Instinctively, she yearned to drink it all. The reflection in the bathroom mirror revealed a girl with plump cheeks, delicate skin, and flowing hair, her tall figure marred only by eyes that bore the weight of hardship and
sorrow.
Lin Xi attempted a smile, but the girl in the mirror appeared even more peculiar. She no longer remembered what a genuine smile felt like. Closing her eyes, she curled up beside the bathtub. Just moments ago, she had been in the 9th year of the apocalypse at the Hope Base, a utopia amidst chaos. That was a sanctuary she had painstakingly built, utilizing her 9th-tier abilities to shelter the vulnerable, granting them a chance to survive. Yet what was the outcome? After enduring countless calamities together, those she had diligently protected betrayed her. The one she trusted most injected her with a power-suppressing serum.
Why?
What wrongs have I committed against you all? She questioned, her eyes reddened with rage. Zhuangmingyi, her right-hand man, had been saved by her from the jaws of carnivores, having journeyed with her since the dawn of the apocalypse. Through gritted teeth, he declared, "Why? I'm exhausted. We are high-tier abilities users. Wherever we go, we could have brighter prospects and superior treatment."
Why?
You ask me why. Why must we remain in this cursed place, guarding this wretched group of weaklings who should have perished long ago? You saved me, but I have repaid you enough over the years. But why hadn't he voiced his desire to leave? If he wished to pursue better opportunities, how could she possibly obstruct him? Yu Xiaohua, once beaten half to death by a gang in a residential building, had been rescued by her. With bitterness, she spat, "You saved me only because you saw the utility of my medical skills. That's fine. I'm willing to follow you, but you had no right to expel my brother. He froze to death in that frigid weather. Are you satisfied now? How cruel you are." Her brother. He had leveraged his power to harm numerous girls, even those under 10, who deserved no mercy. Zhao Qianyun had been discovered by Lin Xi in a cellar, stark naked, during her eradication of a gang that assaulted military teams. Shishijia, times have changed. Her expression was complex. Merging with other major bases is imperative, but you have offended too many. They consider you a destabilizing element. For the sake of us all, sacrificing a little should be acceptable, shouldn't it? Lin Xi had incurred the ire of the powerful solely because she insisted on protecting and saving people like her. Surveying her surroundings, she noticed the throngs of onlookers. It seemed that everyone but her was aware of the situation. This isn't right. Yet what Captain Zhao says is spot on. The base leader's personal grievances have prevented our integration with a larger base.
Exactly.
The big base has new grain varieties, unlike our small base that can barely feed us. She just wants to maintain her position as base leader, keeping us trapped here. It isn't right, but I have children at home. Are we to remain in this dilapidated base for eternity? The base leader has always been kind. She would surely be willing to sacrifice for us. Listening to the murmurs of the crowd pierced Lin Xi's heart with pain. This was how the people she had sheltered for so long truly felt. They were all so eager to betray her. They had forgotten how, when they first arrived, they had been on the brink of death, and it was Lin Xi who had saved them. The so-called hope had merely been her delusion. The ones sent to retrieve Lin Xi were Lin Yuan and Han Zi from the Victory Base, her cousin and former fiancé, Lin Xi, I always knew this day would come for you. Are you not foolish? Opposing the research institute for the sake of these ants? But it's fine. With you gone, the progress of the research will surely accelerate, Lin Yuan said, intimately linking arms with Han Zi. Han Zi patted Lin Yuan's hand. Lin Xi, if you cooperate with the research institute, out of respect for our past, perhaps I shall spare your life. Lin Xi regarded the two before her, a light laugh escaping her lips. Are you certain? I recognize my foolishness. I acknowledge it. I have brought this upon myself, yet heaven has treated me well. I once thought I would feel empty without you both, but now that you are here, let us embark on this journey. Together, before her words could fully fade, Lin Xi's body became engulfed in crimson. Her blood boiled, her skin cracked, and energy detonated. The self-detonation of a 9th-tier fire abilities user wielded power akin to a small nuclear explosion, leaving not a soul alive within a 100-mile radius. In her final moment, Lin Xi held no thoughts. Her self-detonation transformed all grudges and grievances into ashes. She had lived enough. Truly, in this apocalypse, she felt no attachments, and death seemed a release. Yet she was reborn. Would she endure the apocalypse once more? Lin Xi was at a loss. Or should she simply seek death now? A throbbing headache plagued her, as if something were lodged within, causing intermittent pain. She struggled to discern the source of her discomfort when she stumbled. As she regained her footing, she realized she was no longer in the villa, but within a peculiar space. This realm seemed to have endured the ravages of war. The earth was fissured, the trees scorched, and amidst the desolation stood a dilapidated wooden cabin. The entire space was shrouded in smoke. Yet, as her thoughts surged, she found herself back in the villa. She traversed the space multiple times, the headache intensifying. However, she gleaned some information about this realm. This space communicated with her through her consciousness. Her spiritual energy was too weak. She could enter only 3 times a day. The space required energy, and as long as energy was present, it would gradually heal. Lin Xi awoke to an overwhelming influx of information, feeling no hunger at first, yet now the pangs of appetite had become unbearable. Of course, the apocalypse has not yet arrived. There are still myriad delectable delights to savor. Moreover, she possesses a space where she can store these culinary treasures. Chapter 2. Culinary Delights and Unwelcome Guests. Lin Xi dashed into the dining room and was immediately captivated by a steamer basket brimming with crab roe buns. Without hesitation, she seized one and stuffed it into her mouth. Oh, how delectable it was! Aunt Chun hurriedly ladled a bowl of seafood congee for Lin Xi, and in the blink of an eye, an entire basket of soup dumplings had vanished. As Lin Xi accepted the congee, she gestured towards the dumplings, prompting Aunt Chun to rush back to retrieve more. Be careful, they're hot, she cautioned. Lin Xi devoured the congee in a few greedy gulps and handed the empty bowl back to Aunt Chun. After several rounds of this, Aunt Chun couldn't help but marvel at the voracious appetite of the young lady. Lin Xi felt she could still eat more, though her less-than-sturdy physique was beginning to protest. With a hint of reluctance, she departed the kitchen amidst Aunt Chun's half-formed words of concern, instructing her to prepare some snacks for her return in 2 hours. Aunt Chun muttered to herself. No wonder there are reports online suggesting that poor dieting can lead to binge eating. It seems all too true. Rejuvenated after a hearty meal, Lin Xi returned to her bedroom, only to be greeted by the relentless ringing of her phone. Reluctantly, she answered. Sister, where have you been? Brother Zi has been looking for you. Why haven't you been answering your phone? A delicate voice chimed. Lin Xi couldn't help but smile. This was her mischievous cousin who had dragged her into a scandal of their own making. In her previous life, She had only discovered the duplicitous alliance between the two of them in the second year of the apocalypse, a mere ploy to usurp her inheritance. This time, she intended to play along, exchanging a few casual remarks before hanging up. Was this the true essence of rebirth? Lin Xi pondered. As for Han Zi, his presence was neither a boon nor a burden to her. It was merely a marriage alliance akin to that of her parents, each with their own affections, yet not obstructing the familial arrangement. Moreover, they had been astute enough not to leave her with any illegitimate siblings. Perhaps they had perished before they could do so. At the tender age of 15, Lin Xi lost her parents in a tragic accident, inheriting a substantial fortune. Both sides of the family were eager to care for and coddle her, but she was no fool. From the day she inherited her fortune, she established a will stating that should she die without children, all her assets would be proportionally donated to various national institutions. The same applied should she fall into madness. This decree served to distance certain relatives while ensuring her personal safety. Yet, she could not recall when she had become so foolish. She decided to leave it to fate. Lin Xi located the key to her bank safe, intending to retrieve her valuables. She refrained from storing anything precious at home, opting instead to distribute her treasures across various bank vaults, knowing that after natural disasters, recovery would be impossible. In the garage, she found an SUV and roared out of the villa's gates. Driving was still a challenge for her. The streets were congested and traffic lights abounded. She felt an urge to ram into the vehicles obstructing her path. After all, in the apocalypse, those who blocked others were hardly virtuous. But now was not the time. Lin Xi anxiously gnawed at her fingernails.
Ugh, what had she applied to them?
The taste was dreadful. Finally arriving at the bank, she underwent verification and, accompanied by a client manager, entered the VIP room where her safe was already prepared. Upon opening it, she found an array of exquisite jewelry. Gently caressing the treasures, she noted that more than half belonged to her mother's dowry, while a smaller portion had been acquired by her father at various auctions. Lin Xi held the jewelry against her cheek, reminiscing about her parents, who had seldom been home but occasionally shared meals with her. Aren't they beautiful? I've kept them for you, as your dowry, all right? She had once exclaimed in joy. After placing all the jewelry into her spatial storage, Lin Xi exited the bank just as mealtime approached. Standing before Hong Yen Tower, she inhaled deeply. This was her favorite restaurant. After ordering a plethora of dishes from the menu, the receptionist's expression faltered momentarily before quickly reverting to a smile. Of course, Miss Lin. Shall we serve the dishes now? Or wait for the other guests? Immediately. Right away. Understood. Soon. The table was laden with paper-wrapped osmanthus fish, Chilean chicken, honey-glazed spare ribs, black-skin roasted pig, shark fin and abalone, pipa duck, and creamy cod. The large round table was quickly overflowing, and Lin Xi realized with dismay that there was far too much food. Ugh. I can only eat a few bites before feeling stuffed. This useless body. She lamented. Deciding to pack the leftovers, she settled the bill, amounting to 38,000, and swiped her card for a neat 40,000. As the car turned a corner, the 5 boxes were swiftly transported into her spatial storage. Upon arriving at the villa, she discovered Lin Yuan and Han Zi in the living room, with Butler Li attending to them. After observing from outside for a moment, Lin Xi finally made her entrance. Elder sister, where have you been? We couldn't reach you, and we were so worried. Lin Yuan exclaimed, approaching her. Lin Xi assessed her cousin, dressed in a fitted white dress, with long hair cascading gracefully, her features rather pleasant, though the high heels made her appear slightly shorter. Lin Xi flopped onto the sofa, propping her long legs on the coffee table.
Did you need something? Hensi fauna here.
What on earth are you doing? You look so uncouth, like a girl who cannot stand or sit properly. It's quite rude. So, do you intend to annul our engagement? Lin Xi replied lazily.
What?
Han Zi blinked in confusion, momentarily taken aback. After a moment's thought, he replied, Don't think I wouldn't dare to annul the engagement.
Oh.
Then shall we proceed with the annulment? Lin Xi raised an eyebrow. Lin Yuan observed in frustration as Lin Xi's beauty shone through, standing at 1.7 meters. With a slim waist and long legs, her striking features made her a natural beauty even without makeup. How enviable! Elder sister, Brother Zi is merely concerned for you. He has been waiting for you for quite some time. Of course, he would be anxious. He means well. Lin Yuan interjected. Lin Xi scoffed. That's unnecessary. He's meddling too much, and it's quite irritating. It's just an alliance. If it works, fine. If not, we can find someone else. It's truly repulsive. Fuming, Hanzi pointed an accusing finger at her before turning on his heel and storming out, leaving without uttering another word. Lin Yuan watched him depart, sensing something amiss. Elder sister, what's wrong?
Didn't you say you liked him?
Lin, she replied nonchalantly, like, I prefer imperial green. Do you want to assist me with that? Having no desire to engage further, Lin Xi declared, I'm tired. I'm going to rest.
But Lily.
Please see our guests out. Li Shuang, dressed in a tailored suit, hesitated, thinking it might be inappropriate to do so. Lin Xi's expression hardened. Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? Li Shuang quickly denied it. Disregarding them, Lin Xi headed upstairs. Lin Yuan immediately donned a fierce expression. What is she so arrogant about? If it weren't for... Li Shuang shot her a warning glance, prompting her to leave in frustration. Lin Xi opened a wardrobe in her bedroom, revealing a small compartment that once held numerous toys, her childhood secret base. After her parents passed away, she transformed it into a surveillance room. Chapter 3. Space and the little tiger. This villa was exceedingly vast, not counting the garden. It spanned 3,000 square meters. Yet it housed only her as the sole occupant, with far too many outsiders. She had employed a cutting-edge facial recognition security system from a team in Country D, with her as the sole authorized user. The security system was directly linked to the alarm system. Should it be triggered, the police would be promptly notified. Lin Xi revoked Li Shuang's access to the villa, knowing she would discover her inability to enter once she left. In her previous life, it was Li Shuang who had ushered her treacherous uncle's family into her home.
Ha!
Lin Xi made a call. Aunt Wu, hello. I'm quite dissatisfied with my butler, Li Shuang. Could you assist me in terminating her employment? Yes, provide what is due, but not a penny more. Yes. That's it. Wu Lingshu is a dynamic and accomplished lawyer, maintaining a close relationship with her mother, who harbors deep concerns for her survival in a predatory environment. She has been supportive in both significant and trivial matters, and it is thanks to her efforts that the shares inherited from her parents have been preserved. Having resolved one potential threat, it is time to explore the space. In an instant, Lin Xi entered the realm, and indeed, there had been substantial changes. The fog had dissipated significantly. Although the land was parched, it had not cracked further. The trees, now more numerous and withered, surrounded what had once been a wooden cabin, which had transformed into a courtyard of blue stone. The courtyard appeared to be at the foot of a mountain, yet when one looked up, only a vast expanse of mist was visible. A tree stood by the blue stone courtyard, its branches yellowed. The courtyard walls rose about 3 meters high, featuring a blue wooden door that swung open with a gentle push. Before her lay a modest courtyard, perhaps 200 square meters in size, with a blue stone path leading directly to the wooden house. To the left stood a weathered stone tablet, which Lin Xi instinctively placed her hand upon. And a torrent of information surged into her consciousness. It turned out that this was a paradise, now infused with a spiritual consciousness, known as Qingswan. The owner of Qingswan had participated in a celestial war, after which their spirit beast suffered grievous injuries, leaving Qingswan depleted of its spiritual energy. The owner perished in a self-destructive explosion, yet a final fragment of consciousness foresaw a great calamity, yet also a sliver of hope within this place. Thus, they entrusted Qingswan and the spirit beast to a destined individual. Although Qingswan could no longer function as a paradise, it could still serve as a small realm, capable of providing refuge from disasters. The recognition of a master by Qingswan also meant the spirit beast recognized them as its master, enabling independent communication. The spirit beast, gravely injured, risked losing its rank and becoming an ordinary creature, yet it retained a playful disposition, hoping that its destined companion would care for and cherish it. Such tragic self-destruction indeed indicated a destined connection. Lin Xi smiled bitterly, asking, "Was it you who brought me back?" A wisp of fog floated towards her, affirming, "Yes, still wanting." "Wanting what?" Lin Xi queried, perplexed. The fog drifted towards the wooden house, and Lin Xi followed inside, where ancient furnishings adorned the space. In the center lay a hall. To the left was a bedroom, and, to the right, a study. It felt intrusive to invade another's privacy, so Lin Xi merely observed without touching. That one. The fog divided, pointing at the jewelry on the desk. To her astonishment, the jewels worth nearly $1 billion had lost their jade and gems. It had quite an appetite. The fog insisted more. Lin Xi replied, "Understood. I will find you more." Perhaps in the other bank safes, there were still some jade ornaments. By the way, what about the food I stored? This was of great importance to Lin Xi. The fog pointed again, indicating a place outside. It turned out there was a backyard, where a storage room awaited. It resembled an old granary, with a conical roof. Upon entering, she discovered packaged meals stacked in a corner, still warm to the touch, suggesting that this space had the ability to preserve and maintain temperature. Lin Xi surveyed her surroundings. From the outside, it seemed merely the size of a small cabin, but within, it resembled a warehouse the size of a football field. "Qingshuan, how vast is this place?" Lin Xi could not help but inquire. "Oh, it is very large, growing larger." Wanting more, Qingshuan replied eagerly. "All right, I understand. If I gather more jade energy, it can expand further. Stocking up is not a problem." With a year remaining before the apocalypse, her priority was to acquire jade to restore the space's functions, while also beginning to stockpile supplies. A wave of deep sorrow washed over Lin Xi, prompting her to instinctively step outside. There, at the entrance, a yellow-furred, black-striped tiger cub crouched, gazing up at the withered tree, emitting mournful whimpers. Was this the spirit beast that had protected its master? Larger than an adult cat, its orange fur was streaked with black, and its cheeks were damp with tears. Lin Xi felt a pang of envy for the previous owner of the space. Even animals remained loyal to their former masters, while humans, having saved them, were often betrayed in return. Crouching beside the tiger cub, Lin Xi reassured, "Your master wishes for me to take good care of you, and I will." The cub sniffed her intensely, tears streaming down its face, soaking its fur as it cried in a small, plaintive voice, "Where's my master?" "You are also a master." "But..." Lin Xi gently patted its head, at a loss for words. The cub retreated, curling up beneath the withered tree, burying its head and weeping silently. The fog approached again, urging, "Let us go outside, let us get better," wanting more. Indeed, it was perhaps better to change the scenery rather than dwell in sorrow. Were the repeated words, "wanting more," a spell, something she must adhere to? Lin Xi found herself puzzled. She picked up the tiger cub and exited the space, finding a wool blanket to fashion a small nest on the sofa, placing the cub inside. Watching it close its eyes and feign sleep, she left it undisturbed. Ordering goat milk powder online, she purchased dozens of various canned goods, uncertain of the little one's preferences. Once the delivery arrived, she prepared the goat milk, opened several cans, and placed 3 chicken legs on the small coffee table beside the sofa, right under its nose. She turned on the television, knowing that most cubs enjoyed watching it, and started The Lion King. Once everything was settled, Lin Xi took a quick shower, her mind occupied with the tiger cub outside. She hurriedly finished her bath and emerged to an alarming sight. Simba's father had died, and the young Simba lay atop his father, pawing at him. A glance confirmed that the tiger cub's eyes were brimming with tears. Lin Xi quickly pressed the remote to exit the scene, and the image vanished in an instant. The cub straightened up, glancing at her, then back at the television. In a small, childlike voice it asked, "It's gone?" Lin Xi tentatively inquired, "Do you want to watch more?" The cub patted the coffee table with its paw, insisting, "I want to watch." Watch. The Lion King resumed, exclaiming, "You are a cub. You are magnificent." Lin Xi had dinner delivered to her bedroom, and after everything was devoured, she began to assess her assets. 60% of the shares in the Wenxi Group, 10% in the Dai Group, and 10% in the Zhiyuan Group, with a normal market value of no less than 10 billion, worth at least 8 billion. There were 3 villas in total, 5 apartments, and 8 commercial properties. During the onset of the last cold wave, Lin Xi had remained in the villa, but eventually, the Lin family barged in, and she, isolated, was powerless to stop them. Even in her fury, she could only watch as they wreaked havoc in her home. Chapter 4. The tiger cub is named Lin Wuwu. Later, as the rioters attacked the villa district, despite being repelled several times, it sparked even greater conflicts. The disparity between the wealthy and the poor erupted violently after the apocalypse. Conflicts arose between homeowners and bodyguards, while property management colluded with external gangs, resulting in countless casualties in the Villa district. The Lin family was no exception. After several bodyguards were killed, the remaining ones seized their supplies and scattered. When the marauding gangs stormed in, they knelt in surrender, professing loyalty to join forces, even offering Lin Xi to the leader in exchange for food. Had Lin Xi not felt the surge of her fire-based powers at a critical moment, the devastation would have been beyond description. Finding gasoline, she set the villa ablaze, eliminating anyone who emerged at the door. Unfortunately, her powers were exhausted, allowing Lin Yuan to escape amidst the chaos. Reflecting on her past life, Lin Xi's expression darkened, wishing she could incinerate them immediately. Taking a deep breath, she slowly exhaled. Waiting just a little longer, it was almost time. The fire within her surged forth, manifesting from her palm. Lin Xi suddenly stood up. Her powers had returned. Gazing at the obedient flame at her fingertips, she was filled with ecstatic joy, even if it was merely at the first level. After a considerable time, Lin Xi finally managed to regain her composure, dispelling the vengeful thought of rushing out to incinerate Uncle Lin's entire family. In the face of the national machinery, one must exercise restraint. The likelihood of being discovered as an ability user and subsequently dissected is a staggering 99.99%. I shall endure. Presently, my priorities are to amass wealth, stockpile supplies, and establish a stronghold. The Villa district, during the initial phase of the apocalypse, became the primary target for nefarious gangs. Given its lower elevation, it was certain to be submerged during the floods. In this life, Lin Xi resolved to choose a higher floor to weather the extreme cold, heat, and flooding before seeking refuge in Base B. The establishment of new bases is out of the question, with her status as a high-level ability user. Coupled with her spatial stockpiling, she could surely survive until the end of the apocalypse. Suddenly, the little tiger cub-esque Lion King, having finished watching, anxiously pawed at the remote control. This clever little creature. Ahem. What shall I call you? I cannot simply refer to you as Tiger Cub forever, can I? Lin Xi settled beside it. The cub glanced at her, retreated a few steps, then lunged forward. Do not call me Tiger Cub.
Iam Batianhu.
The majestic Ba Tianhu. Roar. In reality, it emitted a rather adorable awu sound.
What? Batianhu?
Do you know Megatron? Lin Xi cautiously inquired, pondering the nature of this transmigration. What sort of spirit beast is this? Is it truly formidable? That name certainly carries gravitas. The cub lay down, tilting its head in a manner that was irresistibly cute. Oh, never mind then. Lin Xi briefly introduced the peaceful and beautiful world they inhabited. Why can't one raise a tiger? Because blah blah blah, it is exhausting. The name Ba Tianhu is indeed impressive. It immediately conveys your prowess. Lin Xi's expression turned troubled. Countless individuals would undoubtedly covet you, seeking to steal you away. However, my abilities are limited. Should we consider adopting a less conspicuous name? Something more low-key? A name change to commence a new life could serve as a form of ritual. Ba Tianhu pondered for a moment, then nodded, inching closer as it lay down. I am Lin Xi. You need not call me master, just call me Xi. As for you, let us adopt my surname and call you Wu Wu, Lin Wu Wu. How does that sound? Lin Xi regarded the cub as a companion, not wishing to impose the title of master upon it, understanding the little one's attachment to its former owner. The cub stood, wagging its tail and nudging Lin Xi's hand with its forehead.
Good.
Awu. Lin Wu Wu devoured the goat milk, canned food, and chicken legs with gusto, all the while expressing disdain for the lack of spiritual energy in the food. After satisfying its hunger, it surveyed the bedroom, indicating a desire to venture outside. Lin Xi felt a pang of anxiety. Should anyone see her with a tiger, would she not be in grave trouble? Lin Wu Wu shivered, its form shrinking to that of a tabby cat. Lin Xi gasped, no wonder you are Ba Tianhu. You can transform into a cat? I can guarantee that no one in this world has witnessed such a sight. If anyone were to see you, they would undoubtedly capture you and dissect you for research. Initially puffed up with pride, Lin Wu Wu, upon hearing her words, tucked its tail tightly and bristled. Not going outside? As long as you refrain from transforming wildly. It's just for a year. Let us first act like a well-behaved cat. By the way, I'll let you watch Cat and Mouse. It's quite entertaining. Lin Wu Wu opened the door to a new world. Although the food lacked spiritual energy, it was delicious. There were also various small boxes to watch shows, which were rather enjoyable. The following morning, Lin Xi was awakened by the heavy paw of Lin Wu. That robust little paw. Ow! I've been poisoned. Quickly find an antidote. My stomach hurts terribly. Lin Wu rolled around on the carpet. Poisoned? That should not be the case. Who would poison cat food? If anything, they would poison their own. Oh no, could it be the chicken leg that was problematic? Lin Xi hurriedly scooped it up, preparing to take it to the hospital for an examination, only to suddenly sense a foul odor. She dashed to the garden downstairs, setting Lin Wu down. All right, we're good now. Lin Wu replied, just like that? But my stomach still hurts.
Quick.
Dig a hole and lift your rear, squat down, that's it. Just let it out.
What? What are you saying?
I am poisoned. I am a dignified spirit beast. Let out what? Lin Wu stared in disbelief. In a flash, Lin Wu produced a pile of excrement. Lin Xi pinched her nose and commanded, quick, use your paws to cover it with dirt. The stench of a spirit beast's waste was unexpectedly potent. Lin Xi resolutely refused to acknowledge that she had completely forgotten to purchase cat litter when ordering takeout the day before. Lin Wu, like a soulless zombie, allowed her to wash its paws and clean its behind. The dignity of the noble Batian who had all but vanished. Do you wish to go back and rest? Observing Lin Wu's sorrowful expression, Lin Xi felt a twinge of concern, though she could not comprehend the severity of the situation. Look, we have a problem. We are in the mortal realm, and the cycle of life and death is entirely normal. Moreover, our little cats might even have parasites.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
How could I, the esteemed Batian, who possibly have parasites? Lin Wu seemed to have calmed down, scratching its neck with its hind leg. Let me switch legs and scratch some more. Lin Xi found the most expensive pet shop. No need for a health check, a complete cleaning, deworming, and a spa treatment with massage services. Do not trim its claws. It is very well behaved. Most importantly, ensure that the experience is pleasurable for it. Lin Xi perused the service options in the shop. The young lady at the reception was overly excited, exclaiming, a major client. How much do you have for cat food? Litter, beds, toys, clothes, and so forth? I'll take it all. How much will it cost? That. You'll need to ask the boss. Go inquire. I have other matters to attend to. I'll leave a deposit of 50,000. I'll return shortly to collect my cat and pay the remainder. Please prepare the goods quickly. Lin Xi arranged to meet Wu Lingxiu to discuss the handling of shares and properties. Chapter 5. The Joy of Lin Wu. A windfall had descended upon Lin Wu, who, in the eyes of the young lady, was akin to a glittering gold ingot. Rest assured, I will accompany your cat and not leave its side for a moment. What if someone steals such a large order? As she departed, she cautioned Lin Wu vehemently against transforming. She had spent a great deal of money to ensure it enjoyed the pleasures of being a cat in the mortal realm. Lin Wu merely flicked its eyelids, disinterested. Truly a haughty feline, it was expertly maintaining its demeanor. Lin Xi and Wu Lingxiu met at a commercial center, ostensibly only to shop and browse. The choice of venue was deliberate, avoiding the villa and law office to steer clear of prying eyes. After perusing several stores, they settled at an outdoor cafe and ordered 2 cups of coffee. Lin Xi was clad in a deep blue tracksuit, her hair neatly braided at the back, exuding a clean and crisp appearance, without a hint of adornment aside from skincare products. Wu Lingxiu, in a white blouse paired with a black knee-length skirt, though entering middle age, still appeared youthful in both form and visage. What? Have you truly made up your mind? All of this was left to you by your parents. They nearly lost their lives to preserve these shares. Wu Lingxiu expressed her astonishment when Lin Xi inherited the shares. Both her grandfather and maternal grandfather had hoped she would relinquish control, yet Lin Xi remained resolute, thoroughly offending both families. Wu Lingxiu had disapproved at the time, concerned for her safety. Indeed, that afternoon, Lin Xi met with a car accident, fracturing her tibia. It was evidently nothing more than a warning. 5 years prior, at the age of 15, after her injury, she publicly established a will, stating that should she die without children, all her assets would be proportionately donated to various state institutions. In a swift maneuver, she placed an order on the dark web using Bitcoin. That evening, His uncle and son were admitted to the hospital due to a car accident, suffering from fractured tibias. This was her retribution, a double repayment. Lin Xi sighed. The memories her parents left her were few, and she cherished every item they had bestowed upon her. It was only when she discovered someone had stolen her parents' belongings that she decided to secure all her valuables in a bank safe. Yet in this apocalyptic world, nothing could be retained. Resources were of utmost importance. Aunt Wu, I have made up my mind. Please help me dispose of it. With 5% of the transaction as your commission. Oh, dear, isn't that commission a bit steep? Are you trying to solidify the image of a fool with ample funds? Wu Lingxiu shot her a glance, setting down her coffee. I feared you would find it too low. After all, associating with me brings a multitude of troubles. Lin Xi replied with a playful smile. Moreover, I need your assistance to scout for sturdy high-rise buildings, ready to move in, situated on higher ground. Ideally, 1 unit per floor. 2 or 3 units would suffice, but I must acquire them all. It must be the top floor, constructed with quality materials, capable of withstanding earthquakes of 8 or 9 on the Richter scale, preferably newly built. If there are none in this city, B city will do. After hearing this string of requests, Wu Lingxiu hesitated. I can inquire, but are you certain you want to liquidate all your properties aside from the villa you currently reside in, and purchase such a property? Lin Xi was resolute. Although she did not interfere with her actions, she felt compelled to voice her concerns. Yes, I am certain. It would be best to complete this within 3 months. Lin Xi gazed earnestly at her. In 3 months, travel visas from various countries would likely be processed, and she would require funds to procure bulk commodities abroad. Wu Lingxiu remained silent for a moment. I will expedite the process, but during this time, should you change your mind, please inform me at once. And I will halt everything. Do you have any other demands regarding the shares? Lin Xi chuckled lightly. It matters not. The Lin family or the Wen family will suffice. As long as the price is right. The rest is up to you. Additionally, Aunt Wu, please keep some cash on hand. You'll understand in due time. Lin Xi worried that Wu Lingxiu might inadvertently get entangled in a bad deal with acquaintances. What have you heard? Wu Lingxiu inquired, somewhat taken aback. Such a substantial liquidation was, in itself, a manifestation of information. Oh, it's nothing significant, just weary. Isn't it delightful to travel the world with money in hand? Lin Xi rested her hands behind her head, gazing up at the cerulean sky. As you wish, but there is one condition. For the next 2 weeks, I require you to see a psychologist at least twice. You need to comprehend the gravity of your actions. Once these items are sold, they are hard to reclaim. You may find the doctor yourself, but do not deceive me. Wu Lingxiu had been concerned about Lin Xi's mental state for a while, always hoping she would have a trusted psychologist. Yes, I will go. I promise not to deceive you, Lin Xi replied earnestly. The two strolled casually, purchasing a few items before parting ways. Lin Xi headed to the pet store to pick up Lin Wuwu, calculating that the time was about right. Lin Wuwu had grown quite proud. Originally, it felt that becoming an ordinary beast was rather dismal, but unexpectedly, being an ordinary beast had its joys. There was no need for cultivation, no fighting, and no perilous trials. A mere meow would summon delectable treats to its mouth. Bathing in fragrant waters, it enjoyed gentle massages. All the staff praised it, taking photos with that little box. Oh no, called a phone, snapping away. What a good kitty. Whose feline master is this? How fortunate to be its caretaker. Feline master? Are they referring to me? Can a litter box cleaner really be an official? While still bemused, a small kitten wobbled over and left a smelly deposit, prompting several individuals to capture the moment on their phones. Wow, so impressive and adorable. Such a tiny creature can do this. What an extraordinary little cat. Look, look. It even knows to bury its mess. Lin Wuwu was astounded. It turned out this was a world where even a kitten's excrement could garner admiration. How foolish it had been to feel embarrassed. Thus, Lin Wuwu embraced its true self, stepping into the embrace of a new world. When Lin Xi arrived at the pet store, she noticed a crowd gathered, occasionally gasping in amazement. Her heart raced. Had Lin Wuwu been exposed? A young girl with a ponytail rushed towards her. The staff member who had attended to her. Seeing a big client excited her. Ms. Lin, you've come to pick up Wuwu. It has been so well behaved and has adapted wonderfully here. She ushered Lin Xi into the circle. Lin Wuwu spotted her and dashed into her arms. Before she could react, she instinctively caught it. Caretaker, why did you take so long to arrive? To others, it sounded like the cat's delicate mewing. Lin Xi pondered, Who is this silly creature? Where has my obedient Lin Wu gone? Nevertheless, it felt delightful in her hands. Its fur was fluffy and fragrant, making the money spent worthwhile. Ms. Lin, this is our boss Song, the ponytailed girl introduced. Hello, boss Song. Lin Xi greeted politely. Chapter 6. It is I who guards Ching Ching. Boss Song, around 30, with his hair elegantly tied back, a round, slightly plump face, and a twinkle in his eye, nodded at her. Hello, Ms. Lin. Xiao Xiao has informed me of your requests, and I have observed Wu Wu. It is a clever child. Lin Xi smiled, stroking the cat's head in her arms. I see our store has quite an array of items. If you were to take them all home, they might not suit Wu Wu's taste, so I brought it along to choose. It has quite the discerning eye. Do take a look. Boss Song gestured towards the display area. Lin Xi glanced over and understood Lin Wu Wu's preferences. One word: large. Anything petite and exquisite was entirely out of consideration. The large dog bed looked like an enormous king-size mattress to it. The oversized toys were clearly meant for large dogs. It was understandable, after all, it was a titan, and the small cat was merely a facade. Very well, I will purchase everything Lin Wu selected. Please recommend other supplies and prepare a list with 200 units. If the stock is insufficient, please reorder. Deliver to this address. Lin Xi was indifferent, merely stockpiling a bit. Lin Wu was not fond of cat food, so a few cans and cat treats would suffice. However, she needed to stock up on cat litter. Only the manufacturer's stock could meet her needs, so she refrained from drawing unnecessary attention. Boss Song was forthright. We currently lack sufficient inventory, but we can place an order immediately. Can we deliver in 2 days? Lin Xi nodded, swiping her card for approximately 15,000 more. After Lin Wu said its goodbyes to the staff, Lin Xi finally drove away. Lin Wu, you seem in a good mood. Compared to its demeanor earlier in the day, it was an entirely different cat. Can I come again next time? That spa was so delightful. Of course. If you enjoyed it, we shall return. Lin Xi, though perplexed, respected its wishes. Lin Wu's eyes sparkled as it twitched its whiskers, leaning into Lin Xi for a hearty rub. Hey, we're driving. You can't paw at the driver while in the car, understand? Lin Xi playfully tapped Lin Wu's forehead. Feeling peckish, she found it inconvenient to dine in a restaurant with a cat, so she opted for fast food in the car. It must be said, junk food was indeed tasty. Lin Wu devoured it happily, delighting in the peculiar happy drink, strange, yet quite delicious. Wu, in our world, cats cannot eat like this. It could be fatal. Are you certain you can handle it? Lin Xi savored her happy drink, feeling the joy radiate. I can. You must believe in me. I am the most remarkable titan. Lin Wu, with grease on its face, bounced around, exclaiming, I want to eat more delicious junk. Very well, I shall indulge you. Having satisfied her hunger, Lin Wu wiped her mouth clean and began to doze off. Meanwhile, Lin Xi, burdened by her arduous responsibilities, drove tirelessly to collect items from several bank safes, intending to store them in her space. It was only by nightfall that she returned to the villa, ready to enjoy the dinner prepared by Sister Chen, which included succulent abalone and sauce, large lobsters, cumin-flavored lamb, a nourishing soup of scallops and seasonal vegetables, celery with lilies, and bird's nest soup. Both Lin Xi and Lin Wu devoured the meal with gusto, astonishing Sister Chen. I've been working out lately, my appetite has increased, and I've decided against dieting. Sister Chen, please prepare more dishes. I fear there may not be enough. Lin Xi's appetite had indeed been growing, and Lin Wu had also eaten her fair share. Sister Chen promptly replied, of course. I will make extra. It's wonderful to eat well. You're just a thin little girl, nothing but bones, isn't tea appealing at all. After dinner, Lin Xi took Lin Wu back to their bedroom and locked the door, securing the bathroom door as well before entering the space. The atmosphere in the space had improved significantly. The mist had dissipated further, revealing more of the area. And the land was no longer parched, but rather a dull gray. The blue stone courtyard had expanded, and beneath the enormous dead tree at the entrance, a slender green sprout emerged. The peace tree! The peace tree! Lin Wu exclaimed, bounding over to circle around the tiny green sapling. Qing Xian floated over, joining Lin Wuwu in her ecstatic dance. Lin Xi noticed that there was now a well platform beneath the dead tree, albeit devoid of water. A single sprout brings such joy. Lin Xi felt a surge of happiness as her consciousness seemed to resonate with the space. Although she had not entered the blue stone courtyard, she sensed that the storage area had grown to the size of 2 football fields, and she could visualize everything within it at will. Qing Xian mused, in the future, there will be so much. Lin Wuwu, brimming with excitement, stomped her paws, exclaiming, the peace tree is protecting Qingqing. Qingqing will get better.
Awa, awa, awa.
Lin Xi's heart ached as she observed the remnants of documents and files, along with some platinum and gold, left on the desk in the blue stone courtyard, realizing that even ancient paintings had been consumed. I have fed all my jade and gemstones to Qingqing, Haven Ti. It is I who am guarding Qingqing. Lin Wuwu dashed over, leaping into her embrace. What a heavy love. I remember now. The sapling can help Qingqing. We must find many, many more, she exclaimed. Oh, little sprout, get better. Lin Xi felt perplexed, not quite understanding and not particularly eager to comprehend. The 2 little ones chattered for a long while, and Lin Xi, piecing together the fragments of their conversation, finally realized that if this space could gather celestial materials and earthly treasures, it could potentially transform into a paradise abundant with divine plants and spiritual fruits. However, such resources were simply non-existent in this world, so there was no point in dwelling on it. Though the dream of a paradise might be unattainable, as long as enough energy could be amassed, the cycles of the 5 elements could continue, giving rise to endless life. Energy need not exclusively come from jade. Artifacts imbued with spirituality could also serve, and there were other forms of energy yet to be discovered. According to Lin Xi's understanding, this was akin to ecological restoration, where plants significantly contribute to the ecosystem's rejuvenation. Hence, Qingqing's desire for saplings, especially a diversity of species, was entirely comprehensible. For instance, the space required oxygen. But where would it come from? If the space were filled with trees, they could provide the necessary oxygen. Yet, the only trees present were dead, which meant that the oxygen consumption would deplete Qingqing's energy. If Qingqing's energy were to be exhausted, the consequences would be dire for the space. With her thoughts clarified, Lin Xi promptly took Lin Wuwu out of the space, realizing that conserving energy was paramount. It was better to communicate with Qingqing through mental means whenever possible. As soon as Lin Wuwu exited the space, she dashed to the sofa, demanding a sugary drink and some television time. You really have a knack for mischief. Tomorrow, I will purchase online courses to teach you about the treachery of human nature, Lin Xi contemplated, revising her plans. In her strategy, she divided her stockpiling efforts into overseas and domestic categories. All bulk purchases would occur abroad, employing a manager to oversee the operations and then departing without a trace. This included, but was not limited to, essentials such as food, clothing, shelter, medications, and energy resources. Domestic stockpiling would focus on filling gaps, acquiring items not available overseas directly from their sources, minimizing risk since the more people involved, the greater the danger.
Now,
she needed to include the accumulation of various plant species. Should she venture into the business of plant management? What would happen after the acquisition? Would everything vanish?
no.
There were too many eyes upon her. Traveling under the guise of a trip was ideal, coinciding with her plan to venture abroad in 3 months. Chapter 7. The Irritable Fat Man, Rogers. The following morning, Lin Xi contacted a travel agency. She intended to visit the site known as the Ark of Life, the Shenangjia. Departure was scheduled for 1 week later. During this week, Lin Xi had promised Aunt Wu to consult a psychologist, attending 2 sessions within the week, which would suffice. Most importantly, she was also eager to uncover the reasons behind her foolishness during the apocalypse. Surviving amidst a pack of wolves made no sense if she were to transform into a saint during the end times. Acting so foolishly, truly, she deserved her fate. Rogers was Lin Xi's psychologist, a tempestuous fat man of Chinese descent with curly hair. He studied at the finest medical university in the curly hair nation and was a distinguished disciple of a renowned international psychology master. His professional skills were impeccable. Yet this often led to arrogance, causing him to offend local gang leaders and subsequently flee to the flower country for refuge, where he succumbed to the allure of its cuisine, reluctant to leave. Rogers had an ambivalent affection for Lin Xi. She was not an exemplary patient, as she only vented her frustrations without truly cooperating. However, she was generous enough to settle her fees in Bitcoin. Rogers frequently remarked, "It's hard to counsel a damned soul, but for the sake of money, what is this?" Rogers expressed surprise upon seeing his client today, as she had not been around for quite some time. "Lin Wu, my tabby cat. Isn't she handsome?" Lin Xi reclined on the sofa, glancing at him. Rogers leaned back, sitting upright. "Handsome indeed. Although patients shouldn't bring pets, I'll make an exception for the sake of money. What would you like to discuss today?" "Anything goes. How do you think I'm doing? Am I mentally healthy? Do you require a new diagnosis?" "Oh, that would be splendid. It's just a chat. So relax. You're the psychologist after all."
Ha.
"I am quite relaxed, but you appear at ease. Yet what? You're being vague." Rogers shrugged. "We've only just met, haven't we? You seem to need rest. You look tired." "You've guessed wrong. I'm resting well. I merely had a dream." Lin Xi replied nonchalantly while petting Lin Wu. Rogers remained noncommittal. Would you like to discuss your dream?" "It's a bit hazy. I can't recall the circumstances. But I transformed into someone who sacrifices themselves to protect the weak, only to be betrayed by those I desperately defended."
Wow.
Rogers's eyes widened in disbelief.
You? Impossible.
He waved his hand dismissively. "Dreams are inverted. So yes, you will never be that kind of person." Lin Xi retorted. "That's precisely the sort of thing a psychologist should say. How I wish to set someone ablaze." "All right, no more jesting." Rogers became serious. "If you wish to discuss this, we can. Theoretically speaking, human behavior patterns do not change abruptly unless triggered by a specific point. For example, your cat plays outside every day and returns home on schedule. That is its behavior pattern. If one day it ventures out and suffers harm, then on the subsequent day or the day after, it may cease to step outside, its behavioral patterns irrevocably altered. This serves merely as the most rudimentary of examples. The quintessential instance is that of a serial killer who appears indistinguishable from a normal individual, yet upon encountering a specific trigger, a scene from their past, an object, or a scent, they metamorphose into a remorseless murderer. Similarly, should your behavioral patterns undergo a profound transformation, it is certain that a particular trigger has touched the depths of your soul. Having spoken, Rogers raised his mug and took a sip of coffee. Lin Xi cast her gaze downward, her heart heavy with sorrow. The 9 years of the apocalypse had been fraught with hardship and suffering, leaving little time for introspection. Various natural disasters, mutated creatures that prey upon humanity, an ever-narrowing space for human existence, and the demons that feast upon the living, coupled with the relentless struggle for power among the bases, all have claimed lives without exception. The living are dwindling in number, with the elderly and children becoming increasingly rare, and foreign marauders further complicating their plight. Rogers sipped his coffee, yet his peripheral vision remained attuned to Lin Xi. This time, he sensed an unsettling aura emanating from her, more pronounced than before. He perceived in her a profound sadness and suffering, though he found it hard to believe. Historically, this girl was proud, solitary, intelligent, suspicious, affluent, and bore minor psychological issues, but nothing too severe. In these times, who among them is free from mental afflictions? He himself harbored such troubles. Yet today was markedly different. The extent of her distress bore a closer resemblance to that of soldiers returning from the battlefield. "Since you are here, why not indulge in a good sleep? A deep slumber? It should benefit you, for I am quite the expert," Rogers proclaimed, his tone both proud and casual. Lin Xi nodded, reclining in an oversized armchair, ergonomically designed for comfort, yet undoubtedly expensive. Lin Wu nestled beside her, intently observing Rogers. He made a playful face at the creature, flexing his arm. "What a childish little fatso. Something doesn't seem quite right. How could it see him with its eyes closed? Could it be a manifestation of psychic ability?" Lin Xi turned her attention back to the scene outside the consultation room, the receptionist attending to registrations, a couple engaged in quiet conversation. The paintings adorning the walls, she could indeed see them, but only up to a certain distance. Time was of the essence, as fatigue washed over her. Her psychic energy was clearly spent. Rogers casually picked up a book, settling onto the couch opposite her, and began to recite softly. Oh, what a splendid day it is. The sun's rays cascade upon the grass, and as one walks barefoot upon it, the delicate blades tickle the soles of the feet, a most delightful sensation. A gentle breeze carries a faint floral fragrance, lifting her skirt in a whimsical dance. Today is a day for joy. A time to embrace the happiness of running across the meadow, clutching your favorite toy, and collapsing onto the grass in sheer bliss, shaded by the trees. Gazing at the azure sky and verdant branches. And then, behold, a door appears. Oh, how wonderful! Behind it lie the gifts you so desire, and the faces you long to see. You must open the door, yes, gently, and then step inside slowly. Roger softly closed the wordless picture book, placing a finger on his lips as he shook his head at Lin Wu. He employed a subtle method of hypnosis to guide Lin Xi toward self-discovery. Often, the assistance a psychologist can provide is limited. Their primary role is to lead patients toward uncovering the roots of their issues, which then allows for appropriate treatment. Lin Wu rolled its eyes, as if to say, "Mind your own business. I'm merely protecting my caretaker." Lin Xi succumbed to sleep without resistance. Frolicking in the grassy expanse, and upon opening a door, she beheld her parents. Chapter 8. Discovering the Roots of Foolishness. That day marked her 10th birthday. She received presents, and her mother affectionately ruffled her hair. "Lin Xi, you have grown up. You must learn to love yourself, for no one will love you without reason. Not even your own parents. Cherish what your parents give you, hold it tightly, and trust no one, not even your grandparents. Do not cry. Tears only serve to prove your weakness and ineptitude, and they are of no use." Young Lin Xi gripped her possessions tightly, nervously nodding in response. "Have you lost your mind? She is but 10 years old. Why burden her with such thoughts? If you're unhappy, seek solace elsewhere, and spare the child your frustrations. What of turning 10? In a family like theirs, a child should possess their own understanding by that age. It is better to recognize reality than to delude oneself into thinking they're a little princess or a prince." Lin Xi breathed a sigh of relief as her parents resumed their quarrel. Nonetheless, it remained the happiest day of her life. After their argument, they still celebrated with birthday cake, filling her with joy. Later, her parents departed. Then came the apocalypse. She seemed to fall ill, afflicted by a disease known as the plague. She had once contracted the plague, though she had forgotten. The temperature soared, and everything by the roadside was ablaze. Corpses, both human and animal, lay shriveled and contorted under the sun's merciless rays. She believed herself to be exceptionally fortunate. Possessing fire-based abilities, her constitution far surpassed that of ordinary, unawakened individuals, thus allowing her to survive the plague even in scorching temperatures of 60 degrees. Yet her luck was waning. There was no medicine, no water, and no food. Fortunately, she encountered a rescue team, a group of soldiers escorting nearly 100 survivors toward the base with great difficulty. With a few sips of water, she managed to endure. Eventually, upon learning of her abilities, everyone rejoiced, though regretfully, she did not possess water-based powers. As they scoured for food and water, they pressed onward. Yet each day brought further loss of life, soldiers and survivors alike. Occasionally, they would encounter small factions, some benevolent, others malevolent. Along the way, Lin Xi defended herself against numerous brigands intent on looting, though she declined offers to join their ranks. Xiao Lu, a scrawny little soldier, often chided her. "You're being foolish. If you join those teams, you're sure to reach the base alive." Food became increasingly scarce. Even rats were nowhere to be found. One day, the elderly in the group vanished, unwilling to become a burden any longer. Only 9 soldiers remained, weeping in despair. Yet what could they do? Lin Xi counted. Fewer than 50 remained. She lowered her gaze. Nearby lay a mutated snake. If captured, it could sustain the group for several more days. But survival was a daunting challenge. In a matter of days, an earthquake struck. Lin Xi clung desperately to several soldiers, shouting for them to run, to flee. Yet they insisted on helping those who had fallen and could not rise again. Damn it! A rock struck Lin Xi, and Xiao Lu shielded her, bleeding as he pointed to a pair of twins before drawing his last breath. Lin Xi could see nothing clearly as she staggered to protect the twins. The earthquake ignited a fire, and its acrid smoke suffocated the children. Lin Xi knelt on the ground, crying to the heavens, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I couldn't save you."
Why?
Why won't you leave? You could have walked away on your own.
Why?
Why must you drag this burden along? I can't save anyone. I am truly cursed. Lin Xi collapsed onto the ground. Fortunately, a torrential rain began to fall, and Lin Xi's powers ascended to the 4th tier. However, when she regained consciousness, it seemed as though she had forgotten this particular memory. Was it truly so? The guilt of being a survivor. Thus, in her previous life, was it perhaps this subconscious desire to protect the weak that drove her? Lin Xi awakened, her eyes fluttering open to behold a furry face accompanied by a sweet, childish voice. You, the one who cleans up after me, are you crying? Rogers yawned. Oh. My most beautiful Miss Lin, please settle the bill. Tieske, what a fine psychologist, yet he lives as if he were merely a walking purse. Nevertheless, this was also the reason Lin Xi trusted him. He spoke little and meddled even less. Feeling a knot of anxiety in her heart, Lin Xi led Lin Wuwu on a culinary adventure. They first indulged in a feast of crayfish, steamed, oil-braised, spicy, and garlic-flavored, ordering one of each to relish, and then packaging 100 portions to go. 100 portions? It was for a company gathering. Come on, settle the payment quickly. I need to take it away as soon as I finish. The proprietor beamed with delight. Of course, it will be done swiftly. Wait a moment, boss. If I order 300 portions of each flavor every day for 5 days, can you manage it? The owner chuckled, patting his chest. There is nothing I cannot accomplish. I assure you it will be clean and delicious. Then that settles it. After paying, Lin Xi devoted herself wholly to the feast. In her past life, Lin Xi was quite particular about food, seldom indulging in oily or salty dishes, yet post-apocalypse, she found herself yearning to gnaw on stones by the roadside. Lin Wuwu, unable to peel the shrimp shells, frantically squeaked after a chaotic attempt. Hiss, my tongue feels numb. I must be poisoned. Unable to watch any longer, Lin Xi had no choice but to assist. That's just the spicy seasoning. It's food, not poison. And Wuwu, try not to get greasy all over, otherwise, you're not allowed in the car. Lin Xi ordered over 100 cups of milk tea on her phone, and after finishing their meal, they headed to pick it up. With their SUV packed to the brim with crayfish, they sped towards the milk tea shop. With a mere thought, the packaged crayfish vanished into her spatial warehouse. Oh, it seemed that once her space was repaired, stockpiling would become even more convenient. She need not physically touch the items, as her mental energy could suffice, albeit with some limitations in distance. She ordered 50 portions of renowned marinated beef, followed by 300 pounds. Claypot rice, soup dumplings, roast duck, meat buns, skewers, whole roasted lamb, rice rolls, seafood porridge, century egg congee, and dim sum. She ordered dozens of each, planning for 5 days' worth, as it was all along the same street. Then they arrived at a small shop selling stinky tofu. Lin Wuwu went into a frenzy, trying to prevent her from buying the fried stinky tofu. Is the world gone mad? Can such foul food be consumed just by frying it? I will not allow it. As long as I'm here, you, the one who cleans up after me, shall not eat anything foul. Lin Xi tried to calm her. Please hear me out. It's not what you think. Lin Wuwu replied obstinately. I refuse to listen. After a day of wandering outside, the pair returned to the villa, only to find that night had fallen. Aunt Chun had prepared a lavish spread, but unfortunately, Lin Xi's stomach was already full. Aunt Chun, please leave it as is. I'll eat later tonight, Lin Xi said, reluctant to see such a feast taken away. Then I shall prepare a late-night snack for you, Aunt Chun offered. No need. Lin Xi quickly interjected. It's fine. You should rest. Just leave it as it is. In truth, Aunt Chun's culinary skills were exceptional, and Lin Xi had grown accustomed to them. If only Aunt Chun could cook for her every day. However, if that were to occur, both the Lin and Wen families would soon catch wind of it. They were currently in the dark, but once the apocalypse began, those crafty beings would inevitably glean some insight. Regrettably, she couldn't directly receive the items sent from the pet store into her space. They had to be put aside for now. Chapter 9. Meteorites can restore space. Wuwu, you're covered in grease. Go take a bath. And remember to brush your teeth. You must be fragrant to come in.
No biting.
Lin Xi entrusted her to the housekeeper, forbidding her entry into her bedroom unless she was clean. Lin Xi immersed herself in the bathtub, her mental energy probing into the spatial warehouse. When she collected items, they were all piled together, but now, each was neatly arranged on shelves. The warehouse had even manifested wooden racks, not constructed from planks, but rather formed from numerous naturally curved, dry branches, firm and even. Did you do this, Ching-Ching? A wisp of mist floated over, revealing Ching-Ching with many withered seedlings. Thank you, Ching-Ching. In a few days, I will find the most vibrant seedlings for you. The mist joyfully twirled about, eager for more. Lin Xi withdrew her mental energy from the space, savoring the fleeting happiness before the apocalypse commenced. When she emerged from her bath, clad in silk pajamas, she found Lin Wuwu hugging a tablet, seemingly amused by something. Pouring herself a glass of red wine, she nestled into the sofa, propping her legs on the coffee table. Sleep eluded her as the intentionally forgotten memories resurfaced, rendering her uneasy. It was then she realized that some emotions were unrelated to self-interest or wealth. They would leave hope for survival to strangers. It was then she understood that when parents could give their children nothing, they would offer their very lives. It was then she recognized that kin could support one another, rather than merely calculating against each other. It was then she comprehended that although she had grown accustomed to and accepted the darkness of humanity, she still yearned for its light. Lin Xi downed the red wine in one gulp, only to find her tongue tinged with bitterness. Lin Wu leaped over, sniffing incessantly. What are you drinking, the one who cleans up after me? Lin Xi pulled her close, taking a deep breath. Delicious. It no longer smells of crayfish.
Ah.
What are you doing? My fur is all messy. Let go. You still haven't told me what that is. It smells delightful. Lin Wu pawed at the wine glass, licking it. Red wine. Would you like a taste? Lin Xi questioned, uncertain if it was safe for her. But then again, Wu was no ordinary cat. She was a titan after all. One sip for you. One sip for me. One sip for me. One sip for you. The two, human and cat, drank until they were pleasantly tipsy and eventually fell asleep. The following days unfolded as one would expect of a wealthy heir, indulging in dining and revelry. They visited the antique street, acquiring a few trinkets, though genuine goods were scarce in such places. Lin Xi paid another visit to Rogers, fulfilling her promise to Lin Xi, feeling quite pleased. Upon arriving at Shenangjia, she took a helicopter to the mountain. Shenangjia possesses a mysterious latitude line, situated near both the world's deepest Mariana Trench and the highest peak, Mount Everest, along with the pyramids, the Bermuda Triangle. With Shenangjia being the sole primitive area along this latitude, is equally shrouded in incredible mysteries, often hailed as the green miracle of 31 degrees north latitude. The dedicated tour guide diligently narrated the legendary tales of the area, which kept Lin Xi from growing bored. Even before settling into the hotel, Lin Xi sensed Ching-Ching's restlessness. The stone from the heavens, energy more, I want more. This was indeed an unexpected delight. She had originally come to gather plants. Yet it seemed she could also encounter meteorites. Observing Ching-Ching's eagerness, it was clear this meteorite held substantial energy. Her space could be restored once more. Lin Xi decided to accompany the tour guide for a few days to familiarize herself with the terrain. While some areas were open to tourists, others were not. Lin Xi discreetly compared her map. 3 days later, Lin Xi declined the guide's services, merely stating that she wished to stay longer on the beautiful mountain, treating it as a vacation. As night fell, Lin Xi donned a short-haired wig and changed into a male outfit, adding 5-centimeter insoles to her shoes, darkening her skin, and thickening her eyebrows, transforming her appearance to that of a man at first glance. This art of disguise was an essential skill for special operations. In her previous life, she had saved a mercenary who imparted many lessons to her. In this life, that individual was likely still abroad. Lin Wu sprawled across the bed, exhausted from running around these past few days. Lin Xi affectionately patted it, saying, Lin Wu, are you going to sleep here or head back? I need to go out shortly. I want the bed. You and T find such a cozy place back home. Lin Wu squirmed like a little caterpillar, exclaiming, Huh?
Disguise technique?
Why do you need to disguise yourself? I'm going out with Ching-Ching to gather some supplies. For safety's sake, I wish to avoid being caught on camera.
Ah?
Why not have Ching-Ching take you invisible? Lin Wu tilted its body, its little claws blooming like flowers. Invisible? I can possess such an impressive skill? Lin Xi's heart raced, and she quickly communicated telepathically with Ching-Ching. Qingqing could shroud her in mist, rendering her invisible to anyone. Moreover, not only could she become invisible, but anything within the mist's reach could also be directly absorbed into her space. This meant that Qingqing possessed the ability to autonomously gather items. However, at present, Qingqing could only operate within a radius of 10 feet around Lin Xi, but as the space continued to mend, distances of 100 feet would soon be feasible. Understanding this ignited a fire of excitement in Lin Xi's heart. Her hoarding endeavors would become increasingly efficient. After testing with a camera, she confirmed her invisibility. The mountains were pitch black at night, and once she left the hotel, Lin Xi turned onto a mountain path, retrieving the black off-road motorcycle she had prepared from her space. Donning a night vision helmet, blending seamlessly with the darkness. Guided by Qingqing's senses, she set out in search of the meteorite. The journey was fraught with challenges. While the motorcycle could traverse main roads, many smaller paths required navigating through woods, crossing streams, and climbing uncharted hills. Thankfully, Lin Xi had anticipated these obstacles and had equipped herself with a mountain bike, motorcycle, speedboat, climbing gear, and even excavation tools, though the latter would likely remain unused since Qingqing could autonomously assist. Is this the place? After considerable effort, they arrived at a small valley. Even Lin Xi's enhanced physique felt the strain. Before she could celebrate, Qingqing darted towards a large, dark, round stone, swiftly consuming it along with a few smaller fragments, vanishing in an instant. Lin Xi thought she heard Qingqing let out a burp, and visibly, the mist thickened. Oh, that sounds cheerful. The mist surged towards the trees on the valley's edge, causing half of the valley's foliage to disappear in an instant. It appeared as if the valley had been stripped bare.
No.
Qingqing, come back. Lin Xi realized Qingqing could now venture several meters away from her.
Ah?
The mist settled in the palm of Lin Xi's hand. Can Qingqing now move 10 feet away from me? Indeed, Qingqing confirmed. It seemed the energy from the meteorite was proving beneficial for space restoration. Chapter 10. So-called family. Then we can gather plants while searching for the meteorite. But you can't gather like that, it will attract attention.
Ah?
Gather, you say? You need to choose wisely and gather evenly 3 out of 10. You can't strip the mountain bare. Leaving large gaps will be too conspicuous. Feel free to gather according to your preferred species. Lin Xi patiently instructed Qingqing, who reminded her of a little cub. The method of collecting from each mountain was straightforward. But if someone were to notice that an entire mountain had been stripped of its trees overnight, it would surely cause a stir. Slowly now, Qingqing, I'll follow you. Remember to look for the meteorite. Lin Xi encouraged the spirit of her space, feeling a sense of pride as she realized her child had grown capable of assisting her. She rewarded herself with 2 steaks and a bowl of creamy mushroom soup. The tender meat and rich soup left her pleasantly satisfied as she continued her search for the next opportunity. After a night of bustling activity, Lin Xi returned to the hotel at 5 in the morning. Too exhausted to freshen up, she collapsed into bed. Awakened abruptly by what felt like a stone pressing against her chest, Lin Xi lifted her head briefly before sinking back down. Lin Wu, I'm telling you, do not sit on my chest. Do you even realize how heavy you are?
Ah.
Lin Wu protested, its tiny paws flailing in defiance. Lin Xi rolled it over and tucked it under the covers. Lin Wu, indignant, shouted from beneath the blanket, you've starved me to death. Don't you feel any guilt, caretaker? Glancing at the time, Lin Xi was astonished to find it was already 2 in the afternoon, realizing she had neglected to feed her little companion. Feeling a twinge of guilt, she too sensed the pangs of hunger gnawing at her. After placing an order for 2 tables of food, Lin Xi took a quick battle shower, changed her clothes, and set out with a fuming Lin Wu to dine. The table was laden with stone pot bibimbap, clay pot beef balls, wild vegetable noodles, charcoal grilled pig trotters, dry fried small fish, and a variety of other delectable dishes. Lin Wu's eyes gleamed upon spotting the grilled pig trotters. All right, they're all yours. Lin Xi acquiesced. The server looked somewhat astonished. 2 tables of food for 1 person and 1 cat? Lin Xi decided to eat 1 table and pack the other to go while it was still warm. Lin Wu ate hungrily, finally satiating itself to the point of immobility, its mood lightening considerably. Having indulged so much, both Lin Xi and Lin Wu took a leisurely stroll and admired the mountain scenery. The more Lin Xi gazed, the more she felt a sense of melancholy. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, the plants had mutated, and places like this were now beyond reach. with mere entry proving fatal. When Lin Xi arrived at a local specialty store, a spark ignited within her. The dried mushrooms, cured meats, and honey here were exceptional, and even the medicinal herbs like Gastrodia elata, Eucamia, and Poria were of excellent quality. Lin Xi rented a warehouse at the logistics center and hired a local person to manage the deliveries, contacting the largest store in the area to procure 1,000 pounds of each item at the highest quality for delivery to the warehouse. Once the warehouse was stocked, she would devise a way to transfer the goods into her space, making it appear as though they had been shipped away. Thus, every night, Lin Xi and Qingqing scoured the mountains, gathering meteorites and plants. During the day, after getting ample sleep, she would take Lin Wu out to dine, ordering good finds to stock up, and occasionally giving the warehouse's delivery person a half-day off, keeping both parties satisfied. At the Lin family estate by the sea, which was even grander than Lin Xi's villa, the traditional Chinese decor exuded an old-world charm. Elder Lin sat in the center on a rosewood chair, flanked on his left by his eldest son and granddaughter, and on his right by his second daughter and fourth son. So, you received not a whisper of news, and had to rely on an outsider to inform me? Though over 70, Elder Lin still exuded vitality. Remembering the events of the afternoon, a wave of anger surged within him. Lin Xi's lawyer, Wu Lingxiu, had come to see him, revealing that Lin Xi intended to sell all her shares at the first favorable offer. She indicated that the first individuals she approached were members of the Lin family, followed by the Wen family and several investment firms. Elder Lin did not rush to quote a price but instead played it cool, wondering what had prompted such drastic measures. Is something troubling her? To so readily part with shares she once valued highly, it must be serious. Otherwise, she wouldn't have reached the point of tearing their relationship apart. Wu Lingxiu nodded in agreement. Indeed. I was quite surprised when she sought me out. You know how Miss Lin is, quite independent and resolute. Without providing any reasons, I am merely a humble service-oriented lawyer. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Wu Lingxiu excused herself, claiming an appointment with the Wen family. At that moment, old Master Lin withdrew his smile and immediately summoned several of his children. Yuan, are you completely unaware of such a significant matter? Have you not maintained a good relationship all along? Lin Zhongye questioned his daughter.
Dad.
We only met a few days ago, and she didn't mention anything about shares. Lin Yuan hesitated to reveal that she had encountered a setback with Lin Xi a few days prior. In Lin Zhongye's view, Lin Xi, being an orphan and not favored by the family, might control the shares, but ultimately, they belonged to the Lin family. Lin Yuan, being of similar age, was advised to befriend Lin Xi, both for surveillance and calculation. Old Master Lin coldly directed his gaze toward his second daughter. And you? Lin Yanni, married into the Han family, was the aunt of Han Zi. As Lin Xi had long evaded the family's control, Lin Yanni persuaded old Master Lin to feign a betrothal between the Han and Lin families, intending to assign Lin Xi a fiancé to restrain her. Moreover, if the Han family succeeded in marrying Lin Xi, Lin Yanni would gain credit. Lin Yanni, hesitant to speak outright, fabricated an excuse. Well, Z seems to be on a business trip these days, so he probably hasn't had the chance to know. Hasn't had the chance? That Han fellow is nothing but a pretty face. I see my dear niece has no regard for this useless person at all. Lin Zhongye had always disapproved of Lin Yanni's attempts to leverage the Han family for Lin family interests. Lin Yuan tugged at his sleeve and whispered, Dad, please don't speak ill of Z. Lin Yanni's eyes flickered, as if she had an idea. Z is indeed a good boy, from a distinguished family with exceptional talent. Many young ladies are fond of him. Lin Xi naturally likes him too. She never denied the engagement when it was mentioned. Lin Yanni scrutinized Lin Yuan with a cold smile. I fear some girls may lack self-respect, eagerly pursuing Z, and if Lin Xi discovers it, it could ruin everything.
Aunt, how can you say that?
Lin Yuan's eyes instantly turned red. Lin Yanni, what kind of person are you? If it weren't for you, Lin Zhongye would be furious. Enough. Old Master Lin scolded. Have you all said enough? The group fell silent, begrudgingly closing their mouths. The fourth son, Lin Zhongqin, lowered his head, casting his eyes downwards, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Chapter 11. Progress of Spatial Restoration 1. Old Master Lin closed his eyes, suppressing his inner fury. Useless lot. When the third brother was alive, none of you were obedient. Now that he is gone, You all show your true colors, scheming tirelessly. I ask you, have you obtained his possessions?
No.
After a moment's pause, old Master Lin commanded, what people has she seen recently? What actions has she taken? Have we investigated? Lin Zhongyet cautiously glanced at him before replying. There are people arranged over there keeping watch, much like before. Aside from not dieting, she spends her days indulging in food and entertainment. She has adopted a stray cat. Recently, she has been traveling to Shenangjia, staying in hotels and purchasing local specialties. Now that I think about it, she seems to be preparing to handle the shares in her possession, wanting to avoid contact with others. Old Master Lin nodded. Contact her, and have her come to see me. After nearly 20 days in Shenangjia, Lin Xi received a call from Lin Xi. Why are you still out there? You truly seem to have forgotten your roots. Aunt Wu, I'm just wandering about. The air here is delightful and tranquil. Why don't you come stay a few days? Having me around is far better than a tour guide. Lin Xi found a sense of peacefulness during her time there. Wu Lingxiu pressed her temples, exasperated. I lack the fortune of a young lady like you to enjoy tranquility. It's quite chaotic here. When will you return? Someone wants to see you. Lin Xi scratched her chin and chuckled. Let them wait. What do they want to see me for? As soon as money is mentioned, they want to discuss feelings?
Dream on.
Tell them the highest bidder wins. If not, I can sell to foreign investment firms as well. I want to explore other places. Just let me know when everything is set for me to return and sign the paperwork. By the way, did you receive the gifts I sent you? Wu Lingxiu, weary from dealing with the old foxes, felt a headache at the mention of gifts. Who sends gifts like you? A mountain of local specialties fills half the room. When will I finish eating all this? Lin Xi chuckled at the thought. Those are all my heartfelt offerings, handpicked by me. I've tasted every single one. They're delicious, so don't give them away. I'll check when I return. Keep them safe, and you can bring them out when you run out of snacks. It won't be long. You'll be able to use them within a year. Wu Lingxiu sighed. All right, I'll keep them stored, but please, no more gifts. I understand your intentions. I'll notify you when it's time to handle the paperwork. Take good care of yourself and enjoy. After hanging up, Lin Xi calculated her gains over the past few days. She had found 2 large meteorites and at least 6 smaller ones, and Qingqing had not sensed anything more. She had also harvested various plants. It seemed it was time to change locations. Lin Xi brought Lin Wu into the space. It was her first time back in a while. The space had undergone a significant transformation. The mist had dispersed considerably, revealing more of the scenery in the distance. The mountain behind the Qingstone courtyard was more visible, with a glimpse of its midsection. The courtyard wall had risen an additional meter. Standing outside, one could not see even a hint of what lay within. The entrance had widened, and upon entering, one could see an additional corridor encircling the interior wall. The wooden house inside had transformed into a 2-story Qingstone mansion, with a tall ceiling, intricately carved windows and doors, and blue walls with dark tiles and flying eaves. The furnishings inside exuded an ancient and grand atmosphere, and the study had accumulated more books and paintings. Lin Xi flipped through the books, unable to decipher the characters, and returned them to their place. It seemed this Qingstone courtyard had once been the residence of the previous owner of the space, and she preferred not to intrude further. Contemplating, she decided she still needed to incorporate her own villa into this space. Otherwise, it felt as if she had nowhere to settle. The slender green shoots beneath the withered tree, which she had noticed during her last visit to the space, had now grown to over a person's height, displaying the charm of a small tree. The small well platform had also changed its appearance, now a half-meter high Qingstone well platform, overflowing with clear water. At the foot of the mountain, a narrow stream had appeared, truly small, barely the width of a hand. Flowing down from the mountain, it meandered across the flat land and wound its way into the distance. Further on were the undulating peaks, which Lin Xi could not yet access. The mountain was desolate, with occasional greenery, indicating that the plants Qingqing had harvested had been relocated there. As for the flat land, the space required more energy restoration before it could become arable land. Qingqing floated over, bringing Lin Xi to the well platform and offering her a handful of water. Are you giving this to me to drink? Yes, it's delicious, Qingqing replied. After drinking, Lin Xi found the well water sweet and refreshing, invigorating her spirit. It was truly good news that there was water in the space. She called for Lin Wu to join her. No, I don't want that. I want milk tea.
Ah,
Lin Wu rummaged through the storage for a long time but couldn't he find any, urgently needing Lin Xi to help. Lin Xi, feeling helpless, used her mental energy to fetch a cup of milk tea for the lazy little cub from the storage, discovering that the storage had expanded to the size of 10 football fields. Turning around, she gently asked the clever and capable Ching Ching, "Can you drink?" "Oh no, I can't," came Ching Ching's dejected voice. Lin Xi extended her hand, allowing Ching Ching to rest in her palm. "You're such a good girl, Ching Ching. If you find something you like in the storage, just help yourself. In a few days, shall we find another place for you to gather energy?" "Sounds good." The mist swirled in Lin Xi's palm, creating a delicate whirl. After soothing the little one, Lin Xi led Lin Wu out of the dimensional space. After a lengthy search online, she decided that their next destination would be the Changbai Mountain Nature Reserve. Turning around, she caught sight of Lin Wu puffing out its cheeks, engrossed in its tablet while indulging in bubble tea like a youth addicted to the internet. The cup of bubble tea lay beside it, occasionally lifted for a sip, while the tablet rested on its belly, its paws bustling with activity, and its tail swaying playfully. Lin Xi felt a surge of irritation, unable to bear the sight of its carefree demeanor. She leaned over and pinched its cheek, tugging at a soft mound of flesh.
wow.
Woo, it's only been a few days, and I see your eyes becoming smaller. Is it possible that the extra flesh is squeezing your eyes shut? Let me tell you, little kittens cannot simply eat and sleep day after day. They will turn into little balls, and that is quite unhealthy. Starting tomorrow, you must regulate your diet, eat less, exercise more, and consume more vegetables than meat.
Ow, ow.
Lin Wu shook its head, grumbling. How annoying. Let go. Don't you know that little kittens need to gain a bit of weight to be cuter? Silly human. You can do it too. What on earth do you do online every day? Lin Xi was quite curious.
Ow.
Mind your own business. Lin Wu puffed out its neck defiantly, its left cheek bearing the mark of resistance, and the right cheek reflecting rebellion. Humph. I absolutely loathe humans who lack boundaries. You have no right to invade my privacy. Oh, really? You and your privacy? What if I invade it? Go on, bite me if you can. Lin Xi teased, poking it down with her finger.
Ow, ow, ow.
I'm going to bite you. Lin Wu was so infuriated that it tossed aside the tablet and lunged at Lin Xi, determined to compete with her. Chapter 12. The stockpiling plan commences. After 2 days of rest, as Lin Xi prepared to set off for Changbai Mountain, she received a call from Lin Xi, informing her that all her shares had been confirmed at a transaction value of 11 billion. She could sign the contract upon her return. Lin Xi resolved to return to the coastal city first to finalize the share matters. Upon arriving at the villa, it was already evening. After confirming the signing time for the next day, Lin Xi instructed the security guards to keep everyone else at bay. The following day, in the conference room on the 58th floor of the Lin Xi building, Lin Xi arrived early. Leaning against the window in her father's former office, she gazed down at the bustling streets below, where crowds flowed and vehicles darted, merchants clamored, creating a vibrant scene. But alas, time was fleeting. As a leading enterprise in the industry, Lin Xi Group's shares promised a bright future. The deal price was not particularly high. Indeed, it could be considered somewhat low, with most members of the Lin and Wen families participating in the signing appearing quite pleased. In truth, had it been sold to a fund company, the price would have soared even higher. Yet, who could blame Lin Xi for wanting to pull a fast one on these two families? After all, they had emptied their coffers to gather such funds. The beautiful and kind-hearted Miss Lin was, of course, inclined to indulge them. Lin Xi raised her glass to toast them from afar, sincerely wishing they would not regret their decision. The 11 billion from the sale of shares, coupled with 6 billion from the sale of properties and shops, after deducting taxes and legal fees, left Lin Xi with 98 billion. Adding her dividends accumulated over the years. After expenses, the total reached 105 billion. Previously, she had contacted her father's friend, Michael, in America, asking him to recommend reliable managers, and established over a dozen companies for procurement across various states. Now, Lin Xi began transferring funds to each company for warehouse rentals and ordered goods according to her list. The variety of agricultural products she procured was extensive, not merely limited to rice and wheat. For instance, soybeans could supplement plant protein. In an apocalypse where food was scarce, many would suffer from starvation, but a handful of soybeans could alleviate that issue. They could also be sprouted, becoming a luxury in such dire times. Cotton was another example. Even in a return to agrarian society, it could be woven into coarse cloth, preventing anyone from going bare. It could be fashioned into cotton clothing and quilts, saving countless lives. Corn, too, served dual purposes as food and feed, being inexpensive and suitable for bulk purchases. While Lin Xi herself had no immediate need for these, the forthcoming 9 years of the apocalypse would witness the emergence of numerous new weapons and energy sources, requiring substantial resources for exchange. In addition to various agricultural and livestock products, the procurement also encompassed outdoor supplies, pharmaceuticals, and medical equipment. Energy and vehicles were handled by a separate company, which could liaise with Lin Xi at any time. 50 off-road vehicles were to be acquired, with stringent requirements for powerful engines, high clearance, and bulletproof construction. All tires were to be replaced with materials that could withstand high temperatures and extreme cold, as the searing heat of the apocalypse would render ordinary tires to mush. Lin Xi insisted that if such tires were unavailable, they should be custom-made, with all vehicles stocked with spare parts at a ratio of 1:5. 10 mobile homes. 3 Modelo Conqueror 88s, 4 Unimog 44s, and 3 Ford F-150s were also included. The first 2 options were sturdy and comfortable but overly conspicuous. The latter, while performing well, was relatively understated, suitable for emergencies. Speaking of low profile, it was indeed necessary to stock some of the legendary Chinese vehicles. All mobile homes were to be outfitted with the latest ultralight bulletproof materials, equipped with double-layer insulation, and their tires and chassis required to withstand high temperatures and extreme cold while being bulletproof, with all unnecessary decorations removed for practicality. The electrical systems of the mobile homes, particularly the air conditioning, had to be suitable for environments ranging from -70 to +70 degrees. If not feasible, they would need to be custom designed. 200 motorcycles and mountain bikes, with the same tire requirements, were also part of the plan. Although all vehicles were not particularly expensive, the modifications were projected to cost at least 5 billion. However, there were certain items that could not be conveniently listed, which would have to wait until the time came. After all, she was someone with the ability to become invisible. Wasn't it possible to acquire them for free? Once Lin Xi had arranged matters abroad, she contacted a travel agency to prepare for her flight to Changbai Mountain in 2 days. Lin Wu dragged its 800-meter-long bed into Lin Xi's bedroom, a sight painful to behold. Upon seeing Lin Xi finish her tasks, it brightened up, bouncing over to her, nuzzling against her. "Ah Wu, you've abandoned me. Look how dirty I've gotten." Lin Xi ruffled it from tail to head but could not decipher what it wanted. "Shall I call Annie to give you a wash?"
No. No.
Lin Wu stretched its body, its hopeful eyes fixed on her. "I want to wash that. What is it called?" "What is it called?" "That spa place." Lin Wu pointed at its enormous bed. "What spa place?"
Ah, so it was the spa.
Lin Xi regarded it with mixed feelings. Since her return, she had been preoccupied with worries, never having a moment of peace. Yet this little creature was adapting day by day, indulging in food, fun, and browsing videos online. And now it wanted a spa? She hadn't even felt like pampering herself. Should she agree? Or should she not? Ultimately, it wouldn't be long before it was done. She might as well satisfy its whim. The happier it was now, the more it would feel the loss later. As she stepped out, she happened to run into Han Zi, who this time dared not accompany Lin Yuan. "Lin Xi, how have you been?" Han Zi's expression was somewhat complex. He felt that the girl before him was somehow different from before. His family had urged him to maintain a good relationship with her, even if she was domineering and willful, merely because of her shares. Yet, back then, she would not have ignored his presence. Now, she had lost her greatest support. She seemed to have nothing left. Still, out of respect for their past, he was willing to come and see her. Nothing left?
What do you mean by that? Come.
Let us recite. "The billionaire heiress, please take your leave and do not look back." Lin Xi gazed at him, feeling a sense of bewilderment. "Han Zi, let us speak plainly. Do not feign deep emotions. Can you truly believe it yourself?" Han Zi's expression was one of cold indifference. "Do you think everyone is like you, solely driven by money? I have come here, out of regard for our past, to inquire about the troubles you are facing. Why have you sold all your shares?" Lin Xi's heart momentarily halted. It was no wonder she felt something was amiss. She had overlooked the Han family, failing to ensnare them in her plans. The fact that he had come to pry into her affairs was exasperating. She casually retorted, "The shares were left to me by my father. I had a dream in which he urged me to liquidate them, so of course, I complied." With that, she turned and skipped into the garage, disinterested in further conversation. With Lin Wu following suit, Han Zi watched as the SUV roared away, his face contorted with frustration. How could someone who had lost their support still act so arrogantly? Chapter 13. Shearing the Sheep. Lin Xi and Lin Wu entered the pet shop, greeted with an enthusiastic welcome. Lin Wu, the center of attention among the young ladies, basked in the adoration. Boss Song maintained his ever-cheerful demeanor. "It seems Wu truly enjoys our services. I noticed last time that she relishes a lively atmosphere, quite unlike ordinary cats. Does she feel lonely or unhappy when at home?" Lin Xi hesitated, unsure of how to respond. What could she say? Did she dare to admit that Wu was quite content engrossed in her tablet, detesting interruptions?
I understand.
If a cat is timid, it is advisable to keep them at home for their security. But for a lively spirit like Wu, Miss Lin, with your busy schedule, it is perfectly fine to bring her here. Our young ladies adore her. Indeed, Lin Wu's favorite pastime was to revel in flattery. Lin Xi decided to overlook it. After all, a child enjoys a few compliments. Without further ado, she spent 50,000 to acquire a full annual package, which included transportation services. Observing Lin Wu lost in a haze of sweet talk, Lin Xi shook her head and resolved to indulge in the most luxurious spa treatment, especially since her package card was readily available. Ultimately, Lin Xi refrained from meeting anyone from the Lin or Wen families. Regardless of the reasons behind their burgeoning ambitions, she was disinclined to engage. Firstly, she wished to conserve her time and energy. Secondly, she feared her uncontrollable urge to inflict harm. With a delightful aroma enveloping her and Lin Wu, they wandered through a high-end boutique, acquiring an array of cosmetics and new garments. The store packed everything up and delivered it to her car, filling it to the brim. Upon returning to the villa and having dinner, Lin Xi leisurely packed her belongings, mindful of maintaining discretion. After all, when embarking on a journey, packing was essential. However, the important and cherished items had long been stowed away in her space.
Click, click.
Lin Xi looked up, seething with anger. Lin Wu, no lounging on the sofa with chips. Go, eat downstairs. The crumbs scattered everywhere, even adorning her furry belly. Do you believe I will confine you outside today? Reluctantly, Lin Wu set down the chips, stretched, and brought a towel to Lin Xi. Lin Xi wiped her down from head to tail, only relenting when her patience wore thin. The travel agency had arranged a private jet, assigning a dedicated guide to coordinate with Lin Xi, although a commercial flight was an option. Lin Wu was a hassle. She refused to be transported in the cargo hold and was unwilling to remain in the space for an extended period, especially since they would likely be in Changbai Mountain for a month. Upon entering the mountains, the drop in temperature was palpable, necessitating thicker clothing. Lin Xi's plan was to spend a week with the guide, familiarizing herself with the terrain, before settling into a hotel, allowing everyone to perceive her as merely vacationing. Riding a motorcycle clad in leather at night, she still felt the chill. Utilizing her fire abilities, she dispelled the cold enveloping her. This was the advantage of her fire-based powers, fearless of the cold and remarkably resilient to heat. Ching had been eager in the space, and upon receiving Lin Xi's permission, a plume of white mist surged into the sky, dispersing wherever it could. On the journey to find meteorites, they traversed desolate paths, and without Ching's guidance, they might have lost their way in the wilderness. After a night spent searching, they only found a few meteorites the size of pebbles, hardly sufficient to satisfy Ching's appetite. During the day, Lin Xi set up a tent and summoned Lin Wu from the space. Together, they enjoyed 2 large bowls of ginseng chicken noodle soup, preparing to replenish their energy with rest. She repeatedly instructed Lin Wu to guard the tent diligently, warning her not to let any wild beasts carry it away while she slept. After so much admonition, Lin Wu, ears flopping and head shaking, expressed her impatience. "I've told you, I understand. I will keep watch. It's not hard." Fine. Whether reliable or not remained to be seen. It was undeniably taxing. A whole night of driving, riding, walking, and climbing had drained both her strength and energy. As soon as Lin Xi closed her eyes, she fell into a deep slumber, waking only in the afternoon. The mountains darkened early, and with the cover of night, Lin Xi resumed her endeavors with Qingqing. Half a month slipped by, yielding 5 large and numerous smaller meteorites, with Qingqing's mist thickening to near solidity. Lin Xi probed her spiritual energy into the space, discovering that a creek had widened to a meter. Recalling the distant mountains, she wondered if she could venture to view them, only to realize she could see the summit of one peak clearly. It turned out that while her physical body could not traverse to that side, her spiritual energy could explore the mountain's conditions. However, something felt amiss. The lake atop the mountain was not large, yet it appeared strangely familiar. Upon closer inspection, she was astonished to find several hot springs. Qingbao, can you believe it? You've brought these in as well. How could this child gather everything into the space? What would happen to the outside world once she was done? Would it not disrupt the ecological balance? Qingqing, who usually appeared at her summons, took a while to flutter down into her palm. Just a little, just a little. Faced with such an adorable Qingqing, what could Lin Xi do? She gently poked Qingqing. Tell me, what else do you desire? I will take you to find more treasures. For the space to achieve a harmonious cycle of the 5 elements, it required metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Whether through jade or meteorites, all served as energy, supporting the elemental flow.
Yet,
the space needed substantial resources to sustain these foundational elements. Qingqing felt a twinge of guilt. Her once serene paradise had transformed into a space that required nurturing, and she feared her current master could no longer afford it. Fear not, my child. You merely wish for a few elemental items. Is it not a trivial matter? Qingbao need not worry. I can guide you to find an abundance. You can sense the conditions outside the space, provided the impact is minimal. Domestically, you may gather a little. Next month, we shall travel abroad together, where you shall surely amass plenty, shall we? Lin Xi, ever cautious not to frighten her, spoke soothingly. Qingbao, still too delicate, lacked the resilience of Lin Wuwu. The mist was now bubbling with excitement. Yes, yes. After spending another 10 days in the mountains, Lin Xi returned to the hotel to rest. She also contacted the largest local specialty store, rented a warehouse, and made bulk purchases of ginseng, mink fur, deer antlers, and various medicinal herbs. The space is increasingly improving, Qingbao informed Lin Xi, stating that with just a little more energy, she would be able to move freely within a radius of 100 zhang, which is more than 300 meters. Lin Xi smiled as she adjusted her itinerary, elevating the curly hair kingdom to the top of her list. After all, that museum boasts over 8 million artifacts, with more than 20,000 items hailing from the flower kingdom alone. After a week of rest, Lin Xi stored all the supplies from the warehouse into the space and returned to Haisher. Chapter 14. Qingbao Snacks. With visas from various countries already arranged, Lin Xi was ready to embark on her journey abroad at any moment. However, this time, Lin Wuwu had to obediently remain in the space. A woman accompanied by a cat would undoubtedly attract attention, leaving a lasting impression. The most crucial aspect of this trip was to maintain a low profile, ideally blending in with the crowd. Lin Xi styled her hair back, donning a loose-fitting dark gray hoodie on top, paired with deep blue jeans and black combat boots, while carrying a khaki coat in her hand as she pushed her luggage onto the airplane. The flight was set for 12 hours and Lin Xi lay back, closing her eyes to rest, yet she did not miss out on the beverages and meals, even requesting an extra serving as she truly hadn't eaten enough. The plane landed at night, and she took a taxi to her hotel to settle in. On the first day, she refrained from rushing to the museum, instead visiting the Tower Bridge and Han Palace first. It was only on the second day that she made her way to the museum, lingering for an extended time in both the Western and Eastern galleries. In truth, she was consulting with Qingbao on the menu. Is this acceptable? Is this from the West? Oh, they all possess spiritual energy. Even the West has it. Hiss, the child is drooling. Qingbao, can you swallow the spiritual energy and leave the items behind? Like this? A painting swiftly turned black, as if it had oxidized upon being unearthed. Lin Xi stealthily stepped back, pondering. Not quite right. You need to leave some energy for them to last a couple of days. By then, we'll board the plane and depart. Lin Xi was well aware of the investigative methods employed. In the event of an issue, the backgrounds of everyone present at the scene would be scrutinized, along with their recent movements and financial transactions. If it were a one-time affair, Lin Xi was confident that no one would trace her. However, as she intended to visit other locations, if investigators discovered she was present at all the sites of incidents, she would become a blatant target, inviting scrutiny upon herself. She could not withstand such scrutiny, especially with numerous tasks left unfinished. Before a mask, mist gently swirled about, with no alteration to the mask itself. Qingbao. Did this energy get swallowed? Yes, for 2 days. Excellent. Let us maintain that level. It must not be less than 2 days. Time to eat. The mist, invisible to others, spread out, as those glass covers were no obstacle for Qingbao. Before long, Lin Xi sensed that Qingbao was now 100 meters away from her, indicating that Qingbao's range of activity had indeed expanded to over 300 meters. Lin Xi wandered through the museum for most of the day, ensuring she explored every corner, merely pausing at restricted areas as if to rest her feet, when in reality, she was sending Qingbao inside. After purchasing a few cultural and creative products, she finally left the museum. In the afternoon, she strolled along the walls of Han Palace, hoping that Qingbao could obtain a fair share of snacks, relying solely on luck. Before long, a mist floated back, trembling as it approached. Time to sleep. The curly hair kingdom truly was relentless. Look at how it had overindulged the child. After 2 months of arduous trekking, Qingbao had never complained of being stuffed. On the 3rd day, Lin Xi continued her itinerary, visiting the cathedral, snapping photographs, and purchasing souvenirs, embodying the image of a typical tourist. Early on the 4th day, she boarded a flight to the Wine Kingdom. Her hair casually draped behind her, she wore a fitted white turtleneck sweater, paired with blue skinny jeans and sneakers, topped with a loose coffee-colored woolen coat, cinched at the waist to accentuate her figure, exuding both elegance and comfort. 3 hours later, Lin Xi found herself seated at a seafood restaurant in the Wine Kingdom, ordering the renowned grilled seafood platter, featuring mussels, lobster, fresh squid, and fried potato shreds soaking in seafood broth, accompanied by tuna steak and St. Jacques scallops. Paired with red wine, Lin Xi relished her meal, packing an entire takeaway for Lin Wuwu before leisurely returning to her hotel. Glancing at her phone, she noted there were no significant news updates, indicating that all was quiet for the moment in the curly hair kingdom. Upon returning to her hotel, Lin Xi expertly inspected the room to ensure no hidden cameras were present before releasing Lin Wuwu from the space. Upon emerging, Lin Wuwu remained silent, sprawled on the sofa with a look of grievance. Having grown accustomed to its mischievous antics, Lin Xi found herself tenderly affected by such a pitiful display. She approached and gently stroked its head, lowering her voice. "What's wrong, my dearest Wuwu? Are you feeling down?" Lin Wuwu cautiously lifted its gaze. "Master, I promise to obediently listen to you in the future.
What?
Even though I feel quite useless, please don't keep me locked away in the space." Lin Xi pulled it closer. "Did you think I was upset and kept you inside?" Lin Wuwu nestled sideways against Lin Xi's embrace, remaining silent. Lin Xi planted a firm kiss on its forehead. "Silly child. What are you thinking? I simply didn't want others to know." "Never mind. It's hard to explain to you. Remember, I would never be angry with you, my little Wuwu." "Who says our Wuwu is useless? I'll burn them." "Our Wuwu is the greatest." With that, Lin Wuwu gazed up at her, showering her with kisses, its mood gradually brightening. During these past few days alone in the space, it had been free to do as it pleased, initially relishing the solitude with food, drink, and animated shows, albeit without internet. However, as days passed, boredom set in, rendering everything uninteresting, and it found itself missing its master. Previously, it had never felt this way. During the times when its master was cultivating, it would play on its own. What was causing this melancholy this time? Could it be due to becoming an ordinary beast? "Look, I've brought you delicious food and packed it all for you. I treat you so well. How could I possibly be angry?" Lin Xi opened the takeout boxes, filling the coffee table to the brim. The aroma wafted to Lin Wuwu's nose, causing it to perk up. It swiftly jumped from Lin Xi's lap to the coffee table, pouncing on the delectable spread.
What?
"Be civilized. No one is competing with you. Don't get your fur dirty. Watch out for the broth." Lin Wuwu exclaimed. This is the feeling. A bit of joy and a hint of annoyance. In the afternoon, Lin Xi donned a backpack, placing Lin Wuwu inside, and rented a car to explore the area. The wines here were indeed exceptional. Lin Xi purchased over 10 boxes of Lafite wine and various cheeses, along with truffles and foie gras, pretending to load them into the car while secretly storing them in the space. She also took time to admire the enchanting flowers and the dazzling night scenery, irresistibly snapping photos to capture the romance and splendor of the city. Naturally, she had her sights set on the Lulu Palace Museum and the Palace of Versailles, expecting to find treasures within, though Qingbao had yet to awaken. Chapter 15. The Energetic Well Water. On the second day in the Wine Kingdom, news began to circulate online regarding the Curly Hair Kingdom Museum.
Shock?
The museum has faced severe oxidation of countless cultural treasures due to improper management. Is it a conspiracy or an internal betrayal? What is the true story? What transpired overnight at the museum? How should severely oxidized artifacts or artworks be restored? Did the museum's security system cause damage to the collection due to improper handling? With losses exceeding billions, will the insurance company cover the claims? The devil has descended. The museum has encountered the most bizarre incident in history. The authorities of the curly-haired nation have dispatched police, experts, and the intelligence agency to conduct a joint investigation into this peculiar event. Meanwhile, Lin Xi is savoring a delightful breakfast of salad, coffee, poached eggs, salmon, and buttery croissants. Lin Wuwu enjoys a generous bowl of beef noodles, accompanied by a plate of braised beef and a cup of milk tea. It turns out that the imposing Megatron has a taste for floral delicacies, which is quite endearing. During the days of waiting for Qingbao to awaken, Lin Xi, embodying the essence of a typical tourist, visited iconic landmarks such as the Iron Tower, the Nana River, the Notre Dame Cathedral, and the Arc de Triomphe. She also took Lin Wuwu to Disneyland, where it could barely be considered a little child. Lin Wuwu was overwhelmed by the immense joy, never having imagined that humans could have such fun. Having never experienced such wonders, it could not get enough of each attraction. Lin Xi quickly found herself regretting the decision, wishing she could set it all ablaze.
Tom.
Yes, Tom. Fine, it had seen Tom and Jerry before. The character from television had transformed into a real presence, and the little Lin Wu eagerly approached the giant mascot to greet it, truly a sight to behold. Lin Xi, dragging her weary body behind, spent 3 whole days at Disneyland. For 3 days, she contemplated burning everything down. Yet Lin Wuwu, still longing for more, urged Lin Xi to incorporate Disneyland into her space.
Ha ha ha.
Can you guess whether I did? Of course not. In the midst of Lin Xi's torment and Lin Wuwu's exuberance, Qing finally awoke. Undoubtedly, they set off towards the magnificent Lulu Palace Museum and the Palace of Versailles. 2 days later, as Lin Xi drove towards Mount Ars, the tumultuous affairs of the wine nation had nothing to do with her. Mount Ars, crowned with perpetual snow, is also the source of many great rivers in the west, with its water sources and vegetation being dear to Qingbao's heart. Moreover, there were no psychological burdens here. The only concern was to avoid excessive harvesting to evade satellite detection. Qingbao adored this place, relishing the freedom to gather. The snow atop the mountain had been thickly harvested, and even the massive rock formations were not spared. As for the natural water reservoir, even the fish therein were collected to her heart's content. Goodness, the space had transformed again. Lin Xi felt that Qingbao must be a little girl who enjoys dressing up. Of course, it was not solely due to the misty aura that made her resemble a girl with twin buns. Unlike ordinary little girls, Qingbao relished adorning her space. She would observe the outside world, and upon encountering her favorite floral dresses, such as snow-capped mountains, lakes, hot springs, and vegetation, even a mere rock formation would inspire her to embellish her realm. Casting a glance at Lin Wuwu, sprawled beneath the peace tree in deep slumber, Lin Xi could only think that this little girl was indeed fragrant, soft, and obedient. The peace tree had grown to 6 meters, standing tall and lush, like a guardian watching over the Qing stone courtyard. The Qing stone courtyard had expanded beyond recognition, resembling a vast Qing stone garden, now adorned with pavilions, corridors,
And floral gates.
The well platform had also widened, requiring steps to approach the well, whose crystal-clear water resembled a polished mirror. Lin Xi scooped up a generous mouthful, noting the distinct difference from the previous well water. The slight headache from frequent harvesting instantly vanished. Lin Xi was delighted. This well water proved to be immensely beneficial to her. She retrieved a 2-liter sports water bottle from the storage, filling it to the brim. Yet the water level in the well remained unchanged. It seemed that the space was no longer lacking in water, and Lin Xi decided to replace her daily drinking water with well water. After lingering in Mount Ars for nearly a month, she not only gathered an abundance of local delicacies such as hot pot cheese, potato cakes, and local sausages, but also stockpiled a fair amount, even if limited by availability. Nonetheless, she would have enough to enjoy for a long time. Indeed, Lin Wuwu had consumed her month's worth of floral nation delicacies. Furthermore, apart from the sausages, it refused to eat anything else. Finally arriving in the beautiful nation, Lin Xi felt a sense of harvest joy, for this place was significant. Upon disembarking from the plane, she spotted Michael's designated person holding a large sign and even a bouquet of flowers. As Lin Xi approached, he recognized her. Shuri. I'm not very good at recognizing people. Welcome. You can call me Aiden. Aiden took Lin Xi's suitcase and opened the car door. Thank you, Aiden.
My name is Lin Xi.
Lin Xi smiled and nodded. Aiden had curly brown hair and appeared very talkative and cheerful. Miss Lin, I know you've been on a nearly 10-hour flight, so you must be exhausted. I apologize, but you'll have to endure another hour before we reach our destination.
No worries.
I feel great. Lin Xi was not being polite. She had been drinking well water from her space throughout the journey, feeling no fatigue from the long flight. An hour later, the car stopped in front of a private villa. A tall, blonde-haired, blue-eyed man stepped out and gently embraced Lin Xi. Goodness, I can hardly believe it. In my mind, you were always just a little girl, and now you've blossomed into a young lady. That was Uncle Michael, a close friend of her father's. With his short-cropped golden hair and sun-kissed, healthy skin, appearing quite vibrant. Really? Uncle Michael, how come you still look so young and handsome? Seeing an old friend brought genuine joy to Lin Xi. Really? That's wonderful. Michael laughed heartily. They exchanged pleasantries, discussing recent lives, and after dinner, they delved into serious matters. Brian is a highly professional manager. We've been in business for quite some time. This time, I have entrusted your matters to him, and he will report to you tomorrow. However, Michael hesitated. To be honest, I don't quite understand your business direction. Import-export trade? You're still a novice. And the veterans in this industry won't allow you to waltz in so easily. Perhaps we can set aside your sales channels for now, as that is your trade secret. But your warehouse is overflowing with goods, only accumulating without any turnover, and your capital costs can only sustain you for so long? Michael took a deep breath, slowly exhaling. Child, you are now an adult and must take responsibility for your actions. I don't mean to interfere. I just want to tell you that business is not conducted in this manner. You can do better. Lin Xi's eyes reddened slightly. If her father were still around, would he also tell her, child, you can do better? But how could she explain to him that she was not in business at all? She was merely preparing supplies for the impending global apocalypse. Lin Xi opened her mouth, but in frustration, she realized that she had no words to say to this well-meaning person. All she could do was lower her head, concealing the complexity in her eyes. Uncle Michael, I promise I'll think seriously about it. Michael nodded, pondering that if his friend were still alive, he would never allow a young girl to recklessly navigate the business world. Chapter 16. Bulk Stockpiling. Brian arrived punctually at the villa the next morning at 9. Lin Xi, still adjusting to the time difference, greeted him with a yawn. Brian sported a head of neatly trimmed gray hair, his deep gray eyes reflecting a sense of contemplation. He was clad in a sophisticated deep blue suit adorned with fine stripes, exuding an air of elite professionalism. At that moment, his lips were tightly sealed, as if he were pondering something of great importance. Lin Xi, on the other hand, donned a loose-fitting athletic hoodie, white on top and black below, her hair styled into a casual bun, as she gazed intently at Brian's computer screen. It displayed the latest inventory list, 1,000 tons each of agricultural products such as cotton, soybeans, wheat, corn, rice, peanuts, and potatoes. Livestock products like beef, chicken, lamb, and pork were neatly cut into grades, with 200 tons of each. 50 tons each of salmon, tuna, cod, trout, pomfret, and yellow croaker were also listed. Among the vegetables, there were 50 tons each of pumpkins, lettuce, tomatoes, cabbage, carrots, and bell peppers. The cheapest bottled water, at 500 milliliters per bottle, was ordered by the 100,000, with 24 bottles per case. 100 tons each of white sugar, brown sugar, rock sugar, and salt were included. 1 ton each of cooking oil, olive oil, butter, soybean oil, and peanut oil rounded out the list. Additionally, there were 10,000 pieces of chicken and duck eggs, each containing 30 eggs. Of course, Lin Xi did not forget to include 10,000 cases of bagged 3-in-1 coffee, with 500 bags per case, a convenient source of energy, rich in sugars and fats, ideal for those engaged in combat. 50,000 cases of compressed biscuits, each containing 100 pieces, and 10,000 cases of chocolate, each weighing 5 kilograms, were also part of the procurement. Almonds, apples, oranges, citrus fruits, grapefruits, and blueberries were each ordered by the ton. Essentially, the purchases were made in accordance with Lin Xi's list. Although 100 billion sounded like a substantial amount, given her bulk purchasing, meticulous budgeting was still necessary. Food constituted the largest expenditure, consuming a staggering 15 billion. Next came clothing. Military standard all-terrain combat uniforms, including both long and short-sleeved t-shirts, boots, and belts, with 500 sets for each size, adjusted upwards by 5 sizes. 500 sets each of specialized work uniforms, biohazard suits, and radiation protection suits were also procured. Additionally, 500 sets each of insulated jackets and pants, as well as sun protective clothing, were included. 30,000 pieces each of thick cotton socks, all cotton underwear, and sports bras rounded out the clothing list. 1,000 sets of technologically advanced thermal long-sleeve shirts and pants were ordered, along with 1,000 pieces of long and short down jackets in black, gray, and khaki. 500 pieces each of cashmere sweaters and pants were also part of the inventory. 5,000 sets of sports hoodies for both men and women across all sizes were included, along with various styles of summer, winter, and spring-autumn attire. Lin Xi felt overwhelmed, her eyes nearly crossing from the sheer volume of information. She attempted to scroll to the end of the list, but despite her efforts, she found it impossible to reach the bottom. Decisively, she returned the computer to Brian, exclaiming, "I can see that you have done an excellent job. It is truly commendable that you managed to review the entire list and complete all the purchases." Brian nodded humbly, acknowledging, "Indeed, the variety of items is extensive, but fortunately, we have ample preparation time. However, the pressing issue at hand is the preservation of food items, which needs immediate attention. Additionally, we must consider the costs of warehouse rental and personnel maintenance. These are not insignificant expenses." This procurement task was peculiar for Brian, entirely deviating from conventional business practices. There was no turnover, only expenditure, and funds were required to maintain the freshness of goods with rather low profit margins. A mere calculation would reveal the substantial losses the young girl would incur while managing these commodities. Yet, this was of no concern to him. He was merely employed to oversee the purchasing of the goods. "You are absolutely correct. I share your sentiments," Lin Xi announced as she stood up. "Henceforth, the warehouses will be transferred in succession. Once the handover is complete, the cameras will be dismantled, personnel will vacate immediately, and the goods will be transported by the buyers. First and foremost, we shall begin with the agricultural products." Brian straightened his back and looked at her in astonishment. "Are you suggesting that these goods already have buyers? And that they can be transported immediately? That would require a considerable fleet." Lin Xi turned away, utilizing her mental prowess to focus on Brian. "Can you guess why I would spend 1 million beautiful coins to hire you? This sum is far above the market rate, is it not?" An inexplicable chill coursed through Brian. The price was indeed abnormal, and the stipulation was a secret between the two of them, not even to be disclosed to Michael. Yet, at the time Lin Xi proposed it, he accepted, for the offer was simply too generous. "Of course, it is because you are the best. Furthermore, I will grant you an additional 500,000 beautiful coins as a reward for your exceptional performance. All I require of you is to maintain your professionalism and keep your curiosity at bay. Can you manage that?" Her slow, enigmatic voice resonated in Brian's ears, laden with a threatening undertone. "Certainly, such is the essence of basic professional ethics. I shall do my utmost." Sweat began to bead on Brian's forehead. He surmised that Lin Xi intended to transport some illicit items under the guise of these goods for some unknown purpose. Oh dear, this was of no concern to him. He was merely a law-abiding manager. "Lin Xi, please rest assured. I will expedite the handover of the warehouses. That is splendid. Let us be on our way. Observing the girl before him, who was shouldering a backpack and cradling a plump cat, it felt as if the preceding events had merely been a figment of his imagination. The warehouses brimming with provisions seemed infinite. Counting and dismantling the cameras consumed 2 full days, and that was without the added burden of inspecting the goods. Fortunately, Qingbao lent a hand by allowing Lin Xi to share her mental perspective. In the misty expanse, wherever Lin Xi's mental energy could reach, she could perceive everything shrouded in fog. Once the transfer was verified, Brian eagerly ushered everyone away and informed Lin Xi that they needed to prepare for the next warehouse. Although Lin Xi did not fully grasp why he left in such a hurried manner, she was nonetheless pleased with his timely compliance. After confirming the absence of cameras in the warehouse, she mounted her mountain bike and followed Qingbao, swiftly clearing out the space in no time. The anxiety that had weighed heavily on Lin Xi's heart finally began to dissipate. These supplies were essential for survival in a post-apocalyptic world. Having secured the grains, the next step was to acquire meat, poultry, eggs, fish, vegetables, and fruits. The astute Qingbao, adept at learning new skills, had independently figured out how to disable cameras and had also taken a liking to the expansive shelves found in wholesale supermarkets, diligently arranging their warehouse to resemble a supermarket. The warehouse no longer utilized wooden shelves. They had all been replaced with stone shelves, appearing as though they had naturally grown from the warehouse itself. Concerned that Qingbao might not have enough stone stored, Lin Xi resolved to seek out additional resources. 13 warehouses, valued at 75 billion, were scattered across various states, encompassing all essential supplies for clothing, food, shelter, and transportation, with energy constituting only a minor fraction. Lin Xi intended to procure more energy from wealthier nations, as it would be cheaper at the source and would allow for additional savings. Chapter 17. Qin Yuanxi. With only 31 billion remaining, the weapons were still nowhere in sight. On the way to collect the warehouses, Lin Xi made a brief stop at Greenstone Park and the Colorado Grand Canyon. To her surprise, Qingbao even took an interest in magma. This was somewhat concerning. Which fine space would dare to meddle with magma? Are you certain that collecting magma won't lead to any issues? Lin Xi asked, her worry palpable. Qingbao eagerly replied, yes. I used to have some, but then it vanished. Fine, if you want it, then so be it. It isn't exactly a desirable item. Just be cautious. If a volcano were to erupt, it probably wouldn't be blamed on us. Magma? Could it possibly represent fire among the 5 elements? Having pondered this, Lin Xi decided to go with the flow, holding onto the well water to alleviate the headache caused by the accumulation of too many items in her space. After spending 2 weeks in Greenstone Park, Lin Xi felt that the lake's water had receded by several inches by the time Qingbao left, thoroughly satisfied. The Colorado Grand Canyon was dotted with numerous massive rock formations, and it took several days for the mist to dissipate from a particularly large one, leaving Lin Xi dizzy for quite some time. Such an obedient Qingbao, who simply adored collecting stones, what could one do but indulge her? After 3 weeks of stone gathering, it appeared far more laborious than collecting magma. Once the stones were secured, they proceeded to gather supplies from the warehouse. The inventory included large, medium, and small generator sets, accompanied by 100 solar panels and photovoltaic panels. In addition to the built-in power equipment, there were 1,000 assorted batteries of various sizes. Outdoor gear such as snowmobiles, inflatable boats, tents, portable water purifiers, mountaineering boots, thermal hats, ice picks, multifunctional water bottles, cooking utensils, and stoves were also plentiful. Medications were purchased in bulk packages, those not yet divided into smaller portions, comprising a comprehensive range of anti-inflammatory, antipyretic, cough suppressants, analgesics, and chronic disease medications. This was complemented by various vaccines, serums, a full set of diagnostic equipment, and a complete array of treatment devices, including surgical instruments, ultrasound machines, and CT scanners, along with 10 hospital beds. Additional auxiliary equipment was procured according to the standards for establishing a hospital, along with some consumables. Lin Xi couldn't help but admire how meticulous Brian was. He was quite reliable in his endeavors. However, there had been some issues with the vehicles transferred at the end. Given the high demands for vehicle modifications, the 3-month timeline felt exceedingly tight. Regardless, Brian insisted on taking Lin Xi to inspect them. The The vehicle modifications were overseen by engineers from 3 manufacturing companies and a self-proclaimed master modifier named Andrew. Andrew was an eccentric individual who never collaborated with others, sometimes. Even when people offered him substantial sums to come to them, he remained unmoved. Yet, this time, involving the substantial modifications of 10 RVs, he approached them himself. Had it not been for his undeniable technical prowess and stellar reputation, Brian would have dismissed him as a fraud long ago. When Lin Xi arrived, several engineers were embroiled in a heated argument with him. He had rolled up his sleeves and was gripping a wrench, holding his own in the dispute. Brian's face darkened further upon seeing the exposed vehicle frames and scattered parts. He was distraught. "Hey folks, can anyone tell me what in the world is going on? This is my vehicle. The one I requested."
Don't tell me this is it.
Great, another person to add to the argument. Lin Xi dragged a chair over, propped her left leg on her right knee, and stifled a yawn. It was November, and it had been nearly 5 months since her rebirth. The constant hustle had left her quite weary. While the energy from the well water could strengthen her body, it did little to alleviate her mental fatigue. After a brief wait, Lin Xi, wishing to remain silent, picked up a steel pipe from the ground and struck it against the floor with a loud clang. The commotion caused everyone to pause and turn their attention to her. Gripping the pipe firmly at both ends, she bent it into a U shape, taking satisfaction in the startled and bewildered expressions around her. "Excellent. Adhering to the principle that I am the fiercest, and thus I have the right to speak," she declared. "I am here to reclaim my vehicle. Now, who'll explain this situation to me?" Brian pulled out a tissue to wipe the sweat from his brow.
Still not having the chance to speak.
Andrew rushed over, chattering incessantly. Lin Xi's expression darkened. She had no intention of engaging in further dialogue and was prepared to resort to more forceful measures.
Hey.
Suddenly, a figure emerged from beneath the vehicle, shouting, "Andrew." "Shut up." Reluctantly, Andrew closed his mouth with a heavy huff and stepped aside, sulking. The newcomer, a man of Asian descent with black hair and eyes, appeared to be in his 40s, standing just under 6 feet tall. His oversized work attire hung loosely on him, and he wore black-rimmed glasses. His demeanor scholarly and out of place among the others. I apologize. Andrew meant to say that, that part is essential. Would it be too much trouble to, request that you restore it?" This situation was becoming somewhat awkward. Lin Xi expressionlessly straightened the steel pipe, eliciting gasps from those present. Brian, both astonished and furious, asked, "And you are?" The situation had not only gone awry, but now felt threatening. He was deeply concerned about the repercussions from his employer regarding his and his family's safety. The man adjusted his glasses and replied, "Actually, I am Andrew's assistant." Brian retorted, "Do you take me for a fool?" Lin Xi interjected, "Do you think I believe you?" She continued to scrutinize him, feeling an uncanny sense of familiarity. "What is your name?" After a moment's hesitation, he replied, "You may call me Nathan." "I meant, what is your name in Chinese?" "Qin," Andrew shouted. "His name is Qin. Qin Yuanxi." "Be quiet." Qin Yuanxi glared at him. As it turned out, it was him. During the 9 years of the apocalypse, he was an expert in developing new materials. It was said that he had been trapped in a beautiful country and faced numerous hardships upon returning home, leaving him with injuries that rendered him disabled. Even with the presence of healers among the superpowered, he was ultimately unable to stand. He was also the lover of her mother. The Lin Xi Group began as a small company established by Wen Qinya and him. After successfully developing a patented material that could significantly impact the industry, the Wen family sought to monopolize it. Ignoring Wen Qinya's vehement objections, they expelled him from the company, fearing they would struggle to survive. They sought the Lin family for financial backing, yet both parties remained at an impasse regarding share distribution. The final resolution was a marriage between the two families, with their offspring serving as the vehicle for the shares. When Qinya refused to comply, but she had a weakness. Qin Yuanxi was sent abroad, and only by her marrying and bearing children could he live freely and safely. Lin Xi remained silent for a moment before speaking. "Brian, I recall you mentioning that everyone has been working tirelessly, and you intended to treat them to coffee." Brian flashed a standard smile. "Oh, of course. Folks, how about we go grab a cup of coffee?" They found a quiet corner where Lin Xi and Qin Yuanxi sat across from each other, each with a cup of coffee before them. Qin Yuanxi appeared quite reserved. "I apologize. Andrew's temper is quite dreadful, but his skills are unparalleled. Lin Xi gazed at the man before her, her emotions tumultuous. Was it because of you that he was willing to modify my vehicle?
Why?
Please don't misunderstand. I did not intend to intrude upon your life. In truth, if you had come after the completion, you wouldn't have seen me here. Qin Yuanxi glanced at her, his hands tightly clasped. Lin Xi observed him quietly. The man before her slowly began to merge with the figure from her mother's most cherished necklace.
Sore.
He stammered, becoming increasingly flustered as he lifted his coffee cup. Lin Xi's emotions gradually stabilized, regaining her composure. You need not apologize. It is our family that owes you an apology. You have done nothing wrong. They took everything from you, your career, your beloved, and even forbade you from returning to your own country. Qin Yuanxi looked up in astonishment, shaking his head and murmuring, but you are the most innocent one. Lin Xi smiled faintly. Perhaps the coldness embedded in the Lin family's genes had instilled in her a desire for familial bonds, yet she never sought them forcefully. She loved me. I have known that since I was very young. At times, she exhibits kindness towards me, yet at other moments, I ponder if she is simply torn within herself, for she harbors affection for you as well. Her benevolence towards me may evoke within her a sense of betrayal towards you. Life has not been easy for her. Perhaps it is only in your presence that she finds genuine joy. Subsequently, guilt compels her to make amends with me. Qin Yuanxi gazed blankly at the girl before him, so composed, uttering words that pierced the heart with sorrow. It's nothing. I'm doing quite well, better than many. Lin Xi lifted her coffee cup and took a sip. Were it not for the impending apocalypse, her life would be even more splendid. Qin Yuanxi found himself at a loss for words. Could he offer consolation? He felt unworthy of such a role, wishing instead for an opportunity to compensate this child in some way. Lin Xi, eager to divert the conversation, remarked, "We must return to the matter at hand. Uncle Qin must be engaged in research work. What brings you here?" The mention of Uncle Qin snapped his thoughts back to the present. Michael sought me out, as Lin Xi's standards for tires are exceedingly high, and the market lacks suitable materials. It was only when the team encountered Qin Yuanxi's paper that they recognized his patent could effectively address tire applications in extreme cold, extreme heat, and even ballistic conditions. However, this patent was not widely utilized due to exorbitant application costs, rendering it absent from the market. Thus, they approached the patent holder, Qin Yuanxi, who was preoccupied with his research and initially disregarded their efforts. The situation was reported to Brian and Michael. Knowing Qin Yuanxi's reputation, Michael sought him out privately, discussing the modified vehicles that belonged to Lin Xi and expressing hope that he would grant the team permission to utilize his patent. Upon learning of the situation, Qin Yuanxi took charge of the tire modifications and enlisted Andrew's assistance. While Andrew was well regarded, he often required novel materials that were not available on the market during modifications. Qin Yuanxi merely gave him a tour of his research facility and stipulated his terms. Andrew, coveting the innovative materials and eager to establish rapport with a master in the field, initiated a home service arrangement with Qin Yuanxi. However, as the group grew larger, the divergence of opinions became pronounced, resulting in frequent disputes among the technical experts. Naturally, throughout this process, various issues arose and were subsequently resolved. For instance, they improved battery efficiency to store more energy within the same volume. Additionally, while the vehicle body and tires were enhanced, it raised the question of whether the chassis required similar fortification. They transformed the vehicle modifications into a research project, growing increasingly exhilarated and creative, even exceeding Lin Xi's initial specifications, especially given the ample budget. Today, they encountered yet another minor issue. When discussing his area of expertise, Qin Yuanxi shed his earlier gloom and radiated enthusiasm. Rest assured, we will not exceed the budget, and I possess ample savings to contribute as well. Lin Xi glanced at him, not fully comprehending but feeling reassured. With so many experts working without regard for costs and incorporating the latest materials, the modified vehicles would undoubtedly surpass expectations in durability. Nonetheless, they could not be allowed to run wild. It was imperative to rein them in. The spare tires and motorcycles need not be affixed to the rear of the vehicles. They should be stored separately, and should the need arise, I will arrange for their installation. Everything else is satisfactory, necessitating no significant alterations. The timeline is a maximum of 1 month. I intend to take this batch of vehicles. Is that agreeable? Receiving an affirmative response, Lin Xi felt at ease. Uncle Qin, you need only oversee matters here. There are so many people involved. No need for you to get your hands dirty. Qin Yuanxi felt elated at her calling him Uncle Qin, having believed the child would harbor resentment towards him. These are minor matters. We conduct our research hands-on. Lin Xi casually inquired, are these durable tires and ultralight batteries your patents? Qin Yuanxi nodded, confirming, yes. They are merely durable little innovations. I had always longed to visit the desert. I presume you wish to see it as well? Not quite, Lin Xi replied, managing only a smile of acquiescence. In such extreme climates, provisions for water, electricity, and fuel are paramount. The air conditioning has been replaced with a custom model featuring a sandproof net, ensuring dependable operation. Furthermore, there is a vehicle-wide circulation system, designed by Andrew, capable of filtering out not just sand but even toxic gases. And seeing Lin Xi's keen interest, he added, I have some similar little inventions in my research facility. Would you care to take a look? I would love to. Lin Xi responded eagerly, arranging a visit to his research facility in 3 days. This man was indeed a veritable expert for the impending apocalypse. During these 3 days, Lin Xi did not wander far, choosing instead to repose in her hotel. She reclined on the bed, quietly contemplating the supplies still lacking. The energy reserves were insufficient, although new energy sources would eventually emerge for an extended period. Gasoline and diesel remained irreplaceable. It would be prudent to stock a few yachts. Submarines? That was out of the question. They were too complex for just 2 people to operate. Perhaps in the future. Escape pods? There were provisions for those, ready to be collected. And I need several mobile villas, customizable to any desired layout and material, which could be deployed or retracted at will. I could even arrange a set in my space. Helicopters? Though they would be detected by mutated birds within a kilometer of the base, rendering them vulnerable, they might still prove useful at the onset of the apocalypse. Purchasing one would be imprudent. Fighter jets? What a joke. Their operational complexity is far too great, and without electronic assistance, they are rendered ineffective. Firearms, however, are reliable and must be prioritized. Arrangements for zero-cost acquisitions are in order. Of course, I must also ensure provisions for Qing Bao's little whims, especially her beloved museum. Chapter 19, Strange Little Inventions. But where could Qing Bao be? Perhaps it was due to recent indulgences that she had recovered well, often found mingling with Lin Wu, evoking a sense of inexplicable concern within Lin Xi. After searching around, she found nothing. The child must be up to some mischief. Heart racing, Lin Xi rose to another room. The television played animated shows as the 2 little ones sat side by side, engrossed in a tablet. Lin Xi dashed over with lightning speed, seizing the tablet. Lin Wu tilted her head, scratching her face, looking adorably innocent. Are you hungry, shoveler? Lin Xi gazed at Qing Bao, who exclaimed, Yay! Before drifting away. Lin Xi smirked, raising the tablet in her hand. However, the password eluded her. She was unable to unlock it. Lin Wu, what mischief have you been up to change the password? Don't lead Qing Bao astray. Lin Wu took a step back, her expression forlorn. Shoveler, how could you say such a thing? What is the point of my existence? I might as well perish. With that, she dramatically fell onto the bed. What on earth has this child been watching? Is it filled with such theatrics? Lin Xi pondered. Is the world so merciless in its influence on children? The time for her appointment with Qin Yuanxi arrived swiftly, and Lin Xi presented herself, as promised. Qin Yuanxi's research facility was situated within an industrial area comprising low-rise buildings, the tallest among them reaching a mere 3 stories, with 3 additional subterranean levels. Numerous research facilities surrounded this locale, each housed within small white buildings complemented by modest factories. Qin Yuanxi introduced her, explaining that the factories belonged to the various research establishments. Primarily utilized for the initial manufacturing endeavors following the development of new products, the facility occasionally sees members borrowing from one another. The Research Institute boasts an exhibition hall, showcasing a plethora of samples for display. Lin Xi, however, harbors little interest in items with excessive technological sophistication, as they are of no practical use to her. Instead, She finds herself captivated by seemingly trivial gadgets, which are often deemed useless solely from the researcher's perspective. For instance, there exists a novel thermal insulation material designed for clothing. Garments crafted from this material can indeed maintain a constant body temperature of 26 degrees Celsius, but they would only be worn in the frigid expanses of Antarctica. After all, it remains a mere semi-finished product with somewhat rigid textures, uncomfortable compared to truly cozy attire, and is available only in black, leading to its rejection by the market due to its lack of tactile appeal and aesthetic allure. I can only surmise that it must be exorbitantly priced. Lin Xi felt as though the sky had turned blue. This alone was enough to make her feel as if her visit had not been in vain. What a jest! At -70 degrees, who cares about tactile sensation and appearance? Upon learning that there were still 100 sets available, regardless of size, she declared she would take them all, fabric included. Such a rare find for 1,000 beautiful coins each. Quite a bargain. Professor Qin. You know we need to retain a bit of stock. Lin Xi shot an unkind glance at the individual who had interrupted her. Who dares to obstruct her hoarding? A rather tall figure, likely around 185 centimeters, with broad shoulders and a commanding presence, clad in a white research uniform. His muscular build was not overtly apparent, yet one could sense his latent strength. Oh, this is my student, Guanyu. Xiao Gu, meet my family member, Lin Xi. Guanyu possessed deep-set eyes and a buoyant smile. Hello, Miss Lin. Lin Xi merely huffed coldly and turned away. She found Guanyu's demeanor off-putting, feeling he did not quite embody the essence of a researcher. Nevertheless, it was not surprising to find such individuals surrounding Qin Yuanzi. If they perceived her merely as a temperamental heiress, so be it. That would serve her well. Qin Yuanzi waved Guanyu off, signaling him to depart. Lin Xi's interest piqued once more. Uncle Qin, what other intriguing items do you have? Qin Yuanzi chuckled as he led her to explore further. The battery you replaced in your vehicle employs a technology akin to this. A battery the size of a shoebox can store 20 kilowatt-hours, sufficient to power an air conditioning unit for an entire night. This one must be purchased in full. And there is a mini heater that can connect to the battery. Though small in size, it boasts considerable power, effective over 100 square meters. It was designed for use in my research institute after a power outage during a heavy snowstorm. Constructed from aerospace-grade remnants, its quality is exceptional, albeit its utility is somewhat limited. Limited utility? Only 10 units? I'll take them all. What about a wristwatch-sized sonic detector? Or goggles equipped with thermal imaging? Or a portable oxygen generator? It can pair with a biohazard protective suit? Lin Xi's confusion deepened. Why did it all seem so applicable to a post-apocalyptic scenario? This is not something we manufactured ourselves. Qin Yuanzi retrieved a box from the office safe. With a curious gesture, Lin Xi opened it, only to discover a firearm within, a Colt M2000, accompanied by 2 boxes of ammunition. This is not like back home. As a young woman roaming about, there are dangers. Even if you are strong, it is wise to carry a firearm for self-defense. Lin Xi was taken aback by this unexpected gift, feeling an inexplicable sense of gratitude. I will keep it safe. Thanks to Qin Yuanzi's influence, Lin Xi embarked on visits to several nearby research institutes, acquiring an assortment of peculiar building materials, embodying the persona of a whimsical yet affluent individual. She also encountered a variety of astonishing toilets, some capable of automatically producing fertilizer, others incorporating chemical agents for spontaneous evaporation, and even stainless steel models that can incinerate waste. How many of the fully stainless steel models do you have? I'll purchase them all. What? Semi-finished products. Cooling issues unresolved, requiring an hour's interval after each use? No matter, I'll take them all. Furthermore, there were colorful potions such as one that, when applied to the skin, transformed the user into a blue-skinned figure for 4 to 8 hours. It baffled her why anyone would research such things, but she concluded, I'll take them all. Observing Lin Xi akin to a carefree shopper, Qin Yuanzi beamed with delight. Provide me with your account details. I shall transfer some funds to ensure you can purchase freely without concern. Initially hesitant, Lin Xi reconsidered, viewing it as a means to help him stockpile supplies. She accepted, saying, Uncle Qin, I will repay you. Also, when do you plan to return home? If you do, I will let you choose a vehicle from my collection. The repaired ones. Qin Yuanzi paused, having not contemplated returning since when Qin Yi's passing, but now realized it was time to consider it. He had previously contacted Lin Xi, learning that she had relinquished all her shares to the Lin family and had ventured alone to the beautiful country. It was evident that, as a young girl, she had likely endured considerable bullying, yet she had never voiced her grievances. Observing the specifications for the vehicle modifications only confirmed how insecure she must have felt. He felt a deep sense of compassion for his daughter, yet was powerless to alter her circumstances. He could only strive to fulfill her requests to the best of his ability. If he returned, even if he could not offer monumental assistance, at least he could provide her with more care. Very well, it's settled. I shall seek you out upon my return. Chapter 20. Zhao Ziyong of this lifetime. Lin Xi spoke intentionally. Initially, she had set her sights on bringing Qin Yuanxi directly back home due to her admiration for his research. However, his work would only reach its full potential when placed in a higher context, requiring greater collaboration to yield greater value and save more lives. For her, these items were merely embellishments. She sought to facilitate Qin Yuanxi's return without arousing suspicion from him or anyone else. Perhaps there were others like him, equally valuable. In her rebirth, she had never considered protecting anyone else. What could she hope to achieve alone? But they were different, perhaps they could. A thought had lingered in her mind for quite some time. Perhaps it was time to make a decision. Time was of the essence. And Lin Xi hurried to the museum. To err on the side of caution, Qing Bao accompanied her, cloaking her in invisibility. Usually, she refrained from wasting spatial energy. But this occasion was different. She did not wish to be present on site. The world's largest museums had concurrently experienced significant issues, prompting heightened vigilance and security measures across all other institutions. Qing Bao enveloped Lin Xi in mist, rendering her invisible to passers-by. Lin Xi tested a thermal imaging camera, and indeed, nothing was detected. Her energy was also obscured by the mist. She sensed the principle at play. Qing Bao was a spirit of space, and its mist represented another dimension, capable of concealing her energy. This time, Lin Xi ran swiftly, darting through various exhibition halls. Qing Bao excitedly flitted and twirled around her, enveloping the entire venue in mist. An hour later, with Qing Bao's bounty secured, Lin Xi boarded a taxi and departed. She made her way to the largest yacht dealership in the area, selecting two models renowned for their speed, touted as the supercars of the sea in the realm of compact yachts. Once again, two yachts from the medium and large categories were selected, totaling a staggering 200 million. Amidst the respectful demeanor of the sales personnel, she ascended to the status of a top-tier member. The happiness arrived so abruptly. The owner of the yacht dealership personally poured her a glass of red wine, expressing that as the most esteemed patron. Oh no. The illustrious member, she was entitled to a complimentary supercar, in addition to an array of luxurious gifts for her yacht's interior. Lin Xi immediately expressed her disdain for the sports car, prompting the owner to perceptively exchange it for a smaller yacht, declaring that for the sake of their burgeoning friendship, he would incur a loss to ensure customer satisfaction, evoking a sense of entrapment for the wealthy client. Thus, Lin Xi found herself the proud owner of 7 fully fueled yachts. Unrelenting, Lin Xi ventured to a manufacturer specializing in mobile assembly housing. The entire structure was designed in a rectangular arc shape, available in 5 distinct models, the smallest being 20 square meters and the largest 100 square meters. The interiors boasted an array of smart home technologies, and should the space prove inadequate, multiple units could be combined, facilitating 2-story configurations or side-by-side arrangements. Naturally, the price was substantial. Lin Xi chose both the largest and the smallest options. She acquired 100 of the smallest as independent living quarters, compactly designed with bathrooms and kitchens to accommodate the complete needs of 2 residents. The largest, consisting of 20 units, would be combined into sets of 5, enhancing functionality while ensuring overall comfort. The exterior of the homes showcased a natural wood color, with one set outfitted with custom photovoltaic panels and incinerating toilets provided by Lin Xi. After finalizing the decorative details, she paid half the deposit, agreeing to delivery in 2 weeks. The total cost was 70 million, of which she initially paid 35 million, reflecting on how easily money seemed to slip away. She secretly contemplated that upon receipt of the goods, she would undoubtedly arrange a complete setup within the space. After several days of bustling activity, Lin Xi decided to grant herself a day of respite, to play with Qing Bao, indulge in some leisure, rejuvenate, and prepare to seek out that person. In a grove on the outskirts lay a wooden cabin, encircled by a wooden fence. Hidden within the fence were several surveillance cameras, with more nestled beneath the eaves. Despite its unassuming appearance, the cabin was equipped with the most advanced monitoring systems. At the slightest approach to the fence, the occupants of the cabin would receive immediate alerts and take aim with a sniper rifle. The man inside was Zhao Ziyong, a former elite special forces operative, perpetually teetering on the brink of danger in his missions. Until one fateful day, during a crackdown on drug traffickers, he disobeyed orders, transforming a wound into a fatality. When questioned, he remained silent, and thus deemed an unstable element. He was left with no choice but to depart. Yet Lin Xi understood the underlying reasons. Following the apocalypse, they had banded together to dismantle a gang of bullies, discovering a few bottles of foreign liquor which they celebrated with. He was a country boy, introverted and inexpressive. Upon his arrival, a comrade took it upon himself to look after him, insisting on forming a brotherhood. No one knew that this was his first friend. Later, that friend became an undercover agent and fell victim to the very one who had orchestrated his demise. Subsequently, that individual also caused the ruin of the friend's entire family. Given a chance, he would personally ensure that person's end. Upon returning home, he found his sister in dire need of financial support due to a congenital heart condition. Thus, he became a mercenary. He was formidable, gradually gaining renown while adhering to his principles. Until the apocalypse, after enduring countless hardships to return home, he discovered nothing but the clean skeleton of his sister. At that moment, Lin Xi encountered Zhao Ziyong, who resembled a mere shell of his former self.
Two souls,
Each bearing their own scars, found solace in one another, becoming both mentor and friend. Zhao Ziyong's demise came when he shielded Lin Xi from a fatal blow from a mutated willow tree. His last words echoed in her memory. "Oh, it hurts so much.
Don't cry.
In this broken world, I've long since had my fill of life, wishing only to be free." The past faded into obscurity as Lin Xi steadied her resolve, leaping into the small courtyard, raising her hands in a gesture of peace. "Old Zhao, do not fire. I come unarmed, a citizen of Huagua seeking your assistance." The door creaked open, revealing Zhao Ziyong, gun in hand, appearing significantly younger than Lin Xi remembered. Clad in a short-sleeved shirt, standing at 175 centimeters, his hair cropped short, his piercing gaze and square jawline devoid of the deep scar that would later mar his features. His muscular arms betrayed a readiness for action. "I do not accept jobs from Huagua," he barked. "This is private property. Leave." Lin Xi, hands still elevated, replied, "All right, I carry no weapons, I merely wish to speak." In this tense moment, Zhao Ziyong's wariness was palpable. "I only need a small favor. I don't require you to take on a job." Zhao Ziyong remained silent, disengaging the safety on his firearm. "Red egg. When you were 5, you received a red egg that you were loath to eat, only for a mouse to steal it from the second shelf of your cupboard, leaving you in tears for an entire day." Lin Xi spoke rapidly. Zhao Ziyong did not lower his guard, still poised for potential action.
Who are you? Who sent you?
"You told me," Lin Xi declared, resolved to speak the truth. In the presence of such a vigilant and seasoned mercenary, fabricating lies would surely be an exercise in futility. "You had better tell the truth. We are meeting for the first time." "Not true." Lin Xi met his gaze unwaveringly. "You informed me where I might find you. You revealed how to earn your trust. You stated you could discern truth from falsehood." Lin Xi raised an eyebrow. "I can prove it to you." Before her words had fully settled, Lin Xi leaned back, kicking the table aside, and drew a dagger from beneath it, whirling around to stab at Zhao Ziyong. He deflected her elbow, sidestepping to restrain her arm. Lin Xi relinquished her grip on the dagger, switching hands to thrust toward him, only to be met with resistance, her right leg delivering a fierce kick toward his shin. Zhao Ziyong retreated before seizing Lin Xi and forcefully throwing her to the ground. In that fleeting moment as she fell, Lin Xi deftly hooked her foot around Zhao Ziyong, drawing him closer, while her dagger sliced horizontally through the air. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, and Zhao Ziyong felt a chill run down his spine. This sensation was eerily familiar, and the girl's techniques mirrored his own. Some of the maneuvers he had adapted upon arriving in this beautiful land. modifying them to maximize their lethality while conserving energy based on the differences in his opponent's physiques. Yet, she executed them as if he had personally instructed her. Was this sparring merely a routine practice for her? Enough! Lin Xi exclaimed, rubbing her shoulder and muttering. Your strikes are still as heavy as ever. Zhao Ziyong instinctively replied. It's clear you haven't been training lately. Your skills are rusty. Lin Xi shot him an indignant glare. For reasons unknown, Zhao Ziyong felt a flicker of guilt. It made no sense. Had he lost a segment of his memory? When had this occurred? He found himself ensnared in a spiral of self-doubt. Well done, old Zhao, he thought. You've quickly concocted a rationale for yourself. Lin Xi cleared her throat and stated, well, you've said it yourself. Words can deceive, but feelings cannot, especially in combat. Zhao Ziyong's breath hitched. I still don't remember you. You claim I sent you to find me? What is it that you want? 2 matters. Very important matters. Lin Xi replied with gravity. First, I need to purchase 5 billion worth of arms, either in cash or gold. As for specifics, I'll leave that to your discretion. Besides the usual firearms, ammunition, grenades, and missiles, I also require weaponry capable of targeting large, swiftly moving ground and aerial targets.
Oh.
And it would be ideal to have vehicles that can defend against rapid strikes from both ground and air. That should cover it. Zhao Ziyong paused for a moment. How about supersonic missiles? Or nuclear weapons? Lin Xi pondered. Those wouldn't be out of the question. The more the better, though funds might be insufficient. Zhao Ziyong regarded her, astonished by her seriousness, and ventured. Why not just rob someone? Of course. Do you have an address or coordinates? Lin Xi smacked her forehead, realizing why she was considering spending money when she could simply take it. Zhao Ziyong stared at her as if she were mad. You're actually contemplating robbery? With what exactly? Have you lost your mind? What do you intend to do with all those weapons? Start a war? Declare hostilities? Who do you plan to fight? Lin Xi, visibly frustrated, took a deep breath. That's none of your concern. Besides, I won't be bringing any of it back to Huagua. You're aware of that, aren't you? You've certainly aided in intercepting arms shipments to Huagua, both overtly and covertly. Zhao Ziyong felt a jolt of dread. Disclosing such information would jeopardize his own safety, and he would never divulge that to this young woman. A flash of lethal intent flickered across his mind. He concealed it adeptly, but how well did Lin Xi truly know him? Stop thinking about killing me. It's futile. You can't kill me, she chided. My demands aren't high. Either secure a batch of arms for me, or provide me with the addresses of arms dealers. I'm merely doing a good deed here. You can rest assured it won't return to Huagua. Moreover, if you're planning to raid any arms dealer as hideout, count me in. Otherwise, I may withhold the second matter from you, which is of utmost importance. Zhao Ziyong felt utterly defeated. Had he regressed to the point where he couldn't even conceal his murderous intent? Irritably, he asked, and what is this second matter? Are you planning to blow up the earth? Lin Xi comforted him. Don't be disheartened. We're simply too familiar with each other. Most people wouldn't sense it. The second matter concerns your sister. The mention of his sister instantly put Zhao Ziyong on edge. Lin Xi met his gaze. Old Zhao, from now on, you must swiftly address your current affairs. Once December arrives, return to your homeland immediately and remain by your sister's side. Do not leave again. For 1 year, you must commit to this. I understand your fear of your identity causing her trouble. You can stay hidden in the shadows, but you must be near her. Otherwise, Lin Xi paused, her voice softening. Otherwise, you will regret it, even until your dying day. In her eyes, Zhao Ziyong saw an unshakable sorrow and compassion. Lin Xi knew, whether he believed it or not, that in this lifetime, Zhao Ziyong would return to his sister because he dared not take the risk. Thus, they would not repeat the tragic fate of the past. Chapter 22. Forced into a dark scheme. Zhao Ziyong composed himself and stepped outside, making a phone call to an unknown party, conversing for quite some time before returning to Lin Xi. After a moment of hesitation, he said, currently, there is indeed a batch available, of exceptionally high quality, valued at 800 million. However, it's acquired from someone else. There's no issue for personal use. But should you attempt to sell, the original owners could easily trace it back to you, which would lead to significant complications. Thus, it remains unsellable. You need to think this through. The asking price is 500 million. Lin Xi smiled. wearing an expression of knowing anticipation, cash, bank transfer, or gold. Zhao Ziyong rolled his eyes. Gold. Will that be sufficient for tomorrow's delivery? Rest assured, the delivery is not my concern. I'll merely handle the payment. However, if I were to seize this batch, would it affect you in any way? Lin Xi had an overwhelming desire to get something for nothing. Even if the local police were to interfere, it would merely be a case of dark dealings against dark dealings. Zhao Ziyong glared at her, his expression devoid of amusement. What a bold thought. If you wish to be pursued by a horde across the globe, by all means, try it. This shipment, originally destined for East Asia, was of military-grade quality. Had he not received timely intelligence and employed mercenaries to intercept it, a significant portion would have undoubtedly found its way to Huagua and neighboring countries. Now, multiple factions were investigating the shipment, and they couldn't hide for long. On the day before the transaction, Lin Xi donned a hood and altered her appearance, transforming into a young, blonde, Caucasian man. Wearing height-increasing insoles, she gained an additional 10 centimeters, and clad in a black hoodie, she blended seamlessly into the street. Zhao Ziyong also changed his attire, adopting the guise of a disheveled middle-aged man. They parked their vehicle outside an abandoned factory area, searching for a considerable time before finally spotting the group and the arms. The expansive warehouse was filled to the brim, and Zhao Ziyong withdrew several firearms to test their quality, which proved satisfactory. In truth, upon entering, Lin Xi had already utilized her mental prowess to share perspectives with Qing Bao, thoroughly inspecting each weapon beneath the packaging and removing all arms within to safeguard against any unexpected events. Lin Xi promptly handed over the gold. All right, the transaction is complete.
You may leave now.
We will handle the transportation of the goods ourselves. Zhao Ziyong's expression soured, but there was no time to intervene. A dozen mercenaries gazed at the gold in the briefcase with avarice. This transaction was alarmingly simple, and the gold had come too easily. They exchanged glances and began to disperse. Zhao Ziyong gripped his weapon tightly. There was a substantial cache of arms here, and firing a shot would be perilous. In reality, Lin Xi had never intended to let these individuals depart. It was only for Zhao Ziyong's sake that she refrained from voicing her intentions. By so readily relinquishing the gold, she sought to gauge the depths of their greed, and indeed, they did not disappoint her. A burly leader shook his finger. Kid, if you wish to take the goods, that won't do. You've only paid a deposit. The balance is still outstanding. Gale, we had an agreement. Zhao Ziyong's face darkened. Gale laughed heartily. Of course, Peter, you deserve our gratitude. However, we agreed that 5 billion was merely the deposit. You still owe 3 billion. You can't take the goods, he continued. Or, do you wish to engage in a firefight within the armory? Zhao Ziyong chuckled in disbelief. You truly are a shameless scoundrel. You are well aware of the current situation, Gale. 800 million is simply unattainable.
Gale exclaimed vehemently. No.
The reality is that you are the one who is oblivious. We are 16 individuals, a ratio of 16 to 1, is it not? Moreover, we have our men outside. Zhao Ziyong desperately gestured for Lin Xi to leave at once, but she remained in a daze. Lin Xi was searching for grenades. With 16 individuals inside and approximately 10 more outside, acquiring some M67s should be quite feasible. Furthermore, under the cover of the explosion, they could swiftly gather the remaining goods and gold. Truly, a flawless plan. The only complication was Zhao Ziyong. Lin Xi discreetly retrieved a tranquilizer gun from her space and quietly administered a dose to Zhao Ziyong, disregarding his bewildered glare. It's merely gold. Since you desire it so fervently, I shall oblige. There are 26 of you, correct? 1 M67 for each. The mist from Qingbao enveloped a pile of grenades, placing one at the feet of each individual. With a snap of her fingers, the mist disarmed the safety pins, and she did not forget to reclaim the gold. It was perhaps unexpected that someone would dare to use grenades in an arms depot, and amidst their panic shouts, the remaining munitions vanished in an instant. Just a second before the deafening explosion resonated, Lin Xi pulled the unconscious Zhao Ziyong into her space. 10 minutes later, she brought him back out. The scene post-explosion was a chaotic wreckage. Such grenades could incapacitate even light armor, let alone flesh and blood. After employing a sonic probe, she discovered no signs of life nearby. Excellent. She then proceeded to locate the vehicle they had arrived in and departed swiftly. When Zhao Ziyong awoke, for hours had already elapsed, and he was certain Lin Xi had employed some sedative on him. "Old Zhao, you're awake." Lin Xi beamed as she looked at him. She had just used her mental prowess to inspect the munitions in her space, and indeed, the variety and quantity were staggering. Not in vain for the time she had spent calculating. "I was concerned about accidentally harming you. I rendered you unconscious for your protection.
Besides,
You wouldn't want to encounter that group of individuals, would you?" Zhao Ziyong still felt somewhat weak, the residual anesthetic not yet fully metabolized. "And you? Are you alright? What about those individuals?"
me fine.
"They're all dead. Rest assured, there are no survivors." Lin Xi replied cheerfully, patiently answering him. "Do not tell me you empathized with a group of mercenaries who only recognize money?" Zhao Ziyong smiled wryly. "How could that be? Was this your plan all along? Black against black?" Lin Xi obediently shook her head. "No. I am a businesswoman, and I take my trade seriously. If they had taken the gold and departed amicably, nothing would have transpired. Unfortunately, their greed proved fatal. I merely wanted them to understand that avarice can lead to demise." Upon witnessing her toss the gold before the deal was finalized, Zhao Ziyong initially thought her naive and inexperienced. Reflecting now, he realized it was a deliberate bait. "Give me your account number, is this it? I will transfer the funds." We've saved quite a bit this time. Lin Xi generously transferred 30 million to him. The notification of the transaction astonished Zhao Ziyong, who hurriedly inquired if she had perhaps sent too much. "Not at all. Initially, I considered giving you Bitcoin or gold, but given the inconvenience of using those upon your return, I opted to send you cash instead. However, do keep a bit of gold for protection. It's not easy to carry upon re-entry. Leave it with me, and once you return, contact me, and I shall retrieve it for you. 10 kilograms. After some contemplation, Lin Xi added, "Furthermore, upon your return, it would be prudent to purchase a high-quality high-rise apartment, whether in Deep City, North City, South City, or Sea City matters not. Size is irrelevant, as long as it is above the 15th floor and reinforced. Should you sense something amiss, stockpile essential supplies, water, medication, and weaponry. Spare no expense. Utilize every last bit." Lin Xi refrained from specifying what constituted something amiss, and Zhao Ziyong did not inquire further. Internally, he was engulfed by a tempest of realization. All the information coalesced into 2 words: military preparedness. Chapter 23. Acquiring New Coordinates. Under what circumstances could the Flower Nation experience such occurrences? Moreover, that cache of weapons could easily equip an entire battalion, with the wind blowing so fiercely. How could she possibly consume such a bounty? I desire for this matter to remain undisclosed to anyone, including your relatives or esteemed acquaintances. You are the sole bearer of this knowledge, and I trust you can keep it confidential, for you have saved my life. I cannot eliminate you to silence you now. However, should you betray me, I will not hesitate to eliminate you and your family." Lin Xi could not guarantee the constancy of human loyalty. Thus, she chose to adopt a stance of nobility before treachery. Zhao Ziyong regarded the young girl before him, weary yet threatening him, and found it quite reasonable. Were their positions reversed, he would likely do the same. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, he could not recall when he had saved her, and thus he would consider it a favor owed. "I will not, nor do I wish to, entangle myself in this matter. Rest assured, I shall depart from here promptly." Zhao Ziyong took a piece of paper, inscribed a set of coordinates for her to memorize, and then incinerated the paper. "This is a rather peculiar location. I have received intel that a substantial cache of arms resides here, but there seems to be something else as well. The security exceeds standard military depot protocols. I visited once and nearly became a permanent resident." Zhao Ziyong instinctively sensed that this location was what the young girl sought. It emanated a dangerous and unsettling aura. "If you intend to venture there, proceed with caution." Who could have imagined that just yesterday he believed her claims of seizing arms to be madness? Yet today he could provide coordinates. With a new target in sight, Lin Xi did not revel in ecstasy, but instead approached the situation with greater caution. If even Zhao Ziyong had nearly been ensnared there, it was clear that this was not an amicable encounter. After parting ways with Zhao Ziyong, Lin Xi investigated the location indicated by the coordinates, yet curiously, there was no information available. How intriguing. She found a 5-star hotel, booked a suite, and prepared to rest thoroughly. Confirming the absence of surveillance cameras, she summoned Lin Wuwu and Qingbao from her space. The two little ones began frolicking, one bouncing on the sofa, the other darting about the room. She ordered room service, selecting Wagyu beef, lobster, Alaskan crab legs, salmon, foie gras, and red wine. After sampling, she deemed it delightful and requested 5 more servings, 3 of which to be packaged. The service at the 5-star hotel was commendable, and soon 5 meals were delivered. After tipping, the server departed cheerfully. Once Lin Xi stored the 3 packaged meals in her space, Lin Wuwu was already seated properly, awaiting her meal. Lin Xi permitted it to eat first, while she merely took a bottle of red wine and a glass, placing them beside the bathtub adorned with rose petals. She planned to sip wine while indulging in a petal bath. Qingbao floated in, exclaiming in delight. Lin Xi shared her enthusiasm, realizing that girls tend to have similar preferences. "Shall we bathe together?" Lin Xi offered, not minding Qingbao as company. However, Qingbao merely floated away, leaving uncertain whether from shyness or disdain. After half an hour in the bath, Lin Xi rose, her skin flushed pink. She tied on a bathrobe and gazed at her reflection. Delicate features framed by damp hair glimmered in the light, exuding a subtle fragrance. Water droplets clung to her hair, shimmering like jewels. In her heart, she had always desired to cut her hair short, thinking she would eventually do so. In a post-apocalyptic world, long hair brought nothing but trouble. Aside from its disadvantages in combat, the waste of water resources alone could be considered a sin in the eyes of others. Yet now, she found herself reluctant to cut it. Was it sheer stubbornness? If so, then let it be. In this new life, she possesses a space of her own, companions by her side, and an abundance of hidden cards. Why should she not indulge herself? She yearns to surpass the life she lived before, to extend her existence beyond that of her prior self. What purpose does her life serve if it is merely to relive the calamity of the apocalypse? It would be far better to embrace death right now. As Lin Xi stepped out, she nearly collided with Lin Wuwu. "Hey, look." Lin Wuwu stood upright, pointing a paw at the air where Qingbao hovered. A swirling mist danced chaotically in the air, occasionally contracting, and curiously, it had turned a shade of pink. What was happening? Lin Wuwu led Lin Xi to an empty wine bottle, declaring earnestly, "I told her this is alcohol, not for children." But she secretly drank the entire bottle. "What should we do?" Feeling the weight of Lin Wuwu's accusatory gaze, Lin Xi understood the necessity of a serious response. "Of course not. I must punish her appropriately. 10 days without internet or videos." Yet, Qingbao had no affinity for the internet. Her true passion lay in collecting resources and adorning her space. But wait, was it permissible for Qingbao to consume alcohol? When had that occurred? It must have been learned from her. No wonder she had expressed her fondness earlier. It seemed her affection was not for bathing, but for red wine. How could this be the child's fault? Lin Xi reflected upon her own shortcomings, acknowledging that she had set a poor example for the little one. "Qingbao, come here." She beckoned, extending her hand. The pink mist swirled playfully, darting away from Lin Xi, but eventually returning to her palm, exuding a palpable joy that required no mental connection to be felt.
Ah,
"It's beautiful. Qingbao, you've consumed an entire bottle. Are you feeling unwell?"
ah.
"I like it." Well, it seemed inquiries would yield no answers now. If she enjoyed it, then let her play for the time being. After changing into a velvet pajama set and drying her hair, Lin Xi finally sat down to eat. Sated, she sprawled on the sofa, relishing this rare moment of leisure and tranquility. Qingbao remained inebriated, occasionally teasing Lin Wuwu, who, in annoyance, would toss her flat and chase her around the room. Not only did she run, but she insisted on trampling over Lin Xi, on her feet, legs, and even her belly. Why could she even stomp on her hair? Lin Xi, exasperated, grabbed a cushion and buried her face in it, allowing Qingbao to continue. The following day, Lin Xi rented a car, removed the GPS, and stashed it away in a parking lot. She then drove towards a specific coordinate, which pointed to a mountainous area on the outskirts. After 4 hours of travel, she approached the location, which appeared to be merely a range of hills. Yet, Qingbao grew restless. "Qingbao, are you awake? Are you feeling all right?" Lin Xi probed with her mental energy. The two little ones had caused a ruckus until the wee hours, and only now had they settled into silence. It's comfortable.
Kinh báo Edgar Lim.
There are stones from the sky. I want to come out. Are there meteorites here? What a pleasant surprise. Lin Xi was not in a hurry. The treasures here were already hers to claim. Calming the eager Qingbao, she parked the car in a concealed spot. It was best to wait for nightfall to proceed. Chapter 24. The mountain base was raided. When night fell, the area was utterly devoid of light, shrouded in darkness. Lin Xi donned a set of knight's attire and a night vision helmet, retrieving her motorcycle from her space. With Qingbao's guidance, there was no need to concern herself with coordinates. Following Qingbao would suffice, as the night offered the perfect cover. Qingbao led her to a narrow entrance on the mountainside, likely guarded and equipped with a security system. Lin Xi conjured a small flame with her fingertips, igniting the nearby underbrush and drawing the guards' attention. Seizing the opportunity, she stealthily slipped inside. Beyond the entrance lay a spacious area, revealing what appeared to be a military base. She followed the personnel into an elevator, realizing this was merely the top level. Below, there were 9 more floors, suggesting the mountain's interior had been entirely hollowed out. Qingbao informed her that the stones from the sky resided 5 levels down. Gaining access to the 5th floor required an authorization card, which neither the current occupants nor Lin Xi possessed. Thus, she decided to wait in the elevator for an opportune moment. Fortunately, after half an hour, a red-haired woman in military attire descended. The 5th floor opened onto a vast platform made of pure steel, leading in multiple directions. Unfortunately, Qingbao seemed particularly fascinated by this platform.
No.
Lin Xi halted her, insisting that they must not make a grand entrance right from the start. They needed to be discreet while entering the village. Seeing Qingbao looking somewhat dejected, Lin Xi reluctantly promised her that they could dismantle everything upon their departure. However, the poor Lin Xi remained oblivious to Qingbao's interpretation of dismantling everything, which included the removal of even the load-bearing pillars. Revitalized, Qingbao soared towards the meteorite, and Lin Xi hurried to keep pace. Within a hall, the meteorite storage area was surprisingly unguarded aside from a sheet of glass. After all, a 3-meter-high rock resembling a small house was not something one could easily steal. This was far larger than all the meteorites she had previously discovered combined. Before Lin Xi could react, Qingbao had already pounced on it, and the meteorite vanished. Although Qingbao had disabled the surveillance cameras, if anyone realized such a large stone had disappeared, alarms would surely sound. Fortunately, Qingbao had become quite adept. She discovered an abundance of weapons. The previous explosion from 20-odd grenades had left her in awe. Knowing how powerful these weapons were, Qingbao was enamored and yearned for them. Lin Xi sprinted after her, only to find the entrance to the armory obstructed. A mist enveloped the door. Catching her breath, Lin Xi pondered how to gain entry. Explosives seemed impractical. Looking again, she gasped, where was the door? Where were the steel plates attached to it? Qingbao expressed her delight. Lin Xi conceded, all right, let's hasten. The alarm will likely sound soon. Switching into a pair of roller skates, she glided swiftly. The armory, seemingly endless, had several compartments, and as Lin Xi arrived, both the inventory and the entrance emptied rapidly. The alarms had already blared, drawing the attention of all personnel to the disappearance of strategic reserves. Enemy attack! There's an enemy attack! Shouts rang out as squads rushed to the 5th floor. Lin Xi had no time to inspect what she was collecting. She instructed Qingbao to seize everything they encountered. As hundreds rushed to the 5th floor, they were met with an empty expanse devoid of even a door, prompting them to conduct a meticulous search for the intruder responsible for the sudden disappearance of their supplies. Meanwhile, Lin Xi, heart racing, had already returned to the elevator, ready to bide her time once more. This time, she found herself on the 7th floor, filled with various research equipment. She was unfamiliar with it, having never encountered such things before.
Ah!
A sharp, furious voice erupted. It was Qingbao. Lin Xi glided over, remaining silent. Within rows of iron cages were animals subjected to experiments, some appearing dazed, others in agony, or even mutilated, squatting in their confines. Yet, they were the fortunate ones. Many more had been reduced to mere fragments, discarded in garbage bins, and awaiting transport. There was yet another gorilla, its body marred by cruel, unbandaged wounds. clutching her child. The infant was drenched in blood.
No.
This cannot be, Qingbao exclaimed, her voice filled with indignation. Yet, how could Lin Xi convey to her that it was not only animals who were subjected to such brutal dissection, humans, too, were viewed as mere subjects for experimentation in their eyes? Was it not Hanzi and Lin Yuan in her previous life who had sought to consign her to a laboratory, inciting the base personnel to drug her? Qingbao floated closer, her voice barely a whisper. I want to save them. I want to save them. The urgency in her tone resembled that of a child who had committed a transgression. Lin Xi chuckled softly, her dear Qingbao, with a heart so tender. Very well. If you wish to save them, then do so. Qingbao began to gather the battered creatures into her space. Lin Xi instructed Qingbao to collect all the computer equipment and paper documents, for those individuals surely desired the experimental data. She would not leave them a single sheet of paper. Alas, if only she knew the location of their central server, otherwise, she would set it ablaze, erasing everything in one fell swoop. This time, Lin Xi descended to the lowest level. The further she slid, the more she sensed something amiss, nearly losing her balance after sharing vision with Qingbao. Qingbao, return, she exclaimed. This is a launch shaft. At its center stood a metal cylinder, roughly 4 meters in diameter, housing a projectile nearly 20 meters tall. So big. I like it, Qingbao exclaimed.
No, no, no.
You mustn't, Lin Xi retorted in alarm, her heart racing. Overwhelmed by shock, she turned to flee. Alarms blared throughout the facility. Time did not permit her to explore further. Her foremost priority was a safe evacuation. Have they already left? I want that and this and... Lin Xi dashed forward. For Qingbao could not stray beyond 100 paces from her. Very well, take what you like. Having just rebuffed Qingbao's request, she now felt compelled to placate her. It was no great burden to indulge a child's desires. The elevator was locked and unusable. My apologies, Lin Xi gritted her teeth, unleashing her powers, and in an instant, flames erupted. The fire alarm blared, sprinklers activated, and chaos ensued as some began to call for evacuation. Initially concerned that the water might disperse Qingbao's mist, Lin Xi planned to change into a disguise, only to discover that the water had no effect on Qingbao's vaporous form. Finally blending into the crowd of evacuees, Lin Xi emerged. Yet, after only a few steps, she was startled by a rumbling sound from below.
En explosion?
That shouldn't be. She had merely set fire, not detonated any bombs. An earthquake? That was also implausible. The surrounding mountains appeared stable and undisturbed. Moreover, this mountain had long been hollowed out. Hollowed out? A collapse. In an instant, Lin Xi summoned her motorcycle, leaping onto it and racing downhill, inwardly lamenting her oversight. She could not enter her space. The rules dictated that one could only exit from the same point of entry. If she entered now, emerging later would still leave her trapped. Fortunately, Lin Xi possessed skills honed from a bygone era, pushing her motorcycle to nearly 300 kilometers per hour, as if she were flying. Chapter 25. Lin Wuwu becomes an internet sensation. The thunderous noise behind her was a relentless harbinger of doom. After a strenuous descent to the foot of the mountain, Lin Xi finally felt a sense of relief. However, that was short-lived as she stumbled, tumbling with her motorcycle for quite a distance. Lying on the ground, she retrieved a bottle of well water, drinking a significant portion. The energy from the water instantly alleviated her tense muscles. Reflecting on her situation, she pondered how this base could collapse so suddenly. The construction quality in America was shockingly poor, nearly costing her life. Ignoring the dirt smeared across her face, Lin Xi righted her motorcycle and rode on. She could not linger nearby. Suspicion was far too easy to arouse. Upon finding a place to conceal her vehicle, she sped back to the previous parking lot, reattaching the GPS. Without pausing, she drove toward the next nearest city, Los Angeles. By the time Lin Xi arrived at the Four Seasons Hotel, she had gone 30 hours without sleep, relying solely on the well water to sustain her. She checked into a luxurious suite, immediately turning on the television and logging onto the internet, finding no significant news. The most trending stories remained focused on the museum's artifacts. Lin Xi sighed in relief, self-deprecatingly chuckling. This is what it means to be paranoid. After a quick shower, she changed into pajamas and collapsed into bed, falling asleep almost instantly. When she finally awoke, she could not discern whether it was day or night. Taking a moment to regain her senses, drawing back the curtains, she gazed at the evening sky, realizing it was already dusk. Having slept for too long, thirst plagued her. Lin Xi drank half a bottle of water before summoning Lin Wuwu and Xingbao from her space. Wuwu, you must be hungry. Let me see what delicacies we have here. We can order everything, as we need not fear running out. And to Qingbao, she added, you may have only one glass of wine. Do not overindulge. Lin Xi found it peculiar. The silence was unsettling. She did not hear the usual cheerful sounds of anticipation for the feast, nor any protests. Oh no! Lin Xi's heart sank. A sense of foreboding washing over her. Lin Wuwu sat upright, resting its head on Lin Xi's knee, looking up at her with wide, innocent eyes. Dear caretaker, I must inform you of something, but please do not be angry. Lin Xi felt a wave of dread. She forced a smile. Wuwu, you are so well behaved. How could I possibly be angry? Lin Wuwu cautiously glanced at her, stepping back slightly. But you must promise not to hit me. I am still just a child. What nonsense. You are a spirit beast, not a child. Lin Xi thought, her irritation bubbling to the surface. At that moment, it became clear. Lin Wuwu had caused some trouble. And it was no minor mishap. Lin Xi took a deep breath, steadying herself. I won't hit you. I do not mistreat small animals. Lin Wuwu puffed up its cheeks in defiance, clearly displeased yet too afraid to voice its anger. It was evident that it did not consider itself a mere animal.
Now,
tell me, what mischief have you wrought? Lin Xi braced herself for the worst. With great reluctance, Lin Wuwu began. It all began at the pet shop. The shop assistant adored me and constantly took pictures to post online, garnering a plethora of comments. It soon became aware of something called an account. Lin Xi had allowed it to use a tablet, and thus, it registered its own account. How did you manage to register an account? Lin Xi inquired, incredulous.
Well,
I am exceptionally intelligent and have an impeccable memory. There is nothing I cannot accomplish. Its online moniker? My caretaker loves to eat stinky food. It accompanied this with a caption stating that it was the truth, as it was not particularly knowledgeable about the world, but were it not for its interventions, Lin Xi's home would be overrun by foul odors. What a terrifying world it was. Indeed, Lin Xi felt an overwhelming urge to strike it, wishing to resolve this situation once and for all. The commenters found great amusement in this, believing it to be a clever gimmick by someone using a pet's voice to attract attention, yet undeniably entertaining. Having only recently ventured into the online realm, Lin Wu found it exhilarating, frequently responding to requests in the comments section by sharing its own glamorous photos and spa videos, gaining a modest following. Thus, while Lin Xi had endeavored to remain inconspicuous, who could have predicted that her cat, carried in and out, would become such a prominent internet sensation? Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The real issue arose when it discovered that the platform tracked IP addresses from various countries. Moreover, a comment in the discussion section caught attention, claiming familiarity with the feline. It was said to belong to a wealthy second-generation family, with its owner bearing the surname Lin, leading to speculation that Miss Lin might be the one managing this account. Lin Wuwu, a creature of both cunning and wit, felt an impending sense of doom and promptly deleted the comment, erasing all traces of information, believing that would suffice to conclude the matter. However, yesterday, Qingbao received a batch of animals subjected to experimentation, and Lin Wuwu was horrified by their plight. This brought to mind Lin Xi's earlier warning, that it needed to make it known that it was different from other animals, lest it be seized and sliced into pieces for research. Fear gripped Lin Wuwu's heart, prompting a desire to confess, thinking that at worst, it would only face a beating. As Lin Wuwu's voice dwindled, Lin Xi's expression darkened. Excellent, excellent. If someone who follows her were to discover this cat online, they would trace her movements. Furthermore, how did the cat manage to travel abroad without proper shipping? Lin Xi, too furious to waste any time, quickly verified the route for potential IP leaks. Thankfully, it was confirmed that not all locations had been updated, a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Without delay, she deactivated the account, powered down the tablet, and secured it in a safe space. How could she explain the lack of shipping? Would she claim the cat was smuggled in a bag? But how did it pass through customs on both sides? Lin Xi's head throbbed with frustration. She thought to herself, let it be, at this point, All she could do was hope no one discovered that this foolish cat was hers, at least denying it vehemently. If worse came to worst, it would merely be a matter of silencing the witness. With this realization, she shot a fierce glare at Lin Wu, observing the timid little round creature. An idea sparked within her. Could your fur be altered? Lin Wu hesitated for a moment, but conceded that it could. Yet it could not change too often, for fear of being sliced apart. Just a slight adjustment to your tabby pattern, shifting it towards a more mackerel tabby style, as long as the fur pattern differs. No one would suspect you to be the same cat. Lin Wu leaped with joy. Ah Wu, I never thought of that. You, the litter cleaner, are so clever.
Thank you.
Though she didn't appreciate being called clever, Lin Xi maintained her stern demeanor. With her worries dissipated, Lin Wu began to playfully roll around, tilting her head at a 45-degree angle. Ah Wu, I'm so hungry. What shall we eat today? Lin Xi chuckled coldly. Humph, truly naive. Also, your physique must change. You need to lose weight. No way. That's fine. I'll search online, the netizens will advise me. And make sure to thoroughly research what human flesh entails. Familiarize yourself with the horrors of the internet. In the midst of this thunderous revelation, the light in Lin Wu's eyes extinguished, rendering her akin to a soulless creature, leaving only a chorus of woeful sounds in her wake. Observing its despondent state brought a sense of relief to Lin Xi. Turning around, she spotted Qingqing. Oh, so much, came the anxious voice. Lin Xi's expression softened. Is it that there are too many things inside? Let us go take a look together. Chapter 26. Accidentally encroaching on someone else's territory. Upon entering the space, Lin Xi was taken aback. It appeared as though a small mountain had materialized within. Upon closer inspection, it was not a genuine mountain but rather a heap of steel plates, gates, columns, blocks, and supports. No wonder the mountain base had collapsed. Perhaps even the rebar within the concrete had been extracted. Lin Xi gazed at Qingqing with a complex array of emotions. The once misty Qingqing had taken on a more solid form, now possessing human-like features. Qingbao floated over, snuggling against Lin Xi, expressing delight. This is for you, Qingqing. The items collected by the space were automatically deemed Lin Xi's, thus Qingqing could not arbitrarily manage them without her permission. However, those precious stones and meteorites specifically gathered for Qingqing's space restoration were within her purview to handle. As for the pile of steel, Qingqing desired it. How could Lin Xi refuse such an adorable little being? Here, take it all. But may I ask what you intend to do with this? Qingqing blinked, and with a swirl of mist, the small mountain vanished.
Moments later.
Lin Xi was led by Qingqing to a mountain where Qingqing had constructed her own subterranean base. The structure mirrored the exterior one, but housed large shells measuring 20 to 30 meters in height. Had she even replicated a launch pit? Lin Xi felt a wave of anxiety. Darling, do you realize these can explode, potentially obliterating the space? What do you need these for? After much explanation, Qingqing conveyed that she sensed energy within, albeit minimal, yet preferable to none. She had consumed the energy, ensuring no explosions would occur, and found the shells aesthetically pleasing, wishing to collect them. Lin Xi's concern escalated. You swallowed everything here? Are you feeling unwell? You must understand that certain materials can react violently together, leading to explosions that could destroy the entire elemental cycle. The mere thought infuriated Lin Xi. Her ire was not directed at Qingbao, after all. She was just a child, but rather at the management of the beautiful nation, allowing such dangerous munitions to be so carelessly stored. Qingbao embraced her. Do not fear. Qingxian is wonderful, truly wonderful. Qingbao then led her to observe the armory. Qingbao had crafted a weapon storage facility from stone. It appeared to be an unremarkable flat-roofed stone hut. The small stone structure served merely as an entrance. Upon entering and traversing a sloped passage, one would find a vast underground chamber with infinite space and time suspended. The layout was similarly categorized to mimic the subterranean base. Firearms and artillery pilfered from mercenaries occupied the left side, arranged by size and taking up a tenth of the storage space. To the right lay standard-issue weaponry, also organized by size for ease of access. In addition to conventional handguns, machine guns, submachine guns, shotguns, sniper rifles, specialized combat rifles, and assault rifles. There were even main battle tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, fighter jets, early warning aircraft, transport planes, and of course, helicopters, among many others. Regrettably, Lin Xi was not well versed in these, and even less so in their practical use. What brought Lin Xi the greatest joy was the presence of a batch of medium and small tactical military vehicles, large military trucks, and even armored vehicles designed to withstand landmines and ambushes. These were significantly sturdier and more durable than the off-road vehicles she had purchased. Had she known, she would not have acquired so many of them. Naturally, with vehicles came fuel, diesel, gasoline, aviation fuel, and kerosene, various barrels stacked high, forming an impressive sight. Far too many to count. She could never use them all herself, indicating she need not stockpile further. Upon further inspection, she discovered that in addition to weapons, there were medicines, camouflage uniforms, water, individual rations, chocolates, candies, flour, potatoes, seasonings, and a large quantity of canned meat, fruit, and fish. There were also auxiliary equipment such as goggles, tactical helmets, panoramic night vision devices, lightweight and heavy-duty bulletproof vests, backpacks, and more. Among these, Lin Xi favored the combat boots, crafted from durable yellow leather with high tops, thick, slip-resistant soles. A good pair of shoes could enable one to run farther and faster, ensuring one would not falter in battle. Additionally, there are wall-penetrating sensors which, when affixed behind walls or doors, provide precise information regarding the distance and location of adversaries. This proves to be exceedingly useful. Lin Xi transitioned from elation to numbness, as the armory before her bore little resemblance to a conventional weapons cache. Rather, it resembled a strategic reserve for a particular region. She felt an unsettling sense of having invaded someone else's territory, leading her to believe they might seek retribution against her. She resolved that prior to the onset of the apocalypse, these items must remain concealed within her spatial confines. Lin Xi also intensified her training on confidentiality for the two little ones, emphasizing the principles of safe internet usage and the dire consequences of information leaks, which pertain to life and death. The overarching strategy was to maintain a low profile and safely navigate these upcoming months while awaiting the emergence of the end times. Qing Bao listened intently, occasionally interjecting with questions, while Lin Wu, overwhelmed with hunger, felt her stomach grumble incessantly. The effects of the vegetable salad and boiled chicken for weight loss were indeed noticeable. Over the past few days, Lin Wu appeared somewhat more refined. "I've successfully lost weight. I'm no longer plagued by the stench," she exclaimed weakly from her position on the carpet. "This world is terrifying. How could such a thing as weight loss exist? How much weight have you lost? Have you weighed yourself?" "I've lost fat. It's fat loss, not just weight loss." "Oh, how astute. But didn't you check online? The fat loss cycle is at least 3 months." Lin Wu fainted at the revelation. After several more days of idleness, she casually wandered the streets, and upon encountering fine red wine, Lin Xi depleted her stock, reserving it for Qing Bao, cautioning her to limit consumption to 1 glass per day. Indulging herself with delightful food, she also prepared several extra portions for Lin Wu, who she estimated could not endure much longer. Just as Lin Xi was poised to set off for the mobile homes, she was met with a torrential downpour in Los Angeles. The severe winds and heavy rain caused significant disruptions in transportation and widespread power outages, prompting hotels to advise guests to remain indoors and await better weather. This reminded Lin Xi of a past event. The port of Los Angeles, the largest container port, had also experienced devastating floods and inundations around this time in her previous life, washing away countless containers and incurring monumental losses. If they've already been swept away, why not? Lin Xi felt torn. The supplies she had amassed were sufficient, with room for few more items of personal preference, and those characteristic of Huagua. Yet, why had fate presented her with such an opportunity? It felt as though she might suffer consequences for disregarding it. Very well then, as the storm brews, I shall endure some hardship. Should I encounter a reliable ally in the future, I could offer assistance. Was this the significance of her rebirth? Chapter 27. There is no end to the collection. Disguised, she slipped out of the hotel and found a secluded spot to don her diving suit and set out towards the port in her speedboat. Venturing into the tempest at such an hour left Lin Xi somewhat agitated. However, her irritation dissipated upon sighting a massive sign ahead. It was a membership-based hypermarket. Lin Xi had always felt that despite the substantial quantity of her supplies, there could be gaps in variety. This department store could indeed resolve that issue splendidly. Truly, it must be divine intervention. She had not intended to venture out at all. As she approached, she discovered the premises were without power, likely due to the generator being submerged. Once concealed, Lin Xi and Qing Bao commenced their work. They efficiently cleared the shelves and freezers, salvaging the goods from the warehouse. Though the bottom layer had taken on some water, they prioritized retrieval over inspection. The cold storage required no time for examination, as Qing Bao completed the task in mere minutes. Within an hour, the largest central storage market stood completely empty. With satisfaction, Lin Xi set her course towards the port. The wind howled, and the rain lashed down, with various objects swirling through the air. Should one strike her, the injuries would be severe. Lin Xi shared her mental acuity with Qing Bao, remaining vigilant and prepared to retreat to safety at the first sign of danger. Her primary objective was the 7 container docks, aiming to recover those which had already sunk or were on the verge of doing so. She encountered several perilous moments. Yet thanks to her spatial refuge, she managed to escape with only the loss of 2 speedboats. The raindrops fell relentlessly, striking her face with such force that it numbed her skin. As Lin Xi navigated the waters, Qing Bao worked beneath the surface. The quantity of containers retrieved unknown to her, save for having drunk from the well numerous times. A sudden wave of dizziness overwhelmed her, causing her to plunge into the water, but she instinctively retreated into her space, spluttering as she expelled the water before quenching her thirst once more.
Qing Bao,
Observing a cruise ship piled high with goods and devoid of personnel, eagerly collected them in one breath. My dear, let us refrain from gathering any more large items. It's too perilous. Let us focus on smaller ones and then return. The task seemed insurmountable, utterly unending. As dawn approached, Lin Xi, weary and worn, returned to the hotel. After a night spent submerged in water, she felt chilled to the bone, her skin wrinkled and pale. She filled the bathtub with hot water, yet still shivered as she soaked. Likely suffering from hypothermia, she feared she might have a fever. Lin Xi took some cold medicine and lay in bed, her eyes closed, still haunted by the sensation of floating in the water. In her dreams, she seemed to return to the apocalyptic era, searching for food amid the floods. Feeling as though she might drown, desperately calling for help, yet none could reach her. Lin Xi awoke with a start, her body icy, save for her chest, which radiated warmth. It was Lin Wu, snuggled closely against her, its small form like a furnace. With sleepy eyes, it murmured, "Did you have a nightmare? I couldn't wake you no matter how I called. I was so frightened." Lin Wu was genuinely afraid, though Lin Xi cared for it diligently. It still feared losing her. It burrowed deeper into Lin Xi's embrace. Lin Xi gently kissed its forehead, reassuring, "Fear not, it's just a minor illness. With the medicine, you'll recover swiftly." Lin Wu lifted its head, "Then hurry and take your medicine."
Qing Bao,
Quickly, help the caretaker fetch the medicine. Lin Xi possessed a robust constitution. Having endured a night in the cold, rain, and water, she felt merely a touch of hypothermia and a slight cold. After a day of rest, she was nearly recovered. Lin Wu, however, diligently kept track of her medication schedule, supervising her with persistent ah-woo sounds as the time approached. After 3 or 4 days, transportation resumed, and online discussions erupted regarding the hypermarket having been completely looted. Lin Xi returned her rental car and took a flight to another city to collect the mobile homes. After settling the balance and acquiring the goods, she bought a few additional items, finally entering her space later that evening. The 2 little ones went to check on the animals they had rescued previously. Qing Bao placed them in a denser forest, where fruit trees and other foliage thrived. After drinking from the well, the animals' wounds healed rapidly, allowing them to thrive independently in the mountains. Lin Xi selected a location within her space, at the foot of a verdant mountain, an oasis of lush greenery. Once she arranged her custom mobile home, she called for Lin Wu and Qing Bao. The dwelling spanned 500 square feet, adorned in a Nordic style, with a palette of white and natural wood tones, fully equipped with appliances. It featured a living room with an adjoining bathroom, adjacent to a dining area and kitchen. A media room combined with a study and 3 bedrooms, each with its own bathroom. For the time being, This would suffice until the villa could accommodate the items that could not be stored. Lin Wuwu and Qing Bale circled the house several times, filled with a sense of wonder. Lin Xi smiled warmly and encouraged them to choose their bedrooms. Lin Wuwu exclaimed, "Do I get one too?" To which Qing Bale replied,
Huh.
Soon after, delighted sounds of awu echoed from within. One bedroom was brimming with Disney-themed merchandise, an array of snacks, candies, a television, and gaming consoles. Lin Wuwu buried herself amidst the Disney treasures, seemingly reluctant to emerge anytime soon. The other bedroom was adorned in soft pink, reminiscent of the hue that appeared after Qing Bale had sampled some wine previously. The wardrobe overflowed with an assortment of little dresses, blouses, jackets, shoes, and bags. The bed was piled high with plush toys, and one wall was dedicated to a collection of Barbie dolls and their outfits. The opposite wall featured a small wine cabinet stocked with Qing Bale's favorite red wine. Qing Bale darted around the room, unable to contain her excitement. "Do you like it? If you don't, you can bring in things you love." Lin Xi had painstakingly decorated the space to suit the little girl's tastes. Qing Bale suddenly collided into her, fists clenched in exhilaration, eagerly pressing her cheek against Lin Xi's.
Yay.
"I love it. I really, really love it." It was the first time Lin Xi witnessed such an outpouring of emotion from Qing Bale, and she felt a genuine joy for her. She felt fortunate to have the companionship and support of these two little ones, which allowed her to experience warmth amidst the harshness of a post-apocalyptic world. Regardless of where Qing Bale and Lin Wuwu came from or how long they had lived, in her eyes, they were simply children who had yet to grow up. She vowed to care for and protect them. As December arrived, Lin Xi stored the modified vehicles in her space and bid farewell to Michael and Qinyuanxi, preparing to head to Canada. However, before doing so, she could not overlook the beautiful underground vault. At the very least, she aimed to retrieve the portion belonging to Huagua. After all, it lacked a door and was instead a solid steel cylinder measuring 2.7 meters in height and weighing 90 tons. Steel, after all, was Qing Bale's favorite. The alarm sounded swiftly, and Lin Xi managed to secure half of the treasures before retreating to avoid being trapped inside. Unfortunately, Qing Bale seemed unimpressed by the haul. When Lin Xi inquired, she replied, yes, but I don't want it." Fine, Lin Xi thought. She would keep it for herself. Gold would still hold value in the post-apocalyptic world. Lin Xi left just in time, as investigators had begun linking the events at the mountain base to the gold incident, scrutinizing individuals who had been present at both locations. Chapter 28. Toxic Days. Meanwhile, Lin Xi had already arrived in Canada. This country boasted a sparse population, abundant primeval forests, and unexploited, fertile soil. Lin Xi was eager to pack. Qing Bale thrived in the forest, adoring the trees, plants, and soil. Her space would also require such a forest. The dark soil gradually spread across the plains of her space, infusing it with vitality. Lin Xi cleared hundreds of empty containers, filling them with the fertile soil. The maple syrup, ice wine, and down jackets from Canada were commendable, so she inevitably stocked up on those as well. Observing Qing Bale's growing enthusiasm, Lin Xi journeyed to the wool country. There, the wool mattresses were dense and water-resistant, so she ordered 2,000. She also procured 2,000 pairs of snow boots, wool sweaters, and sheepskin coats. Qing Bale informed her that beyond the mountains in her space lay the ocean. What a delightful surprise! Without hesitation, Lin Xi set sail on a yacht. She gathered seawater and marine creatures into her space and stocked up on fresh seafood like lobsters, abalones, and crabs to cultivate and enjoy later. Checking her account, she noted she still had 20 billion. She decided to gather some of her favorite items: 10 tons of rice from the fragrant rice country, 10 tons of durian, and 5 tons each of mangoes, mangosteens, and bananas. She also did not forget to purchase various fruit trees to plant in her space, along with fruit and dried fruits that could be openly shared in the post-apocalyptic world. The Bear Country was another essential stop for Lin Xi, as its museum contained Qing Bale's favorite snacks. There, she could stock up on vodka, chocolate, caviar, purple sugar, and linden honey. Additionally, the vast primeval forests and the deep Garl Lake were treasures, with one being rich in soil and the other in water, allowing Qing Bale to indulge in abundance. She filled 50,000 10-ton water storage tanks purchased in the beautiful country to the brim. Lin Xi stayed until the end of December before finally heading to the Little Days. Her first stop was the museum. As she watched the mist dissipate from Qingbale, lingering on various artifacts, the mist suddenly began to tremble. Startled, Lin Xi quickly called Qingbale back, for this was the first time such an occurrence had transpired. Once outside the museum, she noticed Qingbale spitting out black substances. What was this? So toxic? Lin Xi felt a chill run down her spine as she observed the black material. I don't know. Tui, it smells so bad. Qingbale pouted, feeling wronged. All right. I'm not angry. Let us just collect the escape pods and leave. Lin Xi initially had no intention of letting them monopolize Huagua's possessions, but it seemed the items here had been contaminated, and Qingbale could not handle it. Qingbale nodded emphatically, clearly expressing her displeasure with the place. Lin Xi located the manufacturer and, under the cover of night, retrieved all 10 installed escape pods. She wasn't short on funds, but she simply did not wish to spend them here.
Oh.
Qingbale pointed out the window. Lin Xi paused for a moment, realizing it was December 30th. Yet the volcano began to emit smoke. In her previous life, as the world neared its end, this volcano erupted 3 times. The first was on December 31st, which was tomorrow. Each subsequent eruption became increasingly severe, with the final eruption marking the toll of doom for the little days and the onset of the apocalypse. Let us prepare to leave. Yay! I want it. This time, what did she want? I want magma. Did she not fear it was toxic? With Qingbale's declaration, Lin Xi dashed away. People near the volcano were evacuating, yet Lin Xi chose the opposite path. Qingbale, are you certain your mist can protect me? This is magma. If it pours on me, I'll be toast. Lin Xi sought reassurance, once more. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Qingbale patted her small chest confidently. At 10:30 on December 31st, the volcano erupted. At that moment, Lin Xi donned high-temperature firefighting gear, wearing a dust mask as she stepped onto the soft lava. Smoke rising from her boots. Qingbale had descended 300 meters below, leaving Lin Xi to grit her teeth and endure. The surrounding heat was unbearable. Yet thanks to the mist enveloping her body, she managed to remain safe. Utilizing her abilities to absorb well water, she fought against the intense heat. Striving to buy Qingbale more time, Lin Xi sealed the well water in bags, securing them to her body with a long straw, allowing her to drink without removing her protective gear. She also donned adult diapers, as this was certainly not a convenient place for restroom breaks. As her abilities continued to operate, replenishing her energy, Lin Xi felt a sudden surge throughout her body, realizing she had leveled up. Her fire abilities had reached the 2nd tier. At 8:30 in the evening, Qingbao emerged, prompting Lin Xi to commence a retreat to the outskirts. After traversing a considerable distance, Lin Xi finally mounted her motorcycle, assured that the tires would not be scorched by the ground. After riding for several hours, she spotted a group of cattle on a distant hill, and in her exhilaration, immediately dispatched Qingbao. The cattle swiftly relocated to another patch of grass, displaying some surprise, yet maintaining a relatively calm demeanor, for grass is grass, regardless of its origin. At 3 in the morning, Lin Xi returned to the East Market, checked into a hotel, and prepared for her flight back to her homeland the following day. A lingering sensation of having forgotten something compelled her to discreetly exit the hotel. Upon reaching the restroom, she buried a block of TNT with a timed fuse a few hundred meters away, finally settling down to sleep with a sense of reassurance. Chapter 29. Luo Qingzhou of the Innan Bureau. Meanwhile, the head of the Innan Bureau, Luo Qingzhou, had not slept a wink. The time was now noon. After having lunch in the cafeteria, Xia Xiaowei returned to his office and browsed the news. When he stumbled upon a report stating that a volcano had begun to erupt at 10:30 on December 31st, his hand slipped and his mug shattered upon hitting the floor. The Innan Bureau's mailbox is publicly accessible, inundated daily with countless messages. A 5-member team is designated to read and categorize these emails. On November 15th, he received one such message. Regardless of its absurdity, he diligently read it to the end. His conclusion was that the email was either fabricated or born of delusion. Yet, owing to his remarkable memory, he noted the so-called significant events outlined within, one of which predicted a tsunami at 1700 hours on November 20th. That prediction came to pass. But after analysis, he deduced that, considering meteorological data, such an outcome was plausible, attributing it more to coincidence than anything else. Until today, when another prediction came true. He realized that coincidence could not strike twice. However, the events described in the email were so outlandish they seemed impossible. Thus, he sought verification. Checking the names and occupations mentioned within the email, it was confirmed that a small fraction of the names were indeed real, with some being active military personnel and others part of the establishment. The majority, however, were met with a system rejection. He lacked the necessary clearance. Consequently, he hurriedly sought out Director Luo. From the moment the system denied his queries, he felt a sense of dread. Luo Qingzhou observed the visibly shaken Xia Xiaowei and inquired, "What is the matter? Is it that serious?" Xia Xiaowei licked his dry lips and replied, "I don't know. I don't have clearance." He laid the printed email on Director Luo's desk. 5 minutes later, after Luo Qingzhou had finished reading, his confusion lingered, but he trusted his subordinate and granted him authorization. Xia Xiaowei took his place, inputting names to commence the inquiries. The first individual's identity was verified, revealing a medium-level classification of confidentiality. As he proceeded to the second individual, the computer prompted him with a dialogue indicating a high level of confidentiality and asked if he wished to proceed with the inquiry. His hand trembled as he clicked cancel. He understood that this matter was beyond his clearance level. Luo Qingzhou, noticing Xia Xiaowei's palpable anxiety, spoke in a low voice. "Explain, what is going on?" Xia Xiaowei quickly relayed everything. Luo Qingzhou's expression shifted dramatically as he processed the information on the sheets before him. Someone had provided a glimpse into the future, listing forthcoming events to substantiate the email's authenticity. After 2 rounds of verification, the information appeared fundamentally sound. The issue lay in the incredibility of the future information, juxtaposed against the undeniable reality of the sensitive individuals mentioned. There was also the possibility that the sensitive information was intentionally fabricated to gain their trust. Who else knows? You are the first contact. I am the second. Enough. You need not concern yourself further with this matter, nor are you permitted to disclose it to anyone else. You understand the confidentiality protocols? Yes. Xia Xiaowei responded as he exited. Luo Qingzhou continued to investigate several individuals, pinching the bridge of his nose before picking up the phone. This situation had escalated beyond his solitary capacity to resolve it. Lin Xi experienced a harrowing nightmare, envisioning the apocalypse, and lamenting her lack of even a single bag of hot pot seasoning. Awakened by the terror of never again enjoying hot pot, she quickly altered her flight to a direct route to Chong City. As the airplane ascended into the sky, a deafening explosion resonated from the ground. Peering out the window, she beheld a plume of black smoke rising. With a contented sigh, she closed her eyes, resting her head against the seat, a smile playing on her lips.
Oh.
Dear God of toilets, may you deliver them to the heavens. Upon arriving in Chong City, Lin Xi swiftly rented a warehouse and began to scour the wholesale market. Of course, the term scour is an exaggeration. She simply approached the largest store, adopting the demeanor of a wealthy heir preparing to open an establishment, and instructed them to gather the desired types and quantities of goods for delivery to her warehouse. She then visited a hot pot restaurant, eating while having them prepare takeout, insisting they keep cooking until she had enough to take away. Initially reluctant, the restaurant staff eventually acquiesced, overwhelmed by Lin Xi's generous offers. Not only did she stock up on hot pot base, but she also recognized the value of pickled vegetables such as mustard greens and fermented tofu. In times of salt scarcity, boiling a few slices of pickled vegetables with potatoes creates a delectable dish, leaving no broth behind. She gathered numerous local specialties: dried tofu, cured meats, navel oranges, bamboo shoots, and pomelos, ensuring none were overlooked. Moreover, she permitted Qingbao to collect bamboo from the lush groves without disturbing the water and soil, so she could cultivate her own bamboo forest. This venture was half a stockpiling effort and half a journey for leisure, while absorbing the vibrant local culture and warmth. Lin Xi departed with a heavy heart. Next, Lin Xi ventured to the grasslands, where the expanse was vast and the grass lush with clear waters. The most delectable offerings, of course, were the cattle and sheep, renowned for their exquisite flavor, likely owing to their free-range existence. She stocked up on South Tundra steaks, mountain goat, lamb shanks, and venison, ensuring she had provisions both raw and cooked. Additionally, she procured 20 non-related cattle and 20 non-related sheep to introduce into her space. Hoping they would form their own herd, as her domain also boasted fertile pastures. She acquired beautiful white shrimp, a shared favorite of hers and Lin Wu, which Qingbao caught in abundance and placed in her streams and lakes for breeding. In Guizhou province, Lin Xi amassed a considerable collection of prepared traditional Chinese herbal medicines, establishing a medicinal garden in her space to cultivate these precious herbs, hoping they would not face extinction. She also visited a renowned distillery. While their spirits were not easily obtainable, several local brewers produced commendable liquors. Lin Xi purchased 4 cellars worth of their beverages, packing them into her space. The rich aroma of the alcohol nearly overwhelmed Lin Wu. Without pause, she traversed numerous provinces and cities, her space brimming with an ever-expanding assortment of flora and fauna, albeit with limited quantities. She also collected seeds during the harvest season in September, and now, at the end of January, she found an even greater variety amassed. Upon reaching the eastern province, she sensed a distinct shift in the atmosphere. "Little girl, what do you intend to do with all that rice?" a tall boss asked, hands on hips. "The rice here is quite delicious. Since I'm already here, it's just a small errand." Lin Xi replied with a cheerful smile.
Indeed.
"You're not mistaken. Many elderly folks come to buy from me. However, that's not the case at the moment. It seems there has been a disaster somewhere, and the military is collecting grain to aid in the relief efforts. You should have seen it. The packaging is exceptionally sturdy. I bet it would withstand being thrown into the water." The boss chuckled heartily. Lin Xi murmured, "Well, that's not my fault. It's really wonderful. My family insisted that I buy it, and soon I won't have enough space in my car." Spotting popsicles outside the shop, a sudden idea struck her, "And these can be considered local specialties too, boss. I'll take them all." "Hey, if you were buying 100 or 200 pounds, that would be fine, but if it's more, I'll need to arrange for a shipment. It's not that there aren't any, but you'll have to wait. Do you know that you can't come here without bringing back some rice, only popsicles? The old lady at your home won't give you a break." The seemingly fierce boss showed a surprising amount of enthusiasm. In the end, Lin Xi did manage to get a bag of rice and a bunch of popsicles. Chapter 30. A meeting that left the dominators in disbelief. The popsicles were neatly stored in a space alongside the ice cream. Upon closer inspection, the popsicles seemed scarce, while the ice cream was delicious. When it came to quenching summer heat, nothing could compare to popsicles. Lin Xi visited the popsicle factory, where she received a warm welcome. The factory had a natural advantage in this location, and encountering someone so naive boosted their sales significantly. The popsicles were both affordable and high quality, so stocking up on several tons wouldn't cost much. Both parties were quite satisfied. On her way back to the hotel, she encountered several military trucks loaded to the brim. Lin Xi stared blankly, wondering if they finally believed her. While in America, she had composed a letter detailing the information from her previous life and sent it to the Inn Bureau. She held hope, yet dared not expect too much. To be honest, even if someone had warned her about the impending apocalypse in her past life, she would have scoffed at it. Taking a breath of the cold air, Lin Xi decided to stop by the pickle factory to stock up on some pickles before heading home. Unbeknownst to her, on January 16th, all the elders set aside their affairs to study her email, accompanied by key personnel. At 9 a.m. on January 16th, the elders took their seats in the office. There were no mobile phones or computers, nor any electronic devices, but an electromagnetic interference device was activated. Luo Qingzhou distributed several stapled A4 sheets to everyone for their reading. Although such high-security meetings were rare, they did occur, and the elders had no objections. However, this time, what is this chaos? Is it a novel? Are we all reading this? The fourth elder, having finished first, was taken aback. Luo Qingzhou, report. There is no mistake. Please read it carefully. The fourth elder shook the paper in hand and, after reading it thoroughly, tossed it onto the table. The elders exchanged glances, shaking their heads gently. The grand elder cleared his throat. Has everyone finished? Let us share our thoughts. The fourth elder was about to speak when the fifth elder pulled him back, causing him to close his mouth. Yu Liping, a psychological authority in the military, had previously wondered why she found herself in such a high-level meeting. But after reading the email on the table, she understood. Leaders, may I first inquire about the time this email was received? Luo Qingzhou glanced at her. November 15th. Yu Liping's heart sank. Indeed. She did not believe in the authenticity of this email. Yet, she also found it hard to fathom that a false email could gather so many elders together. The fourth elder could no longer contain himself. How is this possible? You must be mistaken. Do you truly think this is some prophetic revelation? Luo Qingzhou glanced at the Grand Elder, who nodded in acknowledgement. Luo Qingzhou recounted the events. After December 31st, I took charge of this matter and investigated the base personnel mentioned in the email across different periods, involving commanders from various war zones, officials from multiple provinces and cities, as well as entrepreneurs, merchants, and criminals. The elders exchanged glances. How could this be possible? How could there still be criminals? Most of the survivors mentioned could be traced, while the remaining ones had only identifying characteristics without specific names and were still under investigation. The elders began to reevaluate the email. The third elder set aside his reading glasses. Is it possible that the individuals are real, but the events are fabricated? You know, there are always some who attempt to undermine our stability and unity. Luo Qingzhou responded, "You are correct. Thus, initially, we investigated in that direction. None of the individuals mentioned in the email have overlapping interpersonal relationships, meaning no one could simultaneously connect with all those mentioned. However, during the investigation, I discovered something intriguing. The closeness of the individuals presented in the email aligns closely with the results of our investigation, and such information is exceedingly private." The fourth elder scoffed, "Little Luo, you've grown. Seizing the opportunity to discern the factions clearly, different factions align differently, yet you speak so eloquently. So, which faction do you belong to? Let us hear it." The Grand Elder shot him a sidelong glance. The fourth elder immediately straightened up. "I am not. I am seriously opposing such unhealthy tendencies." Despite this, everyone present understood that the so-called factions mentioned in the email were likely authentic. The sixth elder spoke up. "The information within is delineated by June 10th. Prior to that, there were common natural disasters, while afterward, there were mists, torrential rains, extreme cold, extreme heat, floods, strong earthquakes, pestilence, and mutations in flora and fauna. Have experts issued any warnings or observed signs?" Luo Qingzhou replied, "There is no definitive statement, but it has been suggested that those common occurrences are, in themselves, a form of warning." The fifth elder asked, "So, is the purpose of this meeting to determine whether we trust this email?" The Grand Elder sighed. Despite two disasters having come to pass, they still hoped the information contained in the email was false, and today, they awaited confirmation. At 11:56 a.m. on January 16th, a magnitude 7 earthquake struck a coastal nation. They had received their answer. The office fell into a profound silence, and everyone wore a grave expression. No one wished for this to be true. The fourth elder picked up the paper from the table, reading it word for word. The timeline of disasters following the apocalypse. The estimated death toll, how many bases initially existed and how many had been destroyed, the causes of natural disasters, but more so, human-induced calamities. The elders repeatedly examined the document, attempting to uncover more information. Who sent the email? Has anyone been located? The usual methods employed in the dark web to trace worldwide locations yielded no results. Luo Qingzhou, don't tell me you can't find it. If this is true, do you understand the severity of the consequences? We must know more information. Yes. What? There is more information. We have received a second email. If today's earthquake had not occurred, this second email would not exist. Yu Liping stood up, her face pale. I have 2 emails, but... Luo Qingzhou nodded and distributed the additional papers. The fourth elder, having not yet finished reading, was already trembling with anger. Crumpling the paper into a ball and tossing it away. Nonsense. Ridiculous. The fifth elder swallowed several pills, clutching his chest with a frown, covering the pages with the back of his hand. How could this be? How can this be happening? It must be fake. It has to be fake. We must investigate. We will surely find something. The Grand Elder gazed at the assembly of aged individuals with a pang of sorrow. Perhaps they had all perished when the apocalypse commenced. For how else could chaos reign so utterly? The second elder, unable to endure the sight, leaned in and whispered, Have you finished reading? Can your heart withstand it? The Grand Elder replied softly, I perused it long ago. Young Luo had the foresight to arrange for a physician. Turning to Dr. Yu, he inquired, What is your perspective? Luo Qingzhou sought her insights, hence he had preemptively handed her the second letter. Yu Liping had already regained her composure after the initial shock of reading the email. The logic flowed seamlessly, and the narrative was coherent, devoid of the hallmarks of a delusional mind. Judging by her choice of words and phrasing, it was evident she had received a good education domestically. The writing style was somewhat meandering, resembling a stream of consciousness. She concealed her personal information but endeavored to provide as many details as possible, sharing her observations and experiences from her unique perspective.
To me?
It resembled more of a letter. Her? Do you believe she is female? Indeed, I am quite certain. When she described the condition of certain female and child victims, her language became somewhat vague, which is inconsistent with her writing style and intent. What do you surmise her purpose to be? The first letter serves as an alert. You should be aware of this situation and prepare accordingly. The second is a warning. In other words, she is illustrating the consequences of your actions. Chapter 31. The elders ultimately came to believe her. She employed the most objective and calm language to portray the most brutal details. Initially, I assumed these details would bring her some form of pleasure, prompting her to depict them so vividly. However, after several readings, I discerned no such enjoyment. The text exudes her anguish, yet she feels powerless to resolve it, thus seeking assistance. She yearns for us to aid those young soldiers who once offered her and the survivors their support. Otherwise, she would not have provided their specific names. She implores us not to repeat the mistakes of the past. The seventh elder inquired. Among them is a soldier who saved her. Which unit does he belong to? Might he be known to us? Have you investigated? Luo Qingzhou replied, I have looked into it. He is currently a civilian and reportedly intends to enlist. The fourth elder slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, he is one of our good kids. The third elder concurred. Indeed, they are all good kids. It is said that the fog of the apocalypse will bring death, yet it will also awaken extraordinary abilities. The soldiers are robust, and there are many who possess such powers. Those who awaken first are dispatched on the most perilous missions, leading to casualties. Outside the military, those with abilities align themselves with various factions, recuperating and strengthening their powers, only to return to annihilate the newly awakened soldiers, thus dismantling the military's combat capabilities. The sixth elder let out a deep sigh, but it must not fall apart. Look at our strategic resource reserves. They have become personal caches. I have often wondered how criminals continue to control the base. First, they seize the guards' firearms, then the police station. Armed, they raid for supplies, establishing themselves as kings and forming their own factions. Alas, at this age, enduring such tribulations, what is the purpose of living? The ninth elder's eyes glistened with tears. She wishes for us not to repeat the past? What have we done wrong? Should we not distribute food aid? Should we not send soldiers to rescue? Should we not allow soldiers to protect the populace? Should we not permit disguised marauders to have the opportunity to slaughter our soldiers and seize the life-saving food and weapons? They masquerade as civilians. What then should we do? Should we order soldiers to fire upon the populace? The elders fell silent. She traversed numerous spaces, and aside from battling mutated flora and fauna, she either faced death or inflicted it. She had not encountered children or the elderly in years, and women were scarce. Her sustenance consisted of a black grass cake made from a type of dark insect, occasionally supplemented by the flesh of captured mutated beasts, which she sold to the base in exchange for exorbitantly priced living supplies. As an ability wielder, her life was relatively better than that of ordinary people. Countless others lived like slaves, perishing in the cold, hunger, dehydration, disease, and violence. Yu Liping's calm voice resonated clearly in everyone's ears. And there are outsiders eyeing our resources. We are powerless to protect our own people and land. The second elder added. The fourth elder interjected, but wait, our military has perished. How can they still thrive? The sixth elder retorted, do you think they are like us, dispatching troops to protect civilians? They are executing civilians with the ease of a game. When the time comes, they will merely push civilians out to their deaths, preserving their own strength. The grand elder surveyed the room. Enough of the doom and gloom. We are already more fortunate than other nations, having received this news in advance. Now we can prepare for battle. We have 5 months. Let us discuss our strategies. The military must not falter. Weapons cannot be allowed to flow freely. The number of soldiers is insufficient. Military production must keep pace. The apocalypse may come. But we must not descend into anarchy. Food is paramount, food, above all else. Increase the cultivation of sweet potatoes and potatoes. They yield abundantly and sustain. Not only food, but anything that can be stored, vacuum-packed. For those that cannot be stored, we shall prepare freeze-dried provisions, which can withstand flooding and be retrieved. Extreme cold demands warm clothing and guaranteed coal supplies. Water. Once contaminated, it cannot be consumed. Even with water abilities, we cannot ensure supply. We need purification tablets and water filtration technology. Medicines, without them, even a cold can prove fatal. Illness cannot be endured, and one will perish. Additionally, we must preserve traditional Chinese medicine and its essence. Innovation in technology and research capabilities must be secured. It is not that we cannot develop cold-resistant crops, but rather that by the time they are developed, extreme heat may have already set in. We must commence early research, prioritizing it. Relevant researchers must be safeguarded. Energy, store as much as possible. Even if new energy sources emerge in the future, it will not be an immediate solution. We must investigate the construction of earthquake-resistant buildings. And we must protect skilled craftsmen. Even if we regress to an agrarian society, mortise and tenon structures can still yield houses. Production lines for survival essentials must be preserved. We must procure domestically and purchase from abroad, converting all foreign currency into supplies to bring back. Luo Qingzhou observed the 9 elders, their spirits lifted. The pent-up frustrations that had lingered in his chest dissipating significantly. They were undaunted by the prospect of being struck down by natural disasters. They would endeavor with all their might to confront the heavens. Yu Liping contemplated the paper in her hands, yearning to know who she was, wishing to express her gratitude. Her information could save countless lives. She hoped she would prepare even more, to live better than foretold. Though harboring resentment, she still wished to save others. The elders, though silent, felt a tinge of remorse for her and for the countless innocent citizens and soldiers who perished in the prophecies. Lin Xi had no desire to compete with the elders for resources, thus she returned quietly to the city of the sea. After enjoying a lavish welcome feast prepared by Sister Qin, Lin Xi lay in bed, feeling that home was indeed the most comfortable place. In a daze, she sensed that nothing had truly changed. The apocalypse felt like a fleeting dream, until Lin Wuwu affectionately snuggled up to her. Reluctantly, Lin Wuwu was taken by her aunt for a bath, transforming from a foul stench to a delightful fragrance.
Ow, ow.
Look at me, am I not adorable? Lin Xi, surprised by the creature stepping on her hair and rubbing against her face, wondered if it was up to something. Having spent such a long time together, Lin Xi believed she understood it to a degree. Lin Wuwu was emotionally reliant on her, yet more often than not, it had its own interests and did not appreciate being constrained. It was far from the type to simply lie in her arms and act spoiled without reason. It was rather well-behaved.
Ow.
A good Wu-Wu deserves a reward. I knew it. Lin Xi pondered seriously for a moment, then sat up and addressed it. How about I reward you with online courses? I spent a considerable sum acquiring high-quality lessons from elementary school through university for you, with Qing Bao accompanying you. There's a saying here that you might have heard. Knowledge is priceless.
Là où responded, online course?
What are those? Are they delicious? Qing Bao interjected. What does that have to do with me? What have I done wrong?
Ow? No.
I want ice cream, Lin Wuwu exclaimed, shaking its head angrily and fiercely pawing at the bedspread. Ice cream? What a silly little thing. The last time Lin Xi had focused on its weight loss, it had shortly thereafter indulged itself with a feast of raw seafood and various delicacies, all while still craving ice cream. Lin Xi had restricted its intake to just 1 serving a day, fearing it might upset its stomach. It was quite clever. Having sweet-talked the naive Qing Bao into procuring a family-sized tub, an entire bucket, it devoured it noisily, only to later suffer the consequences of diarrhea. Oh dear. Such a pitiable and odorous state. Lin Xi dared not take it to the veterinarian, fearing they would discern the discrepancy in its condition, so instead, she offered it some well water, which proved utterly ineffective. After an online diagnosis, with a regimen of medication and fasting, it took a full 2 days to recover. Upon regaining its health, it became evident that it hadn't lost any weight. Its face had merely become more angular, and its limbs appeared longer. In a fit of anger, Lin Xi banned its ice cream consumption. I've taken my medicine. I'm all better now.
Aou. Aou.
Lin Wu vented its frustrations by thrashing about under the blankets, tearing and biting, burying itself within and grumbling. It's been such a long time. Amused, Lin Xi reached out to pat it, only to have it swat her hand away. All right. I see it's been a long time. I hardly remember. Just 100 grams a day, no more. Is that acceptable? Are you a good little woo-woo? Lin Wu's eyes darted around. It was a bit less than before, but certainly better than nothing, and it could always throw a fit tomorrow. After contemplating, it lifted its head, raised its tail high, stretched lazily, and proudly sauntered from the bed to the sofa. The internet knows best. The one who scoops the litter only knows this trick. Chapter 32, The Rock-Solid and Steadfast Panchon Community. Lin Xi called Wu Lingxiu to inform her of her return home and arranged to meet the next day. She prepared a box of American ginseng and a case of French Lafite as gifts. Oh, thank you. You remembered to bring me something back from your travels. How thoughtful. Wu Lingxiu assessed the young woman before her. After some time away, her aura had transformed. She was not as thin as before, but rather perfectly balanced, seeming to have gained a bit of height, lending her an even more statuesque appearance. Even in casual attire, she exuded an undeniable charisma. Her hair was lustrously black and smooth, her skin translucent and flawless, radiating a captivating glow. Wu Lingxiu felt a pang of envy. No wonder they say one must learn to let go and take frequent walks. Just look at you. It's like you've undergone a metamorphosis. Indeed, I've come to terms with many things. Letting go of certain matters allows one to savor the present and enjoy life. You should try it too. Lin Xi encouraged her. Wu Lingxiu waved her hand dismissively. Not possible. I'm bound by my laborious fate.
Perhaps another time.
Lin Xi refrained from pressing further, as future opportunities seemed scarce. Aren't you looking for a high-rise apartment? High demands can make it difficult to find. There are few buildings in Bay City and High City claiming to withstand earthquakes of level 8 or above. I had professionals inspect them to confirm their safety, but the locations aren't ideal. They are new developments in the suburbs with average layouts and low occupancy rates. You can have a look and decide which one appeals to you. Wu Lingxiu handed over both electronic files and paper documents. Lin Xi tucked the materials away, saying, I'll let you know once I've made a decision. After parting ways, Lin Xi strolled through the Brand Street, as she still had 500 million in hand, leaving 100 million for herself. This time, practicality was not her priority. She purchased whatever she fancied: dresses, sweaters, hoodies, scarves, gloves, and even charming dolls, little girls' clothing, and toys. Though she had amassed quite a collection in the United States, the joy of shopping was irreplaceable. She arranged for the store to deliver her purchases directly to the villa, then headed to a restaurant, ordering several dishes, enough to eat, and leftovers to take home. The menu included flower mushrooms with goose feet, bamboo fungus with vegetable shoots, braised pork knuckles, dried mandarin fish, crispy chicken, osmanthus clams, creamy crispy bones, and sea cucumber with pomelo peel, among others. Lin Xi adored this restaurant. Yet with each bite, a sense of melancholy washed over her. Time could not be held back, and all beauty would inevitably be ravaged by the impending apocalypse. Upon returning to the villa, Lin Xi spread out the materials and began browsing properties on her computer. After reviewing several buildings, she focused her attention on the Panchon community in the outskirts of Bay City, Yinshan. The location bore a striking resemblance to the former Bay City base she had visited, which had long been in tatters, with countless mutated flora and fauna clashing with humanity. She had scarcely taken note of the Panchon community back then. Panchon? Does it mean as solid as rock? The Panchon community was situated in a remote area surrounded by vast undeveloped land, yet the property prices were surprisingly high, with their promotional slogan indeed proclaiming them to be as solid as rock and as stable as Mount Tai. Lin Xi chuckled. Such an unappealing name warranted a trial. The building had only one unit per floor, with a penthouse spanning 280 square meters across 18 stories. There were also dual units per floor, measuring 180 square meters with a maximum of 24 stories. She dismissed the options in High City. With the onset of the apocalypse, prices had skyrocketed, but money could still procure goods. Many were aware of her substantial fortune, and staying here might attract unwanted attention. Though unafraid, she detested complications.
Hence,
She settled on the penthouse. After all, with only one unit per floor, guarding the stairwell would be as good as fortifying a stronghold against any intruders. The following day, Lin Xi communicated with Lin Xi and boarded a midday flight to view the properties. Manager Tian from the sales office personally welcomed her, offering her ginger tea. "Miss Lin, it's chilly, please warm your hands. Just call me Xiao Tian." Lin Xi was not particularly sensitive to cold, adorned in a coat without even a hat. However, she had forgotten just how frigid the winters in Bay City could be, even before the apocalypse. "Are you here to view the property alone? You have a discerning eye. I must say our houses are of exceptional quality. The developer is meticulous about quality, and he resides here himself. You needn't worry about the construction quality." Tian Hong rarely encountered someone viewing properties solo, as families typically came together, especially so close to the new year. He was quite the talker, thoroughly explaining the community and housing details while Lin Xi remained mostly silent. They entered the elevator of Building E, ascending to the 18th floor. Tian pointed to the elevator. One unit per floor, ensuring strong privacy and safety. "Look, without authorization, no one else can access the 18th floor." Lin Xi inquired. "After I purchase it, will your property management still have access?" Tian pondered for a moment. Generally, they wouldn't. But debating this issue is futile, as the elevator control is managed by the property management, who can reset permissions. Upon entering, Lin Xi was greeted by a colossal floor-to-ceiling glass window, which made her frown. The expansive glass signified potential energy loss as well as the risk of shattering during storms. "Look at this layout. I wasn't deceiving you. It's square and maximizes utility, unobstructed views, and excellent lighting. This glass is bulletproof and imported, one tea break or shatter. Go ahead, try it." Lin Xi asked. "If I were to remove it, could I replace it with brick?" Tian was taken aback. "Remove it? I don't think that is permissible. There are regulations against altering the exterior appearance of the property." He found it incomprehensible that someone would want to remove glass while many sought to demolish walls. Lin Xi pondered that they could only build walls inside. How long does it take to obtain the property certificate? Can it be completed before the new year? She was eager to commence renovations after the holiday. Tian Hong found it perplexing that the conversation had suddenly shifted to property certificates and renovations. Shouldn't they first explore available discounts and make comparisons? Under normal circumstances, the process would be completed within 30 working days. But we will actively assist you in expediting the procedures, which can be finalized in 7 to 10 working days. If you are eager to renovate, you may commence once the purchase contract is signed and payment is made. Should you opt for a lump sum payment, we even offer a discount of 10%. Tian Hong relayed this information in one breath. Stealing a glance at Lin Xi, he cleared his throat. 120,000 per square meter. This is our premium unit, boasting the finest attributes, with a total price of $33,600,000. After discounts, it amounts to $33,270,000. We also have a special gift for you. His excitement was palpable. The commission on a property worth over $30 million was not insignificant. Lin Xi called Lin Xi, asking her to arrange for the necessary procedures. She only needed to make the payment. Would it be via card or bank transfer? Do you find it convenient to make a transfer? Tian Hong rubbed his hands together. This was the fastest and most expensive transaction he had ever conducted. Using a card incurs transaction fees, and as a competent sales manager, one must consider all aspects. Chapter 33. Lin Xi's Fortress of the Apocalypse. Lin Xi contacted a meticulous international team, sending them the floor plan and outlining her renovation requirements. After their preliminary assessment, she paid a deposit and requested them to commence work in Huagua immediately after the Spring Festival holiday. She chose not to engage a domestic team to avoid potential future conflicts with the construction workers. The international team would depart once their work was complete. If they were truly capable of tracking her down across borders, she would commend them for their efforts. Lin Xi booked a stay at a 5-star hotel, deciding to temporarily reside in Beishur, knowing that the annoying individuals would inevitably seek her out before the new year. She wished to conserve her energy, preferring to incinerate them instead. On New Year's Eve, a day of nationwide celebration, Lin Xi ordered a reunion dinner for herself, enjoying her meal while watching the Spring Festival Gala. With the reward of 2 ice creams, she had Lin Wu don a vibrant red robe, instantly amplifying the festive atmosphere. After consuming an entire bottle of red wine, She transformed into a rosy figure, watching as a bundle of yellow fell alongside a bundle of red. Laughing as they collided and shattered, Lin Xi endeavored to soothe the rebellious Lin Wu. No, no, no. She is still a child. How could she comprehend color coordination? This is a new and daring attempt, showcasing your courage and decisiveness. Only those with an eye for art will appreciate its significance. The average person would not understand. Do you understand? I knew you would. Lin Wu, utterly bewildered, sensed something amiss but refrained from admitting her ignorance, resorting instead to a fierce bite of the elbow. At midnight, Lin Xi silently expressed her gratitude to the heavens for the companionship of Qingbao and Wu in this lifetime. After the spring festival holiday concluded, the team finalized the last details with her and began work. Initially, Lin Xi intended to reinforce the entrance door and its surrounding walls, as an unyielding door could be circumvented by demolishing the wall. However, this suggestion was not adopted by the team, as they excelled in fortifying apocalyptic shelters. They asserted that the roof, flooring, and surrounding walls required reinforcement, reasoning that when a frontal assault failed, intruders would resort to using tools to breach other areas, such as a pry bar, hammer, or explosives. Of course, such large-scale destruction was generally unlikely. Yet Lin Xi understood that the apocalypse was no ordinary circumstance. She consented to their plan, employing hardened alloy for wall reinforcement and enhancing the insulation layer. The first layer of the entrance door would be replaced with a thick steel anti-theft door that opens outward, measuring 20 centimeters thick, with anti-prise steel locks on the top,
bottom, and sides.
The second layer would consist of a sliding thick steel anti-theft door, akin to a barn door. With the upper and lower tracks welded to the reinforced wall's alloy plates, the door thickness measuring 30 centimeters, sliding horizontally along the wall to close against the door frame. As it operates horizontally, once locked from all sides, it becomes exceedingly difficult to push open from the outside. Furthermore, by constructing walls to reduce the size of windows and maintaining a certain gap between the walls and windows for solar panel installation, along with an air circulation filtration system, even if the outside is shrouded in volcanic ash, it would remain impeccably filtered. Lin Xi was thoroughly satisfied and proceeded to discuss further details. There would be 3 bedrooms, with the master bedroom featuring an ensuite bathroom measuring 25 square meters, while the other 2 bedrooms would be 20 square meters each without bathrooms. Aside from a storage room, boiler room, kitchen, and bathroom, no additional partitions were necessary. The space would be left open to accommodate fitness equipment, with the floor supported by joists and covered with wooden flooring. Considering the outdoor placement of the air conditioning unit, which would be impractical in an apocalyptic scenario due to extreme temperatures damaging the equipment, even if it were the latest model developed in a research facility, Lin Xi feared that if outsiders discovered her air conditioning was operational, trouble would come knocking in waves. Thus, she resolved to add a dedicated air conditioning room for the main unit. With the housing arrangements underway, Lin Xi turned her attention to other matters. She purchased 2,000 of the largest external hard drives, hiring individuals to download a variety of educational and entertainment materials, including television shows, movies, and entertainment programs, instructing them to store everything on the hard drives and label them appropriately, costing 1 million in labor. She also acquired a collection of gaming consoles that Lin Wu had requested. Lin Xi believed that the greatest detriment the apocalypse would impose was the loss of internet connectivity, preventing gaming, video streaming, and television watching. In truth, Lin Xi worried about Lin Wu's boredom and had downloaded numerous online courses, yet for reasons unknown, Lin Wu stubbornly refused to attend classes, even when fishing in the space lake with her tail. As March approached, the transformation of the house began to take shape. Wu Lingxiu flew to Beishur to meet her, and upon seeing the property, she was utterly astounded. Wow, what is this? Is that a door? This is almost on par with a vault door. After her initial shock, Wu Lingxiu fell silent, unable to comprehend but willing to respect Lin Xi's choices. Conversely, Lin Xi had much to express but found herself at a loss for words. Aunt Wu, do you trust me? You should also buy a property here. I will cover the costs and handle the paperwork. Wu Lingxiu stared at her in surprise. Lin Xi, regretting her impulsive words, gathered her thoughts and clarified. You need not move in immediately. What I mean is that this property will be available when you feel the need to come here. When that time comes, I will remind you. Wu Lingxiu's mind was somewhat muddled. Initially, She had merely thought Lin Xi was overly anxious, resulting in an exaggerated renovation.
But now,
Her innate perceptiveness and feminine intuition suggested that there was more to the story. She smiled and replied, "What do you think I owe you? Have you forgotten my commission from selling shares? I have the funds. But how do you envision the decoration? Simple, comfortable, safe, sturdy, and warm." Lin Xi lowered her head. "In my personal opinion." Wu Lingshu chuckled. "A house is not exceedingly expensive. If we buy it, it will be an investment. Help me select a suitable one shortly. When do you think we should move here?" Lin Xi's face betrayed an inexplicable melancholy. "Soon." The process of purchasing a house is swift. Lin Xi pointed to Building C, which was slightly closer to Building E, and inquired about its status. This building has 2 units per floor, is 180 square meters, and the highest floor is 24 stories. The price will be somewhat lower.
tiens au mensuaire de proficient.
Then let us go for 2 units. Lin Xi decisively secured 2 sets on the 24th floor. She gazed at Wu Lingshu and said, "You may choose one set, and I shall keep the other." She wished to avoid leaving Wu Lingshu with an uncertain neighbor, as it posed a potential security risk. These 2 units were slightly smaller but significantly more affordable, priced at $18,900,000. A one-time payment could yield a discount of 5%, bringing the total to $17,960,000. Tian Hong was overjoyed, having once again claimed the title of sales champion this month. Lin Xi sent a message to Zhao Zhiyong inquiring whether he had purchased a property yet. Their last exchange had been during the Spring Festival, filled with mutual well-wishes. Zhao responded promptly, stating that he was still searching but had yet to find a suitable option. Lin Xi urged him to cease his search, offering him a unit and asking him to come quickly. Having both families living nearby would provide mutual support, alleviating her concerns. Wu Lingshu had always stood by her side, while Zhao Zhiyong had the ties of their past life. She remembered the lessons learned from her previous existence. Human hearts are fickle. She did not wish to dwell too closely, to avoid further emotional wounds, yet she could not bear to neglect him entirely. Chapter 34. The foolish yet astute Zhao Zhiyong. A day later, Zhao Zhiyong arrived in the northern city to meet Lin Xi. He was clad in a black cotton coat, carrying a backpack and wearing cotton boots. His gaze fixed on the ground as he ambled along. Utterly unremarkable. "Quickly hand over your documents so I can arrange the property deed," Lin Xi urged. Zhao Zhiyong, somewhat resigned, responded, "You are rather direct, aren't you? It hardly seems appropriate to demand the house you purchase from me. Remember to transfer the payment then. By the way, are you also residing in this community?" "Indeed," Lin Xi replied, busily sending the electronic version of the documents to facilitate the procedures. She harbored doubts about whether this community would be incorporated into the base. If so, the distinction between homeowners and tenants would be substantial. The penthouse? That might be inadvisable. It is prone to leaks over time. Additionally, does it face south or north? Orientation is quite significant. What about the area? What of the balcony? How is it calculated? What are the security measures for the community? Are there any discounts? Why do I feel as though you are being rather careless? I work hard for my earnings." Zhao Zhiyong had recently been bewildered by the multitude of properties he had viewed with the housing group, yet he had accumulated considerable experience. Lin Xi began to comprehend how he had arrived at this point in his property search. "My house is undergoing reinforcement by an overseas team. Would you like to take a look?" Zhao Zhiyong agreed to visit. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "Is this a house? It resembles a safe house." Zhao Zhiyong shed the guise of an ordinary person, stating, "On my way here, I researched this community. Its greatest advantage is its quality and high seismic resistance. However, in terms of earthquake protection, high-rises are at a disadvantage, unless, of course, there are floods." Lin Xi found herself at a loss for words. What was there to say? "What of your sister? Have you abandoned her again?" Zhao Zhiyong scoffed. "Do not divert the topic. Others may be unaware, but I am not. The current recruitment numbers are unprecedented, with reserves being called up. The military cards are appearing with alarming frequency, and supplies are continuously being procured from abroad. Is this not an indication of what lies ahead? Online rumors abound, suggesting many private textile factories are overwhelmed with orders for fabrics that are black, gray, and yellow, ostensibly for disaster relief. A cursory glance reveals that the density of these woven fabrics exceeds that of civilian goods. You feel something amiss. Yet you hesitate to purchase a property and complain about it. Lin Xi retorted sharply. He is astute when he wishes, yet utterly foolish at times. Zhao Ziyong regarded her with seriousness. What do you truly know? Is there anything I have urged you to reveal that remains unspoken? Lin Xi muttered under her breath. Indeed. I encountered a remarkably insightful feng shui master who asserted that residing here would ensure safety and prosperity. Zhao Ziyong paused, puzzled. Could it be that you have fallen victim to a charlatan? I warned you that this property could be a trap. Can you still retract your decision? Oh dear. This conversation is utterly futile. The meticulous team from Yanjing was elated. Their client was generous and had introduced them to new customers, allowing them to work on 3 projects concurrently, which would significantly enhance efficiency. Both Wu Lingxiu and Zhao Ziyong had fortified their windows and installed air filtration systems. A measure Lin Xi did not contest. Her own reinforcement efforts were quite substantial, largely due to her capacity for inciting animosity. Lin Xi had also been attentive to the news. Various nations speculated on Huaguo's recent recruitment efforts, with numerous rumors suggesting that the scale far exceeded previous instances. The current international climate was tumultuous, leading some to assert that Huaguo was preparing for war. One piece of evidence cited was the substantial procurement of living supplies from overseas, resulting in half of the ocean freight vessels transporting various goods back to the country. Upon the emergence of such claims, nations that had previously been eager to supply goods to Huaguo began to hesitate. The spokesperson for Huaguo was compelled to declare that the nation is a proponent of peace and would never initiate hostilities, emphasizing that domestic disasters had necessitated the mobilization of national reserves and that they were now compelled to procure supplies from abroad to replenish them. Once this statement was released, discussions regarding the various disasters proliferated, complete with images, yet there were sporadic posts claiming that the locals had not observed any calamities, though such posts quickly vanished into obscurity. A 100-member electronic information team at an bureau had been stationed in the office for nearly 2 months, working in shifts to post and delete messages online, modifying keyword permissions in the backend across various platforms. Xiao Wu transitioned from an information engineering expert to a skilled photo editor. Is this appropriate? He inquired, initially anxious. He had become desensitized. Xia Xiaowei, sporting 2 sizable dark circles under his eyes, replied, just ensure no flaws are exposed. Lower the pixel density. As long as the message is conveyed, it suffices. Xiao Wu scratched his greasy head. No, I meant the nature of this task. What are we? Are we here to spread rumors? He pointed at Xia Xiaowei and then at himself. Are we not engaged in unlawful activities? I feel quite uneasy. Are you certain there will be no repercussions? Xia Xiaowei, with a stoic expression, replied, Did you not hear the director? This is an order. Just execute it. Xiao Wu mumbled, I am merely worried about you misrepresenting the authority.
Ouch.
That hurts. Xia Xiaowei sharply tapped his head, and only after witnessing his wince did he turn to leave. The elders were busily preoccupied, particularly as they observed the imminent and accurate second eruption of the small volcano, gripping their heart medication and antihypertensives tightly. The first elder, second elder, 4th elder, and 6th elder convened for a meeting. The 4th elder clutched his chest and switched off the television, exclaiming, This life is unbearable. Calm yourself. Among us, you are the youngest. Do not let your impatience exacerbate your heart condition. The 6th elder admonished. I am not anxious. However, the overseas procurement has become increasingly difficult, contrary to previous attitudes. It feels as though they are preparing to confront us. If the time comes, will they not seek retribution? The 2nd elder shook his head. They harbor ill intentions toward us. Regardless of whether we procure goods from abroad, they will ultimately turn their weapons against us. This is dictated by their history and logic. If they lack it, they will seize it. The 4th elder raised his fist and shouted, Let them come and try. The 1st elder shot him a disapproving glance. How many times must I tell you to temper your temper? He pondered for a moment and added, They called me earlier to inquire about our plans. The 6th elder inquired, What did you say? The grand elder replied, I spoke the truth.
Ah?
The 6th elder was taken aback. The 2nd elder glanced over and gave a thumbs up. The 4th elder, fuming, exclaimed, Why should we divulge that information to them? It belongs to our family. The grand elder remained speechless. The 4th elder was competent in many ways, yet his intellect was rather straightforward outside his area of expertise. Fortunately, the second elder understood him well after years of collaboration, grasping his meaning with just a glance. I mentioned that experts in our country predict significant calamities in the latter half of the year and recommend that we prepare ample supplies for rescue efforts. Furthermore, a renowned feng shui master in our nation has confirmed this. It is indeed true. I suggested they also make preparations. The sixth elder chuckled. A feng shui master, you say? That's merely a facade. It's absurd if they believe it. Yet, the reality remains. Excellent. The Grand Elder too burst into laughter, however. We must not halt the procurement of supplies. We will overcome any difficulties. I recall a few prominent families outside with significant influence. We should reach out to them. As the pace of overseas procurement accelerated, international criticism and inquiries intensified. Even Lin Xi could discern the signs from the news. Chapter 35. There's too much. Let us discard a little. Lin Xi entered the space and gazed at the stock in the warehouse, exclaiming in awe. The diligent Qing Bao had already cleared a considerable portion of the piled containers. Some of these containers had taken on water, but they had dried out within the space. The sorted supplies included a variety of daily necessities, fresh fruits, and meats, with most stored in the inventory area and a smaller portion displayed in the supermarket. Indeed, Qing Bao had constructed a grand marketplace within the warehouse, expanding upon the original layout and categorizing the goods neatly, with tightly arranged shelves. Walking through it felt akin to strolling through a supermarket, albeit this one was colossal, likely 3 times the size of an ordinary market. Qing Bao's learning capability was remarkable. Lin Xi wished to enroll her in a design course for further education. As for Lin Wu, she was a different story. She would doze off in online classes, embodying the quintessential underachiever, her wits solely focused on culinary delights. Lin Xi lacked for nothing in terms of supplies, having amassed enough to last for generations. She had no desire to establish a base. The lessons from her previous life had made it clear that she lacked the capability. Yet, gazing at the vast number of unopened containers, Lin Xi felt disinclined to sort them, nor did she wish to burden Qing Bao. Qing Bao was not merely a tool. Lin Xi hoped for her to find joy. She could explore the grasslands to see cattle and sheep, venture into the woods to search for little gorillas, or revel in the spectacle when Lin Wu clumsily fell into the lake while trying to catch shrimp, instead of constantly assisting her in organizing these unfamiliar and tedious items. But what to do with these containers? Perhaps find a place to discard them? Just as Lin Xi was pondering this, her gaze fell upon a pile of gold. The lustrous gleam was captivating, yet she questioned the utility of such an abundance. She must have taken half, considering there was still another half of the room she hadn't yet explored. It was likely over 4,000 tons. Perhaps she could give the portion belonging to Baba to them? They might find the gold useful for procurement. Lin Xi examined the volume of gold, contemplating. Let us part with half. She gestured with her hands, deciding to allocate a bit more. Perfect, this amount is just right. I'll give Baba and the others 3/4 as a blessing for me, Qing Bao, and Lin Wu. In North City, Lin Xi found it quite easy to locate the Inn Bureau. She had no desire to approach the elders. The security there was on an entirely different level than that of the Inn Bureau. Lin Xi stealthily entered the Inn Bureau, extending her mental energy to swiftly locate Luo Qingzhou's office. The next morning, Luo Qingzhou arrived punctually at his office to find a note on his desk with an address written on it. It led to a dilapidated factory area, previously purchased by a developer but left undeveloped due to financial issues. Upon reviewing the surveillance footage, he discovered that the note had seemingly appeared out of thin air. Luo Qingzhou's expression darkened as he immediately summoned the information personnel, declaring, "This is your responsibility. The surveillance has been tampered with. Investigate who is responsible." The preparations for the impending apocalypse had already left him overwhelmed, and these restless infiltrators were pushing him to his limits. The address was provided to him, and he felt compelled to investigate personally, taking along Lu Meng and Zhang Yang from the action team, issuing a few directives before they drove out. The note had been delivered at night. Under the cover of darkness, Lin Xi arranged the gold and containers, keeping watch nearby just in case. As the clock approached 11, she heard commotion. Luo Qingzhou and his team arrived at the factory. Lu Meng and Zhang Yang, armed with handguns, surveyed the surroundings. After confirming the area was clear with a detector, They proceeded inside. Once Lin Xi saw them enter, she retreated, feeling the remaining events were no longer her concern. She yearned to return to cuddle Lin Wu, tease Qingbao, and catch up on some sleep. Once inside, Luo Qingzhou and his companions were left astounded. In the vast, albeit dilapidated factory, containers were stacked high, but that wasn't the most striking aspect. What captured their attention was a massive pile in the center resembling a grand house, appearing to be gold. Lu Meng was the first to speak. "Are you out of your mind? It looks like gold, yet who stacks gold like a mountain?" "Director Luo, I suspect there might be explosives inside. They're trying to lure us in." Zhang Yang hesitated. "Something feels off, but it certainly looks genuine. Look at how the ground is caved in. Gold is heavy. And this feels so real." "Be cautious, Director." Luo Qingzhou approached the mound of gold, picked up a piece, and examined its weight. Noticing the serial number and minting location, his expression shifted drastically. He barked, "Zhang Yang, Lu Meng, withdraw and stand guard. No one is to approach. Sound the alarm if anyone comes near. That's an order."
Yes.
They exchanged glances and swiftly exited. Luo Qingzhou circled the area, his heart racing with shock. He was aware of the troubles plaguing the national treasury and now harbored a suspicion. Furthermore, these shipping containers were not just inside the factory. They were piled high outside as well. How did all of this come to be? If those in power found out, it would undoubtedly lead to war. His head throbbed painfully. He called urgently for an immediate meeting with the Grand Elder, requesting that the Elder bring personnel to meet him. This matter was of such magnitude that he dared not discuss it over the phone. The Grand Elder responded, accompanied by the 4th and 6th Elders. He boarded a helicopter. The 4th Elder remarked, this young Luo is impressive. Now he is summoning us to meet him. Is he aiming for the heavens? The 6th Elder noted. He mentioned there is a matter more pressing than an email. It requires face-to-face discussion. The 4th Elder scoffed. Doesn't he sit right? Luo Qingzhou, anxiously pacing, finally caught sight of the Grand Elder. Without needing to speak, the 3 Elders gasped in unison. The 6th Elder, being the most familiar with such matters, took several pieces into hand, growing increasingly alarmed. This serial number and origin. How does it resemble those that were lost from over there? He looked up at Luo Qingzhou, who nodded in affirmation. Spies have been particularly active domestically recently. This situation is immense, and I dared not report it over the phone. The Grand Elder quickly organized. Well done. Deploy the covert unit and initiate immediate relocation. The 4th Elder responded, yes. A transport plane is en route. But where to relocate? The 6th Elder's eyes gleamed with ambition. To the central bank. This is precisely what I applied for. This is the allocation granted to procure supplies. With these, those families could even sell the nation. The Grand Elder beamed with delight. Little Luo has gone to complete some formalities. We have withdrawn a considerable amount of gold from the national treasury. Do remember to tidy up your tracks. Luo Qingzhou stood tall, responding with a firm yes. He then continued, as for these containers, they are quite disorganized, containing a myriad of items. Some are cold chain, housing fresh produce, which must be prioritized. The 4th Elder, filled with curiosity, remarked, no worries. I will arrange for personnel to handle it, and we can finish today. How did such a large quantity of supplies arrive? Luo Qingzhou replied, I haven't had the chance to investigate yet, as we prioritize the materials. The 6th and Grand Elders departed, leaving the 4th Elder and Luo Qingzhou to manage the aftermath. Chapter 36. The Return Gifts from the Overlords. The following evening, the Grand Elder, 2nd Elder, 6th Elder, 4th Elder, and Luo Qingzhou convened. It was not a formal meeting. Rather, they gathered informally to discuss matters. The Grand Elder observed the weary 4th Elder and remarked, it is indeed the youth that shines. Look at little Luo. Enduring more than you, and appearing more spirited. The 4th Elder, feeling somewhat indignant, retorted, I have more responsibilities than he does. I must organize the laborers to work, dismantle the heaps of containers, and categorize them. However, there are indeed many treasures within. The 2nd Elder inquired of Luo Qingzhou, surely these items must have an owner. Do you know who it is? The 6th Elder interjected, that item has been confirmed as being from that location that lost it. The containers do not belong to our domestic ports. We focused on several external harbors. The largest container port experienced a flood in November last year. during which a batch of containers was swept away. Luo Qingzhou, filled with questions, noted, "Some of the batch we received indeed shows signs of water exposure. The labels on the containers have been cross-referenced and confirmed to be from that batch." The second elder contemplated, "So, someone salvaged the containers that were swept away and stealthily brought back such a large haul, delivering it into our hands?" Luo Qingzhou frowned, moreover. "The address I visited was due to a note left on my desk, but I could not trace its origin. The surveillance footage indicates that the note appeared out of thin air. Initially, I suspected the footage had been edited, but upon investigation, no signs of tampering were found, confirming the authenticity of the recording. The address is rather remote, with few visitors. I reviewed the nearby surveillance footage and found no transportation vehicles or related personnel. This is indeed puzzling. The appearance out of nowhere sparked a sudden realization in the sixth elder. Could it be that person? She knows the ins and outs. She is well aware of our actions, having seen our preparations and recognizing our difficulties." The fourth elder mused. Could it simply be that there were too many items? It is possible, yet this individual was in the beautiful country in November and back in the domestic realm in March. No, in Beishur. Because of this, Luo Qingzhou retrieved an A4 sheet encased in a plastic bag from his bag. It was a list discovered while relocating valuable items. "Take a look." The Grand Elder accepted it. The list read, 10 tons of honeycomb coal, 10 honeycomb coal stoves, 10 military cotton coats, sizes 175, 185. 10 pairs of military cotton shoes, sizes 38-42, 10 pairs of military leather boots, sizes 38-42. The honeycomb coal stove was Lin Xi's obsession. It appeared unremarkable. Yet during a heavy snowfall in her past life, she witnessed someone using it for warmth, with a sweet potato atop, the aroma forever etched in her soul. She possessed plenty of coal and anthracite but was told she could only purchase 1 ton of honeycomb coal when she finally decided to buy some, and she deemed it too much trouble to pursue further. The military coats were also a fixation. Those items are sturdy and durable, which she had never used in her past life, only envying those who possessed them. Having recalled them recently, she inscribed them. After all, she had given the overlords a substantial amount of gold, and it was only fitting they reciprocate with something of hers. This logic holds. The Grand Elder chuckled as he shared the list with everyone. The fourth elder laughed. "Hey, this child knows what constitutes good items. She's quite astute." "Hey, indeed. She's just an earnest child. Otherwise, how much junk would she have to trade for such fine items?" The sixth elder retorted. "What do you mean by junk? If you're capable, don't come asking me for anything." The fourth elder believed the military coat was quite comfortable. The Grand Elder observed their banter with amusement. "Little Luo, regardless of whether that person is indeed the one, you are forbidden from pursuing this matter further. This is an order. Having such a powerful ally on our side is a blessing, but we must know when to draw the line." "Yes, I will resolutely obey the command. Prepare the items on the list, adding a few other useful items. Although she may not lack them, this is our heartfelt gesture and gratitude. You shall attend to it." The back of the list indicated 3 days hence, meaning that Lin Xi's requested items would be placed at the designated spot in 3 days. She was unperturbed by any surveillance, for she could render herself invisible. 3 days later, when Lin Xi returned, she remained invisible, allowing Qing Bao to gather the items into her space, quietly departing. Upon returning to the hotel and entering her space, she inspected the items bestowed by the overlords. Checking off the list, everything was in order, with quite a few extras. The surplus consisted entirely of military supplies, 1,000 individual self-heating meals, 1,000 purification tablets, 1,000 disinfection tablets, 10 sets of camouflage field uniforms, 10 field water bottles, 10 gas masks, 10 sets of dining utensils, 10 training bags, 10 camouflage raincoats, 10 sleeping bags, 10 individual first aid kits, and 1 multipurpose bayonet. To Lin Xi's astonishment, there was even a handgun. Upon inspection, the box contained 50 rounds of ammunition and a note. The note read, "Firearms are strictly controlled weapons. Please use with caution." There was also a medal, which she could not identify, but she could inquire about it with old Zhao later. Finally, there was a box. Upon opening it, she found half a seal, inscribed with characters and intricate patterns. The box contained a note stating, "This seal can be presented to any official for assistance. It seemed they were diligently contemplating strategies. The inspiration for the half-seal likely stemmed from the past tiger talisman. When communications between bases were obstructed, the seal could be used to verify the authenticity of messages, serving as a makeshift solution. Closing the box, Lin Xi felt a weight in her heart. This was an unexpected return. 50 rounds of ammunition represented a significant privilege. Although she possessed many firearms and ammunition, the sentiment felt distinctly different. This half-seal was a promise. Despite not intending to use it, she still bore this sentiment. She sat amidst the pile of supplies for quite some time, feeling an inexplicable sense of peace, envisioning that perhaps this life would not be as harrowing. Eventually, Lin Wu came to seek her out. It seemed to have an uncanny ability to sense her emotions in the shortest time, arriving to comfort her. Lin Wu trotted over, holding a wriggling fish in its mouth. Upon noticing Qing Bao trailing behind, it promptly placed the fish down, ensuring to keep it pinned with its paws, and exclaimed, "Shit-shoveling officer, this is the fish you wanted to catch." Qing Bao swiftly floated to Lin Xi's side, casting a reproachful gaze at her. "Ah,
Well,
it appears I have misjudged. This mutt is merely seeking to shift the blame onto her." The cyclical nature of the 5 elements in the space also encompassed the self-sufficiency of small creatures, which Lin Xi understood as the restoration of the biological chain. Until this goal was achieved, Qing Bao would not allow Lin Wu to fish from the lake. But who was Lin Wu? It tugged and pulled back, refusing to heed her. What could Lin Xi do? Both her palms were tied. Alas, alas, it seems I can no longer endure this. I am uncertain if it is due to the arduousness of these past 2 days, but I feel dizzy, exceedingly so. I shall step outside for a moment to lie down. If it becomes unbearable, I will take a couple of pills. Observing Qing Bao fluttering about anxiously brings a sense of comfort to Lin Xi. However, when she catches sight of Lin Wu's disdainful gaze, she cannot help but give its rear a playful pinch. Lin Wu lets out a series of whines in response. Everything unfolds in an orderly manner. Lin Xi, unfazed, ventures out to shop and dine, even exploring the wholesale market, where she discovers that as long as one makes normal purchases and keeps the quantities modest, one won't attract undue attention. In addition to her shopping, she has also found a boxing gym, where she dedicates half her day to striking the sandbags and sparring with partners to maintain her hand speed. Mastery of combat skills, apart from diligent practice, offers little else as a remedy. Her strength and physical resilience have been significantly enhanced by the energy of the well water, yielding several-fold improvements. Yet, aside from her supernatural abilities, her combat techniques and instincts are still in a gradual recovery. Initially, she intended to train with old Zhao, but he had to return to fetch his sister, only introducing her to a boxing gym before leaving her to her own devices. Chapter 37. The Carnivorous Flower, Clearly Defined. Just as she was about to enter the boxing gym, Lin Xi received a message from Qin Yuanxi, stating that he had returned to the country and wished to treat her to a meal, inquiring about her availability. Lin Xi informed him that she was not in Haishur but rather in Beishur. Qin Yuanxi was increasingly delighted and quickly responded that he too was in Beishur. Consequently, they arranged to dine together that evening. Upon entering the gym, Lin Xi changed her attire, braided her hair back, and commenced her warm-up routine. Her physique was well-proportioned, with smooth lines and a slim layer of muscle tautly enveloping her bones, exuding both strength and grace. As usual, she struck the sandbags for an hour, her formidable force frequently drawing glances. However, her sparring sessions did not proceed as smoothly. "Sister, you are my biological sister. We just trained together. So for the sake of variety, you must choose another partner," one of the boys exclaimed. "Nonsense. I was the one who trained yesterday. What day were you here?" Lin Xi recalled that when she first came to practice sparring a few days prior, several muscular young men had whistled at her, referring to her as little sister. After a few days, those same young men had been thoroughly bested by her, now addressing her as sister and avoiding her presence. Lin Xi raised an eyebrow, somewhat disappointed. "Is this the level of skill? Zhao Zhiyong, what audacity you have in recommending me to your gym." "TSK, TSK, TSK. The young men lowered their heads in shame.
Oh.
Challengers? A group of tall, muscular individuals entered the gym, capturing Lin Xi's attention. Cough, cough. Do not let your imagination run wild. Muscular physiques indicate a strong resistance to blows, which essentially means they can take a beating. She smiled brightly. I am not here to challenge. I am a paying customer. A hefty sum at that, here to spar. Who is willing? The young men nodded in agreement. Brother Tiger. That is indeed a hefty sum. Gao Feihu had been quite pleased these past few days, as his rare comrades had been visiting him, and he was busy hosting welcome feasts. Upon his return after a few days, he discovered that the gym was on the verge of being challenged. He wore a stern expression, lack of ambition. You all do not train diligently, and I am gone for a few days and you fall apart? Then you should step up. How would you know if we are not trying hard enough unless you give it a go? The young men protested, feeling wronged. Let me tell you, she is our biological sister. Gao Feihu turned to Lin Xi. You are our honored guest. We must ensure your satisfaction. How about I practice with you, or... He gestured toward a few of his comrades. These gentlemen will do as well. Ha. Yichen crossed his arms, eyeing him. You treat him to a meal. And now you must work for him too. The group chuckled, enjoying the spectacle. Lin Xi scrutinized the newcomers, noting the calluses on their fingertips. Were they gun users? It was a perfect opportunity to gauge the outcome of a contest without relying on her supernatural abilities. No worries, let us take them one by one. Yichen shot her a glance, and the others exchanged amused looks, noting her small stature but bold demeanor. Once on the mat, Lin Xi wasted no time. After feigning a punch, she swiftly raised her right leg to deliver a low kick to her opponent's joint. Gao Feihu retreated, bending low to block. But Lin Xi's right foot landed firmly, pivoting to deliver a powerful left kick. Gao Feihu attempted to shield himself with his elbows, but the force startled him. And before he could regain his composure, Lin Xi executed a high kick with her right leg, forcing him to step back 3 paces. Lin Xi frowned. Are you still daydreaming? If you don't retaliate, I might just kick you off the mat. Gao Feihu felt trapped. He had initially feared injuring the wealthy boss. Yet her ferocity exceeded his expectations, revealing her as a truly formidable adversary. Again, Su Qiuming whispered to Yichen, look at this yellow-haired girl. She can still unleash her fiery spirit. If she were in our team, she would be trained to the bone. Yichen appeared somewhat surprised. Not necessarily. Pay attention to her explosive power. With her physique, it shouldn't be possible. Generally, explosive power is determined by strength and speed. And women naturally possess inherent differences compared to men. However, Lin Xi's strength evidently surpassed Gao Feihu's. From their earlier exchanges, it was clear that Gao Feihu was at a disadvantage, though it could not solely be attributed to his lack of focus or time away from training. Lin Xi's offensive was not particularly complex. The key lay in her unadorned application of raw power. Many become enamored with fanciful techniques. Yet the true lethal moves derive from strength and speed, hence the saying that in martial arts, speed reigns supreme. Absent these two elements, techniques inevitably reveal vulnerabilities. As the captain, Yichen noted that Gao Feihu appeared both astonished and strained while receiving the initial strikes. After several exchanges, Lin Xi executed a leap that sent him tumbling, her elbow poised near his throat. Yichen murmured, see? Her jumping ability is impressive. He Pinyin clicked his tongue. What is her background? Such exceptional skills. Is she a police officer or a thief? The muscular young men pointed and jeered, oh no, Brother Tiger. You haven't been training hard enough. Gao Feihu, feeling humiliated, glared at them fiercely, attempting to assert his dominance. Lin Xi stepped back a few paces, critiquing, your strength is decent, but your speed is lacking. You seem hesitant to strike decisively. Would you like to go again? If you do, you will surely lose. Gao Feihu's heart sank. He felt utterly exposed before his teammates, having lost face. The only way to salvage his pride was to have everyone share in the humiliation, which, while a slim chance, was worth a shot. Captain, you cannot just stand by. He could not openly demand his brothers to avenge him in front of a young lady. Yichen turned to Zhou Yi. Why don't you test her strength limits? Zhou Yi was the strongest among them, possessing both skill and endurance. He nodded, stepping onto the mat with a hearty grin. I'm quite strong. If I hurt you, just let me know, and I'll stop. Zhou Yi, with his honest demeanor, often portrayed an innocent facade, claiming, look, my pockets are cleaner than my face. I truly have no money. This often deceived everyone around him. After a few encounters, the team had long since become immune to his naive exterior. Su Qiuming tilted his head slightly and whispered, Captain, that is not fair. You're picking on a young lady. Yi Chen remained still, his lips moving slightly. You know nothing. Lin Xi's eyes brightened. She too feared delivering strikes that were too forceful, thus holding back, but this opponent appeared truly resilient. She felt elated. Her money was well spent, as this sparring partner was hard to come by, and given her strength, she could unleash her full potential. As they engaged, Lin Xi threw a punch that felt akin to striking a sandbag, the opponent remaining steadfast.
Wow.
She became exhilarated, momentarily forgetting the original purpose of mastering her skills. Executing each move with a fierce vigor, her punches landing with palpable force. The two engaged in a spirited exchange, their battle finally balanced. With Zhou Yi equally caught up in the excitement. Lin Xi endured several blows, yet neither displayed any intent to relent. Gao Feihu's expression gradually turned grave. Losing to the young girl was, indeed, no small matter.
Chapter 38 Ye Chan's Grandfather.
The others, except for Yi Chen, exchanged glances, murmuring amongst themselves. What kind of person is this? Her strength and speed rival Zhou Yi. Well, her power and agility are certainly on par. Stop your nonsense. That is not what I meant. I'm talking about her talent. Open your eyes wider. This isn't mere talent, it's lethal skill. Look at those deadly moves. Who taught her to be so ruthless? At first glance, she appeared to be self-taught, yet upon closer inspection, her techniques bore an air of familiarity. Small in stature, she could take a hit. Zhou Yi's massive fists landed on her repeatedly. The two grew increasingly spirited, reveling in sheer brute force, devoid of any technique. Of course, you strike at a civilian and expect to unleash your entire repertoire. Look at your aspirations. Our captain is truly perceptive. He recognized the girl's extraordinary nature at first sight. Tiger, you better stash away the money you owe her. Be wary that Zhou Yi doesn't demand his share. Yi Chen shot them an exasperated look, noting how askew the conversation had gone. You all usually boast of your prowess, yet this little girl seems to match you, don't you think? A collective silence ensued as they were rendered speechless. 15 minutes elapsed, and Lin Xi was thoroughly enjoying herself. She hadn't experienced such exhilarating practice since her rebirth.
Zhou Yi,
Equally drenched in sweat, gasped for breath, giving her a thumbs up in admiration. Lin Xi, in high spirits, exclaimed, Hey, big brother. Let us exchange contact information so we can practice together again sometime. Don't worry, 1 TB free. I expect payment.
Zhou Yi glanced at Ye Chen.
Who blinked in response. With a grin, Zhou Yi pulled out his phone. Sister, I also enjoy practicing with you. It's refreshing. Unlike those others, who are devious and treacherous. Lin Xi burst into laughter. He hadn't even used his full strength, and she hadn't aimed to fight for her life. Their sparring was more playful. Unlike the others who could hardly engage in such light-hearted practice. Yi Chen handed over 2 bottles of water. Impressive. It looks like you've trained before.
Who taught you?
What are you curious about? In a good mood, Lin Xi didn't wish to argue, and replied nonchalantly, It's innate, you see. I was born with divine strength. I hardly need to train for this level. It's just for fun. Several chuckles erupted, as they stifled their laughter. Aware she was exaggerating, Yi Chen could only smile in response. Lin Xi hopped off to take a shower, preparing to leave. Yi Chen observed her retreating figure, a pensive expression settling on his face as thoughts of Zhao Ziyong crossed his mind. During his time in the beautiful country on a mission, he had encountered Zhao Ziyong several times. The young girl's skills were indeed a product of his teaching. After a lively exchange, Yi Chen departed first. Witnessing the earlier bout stirred a longing within him to find someone to spar with. In the training room of the Inn Bureau, 2 exhausted figures lay sprawled on the mat. Luo Qingzhou struggled to sit up. What's your problem? Coming to challenge me when I'm busy? Aren't there enough people in your squad to spar with? Yi Chen chuckled. If my grandfather knew I had you in this state, he'd be thrilled. You're no longer my match. Luo Qingzhou delivered another punch. How could you compare? You train every day. I can't possibly keep up.
Ye Chen yelped, Ah.
I'll tell my grandfather, and let him scold you. You're an adult. Don't whine. Aren't you embarrassed? You're a captain now. Where's your dignity? Luo Qingzhou looked at him with exasperation. Why care about dignity? Can it feed me, or quench my thirst? Yi Chen rolled over onto his side, propping his head with his arm. Hey, Did my grandfather scold you again? Luo Qingzhou leaned back, lost in thought. The old chief cultivated me with great effort and had high hopes, but I chose a different path. To him, I'm just a deserter. It's only natural for him to be upset. Yichen pondered, not necessarily. I think he's just feeling discontent. His favorite protege was taken away. Don't mind his scolding. If he were truly angry, he wouldn't even acknowledge you. My father doesn't even bother with me. Whenever he catches me, he just starts lecturing. That old man is truly cantankerous. Luo Qingzhou seemed to recall something, chuckling softly. That day, the grand elder praised your father. The look on your grandfather's face was priceless, so long that it was almost comical. Yichen burst into laughter. That old man is something else. Who knows what the grand elder sees in him? Luo Qingzhou defended the old leader. Let us not be too harsh. Think about it. The old chief has dedicated his life to the military, taking pride in being a soldier. Your father, on the other hand, excels in academia and research. In another family, that would be commendable, but in his eyes, it means there's no one to carry on his legacy, which would understandably upset him. What legacy? There's still me. Yi Chen retorted, but back then, I was just a child. My grandfather favored you more than me. Thinking about it makes me angry. And remember, you are the one who secretly altered my aspirations. You two are truly something. Yi Chen had often bickered with Luo Qingzhou over his grandfather's affection during their childhood. Luo Qingzhou had always been accommodating towards him, shielding him in public, and eventually, Yi Chen felt it was nice to have an older brother. Luo Qingzhou fell silent. Chun, why don't you consider retiring? You've been on missions for years. It's time to rest and spend more time with your family. Yi Chen sat up in shock, glancing around. What are you talking about? Have you lost your mind? If my grandfather finds out, he'd roll up his sleeves and chase you around. Do you really think so? Changing your aspirations back then might have been our mistake. Perhaps the old chief regrets it now. Don't even think about it. Yi Chen grabbed his jacket when I was in the army. That old man was over the moon. He wouldn't regret it. I'm leaving. By the way, dare you join me for dinner? Luo Qingzhou clasped his hands together. Not a chance. Brave warrior, safe travels. With a dismissive scoff, Yi Chen left for home. Luo Qingzhou sighed as he watched his retreating figure. Yi Chen sensed something unusual about Luo Qingzhou but couldn't quite articulate it. Upon arriving home, he promptly pushed those thoughts aside.
Mom.
I'm back. Did you miss me? Yi Chen exclaimed as he embraced his mother upon entering. Lin Mu shrugged him off, pointing to the inner room. I've been waiting for you for ages. I'm getting angry. Hurry up and eat. Entering the dining room, Yi Chen's stomach rumbled at the sight of a lavish spread. Grandpa, it's dinner time. Why are you home so early? Everyone else is still working late. Yi Yuntian glanced at him, lifting his eyelids. Humph. You little rascal. Go ahead and irritate me. Others are impressive, but I can't compare. TSK. Yi Chen grinned. Grandpa, you've grown. You used to shout at everyone, and now you've learned to be sarcastic. Yi Yuntian smacked his hand lightly. Hey, ungrateful brat. You're hardly ever around. Even during breaks, I can't find you. You're out wandering with a bunch of other rascals on missions. Is it entertaining? You should clean yourself up and find a nice girl to date instead of gallivanting around.
Got it.
Yi Chen stuffed his mouth full of rice, cheeks bulging. Grandpa, is Luo Ge still single? You should keep an eye on him. You? Trying to divert attention? Mind your own business. He hasn't had much time lately, but you do. Chapter 39. A war that is not a war. After finishing dinner, Yi Chen assisted his mother in clearing the bowls when she inquired, Why didn't you invite Qingzhou over for dinner? Yi Chen pointed subtly at his grandfather and replied softly, He doesn't dare to come. After their meal, Yi Chen accompanied his grandfather for a stroll before engaging in a game of Go. Grandfather, why the sudden urgency in calling us back? Why are we not allowed to handle matters at hand? Since returning, Yi Chen felt an unsettling dissonance in the air.
Oh.
So you think you're so remarkable that others can't manage without you?
Yi Yuntian retorted josually.
Don't try to deceive me. Our teams that were on rotation have all returned, and I've seen them on the street. Before encountering them, Yi Chen had assumed other squads were still in rotation. Just look at you all, given a holiday. You rush out to play, to admire the splendid landscapes of our homeland, yet during regular days, it's as if you vanish into thin air. Once a break is announced, And you all wander about like aimless drifters. How amusing that we might even cross paths. The old man bore an expression of disdain. What nonsense. Our fine young men are not drifters.
Ye Chen protestet vehemently.
It's not like we were just moving that thing. Yi Yuntian's demeanor shifted instantly. Stop right there. That's classified information. You're not to inquire, not to ask, not even to think about it. Yes.
Ye Chen replied obediently.
The game resumed. Yet the old man's mind was already in disarray. After a few rounds, he ceased playing. Go on, go away. I need to rest. Amuse yourself. It's just a matter of transporting gold. What's the big deal? That day, when he went, both Brother Luo and grandfather were present, and the atmosphere was palpably tense. He initially thought they had clashed again, but upon reflection, it was evidently not so. After showering, as he passed by his grandfather's room, he saw his grandfather holding a photograph of his grandmother, appearing somewhat despondent. Grandfather, why are you still awake? Yichen dragged a chair over to sit down. The old man gently caressed the frame, just reminiscing about your grandmother. Yichen stood to adjust the photograph. What mischief are you contemplating that requires a discussion with my grandmother? Ungrateful little rascal. The old man chuckled in mock reprimand. I was merely reminiscing about your father. His scholarly talent is inherited from your grandmother. She was quite the scholar in her day, exuding an aura of literary elegance. Haha. It was rare for him to bring up his often derided father. Yichen was taken aback, but followed his grandfather down memory lane. I can study too, haha. I inherited it from my father. You insist I'm suited for the military, yet you secretly altered my aspirations. Didn't he, my grandmother, scold you for that? The old man feigned ignorance with a hearty laugh. That wasn't me. It was little Luo. However, after the laughter subsided, a hint of melancholy crept into his voice. Your grandmother did scold me. I acknowledged my mistakes. Chun, why don't you consider retiring? Let us not pursue a military career any longer. You have the aptitude for studies. Follow in your father's footsteps, and he will surely teach you. Mentioning his father made the old man's tone rise with fervor. Yichen was shocked, his eyes widening in disbelief. Was this truly his grandfather? The same man who had eagerly thrust him into military life at the tender age of 8? Retire? This was the second time he had heard such a suggestion today.
Both from those closest to him.
Yichen quickly regained his composure and jested lightly. What are you rambling about? Do you even know how many procedures are involved in retirement? Besides, I'm still in the special forces. It requires multiple levels of approval. It's not as simple as you think. The old man seemed genuinely anxious. He rose and opened a drawer, pulling out an application form. No worries, just fill it out, and I'll handle the rest. Leaning back in his chair with arms crossed over his lap, Yichen quietly regarded his grandfather. The old man had aged, and he had matured. The grandfather, who once loomed large like a mountain in his eyes, now appeared as a dejected old man. Grandfather, what troubles you?
Ye Chen softly inhuited.
You and Brother Luo seem so eager for me to retire. I doubt it's merely due to fear of war. My grandfather wouldn't wish for my retirement out of fear of sacrifice. Yi Yuntian fell silent for a moment before offering a wry smile. If it were merely war, I would proudly send you off to battle, watching you bravely confront the enemy, awaiting your triumphant return, even if it meant you wrapped in a shroud. However, this is an apocalyptic scenario. It transcends mere combat. The elders had already begun deliberating over relevant policies in their meetings. The emails had raised questions about how to respond when military personnel became targets for insurgents. What should be done when faced with insurgents masquerading as survivors? Should they be shot on the spot? The elders found their meetings excruciating. Under such calamities, they could not save everyone. Their efforts could only ensure that the most capable and valuable individuals survived. Is this fair? It is not. Thus, chaos is inevitable. Their weapons must be aimed at the insurgents. Yet, those individuals were once innocent civilians. The training ingrained in soldiers would not permit them to fire upon the populace. The meetings were fraught with difficulty, increasingly affirming the truths within the emails. Soldiers who hesitated to shoot would inevitably become targets for the insurgents. They would disguise themselves as survivors, plunging knives into the backs of the very soldiers who fought to protect them. Without an army, the regime would cease to exist. And when that time comes, calamity will reign, warlords will seize territories, and all lands will inevitably descend into hell. This cannot be permitted. In chaotic times, Severe measures must be enforced, even at great costs. The apocalypse must not devolve into chaos. Therefore, their policies must be stringent and iron-fisted. The old man sighed, patting Yi Chen's shoulder, gazing at the grandson who had always filled him with pride, his eyes reflecting a faint sorrow. The email mentioned numerous names, and he had searched carefully, yet Yi Chen's name was absent. With his capabilities, if he were alive, he could not possibly remain inconspicuous unless he had already. The old man's voice was slow and somber. Chen, if you are reluctant to part with your team, then let us retire together. You could form a new team and live freely afterward. What do you say? Yi Chen gazed at him quietly. I'm sorry, grandfather. I truly love the army. No matter what happens, I will face it alongside my comrades. The old man felt a pang in his heart, unable to utter another word. He merely waved his hand to dismiss him. Yi Chen returned to his room with a calm facade, yet a tempest brewed within him. Though he was unaware of the unfolding events, he had observed numerous anomalies. Setting aside the peculiarities surrounding his grandfather and Luo Qingzhou, last month his team had intercepted a message indicating the domestic requisition of a large number of construction workers for a mysterious project. Considering the scale of this recruitment, Yi Chen suspected it was for constructing a military base in preparation for war. However, from his grandfather's demeanor, it was clear that this impending significant event was not related to warfare. Moreover, the complete recall of combat personnel, the abrupt cessation of all ongoing missions, was it merely for the sake of a holiday? Coupled with the international whispers suggesting that the Flower Nation was exhibiting signs of unrest, the surrounding areas maintained an extraordinary level of restraint. Additionally, there was his childhood friend, nicknamed Stinky Monkey, who had inadvertently mentioned the allure of satellite communications, questioning why there was a need for incessantly producing high-power telegraph machines. Thus, his grandfather anticipated that the forthcoming events would be accompanied by a deteriorating communication environment, necessitating high-power telegraph machines. Yi Chen pondered for a long while but could not arrive at a conclusion and had to set it aside. Chapter 40. A group of unmarried young men. Lin Xi invited Qin Yuanzi to dine at a private restaurant renowned for its exquisite cuisine, boasting a celebrated chef who declined her request for a monthly booking. Uncle Qin, is the food to your liking? Please indulge yourself. You seem a bit underweight. Lin Xi served dishes to Qin Yuanzi, yet did not neglect her own appetite. Observing Lin Xi's hearty appetite, Qin Yuanzi felt a surge of joy. For it is a common belief among elders that a healthy appetite is a sign of good fortune. Very well, uncle, allow me, he exclaimed. To his surprise, he had returned so swiftly. He hadn't mentioned anything while in the beautiful country. Indeed, I too was taken aback. A highly confidential research institute invited me back to explore new materials. The negotiations went exceedingly well, and their efficiency was remarkable, whisking me back in just a few days. I scarcely believed it myself. So, will you be residing in the North City from now on? Yes, although the research institute is rather remote and strictly regulated. Should I wish to venture out, I must submit a formal request. If not for the allure of their projects, I would have been reluctant to return. Lin Xi felt reassured, believing that a researcher of Qin Yuanzi's caliber would be well guarded. I will be living in the North City henceforth, so you can find me whenever you have time. Besides, with your busy schedule, will you even remember me? They both chuckled, feeling a sense of relief in their reunion. Later that evening, Lin Xi returned to her hotel to find that Qin Yuanzi had transferred another 10 million beautiful coins to her account. Coupled with the previous 20 million, he now had 30 million beautiful coins entrusted to her. Lin Xi pondered anxiously on how to repay him, uncertain of the appropriate amount of resources to offer in return. The following day, Yi Chen resolved to spend quality time with his mother. Rarely home throughout the year, he felt it was imperative to make amends during his vacation. He would act as his mother's chauffeur, escorting her on shopping trips, carrying her bags, allowing her to bask in the envy of her friends. The days swiftly passed. Oh my, is this your son Chen? How he has grown, and he is still so handsome. What a filial son, accompanying his mother on shopping excursions. Chen's mother, you are truly fortunate. Look how tall he is. He must have many young ladies vying for his attention. You are blessed, having a son so dutiful. Today, he seems determined to make us envious. How I envy you. You have a son, while mine is a rebellious child, always opposing us. Yi Chen watched his mother bask in her modest pride, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt for not spending enough time with his family. To bring joy to his mother, he became even more earnest. Not at all. It is a pleasure to accompany you. It is no trouble. That bag seems rather heavy. Allow me to assist you. Your son must be quite dutiful, simply lacking the opportunity. Usually I am busy. Today is a rare occasion. His mother's delight made Yichen beam with joy. He greeted the mothers of his childhood friends, happily informing them that his friends were on break, though he was unsure of their current activities. 15 minutes later, his childhood friends sat before him, their mother's competitive spirits quite formidable. Yi Xiaogo, you have gone too far. Why have you summoned us? The sturdily built Wu Wei was quite indignant. He had been roused from a deep slumber to accompany his mother shopping, which he deemed outrageous. Shanju, you have no idea how terrifying it is to shop with them. Soon you'll be taking photos too. Prepare yourself. The leaner Ho Yifei appeared rather listless. You little monkey, accompanying them for an entire day is no big deal. The key issue is that Yi Xiaogo has no sense of decency. Wu Wei grumbled. Yichen playfully kicked at them.
Oh, dear, missed.
Yichen shot them a sidelong glance. When the leadership grants leave, what is said? Did they not advise spending more time with family? What is wrong with accompanying our mother shopping? Also, if you're going to use code names, use them properly, without surnames. Why should we be dragged into this? It is most unfair. Just wait. We'll show you what true skill is. This is what they call a soldier's finesse. Ho Yifei declared as he manipulated the mother's phones. The mother's social media posts clearly stated the time, place, and participants, leading to a flurry of responses filled with envy and jealousy, escalating to a thorough investigation of whose child was idling at home rather than accompanying their parents on outings. Yichen gasped at the overwhelming responses. Stinky monkey, you have gone too far. Be cautious, they might retaliate. Ho Yifei grinned maliciously. Why would they retaliate against me? They should be targeting you for your antics. Before noon, Ye's mother and her friends expanded their group, joyfully linking arms as they strolled. Trailing behind were 6 or 7 young men, walking with an upright posture. On the surface, they appeared serious, yet they were murmuring amongst themselves. Why are we walking in circles? Aren't we here to shop? Surely we have been here before. Do they not recall? Should we remind them? Shopping involves wandering, not moving in a straight line.
Fool.
We cannot just circle around. It is highly inefficient. How long must we continue this? What do you know? Mothers are not merely shopping. They are savoring the moment, the feelings, the nostalgia. You, an ignoramus, should not pretend to understand. A group of young men whispered to one another, while the mothers initially enjoyed themselves, eventually expressing concern. At their age, they still do not have girlfriends. Who knows what they find amusing? Indeed, my child once dated but broke up, and now remains single. Do you think they can hear us? I have already decided. I cannot manage him any longer. Next year, I shall approach their superiors. That is a viable plan. When will you go? Let us go together. Are you going too? Did your family not mention a potential union? Unions require charm and wit to attract ladies. My son is merely a remnant of such unions.
Who can argue with that?
We are likely surrounded by remnants of unions. A throng of young men, remnants of unions, crowded around a gaming store, exclaiming in awe.
Oh.
Here, here. Hurry, hurry, keep up. Look above, at 10 o'clock. Oh, is it possible to do it this way?
Yichen siket, reflecting deeply. Truly.
One does not invite calamity upon oneself without reason. Chapter 41. Moving into the new residence. By nearly 2 o'clock, the group finally sat down for a meal at a private dining establishment, somewhat renowned, typically requiring a week's advance reservation. However, due to his rapport with the chef, Yichen faced no such constraints. Upon entering the dining hall, he spotted a young girl, relaxed and carefree, tossing a steel rod playfully while exuding an air of defiance. Boss, can we not order 10 tables? I have already offered to pay extra. If 1 is insufficient, then 2. If 2 is inadequate, then 3. The boss was nearly in tears, faced with this mischievous girl who had bent a steel rod and then straightened it again while attempting to extort him further. It is not about the money. I am but a chef. I cannot produce such quantities. All the others are reserved. I have a reservation too. You, one person, wish to order over 20 dishes? And reserve? Food does not taste good when packed, the flavors and aromas dissipate, and our establishment does not offer takeout. I cannot enjoy my meal. Do you believe I will not report you? The boss, upon spotting Yi Chen, beamed with relief as if seeing a savior. Chen Chen. Come quickly. Lin Xi paused as she noticed Yi Chen. Yi Chen approached with a smile. Miss Lin, what a coincidence. I am Yi Chen, a comrade of Gao Feihu. Lin Xi cherished the flavors of this restaurant and had intended to stock up, but now faced a predicament with the arrival of this raucous group. Impeded in her stockpiling endeavors, Lin Xi was in a rather foul mood, letting out a huff and opting to ignore him. Yi Chen nudged the proprietor. How can it be acceptable for her to pack up without any regard? Lin Xi nodded in agreement. Indeed, why should it be permissible? The owner, in a state of despair, exclaimed, What do you know? She requires 10 tables worth daily for an entire month. Should I cease my business altogether? Yi Chen remarked, Miss Lin, regardless of the dish, consuming it daily can lead to monotony. How about I introduce you to a few delightful eateries for some variety? Lin Xi, still displeased, retorted, What do you know? I'm stockpiling to savor it gradually. If he doesn't work diligently now, he may not have the opportunity till later. Humph, no need for that. If you have a change of heart, remember to seek me out. I'll pay you triple. With that, Lin Xi turned on her heel, clutching her half-finished takeout box. As she departed, the owner rushed out from behind Yi Chen, lamenting, I opened this establishment for passion, not merely for profit. That girl is ferocious. She bent a thick steel pipe with a mere twist. Oh, dear.
Yi Chen chucked it.
Patting the owner's shoulder, you'd best not offend her. She could easily take on 10 of you. With the arrival of May, Lin Xi could no longer secure the company of her beloved practice partner. The military had cancelled all leaves, commencing full-scale preparations for battle. Strangely, while it was known that many new recruits had been enlisted, their station locations remained a mystery. Yi Chen's squad, along with numerous others, found themselves in a state of confusion. They were currently undergoing unified training, focused on survival in extreme conditions. This encompassed scenarios such as extreme heat, cold, floods, and earthquakes, learning to survive and fight without teammates or supplies. Furthermore, they were instructed in repair courses, delving into the principles and maintenance of various equipment. The most peculiar aspect was the necessity to learn the principles of the long-obsolete telegraph machine, which included basic disassembly of various models and sourcing replacement parts for reassembly. Although everyone adhered strictly to orders, doubts lingered in their hearts. Were they to be participants in a wilderness survival reality show?
How could that be?
Were they being prepared as technical soldiers? No, perhaps they were being deployed to Antarctica? Why did it feel as though they were destined for a desert assignment? None of these conjectures seemed accurate. It was likely a precaution for when there were no technical soldiers available. Would combat cease without them? Yet one must ponder. ISNT satellite communication more advantageous? Why must we become experts in telegraphy? Yi Chen's emotions were tumultuous in his eyes. This specialized training seemed more like a simulation of potential future scenarios. Thus, what his grandfather could not disclose to him, was it a natural disaster? The instructor explained that in the event of a telegraph machine malfunction, without supplies or repair personnel, one would need to seek out alternative components. He even advised on potential sources, such as radios, though they were becoming scarce, suggesting automobiles, toy electronics, hardware stores, or household appliances as alternatives. This sentiment felt as though their homeland was destined to become a battlefield, and they needed to learn to utilize every resource at their disposal. All instructors operated in groups of 3, departing together after each lecture. A crowd gathered, questioning, what is this new regulation? Why are there 2 escort personnel for a mere lecture? Several individuals wore grave expressions, exchanging glances with Yi Chen but remaining silent. They understood that the 3-person rule was a measure to monitor and prevent any leaks. Leak what? Yi Chen suddenly recalled that during his extended leave, he had not seen his father, who worked at the research institute. With the confidentiality levels diminishing, it appeared that whatever disaster loomed was not far off.
Meanwhile,
Lin Xi had moved into her newly renovated abode. Upon entering, she was greeted by a spacious living and dining area, the floor adorned with a thick carpet, muffling sounds from above. The windows, though small, were fitted with dual-layer blackout curtains. Exercise equipment was neatly arranged against the wall, alongside a large beige sofa topped with a luxurious white woolen blanket featuring 2 distinct dark plum blossom imprints. The kitchen boasted pure white cabinets, separated by sleek black-framed sliding doors. In one corner stood an enormous cat climbing frame, stretching from the floor to the ceiling. Observing the air conditioning and boiler within, Lin Xi felt an overwhelming sense of security. The entire space was both expansive and inviting. While placing food into her four-door refrigerator, Lin Xi realized a critical issue. In her previous life, prior to the apocalypse, she had never needed to cook for herself, and post-apocalypse, there had been no ingredients available for her to prepare meals. Thus, in this new life, she found herself lacking culinary skills. However, this was inconsequential. She could learn, and she was confident in her abilities. Her first culinary endeavor was to make braised pork rib soup, a relatively simple task. Once the ribs were tender, adding white radish or kelp to soften, served with a bowl of rice and a plate of pickles, constituted a sumptuous meal. Aware of her limitations when it came to more intricate dishes, she recognized that such complexities were likely beyond her grasp. However, grilling meat remained feasible, as she had prior experience with grilling exotic beast meat, so it should pose little challenge. She also procured 50 sets of Odin equipment, allowing her to prepare fresh salads with raw vegetables or serve hearty bowls of Odin when desiring a warm meal. Truly, she was clever and resourceful, perfectly resolving the issues of meat, vegetables, and rice. In Chapter 42, the aroma of spicy rabbit meat wafted through the air. With merely a month remaining, she had ample time to learn and create. She also aimed to stockpile a variety of ready-made delicacies. Lin Xi amassed 500 colossal commercial rice cookers, as they could cook rice, prepare soups, or braise meat, allowing for long-lasting provisions with just one cooking session. Determined to begin with rice. Since her external vegetable stock was plentiful but her rice supply was comparatively limited, she set up 10 rice cookers in her expansive living room, filling them with rice and water before pressing the switch and waiting. Once the rice was cooked, she would package it in disposable containers for easy access later. Lin Xi alternated between cooking sessions, recognizing that while she herself could forego rest, the machines required adequate cooling periods. Over the course of the day, she completed 4 batches, utilizing nearly 300 pounds of rice, stacking the containers high. The following day, she employed fragrant rice purchased from the Fruit Nation, again using close to 300 pounds, resulting in an aromatic bounty. On the 3rd day, Lin Xi cooked mutton bought from the grasslands, simply adding large chunks of ginger and salt, creating a savory and tender broth. She stored the pot along with her previously stockpiled vegetables. On the 4th day, she initiated the braising of pig trotters in 10 new rice cookers, proportionally adding her pre-prepared seasoning packets and simmering on low heat. The delectable aroma filled her home, nearly intoxicating her. The scent lingered throughout the night. By the 5th day, Lin Xi felt exasperated by the constant need to cook. Wouldn't it be better to simply order takeout? She resolved to refrain from cooking until the ready-made meals in her space were depleted. Upon entering her space, she was astounded to find a light rain falling. The environment was improving, now even incorporating weather changes. In the forest, a mother chimpanzee was foraging for fruit with her young, while wild rabbits and chickens scurried about beneath the trees. The cattle and sheep on the plains had given birth to calves and lambs, leisurely meandering. In the lake, the fish were lively and vigorous, splashing about and even landing on a cat's head.
Akat?
Lin Xi instantaneously teleported to the lakeside, pulling Lin Wu out of the water. Lin Wu shook off the droplets clinging to its fur, and Lin Xi, observing its pitiful and uncooperative demeanor, pointed a finger at its forehead. You. Yesterday you nearly fell into the pot, and today you've tumbled into the lake. When will you ever learn? Soaked to the skin, Lin Wu, refusing to concede, rolled its eyes and leaped into Lin Xi's embrace, wriggling its body and tilting its head adorably. This mischievous creature was doing it on purpose. With a darkened expression, Lin Xi tossed it into the bathtub, scrubbing it thoroughly until it was pristine. Feeling that the hairdryer was taking too long, she summoned a small fire ability to envelop her hands. Raking her hands through Lin Wu's for several times, the moisture evaporated rapidly. Lin Xi felt a surge of pride. This control over fire required remarkable finesse and a high level of mental acuity. If not for her experiences in her previous life, she would not have been able to master it. In her past life, the reason she diligently practiced this technique seemed to be for the convenience of roasting exotic beast meat. However, it appeared Lin Wu was oblivious to any discomfort. As Lin Xi observed closely, she noticed that Lin Wuwu's fur had slightly curled. That settled it. Wu still looked splendid. After grooming Lin Wuwu to perfection, Lin Xi indulged in a bubble bath herself. Subsequently, she joined Qing Bao in watching television. Indeed, Qing Bao had developed an intense obsession with the Snow Queen and was currently in the throes of fandom. Her room was filled with various Elsa figurines, clearly showcasing her fervent admiration. In her own Elsa costume, she floated through the air as if casting ice magic, which was rather charming. Well, it was a rare delight for the child to have a new hobby. When Qing Bao saw Lin Xi finally awake, she glided over, snuggling up to her. Oh, the bunnies! There are just too many. In their cozy space, the rabbits thrived, enjoying an ideal climate, ample food, and no natural predators, rapidly multiplying as they nibbled on grass, seedlings, and dug burrows. Qing Bao was quite troubled. Lin Xi planned to introduce some natural enemies to manage the rabbit population, specifically targeting the 30 most adept at burrowing. Suddenly, Lin Xi had an idea. Lin Wuwu, with so many rabbits, why don't you catch some for a meal? Aren't you a tiger? Shouldn't you be their natural predator? Lin Wuwu, clutching a bag of chips, shot her a glance. If I catch them, won't I lose face? Moreover, it would get my fur dirty, and then you'd be angry. Lin Xi couldn't help but laugh. Oh, as if you are so tidy. That pristine white wool mat I just laid on the sofa has 2 dark paw prints on it. Care to claim those aren't yours? Lin Wu paused in its snacking, swiftly resorting to evasion. Not mine, not mine. Just not mine. Lin Xi felt a headache coming on from its incessant denial, resignedly deciding to catch rabbits herself. Fine, if you say so. Let us see if you can refrain from eating tomorrow. Fortunately, as the master of her space, she effortlessly confined 30 plump rabbits into a large cage. But how to prepare them for consumption? The next day, Lin Xi, carrying a large cage of wild rabbits, approached the owner of the private restaurant, Du Wei-he. Upon seeing her, Du Wei-he initially intended to dodge her, but upon noticing the rabbits, he exclaimed, "Oh my, where did you find these wild rabbits? They look remarkably robust. The meat is firm and flavorful." He even squeezed one for good measure. "Don't worry about where they came from. How about this? I'll give you half, and you cook the rest." It seemed he preferred ingredients over money, which she had in abundance. After a moment's hesitation, he agreed. "All right, but will you have more of these in the future?" Lin Xi calculated that if she raised them in her space, they would multiply. Wild rabbits need to be raised. And what about Wagyu beef? Can you slaughter them? Du Wei-he tensed slightly, whispering, "Are they smuggled in?" Lin Xi, of course, could not disclose that they were from her space. "What are you suggesting? Do I look like a criminal?" As Lin Xi savored the freshest dry pot rabbit, she marveled at Du Wei-he's culinary skills. The rabbit meat was fragrant and succulent, the bamboo shoots richly seasoned with cumin, and the lotus root was crisp and spicy, all flavors harmonizing beautifully. She could easily devour a large pot with rice. "Du, with your skills, if you were my chef, I would ensure your safety." Du Wei-he, confident in his abilities, replied, "But why would I want you to guarantee my safety? I trust the police more." Lin Xi, nibbling on a rabbit leg, scoffed internally. "I keep my promises, don't forget that." She refrained from giving him the Wagyu beef, as she couldn't clarify its origins, but she did offer him 2 grassland sheep, frequently bringing him delicious takeout. After feasting on the 2 pots of dry pot rabbit left for it, Lin Wuwu was delighted, bubbling with joy as it munched while sipping on a fizzy drink. Afterward, it wiped itself on a large towel, stretched, and prepared to hunt for rabbits. Throughout May, Lin Xi spent her days seeking, enjoying, and stockpiling delicious food, as individuals like Du Wei-he, who turned down profits, were indeed rare. In Chapter 43, the onset of purchase restrictions aimed at curbing hoarding was introduced. May witnessed numerous events, with unseasonably high temperatures soaring above 30 degrees in various locales. Some well-informed individuals began stockpiling supplies, prompting relevant authorities to implement policies prohibiting bulk accumulation of essential survival goods. At the beginning of these restrictions, many feared it might disrupt their daily lives. However, it was soon revealed that only basic necessities were limited, such as 100 pounds of rice, 100 pounds of flour, and 10 liters of oil per person each month. Those who criticized these policies online found themselves ridiculed. After all, who could consume 100 pounds of rice or flour monthly and still be unsatisfied. Businesses that maintained a balanced inflow and outflow were similarly unaffected. When people realized that aside from a slight rise in temperature, life remained unchanged and deliveries continued as usual, the fervor surrounding the purchase restrictions dwindled. Eventually, the authorities reported on two major corporations that had engaged in abnormal trading practices, acquiring supplies without selling any for an entire month. Their hoarded goods were temporarily confiscated, and they were ordered to rectify the situation within a month. The corporate magnates always had their ways. After a month, wouldn't it resemble an apocalypse? Lin Xi sighed, reflecting that their practice of buying without selling was reminiscent of her own experiences in the beautiful country. How daring of them to do so domestically. Returning to the matter at hand, these two corporations had a keen instinct for market trends. While everyone else remained oblivious, they had already begun hoarding supplies, embodying the power holders of the two major bases during the apocalypse 9 years prior. However, in this life, those on the email list would surely be closely monitored by the magnates. She wondered if they could maintain their former glory. As for her uncle, without access to liquid capital this time, it would be interesting to see how he would hoard supplies, perhaps even allowing him to escape a disaster. It seemed that the magnates' initial intention was to permit individual citizens to stockpile, while targeting corporate hoarding. Lin Xi also received a call from Lin Xi, her voice tinged with uncertainty. She, there are some rumors circulating quite powerfully. Have you heard anything? Lin Xi could only vaguely respond. Aunt Wu, please wrap up your current work as soon as possible. It would be best for you to move in here before June, bringing all your practical clothing. Especially warm ones, more is better. Food, medicine, water, purification tablets, disinfectant tablets, generators, solar panels, gasoline, diesel, charcoal, and stoves. Acquire as much as you can and do so swiftly. Lin Xi felt her heart race at these words. She had heard the rumors over the past few months, yet to be candid, few took them seriously. Up until now, the general sentiment was one of cautious belief. She recalled the house Lin Xi had urged her to purchase. She believed it, but dared not fully trust it. Lin Xi reiterated, Aunt Wu, please believe me, just this once. Let us set aside the law firm for now. Surely taking a month off to rest is feasible. Convert as much cash into supplies as possible. After this, it may become increasingly difficult. Lin Xi was not a person prone to indecision, but the rumors were simply too preposterous. All right, I will request a leave of absence tomorrow. I will come to find you as soon as possible.
Do not worry about me.
Upon arriving, Lin Xi felt she could keep an eye on her, though she could not protect her at all times. She could teach her how to survive in this apocalyptic world. As for Zhao Ziyong, Lin Xi need not fret. He had just welcomed his younger sister, Zhao Xiaoxiao, a petite and somewhat frail girl of only 15, with delicate features and fair skin, possessing an exceedingly gentle disposition. Lin Xi gifted him 10 kilograms of gold, wrapped in a black plastic bag, as a housewarming present. He nearly fainted from shock, hastily concealing it in his room, fearful that his sister would discover it. Lin Xi rolled her eyes. Is this what you call a guilty conscience? You're acting so suspiciously. Zhao Ziyong gritted his teeth. What kind of good family uses a plastic bag to gift gold? How did you even manage to bring back so much gold? Smuggling? Lin Xi sighed in exasperation. I am a respectable person. Please do not always regard me as a criminal. I purchased it for you. Look, it clearly bears the words of the central bank. Zhao Ziyong looked at her in confusion. You? Respectable? How is that even possible? Lin Xi, exasperated, took a large bite of the dish, choosing to ignore him. Yet, she was unexpectedly impressed by Zhao Xiaoxiao's culinary skills. At just 15, she had mastered the art of cooking remarkably well. It was evident how Zhao Ziyong's relatives had assisted him in bringing his sister. Lin Xi raised an eyebrow, inquiring silently. Zhao Ziyong, taking a sip of wine, felt anger rise within him. He had entrusted his sister to relatives, risking his life to earn money outside, sending back large sums. His relatives spent his money, resided in his house, and deceived his sister, claiming that her brother had abandoned her and that they were only taking her in out of familial obligation, providing for her. Poor Zhao Xiaoxiao believed them, living in a storage room, unable to attend school, and too frightened to resist, working tirelessly to repay them. By the time Zhao Ziyong retrieved her, he was on the brink of a heart attack. Zhao Ziyong wanted to kill them, but could not. He could not allow his sister to lose her sole support. It's all right, just tell me who they are, and when I encounter them, I will help you deal with them. Lin Xi promised, deftly removing the large bones from the sour fish dish. Like a little rabbit. Zhao Xiaoxiao tugged at Zhao Zhiyong's sleeve. Brother, are you angry again? Is the food not to your liking? Zhao Zhiyong quickly smiled broadly. Brother is not angry at all. Don't be scared, Xiao Xiao. Having lived under the care of others from a young age, Zhao Xiaoxiao had learned to read people's expressions. With her brother finally returned, she felt a sense of security, yet she still feared being abandoned. Lin Xi lowered her eyelids, knowing Zhao Xiaoxiao must have endured a wretched existence in her past life and would have suffered a tragic end. Lin Xi took a deep breath. Old Zhao, you must tell me how you intend to repay me. Zhao Zhiyong's smile faltered, realization dawning upon him. If the world truly became unstable and he could not return, his family would certainly not treat his sister kindly. The smile faded from his face, and with sincerity, he declared, I owe you a life. My life belongs to you. Lin Xi nearly choked on her food, her expression darkening. In her previous life, old Zhao had given her his life, and now, here it was again. This was a thorn in her heart. She felt a surge of anger. Your life is your own. Why not keep it safe? What would I do with your life? It's neither edible nor drinkable. Fearing she might frighten Zhao Xiaoxiao, she turned to her softly and said, Xiao Xiao, dear, your sister likes you. It's your brother who is being foolish. With a scowl, Lin Xi left, not having had her fill before being irritated. Chapter 44. The mist is about to unfold. On May 31st, Lin Xi made another trip to Little Japan. While Little Japan had little of value, it possessed something that Huagua lacked, the troops stationed there. If there were troops, surely there would be a warehouse. Additionally, there were nuclear materials, which had all been submerged in the ocean in her past life. This time, she intended to seize everything, leaving Huagua with something that could be of use. Little Japan was quite close, just a 3-hour flight away. Lin Xi recalled a power station that stored a large quantity of materials. Upon landing, she transferred to a mainline vehicle and arrived at her destination by afternoon. As before, she cloaked herself, bringing a long qingbao, and extended her spiritual awareness, locating several hundred sealed barrels neatly categorized, all prominently marked with skull symbols. She collected them all. Next, she headed to the location of the American troops, arriving just as night fell. The warehouse here was easy to find, although the supplies stored were considerably fewer than those at the mountain base. Nevertheless, Lin Xi was not picky and took everything. The alarm sounded again, but this time it was much slower than at the mountain base. After securing her haul, and out of caution, Lin Xi did not linger. That night, she boarded a red-eye flight back home. Upon disembarking in the early morning light, the internet was abuzz. Little Japan was in shock over the theft of materials, condemning the thieves and warning of severe consequences while vowing to pursue the matter thoroughly. The United States also issued a statement condemning the warehouse theft and announced the dispatch of an investigative team to look into the incident. It seemed they connected the mountain base incident, the treasury incident, and the Little Japan event together. Lin Xi had to admit their suspicions were accurate. Unfortunately, she had been cloaked, leaving no images or traces. In 10 days, when Little Japan's volcano erupted violently, let us see how they planned to investigate. Returning to her cozy little abode, Lin Xi took a shower, changed into her pajamas, and lay down on her 2-meter bed, feeling utterly comfortable. As June arrived, the Disaster Management Department began sending messages to the public, warning that extreme weather conditions, including high winds and dense fog, might occur in the coming 10 days, urging everyone to stock up on food and stay indoors. Some believed it, while others did not. Internationally, some openly criticized Huagua for its baseless alarmism. Yet a portion of experts expressed concern over the volcano that had been so active in Little Japan. The people of Huagua had one redeeming quality: they listened to advice. When the government urged them to buy some supplies, what harm could there be in purchasing a few items to have at home? However, a minority remained obstinate, clinging to the lesson learned from hoarding salt for 10 years. Yet they suddenly noticed something subtly changing. On the streets, not only police were present, but also soldiers, armed troops patrolling in droves. The restrictions on purchases tightened, with more items subject to limits and reduced quantities available for purchase. To buy limited items, one had to swipe their ID card, ensuring one portion per person. Most people adhered to these regulations, but a few unruly individuals threw tantrums. The patrolling soldiers began to maintain order, proving that gentle persuasion was ineffective in curbing such behavior. Two armed soldiers were nearly shoved to the ground by the rioters. Lin Xi shook her head in disbelief. It was still the same scenario. When one person caused a disturbance without facing consequences, it quickly emboldened others to join in. An older officer, acting with resolute decisiveness, drew his firearm and fired a shot at the feet of the instigators. It was only then that they were startled by the thunderous sound, realizing that these individuals were armed. The officer shot a fierce glare at the two soldiers before turning to address them. "You can either retreat or continue your ruckus. I, along with my weapon, shall await your decision here." Following the gunfire, additional squads arrived, scattering and dispersing the troublemakers. Inevitably, news of the incident spread across the internet. Yet curiously, all related posts were swiftly deleted. Lin Xi recognized that, during this peculiar time, the authorities were engaging in a campaign of public opinion manipulation. However, countless condemnations would undoubtedly arise from abroad. But who truly cares? Can favorable public sentiment provide sustenance and warmth? It cannot, so let it drift away with the wind. On June 3rd, an external entity issued a public statement indicating that experts from the Flower Nation had observed a series of natural disasters expected to unfold 7 days hence, urging all nations to exercise caution and safeguard their citizens. This pronouncement also served as an explanation for the Flower Nation's extensive procurement of essential supplies. Lin Xi had not anticipated that the authorities would even think to warn other countries. It was a commendable effort on their part. Some nations took heed, hastily preparing survival provisions. Yet others, in a bid to showcase their superiority, vehemently criticized this declaration, perceiving the authorities of the Flower Nation as delusional. Very well. Let us extend our respect and blessings. Lin Xi found herself preoccupied with thoughts of Uncle Michael from the beautiful nation. In May, she had called him, under the pretense of sharing news from the Flower Nation, urging him to relocate to higher ground and fortify his residence in the style of a doomsday bastion. She reminded him to stockpile water, food, medicine, and weapons for a decade. Michael had then remarked, "Just as you once did?" To which Lin Xi replied, "Indeed, just as I once did." It appeared that Michael had taken note of her peculiar behavior, yet he had remained silent about it. After that conversation, Lin Xi had not contacted him again, uncertain of his belief in her warnings. However, with the recent external statement, she was confident that Michael would now be convinced. By the afternoon, she received a message from Michael, "I am well. Take care of yourself." Lin Xi felt a wave of relief and responded with a cheerful emoji, "I am well too." On June 9th, Lin Xi flew back to Haishur. On June 10th, following the eruption of the Little Sun volcano, the entire nation was submerged in seawater. A deluge of volcanic ash swept across the land, creating a fog that lasted for 7 days. During this period, all communications ceased, power was lost, and electronic devices became inoperative. Research conducted during the apocalyptic times indicated that this fog contained an unknown energy that disrupted all electrical and electromagnetic waves, causing mutations in flora and fauna, as well as in humans, albeit to a lesser extent due to the human body's diminished capacity to withstand such energy. After 7 days, torrential rains would carry the energy from the fog underground, gradually settling, thus mitigating its impact on humanity. Those who inhaled the fog would suffer fatal lung ruptures, while those whose skin came into contact with it would perish from surface ruptures. Yet, these 7 days presented her with the finest opportunity. She intended to secure the villa left to her by her parents within her spatial realm. She harbored a desire to incinerate those who had wronged her in her previous life. Upon returning to the villa, she found it desolate. Security had been withdrawn, and the housekeepers, including Aunt Chen, had long been given leave. In May, she had distributed a generous red envelope of 100,000 to encourage them to stock up on food. A thin layer of dust covered the floors and furniture of the villa. Lin Xi found a cloth and began to wipe it down meticulously. Previously, she had not been fond of this house. It felt too vast, and her parents were seldom present. Over time, she had come to refer to it as the villa rather than home. Yet in truth, this cold, expansive house was indeed her home. However, in her past life, she had lost even this cold house, but not this time. Chapter 45, The Truth of the Fog. There remained ample space in the villa that Lin Xi had yet to clean. Lin Wu lay sprawled on the freshly cleaned coffee table, resting its head on its paws. Watching her intently, its tail swaying lazily behind it. "Why are you not happy, dear servant?" it queried. "I am not unhappy," Lin Xi retorted. "Liar. I know you are. I have already said I am not. I am merely—" She straightened up, hands on her hips, searching for the right words. "I am just a bit tired." "Hey, Lin Wu, can't you lend a helping paw in this vast space?" "No. If I go down, my paws will get all dirty. Will you wash me afterward?" Lin Wu was clearly adept at leveraging the situation. She evidently did not wish to add the task of washing a cat to her to-do list. Suddenly, Qingbao, resembling a little princess, floated out, her petite form shimmering before transforming into a wisp of mist. Lin Xi was astonished to discover that wherever Qingbao passed, the place was rendered spotless. A sudden realization dawned upon her. Ah, Qingbao can absorb the dust into her spatial realm. Grateful for the arrival of such an adorable companion, Lin Xi felt blessed. With Qingbao's assistance, she could finally rest. She activated the electronic security system and called for Lin Wu. "Would you mind keeping watch at the door today? If anyone comes in tonight, you must wake me." Lin Wu agreed, seizing the opportunity to demand 2 ice creams as a reward. Upon returning home, Lin Xi slept soundly. For breakfast, she prepared thick soybean milk, fried eggs, and freshly stored, still warm youtiao. Lin Wu, yawning, devoured 3 youtiao, 2 fried eggs, and a large cup of soybean milk. After Lin Xi dried it off with a large towel, it returned to the spatial realm for a nap. Lin Xi ventured out onto the streets. Where most shops were closed and the few pedestrians were scarce, it seemed that the majority were adhering to the authorities' call to remain indoors. As for those few like her who wandered the streets, they could only rely on their own luck. After all, it was still safe before the eruption of the Little Sun volcano. At 1444 on June 10th, the Little Sun volcano erupted with unprecedented ferocity. Within an hour, lava and volcanic ash covered 90% of the nation's territory, with a small number of individuals hastily evacuating by boat and appealing for humanitarian aid internationally. In her previous life, the authorities had indeed dispatched aid under the guise of humanitarianism. But who could have predicted that the rescuers would turn out to be wolves in sheep's clothing? Even the elderly, the weak, and women and children had not forgotten to seize the opportunity to plunder during the disaster in the Flower Nation, stealing survival supplies, capturing the vulnerable, and slaughtering countless survivors. Yet this time, the authorities declared that the Flower Nation had been affected by the Little Sun volcano and would soon face a great catastrophe. Having no time to spare for others, they implored the beautiful nation of Little Sun for assistance. At precisely 1600 hours, disaster management departments began sending messages to the public. The text warned of the impending arrival of a toxic fog containing unknown hazardous substances, which would disrupt communications and power, rendering electronic devices useless. Citizens were urged to remain calm, as the situation was expected to last for 7 days. During this time, everyone was advised to stay indoors or in well-sealed basements, avoiding contact with or inhalation of the fog. Should anyone experience symptoms of lung or skin ruptures, it would lead to death. If anyone in the household exhibited such symptoms, they were urged to stay indoors. Do not venture outside. Do not exacerbate the casualties. The text message ignited a frenzy online, provoking a multitude of individuals, whether intentionally or unwittingly lacking in discernment, to post claims that the government had infringed upon their freedoms. Official accounts sprang into action, actively engaging in the comments to express that they welcomed anyone to maintain their liberty, urging them not to remain indoors and to venture outside without obstruction. This left the misguided individuals at a loss for words. Meanwhile, some who were more knowledgeable dissected the message from various angles and academic perspectives, asserting that the claims made within were scientifically unfounded, indicating that no toxic mist actually existed. The comments that followed uniformly encouraged these individuals to venture out and record their experiences as evidence. Lin Xi set aside her phone, aware that the authorities had done their utmost, and the rest was left to fate. She harbored no concern that the mist would infiltrate her home. Although the villa was expansive, its air circulation system was remarkably efficient. At least in her previous life, she had not suffered from any mist-related incursions. She prepared her biochemical protective suit equipped with a small oxygen generator, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the mist. which would present the perfect opportunity to exact her revenge on her enemies. For this moment, she had waited far too long and endured too much.
To the point of impatience.
She failed to notice the unease in Lin Wuwu and Qingbao until Lin Wuwu forcibly nestled into her embrace, jolting her from her vengeful reverie. Lin Wuwu, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "The caretaker. Something is about to happen." Lin Xi, with an impassive expression, pulled her aside, acknowledging that something indeed was amiss. But it was not the caretaker who was in peril. The caretaker was quite content today. Lin Wuwu flailed her claws, agitatedly insisting, "No, this is serious."
A grave situation.
Qingbao floated nearby, equally unsettled. Oh no, a major crisis. Only then did Lin Xi begin to comprehend what the two little ones were trying to convey. According to their instincts, the impending event was not a mere mist, but rather a phenomenon known as the spirit tide. The spirit tide. What was that? Lin Xi was perplexed, having never heard of such a term. In the spirit realm, the spirit tide was the most exquisite gift to all living beings. After each occurrence, spirit plants and creatures would emerge even stronger. However, in the mundane world, the spirit tide heralded destruction, particularly for humans. Their bodies could not withstand the immense energy contained within the spirit tide, whether inhaled or merely resting upon the skin. It would lead to catastrophic ruptures due to their inability to absorb such energy. Only those who could endure the spirit tide might awaken the latent powers within their bloodlines. Emerging more formidable, fatalities would ensue, and countless lives would be lost. Those girls from the pet shop who adored Lin Wuwu, perhaps even some of her fans, would all perish. Lin Wuwu trembled with compassion, nestled in Lin Xi's embrace. Lin Xi understood that they referred to the young girls from the pet shop who cherished Lin Wuwu. She gently stroked Lin Wuwu's back, reassuring her it's all right. Many will seek refuge. As long as they stay indoors, they will be safe after these few days. Qingbao also curled up beside her, looking up with wide eyes. Yes, it must be a mistake. A misunderstanding. A mistake? Who had erred? Was it the celestial order of this realm? If this was indeed an error, then what about the recurring natural disasters? Were those miscalculations as well? Thus, there was no mistake. If there were truly a celestial order, then this was destiny. A destiny that sought to cleanse and annihilate. Lin Xi contemplated the lives within her space. To them, she and Qingbao were the embodiment of that celestial order. When the population of wild rabbits exceeded Qingbao's expectations, they had obliterated a portion of them. The rabbits they had destroyed were akin to the humans perishing amidst calamities, systematically purged. Chapter 46. The moment for revenge has arrived. A chill ran down Lin Xi's spine. Observing the spirit tide, it was evident that the celestial order favored beings like Lin Wuwu and Qingbao far more than her. Perhaps her rebirth was a result of the blessings bestowed by these two little creatures. Qingbao and Lin Wuwu held the celestial order in reverence, their compassion for life surpassing that of humanity, at least a portion of it, rendering them more deserving of celestial affection. Qingbao, can you absorb the energy from the spirit tide? Lin Xi attempted to redirect the conversation. Qingbao paused momentarily, then burst forth with joy. Oh yes, I can absorb a great deal. It's splendid. That's excellent. The energy from the spirit tide can only be partially absorbed by humans. The majority is taken in by mutated plants and animals, which is why they often surpass those with special abilities. If Qingbao can absorb some, then as long as the mutated plants and animals are not overwhelmingly powerful, humanity will have a fleeting chance to breathe. Yet Lin Xi still harbored a question. What about Wuwu? Can she absorb it? Lin Wuwu, dispirited, replied. I used to be able to, but now, I am a mundane beast. Her voice echoed with a hint of sorrow, which tugged at Lin Xi's heartstrings. Thankfully, her mind remained sharp. That can't be right. I've never seen a mundane beast transform. This ability seems more akin to that of a mutated beast. I recall several types of mutated beasts that can change size once they reach a certain level of power. Yes, the snow wolf can do that. I should try to acquire one. Lin Wuwu perked up. Could it be that I didn't fall from a spirit beast to a mundane beast, but rather transformed into a mutated beast? The tone of her voice hinted at excitement. Thus, they resolved that once the spirit tide arrived, Qingbao would first give Lin Wuwu a small portion to test, and if all went well, she would then absorb the energy to enhance her strength. To lift the spirits of the two little ones, Lin Xi informed them that Haisher also had a Disneyland, where they could both absorb energy and collect everything that Didi liked. Qingbao immediately twirled in the air. Oh, we must collect Elsa. Lin Xi decisively agreed, absolutely. With the delighted squeals of Qingbao echoing through the villa, Lin Wuwu, irritated, leapt from her embrace, defiantly stating, "Then why didn't you tell me? And why didn't you take me to play?" How could Lin Xi confess that she had simply forgotten?
Now.
She had only remembered in an attempt to cheer them up. That wouldn't he do? She sighed. You see, you just don't understand. What good would it do for you to go play if you can't move? Right? But now it's different. As long as you like it. We can move everything to the space. You can pick a spot right now, and I'll create a Disneyland for you in the space. You can play however you wish. How does that sound? Lin Wuwu let out a joyful cry, diving back into Lin Xi's embrace. Oh. It was time to make Lin Wuwu aware that she could no longer recklessly leap into someone's arms. Did she not have any sense of her own weight? Dinner consisted of hot pot, which was quite fitting given that the temperature in Haisher had dropped over 20 degrees from nearly 40. They enjoyed the hot pot filled with lamb, beef, pork, luncheon meat, fish balls, meatballs, fried dough twists, and gluten, all cooked to perfection, accompanied by rich broth. Paired with dipping sauces and chilled beer, each bite of meat complemented the drinks splendidly. They fished out some live shrimp from the space lake, cleaned them, and tossed them in. As soon as the pot boiled, they were ready to eat. A bit of leafy greens was added, though Lin Wuwu did not eat vegetables. They opened 2 packages of instant noodles, adding them to the hot pot, the noodles soaking up the rich, fragrant broth. At such a moment, purring content was the least of their concerns. The meal lasted nearly 2 hours before they finally concluded. By 9 o'clock in the evening, the outside world was enveloped in thick mist. Power was cut off in the villa, rendering the engines inoperable, and all electronic devices went dark. The time had come. Lin Xi retrieved a modified off-road vehicle from her space, its earthy yellow exterior, rugged build, elevated chassis, and bulletproof body, perfectly suited for her. Despite the pervasive fog that enveloped the surroundings, there were always those audacious souls who, under the cover of night, dared to stir trouble. Driving under such conditions was akin to navigating blindfolded. Should someone reckless collide with her, the repercussions would not fall upon her. Qingbao incessantly absorbed the energy from the mist, and the visibility around Lin Xi expanded from an initial meter to nearly 100. Furthermore, tests indicated that both she and Lin Wuwu could comfortably remain beneath the fog, perhaps due to their already undergone transformations, one a psychic and the other a mutated beast. Due to the limited visibility, the pace of the vehicle was cautious. Yet the roads were largely devoid of traffic. By 11 o'clock, Lin Xi arrived at her uncle's residence. This villa paled in comparison to her own home, which perhaps explained why, during the bitter cold of her past life, they sought to exploit her family. Lin Xi stowed away the off-road vehicle, slid open the glass door on the first floor, and leaped inside. After hastily opening all the windows, she set out to find Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's bedroom was located on the second floor. Upon entering, Lin Xi found her sitting anxiously, a candle flickering beside her. Lin Yuan was baffled by the sudden transformation of the world around her. When she had gazed out the window during dinner, a blood-curdling scream and a cloud of red mist had sent her reeling backward in terror. The darkness of the power outage amplified her fear to its zenith. Who's there? Lin Yuan sensed the presence of another in her room. With a sly smile, Lin Xi emerged from the shadows. It's you, Lin Xi. Lin Yuan's voice, filled with surprise, reached a high pitch. It's you. You did it on purpose, didn't you? You deliberately sold your shares. You took all our money. We couldn't find you anywhere. Now we have nothing. All because of you. You wretched creature. Return our money. Otherwise, I'll tell everyone. I'll report you. You conspired with the authorities to defraud the public and harm businesses. Her face contorted with rage. She resembled a venomous woman. Lin Xi relished the sound of her tirade, clapping her hands in mock admiration. Wow, such a lovely performance. Care to give us another encore? Daddy, come quickly. Capture this wretched creature and demand our money back. The viciousness inherent in Lin Yuan was unmistakable. She lunged forward, attempting to grab Lin Xi's hair. So girls indeed resort to hair-pulling in fights? Lin Xi seized her wrist and twisted it, eliciting a shriek that shattered the night. Lin Yuan's wrist snapped under the pressure, leaving her unable to cry out, gasping instead to alleviate the pain. Why have you fallen silent? Don't you find it curious that after all that shouting, not a single soul has come? Lin Xi crouched down, gazing tenderly at her. Lin Yuan, drenched in sweat and tears, pleaded, Sister, I'm sorry. I was just so frightened. I was wrong. I spoke without thinking. Please, forgive me. I've always treated you so well. Chapter 47, Revenge. Lin Xi marveled at Lin Yuan's capacity to bend and twist her narrative. In her previous life, she had fallen victim to Lin Yuan's manipulations. Yet now Lin Yuan could claim she had paved a path for her. What she had assumed was merely a trivial annoyance had become a significant threat. You treated me well? While sharing a bed with Han Zi, how can you possibly think that? Lin Yuan was struck with horror. How could this madwoman know? Sister, you've misunderstood. Brother Zi and I are innocent. Don't listen to those outsiders. We are family. Blood is thicker than water. I am on your side. Lin Xi felt a wave of nausea wash over her and abruptly snapped her other wrist. Lin Yuan screamed in agony, rolling on the ground. Her eyes bloodshot, she shouted, Ah! Wretched creature. Madwoman. Do you think Brother Zi could ever like you? Dream on. If you have the guts, kill me. Brother Zi won't let you go. The police won't let you go. Listening to her diatribe, Lin Xi felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Ha ha ha. It's amusing that you still consider yourself a member of the Lin family, clinging to Han Zi as if he were a treasure. Let me be frank with you. That kind of scum is beneath my notice. I keep him close just to see what kind of mischief you two can concoct. A man who values money, pretending to be noble before me. It's nauseating. However, you two indeed make a fitting pair, a turtle and a dog destined for eternity. Lin Xi advanced a few steps closer. Can you guess why I waited until now to strike? With that, she summoned a ball of flame with her powers and hurled it at Lin Yuan, the fire consuming her. Lin Xi watched as Lin Yuan transitioned from a cacophony of screams and frantic movements to a lifeless, silent form. Her hair ignited effortlessly, her skin charred, her body contorting into a mass, releasing an aromatic scent of burning flesh. Ultimately, she was reduced to a charred husk. Yet, even as Lin Xi witnessed Lin Yuan's demise, her anger remained unabated, the hatred still gnawing at her soul. She turned to seek out Uncle Lin, only to find Qingbao hovering in a state of confusion. Blinded by vengeance, she had forgotten that it was Qingbao who had shielded this bedroom with mist, ensuring no sound would escape. At that moment, she felt like a demon, fearing her companion would despise her. Qingbao mimicking Lin Wuwu, Qingbao nestled into Lin Xi's embrace, adopting a soothing tone reminiscent of how Lin Xi usually comforted Lin Wuwu. There. No need to fear, bad people. Master is not angry. Lin Xi's tension eased as she gently stroked Qingbao's head. All right, I'm not angry. She sent Qingbao back to her space, unwilling to let her witness her most ruthless side. Around the villa, she unleashed a ring of flames, dousing the surroundings in gasoline. Even if someone managed to evade the mist, they could not escape the inferno. Those within had, in her past life, occupied her home, sullied her family, etching their transgressions into her memory and soul, leaving her unable to find solace. In this life, they would atone for their sins with their blood. The mist had already infiltrated the villa, and several bodyguards burst into chaos, meeting their demise. Lin Xi joyfully stepped onto the blood-stained floor, ascending the stairs step by step, and kicked open the door to the master bedroom. Uncle Lin and his wife screamed in terror. Lin Xi, uninterested in their futile pleas, bound Uncle Lin's hands and suspended him. You answer my questions. No nonsense, no panic. Aunt Lin had collapsed in fear. Uncle Lin, taken aback by her madness, attempted to reason with her, saying, Lin Xi, what are you doing? This is illegal. Don't act impulsively. We are family, can't we talk this through? Upon hearing him utter family, Lin Xi's fury ignited. With a swift motion, she slashed his wrist with a dagger, and blood gushed forth amid his agonizing cries. With eyes aflame, Lin Xi warned him, Family? You think you deserve that title? Dare to utter it again. Tell me, you orchestrated the incident involving my parents, didn't you? Uncle Lin, who had lived a life of privilege, wailed in despair, No. It wasn't me. It was an accident. Lin Xi sneered, You, the eldest son, utterly worthless and unaccomplished. When my father was alive, his brilliance made you look like a mere clown. The prominent families of the Lin clan have never regarded you as anything but a failure. You envied him, despised him, and plotted against him more than once, but alas, in this lifetime, she had long since arranged for an investigation, like her. His father had been proud and arrogant, never deigning to use despicable means, ultimately leading to his tragic downfall. Overwhelmed by an intense hatred, she swiftly severed his other wrist with a blade. Uncle Lin cried out in agony, "No, no. It wasn't me. I lacked the authority to mobilize such vast sums of money. I only wished to teach him a lesson. He was far too disobedient." Blood surged to Lin Xi's head. Who else could it be if not him? She had contemplated Uncle Lin's words. Yet she found it hard to believe that the old Master Lin would genuinely desire her father's demise. It was not a matter of believing in the bonds of blood, but of interests. Her father's death was evidently detrimental to his own benefit. This explained everything. The old master wished to discipline her father, just as he had disciplined her. However, this foolish man, driven by his own selfishness, had ultimately led to her father's death. Even if the old master were aware of this, he could only choose to cover it up. No further questions were necessary. She felt disgusted and no longer wished to look at him, unleashing a torrent of flames that instantly reduced him to ashes. Auntie Lin crawled over, trembling with fear. She, I know our family has wronged you. I tried to advise them, truly, but they would not listen. I had no choice. I had a good relationship with your mother. Please spare me. Lin Xi's anger had not yet dissipated, and upon hearing her words, she smiled through her fury. So, you consider yourself a good person, do you? Yet you are, in fact, the most despicable and repugnant of all. You stand behind them, watching as they charge into battle, then convince yourself that your disapproval makes you virtuous, all while enjoying the glory and power they bestow upon you. You had no choice? No way out? Were your legs broken? Could you not call the police? With your good relationship with my mother, did you offer her even the slightest warning? With a guttural scream, she plunged the knife into Auntie Lin's heart, whispering in her ear, "Rest assured, Lin Yuan has long been burned to death by me. She is waiting for you below." Then she watched as Auntie Lin fell lifeless to the ground, her eyes still open in death. Yet Lin Xi's fury remained unabated, and hatred continued to consume her. At some unknown moment, tears streamed down her face. In her rebirth, she had shed not a single tear, yet in this moment, they flowed uncontrollably. However, even if she incinerated the culprits, the most precious thing to her was irretrievably lost forever. She wandered out of the villa, standing at the entrance. Chapter 48. The Fortuitous Gain of Third-Level Powers. In a daze, she felt as though she had returned to her previous life. Standing once again at the threshold of her home, watching as flames engulfed it, helpless to intervene, her entire being felt as though her blood was freezing. A fierce sense of injustice and an all-consuming rage surged through her, causing her powers to spiral uncontrollably within her body. She collapsed to the ground, unable to distinguish reality from illusion, only aware that she too would be consumed by flames. Qingbao sensed the intense vibrations in the space and floated out to see a feverishly hot Lin Xi, who frightened her into a scream. Meanwhile, Lin Wu, absorbing energy from afar, sensed something amiss and rushed back in a flurry. Qingbao gathered them into the space. Within Lin Xi's bedroom, Qingbao filled a tub with well water and placed Lin Xi inside. Lin Wu nestled close to Lin Xi's ear, tearfully murmuring, "Master, don't you dare die. If you die, who will take care of me? I promise I won't make you angry anymore. I'll listen to you. I don't want ice cream anymore. I'll guard the door for you. But you must wake up soon. You can't abandon me, nor can you give me away to anyone else. I'm scared." Initially, Lin Xi felt as though she was struggling in boiling water, energy surging chaotically within her, her skin feeling as though it might split apart from the pain. Eventually, she could not recall when it happened, but the water around her grew cool and the pain in her skin subsided. Her body filled with a warm, satisfying sensation. The only regret was the noise. When she finally opened her eyes, all she beheld was a large head, orange with black stripes, a broad mouth adorned with long whiskers, peacefully dozing with eyes closed. Was this Lin Wu's tiger form? It had grown so much. In a moment of mischief, Lin Xi tugged on its whiskers, and it impatiently shook its head. Upon opening its eyes, The tiger's face was filled with joy. Master, you're awake. You scared Wu Wu to death. You're utterly useless. A mere trickle of energy sent you into a frenzy. If it weren't for me and Qing Bao, mostly me watching over you, you would have lost your life. Do you understand? Lin Wu Wu chattered incessantly, showing no signs of stopping. Lin Xi, in exasperation, embraced the tiger's forehead and showered it with kisses. Mwah.
Moi, moi, moi.
Only then did Lin Wu Wu reluctantly close its mouth, still complaining. Oh dear. You're all wet. Don't soak my fur. It's such a hassle to wash. What a little simpleton. Lying by the bathtub and dozing off, how could it avoid getting wet? She didn't disclose to it that during her hazy consciousness, she could feel its worry and sorrow. Feeling the warm and gentle energy within her body, Lin Xi was astonished to realize she had reached the 3rd level. She had to thank Qing Bao, who absorbed the energy from Lin Xi tied into the space, thereby enhancing the quality of the well water. When her emotions spiraled out of control, she absorbed too much energy. When her body could no longer bear it, Qing Bao submerged her in the well water, which gradually helped her recover from the damage caused by that energy. As soon as she awakened, Qing Bao sensed it and circled around her, chattering with concern. I always said I would protect and take good care of you. Yet I failed. I caused you to be fearful. I promise it will never happen again. I will no longer allow myself to drown in hatred. Lin Xi made a solemn vow to Qing Bao and Lin Wu Wu. When Lin Xi emerged from the space, it was already daytime. She furrowed her brow. Thankfully, the area was shrouded in thick fog. Otherwise, the trouble it would cause if seen would be immense. Lin Xi had to alter her plans, returning to her own home to rest during the day and work at night. While Lin Xi rested at home, Qing Bao and Lin Wu Wu took turns going out to absorb energy, ensuring she was never alone. When she urged Lin Wu Wu to leave, it stubbornly refused.
Produce-setting, à Wu.
I left for only a short while yesterday before something happened. How could I leave now?
À Wu.
Now you know, this family can't do without me. This little creature charmed Lin Xi, prompting her to embrace it tightly, disregarding its coarse fur, showering it with kisses. Lin Xi's new plan was to transport her villa, including its foundation, into the space tonight. Then, using some old villas she had previously collected, she would fill in the foundation pit, pile it up to a certain height, and then set it ablaze to create the illusion of a fire. After the fog, torrential rain would wash away all traces, ensuring that no one would ever discover the secrets here. After securing the villa, she would go to eliminate Hanzi. This time, she intended to act swiftly, giving him no chance to disgust her. Then, she would head to Disneyland. With this plan, she could stay there for 2 days. Ample time for Qing Bao and Lin Wu Wu to enjoy themselves. Today marked the 2nd day of the fog. After spending 2 days at Disneyland, she planned to set off on the 5th day, allowing 2 days for travel, as the fog would hinder visibility, preventing her from moving quickly. She had to return to her home in Beishur before the 7th day. Encountering a heavy downpour would not bode well. Having calculated her plans, she returned to the space to check. Yesterday, she had forgotten to collect supplies from Lin Yuan's family, but Qing Bao had not forgotten and had moved everything in. Humph. Despite claims of poverty, the basement was still filled with food and water. That evening, after eliminating Hanzi, Lin Xi resolved to forego the resources of the Han family and deemed it necessary to inform Qing Bao. The Han family was also on the list of potential targets, and their every maneuver was likely under the surveillance of the overlords. With the loss of their supplies, coupled with the depletion of the Lin family's resources, it would not be difficult for others to suspect that the perpetrator harbored personal grievances against them. Lin Xi had no intention of placing herself under the watchful eyes of the overlords. As darkness enveloped the sky, Lin Xi, accompanied by Lin Wu Wu, stood outside the villa's courtyard. Qing Bao transformed into mist and descended to the ground, and in no time, a perfectly square pit was left behind. After retrieving some soil from afar to fill it in, Lin Xi unleashed the dilapidated villa, channeling her abilities and summoning a large conflagration. With her mental prowess, she divided the flames into slender strands, encircling the area before rising into a towering inferno that consumed everything in its path. The 3rd-tier flames burned at a noticeably higher temperature than before, their rapid combustion evident. In the independent villa district, each residence maintained its own space. Thus, a fire in one location would not quickly affect others. Some onlookers glimpsed the roaring flames through their windows. But aside from silently praying that the blaze would not encroach upon them, none dared to venture outside. Lin Xi maintained control over the fire, ensuring that no innocents would be harmed. An hour and a half later, having confirmed that all remnants had been reduced to charred earth with not a single ember remaining, Lin Xi departed in her vehicle. For Lin Xi, a third-tier ability user and adept at stealth, infiltrating Han Zi's room was exceedingly facile. Han Zi met his end with his throat slit while he slumbered, which could be considered a stroke of good fortune for him. Lin Xi swiftly incinerated him, reducing him to ashes, while the bedsheets were only slightly singed. Having eliminated a significant threat and reveling in her precise control over the flames, Lin Xi's spirits were notably elevated as she drove towards Disneyland. Chapter 49, Qing Bao and Wu Wu's Disneyland. The car window was rolled down, allowing Lin Wu Wu in the back seat to absorb energy. The front seat was reserved for Qing Bao, who flitted in and out, seated there, clutching a straw and sipping a large cup of watermelon juice, which brought Lin Xi a sense of novelty. Lin Xi had not stockpiled any watermelons. By the time she remembered to do so, the season was no longer right. However, it mattered little, for she possessed fertile land and watermelon seeds. After planting 10 acres of watermelons, despite their poor growth, a little irrigation with well water yielded a bountiful harvest of nearly 100,000 pounds, all stored in her warehouse. The watermelons were large, with juicy red flesh that was sweet and seemingly infused with a hint of energy. Much to the delight of both Lin Xi and Lin Wu Wu. Considering Qing Bao's fondness for wine, Lin Xi extracted copious amounts of watermelon juice, neatly packaging it into cups for her to try. Indeed, Qing Bao adored it. Meanwhile, Lin Wu Wu, sprawled in the back seat, was not absorbing energy but rather intently calculating. It was no longer the ordinary Lin Wu Wu. It had transformed into an extraordinary mutated beast. It could no longer be as submissive as before. Now, Lin Wu Wu sought to reclaim its dignity as a formidable creature. No longer would it perform sentry duties, even for 2 ice creams, unless it received 3. Yes, it must be 3. Lin Wu Wu's enthusiasm surged, its large paw thumping onto the back seat. Lin Xi, catching a glimpse of this through the rearview mirror, needed no further insight to understand Lin Wu Wu's thoughts. The creature's petty scheming revolved solely around food and play. Noticing the sharp claws peeking from its paw, Lin Xi warned, "If you dare to scratch the back seat, I shall take Qing Bao to Disneyland without you. And you will have to remain in the space." Lin Wu Wu huffed indignantly, unwilling to retort at this crucial moment, and pretended to doze off, though in reality, it was cleverly concealing the spot where it had placed its claws, stealing furtive glances, and reassured that there was merely a slight mark, nothing ruined. Lin Xi stifled a laugh at the creature's anxious demeanor. It only made her want to tease it further. She leaned over and whispered to Qing Bao, "Qing Bao, Disneyland has an abundance of ice cream machines. You know those machines, right? Just press a button, and an array of ice creams appears. You must not let Lin Wu Wu know, or it will surely pester me to store them in the space. Understood?" Qing Bao's large eyes widened in confusion as she glanced back. Lin Wu Wu squinted, its ears swiveling like radar. Lin Xi winked playfully at Qing Bao, making a silly face. Suddenly enlightened, Qing Bao stifled a giggle with her hands. Lin Wu Wu, having overheard this vital information, felt a surge of pride. Each ice cream machine was its domain, and none could be spared. After traversing 3 small vehicles, they finally arrived at Disneyland, though the gates were closed. No matter, Lin Xi could effortlessly scale the barrier. The once vibrant Disneyland was now devoid of its former clamor, stripped of music, sound, and presence. Lamenting the loss of atmosphere, the group set to work. Since their mission was to gather items exclusively for the 2 little ones, they packed everything they could find that would delight them into the space. Qing Bao floated about, eventually settling on Lin Wu Wu as the 2 began their transaction. Lin Xi, unable to remain idle, had to move around to expand Qing Bao's coverage area. She pondered when Qing Bao would upgrade again, expanding its radius from 100 to 1,000 feet, allowing her to find a place to rest while Qing Bao collected everything. But for now, she retrieved her beloved motorcycle from the space, significantly accelerating both mobility and collection speed. Dreamlike realms? Fairy tale castles? Gather them up, after all. They would ultimately succumb to torrential rain and freeze into blocks of ice. Food, water, medicines, clothing, these amenities might still be salvaged by others. But entertainment facilities?
Ha!
Who would care when starving or parched? Almost forgot about the earthquakes. Collecting now would preserve a semblance of pre-apocalyptic civilization. Lin Xi spent 2 days wandering Disneyland. Noticing its many unique restaurants, she refrained from taking food, as the surrounding residents might find it useful. However, she made sure Lin Wu did not overlook any drink or snack machines, including milk tea shops, popcorn machines, ice cream machines, soda fountains, and beer dispensers. As for clothing, Lin Xi instructed that they select their favorites, forbidding them from taking everything. What of the surrounding shops? Lin Xi saw no value in them. But the children seemed to enjoy them. Lin Wu rolled about in a pile of plush toys before sprinting outside. Merry-go-rounds, Dumbo rides, splash pads, the revenge ship, canoes, hug dragons, spring dogs, little carts, the list went on. After a whole day of activity, Lin Xi finally entered the space to catch her breath. She had positioned her large villa, complete with a courtyard, a mile from the lakeshore, where a short walk brought her to a dock by the lake, ideal for leisurely strolls and fishing. Turning around, she noticed that Qingbao had also set her treasured castle nearby, less than 2 kilometers from Lin Xi's villa. Surrounding the castle were those amusement facilities, arranged with great care. In addition to the nearby shops, 3 establishments lined up in a row were a sight to behold, undoubtedly a reflection of Lin Wu's aesthetic sensibilities. Fortunately, Hubei University boasts ample space, otherwise, it would scarcely suffice for their whims. Owing to fatigue, the meal was rather simple. Lin Xi prepared 2 large bowls of her homemade lamb and radish soup, featuring succulent and tender chunks of lamb, complemented by the sweet and juicy flavor of the radish, resulting in an exquisitely delicious broth. Together with 4 warm meat sandwiches, they shared the feast. After dinner, Lin Xi selected a 44 Unimog and positioned it in a performance hall, securing the door before boarding. The vehicle's interior was adorned in a harmonious blend of pure white and beige, equipped with all necessary kitchenware. Having already dined, she simply lowered the bed and retreated to the shower for a wash. After changing into her nightwear, she realized the slumbering Lin Wu was unlikely to be of any help and would have to rely on Qingbao to keep watch. The following day promised yet another arduous labor. Some tasks were beyond Lin Xi's comprehension, yet the 2 little ones were brimming with enthusiasm. They diligently filled in the excavated pits, setting them ablaze to create an effect reminiscent of a fire's devastation. Lin Xi accompanied them until midnight, ultimately satisfied when they called it a day. Given her restless night in the RV and the impending journey to Beishur, Lin Xi resolved to enjoy a restful night at their villa before departing. Chapter 50. The Journey Back to Beishur. Perhaps due to the comfort she had enjoyed thus far, coupled with the absence of the apocalypse's harsh realities, Lin Xi found herself feeling somewhat self-indulgent. However, it mattered little. Once the end of the world commenced, she would swiftly adapt to any environment. On the 5th day of the fog, Lin Xi drove the off-road vehicle, armed with a paper map and a printed road guide, setting off northward as planned. Despite the remarkably clear highway, she maintained a cautious speed of 60, prioritizing safety in the low visibility. The highway appeared to be closed, littered with numerous barriers. Yet, this posed no challenge for her. She simply stored the vehicle in her space, leaped over the obstacles, and released the off-roader anew. Qingbao diligently absorbed the energy amidst the fog. The more she absorbed, the clearer Lin Xi's visibility became, increasing from an initial 300 meters to 500. Evidently, this energy indeed bolstered Qingbao's capabilities, and her relentless efforts, even during their time at Disneyland, yielded no respite from energy absorption. Perhaps her nature as an energy entity contributed to her absence of physical fatigue, yet she consistently dedicated herself to gradually restoring their space, without a hint of negligence. As for Lin Wu, after a hasty slumber the previous night, she had yet to awaken. She must have been utterly exhausted over the past 2 days, her condition being rather unpleasant and grimy, reverting to her feline form to avoid energy absorption. Lin Xi mused that Qingbao was akin to an exemplary student, blessed with innate advantages and diligent. In contrast, Lin Wu was a source of exasperation, having fallen from her former status as a spirit beast, seemingly unaware of the need for effort. Traveling intermittently from 10 in the morning until 10 at night, Lin Xi covered approximately 700 kilometers. seeking refuge at a roadside service station for the night. The service station was desolate, devoid of vehicles, with the small shop's doors firmly shut. Lin Xi stored the off-road vehicle in her space, retrieving the RV and positioning it in a discreet spot behind the service station. She cradled Lin Wuwu into the RV, placing a large towel on the booth sofa before settling her down. She prepared 2 ginger ducks, 2 salted duck eggs, 2 large bowls of her steamed fragrant rice, a bowl of vegetable salad, a bowl of diced mango, and 2 cups of watermelon juice. The tantalizing aroma of the food finally roused the drowsy Lin Wuwu, who rubbed her paws on the towel before diving into her meal. Lin Xi savored her meal as well, after such a monotonous and tedious journey. Indulging in something delicious was essential. After washing the dishes, Lin Xi noted the high quality of the disposable bowls, which were reusable, although Lin Wuwu's bowls were cleaned and stored separately. Following her efforts in cleaning, Lin Xi dutifully carried Lin Wuwu into the bathroom for a wash and thorough drying, restoring her delightful scent. Lin Xi then rearranged the booth sofa into a large bed, placing Lin Wuwu atop it, who immediately sprawled out and yawned. This amused Lin Xi, prompting her to think of the industrious Qing Bao still laboring outside, and she couldn't help but mutter, "You spend your days eating and sleeping. Go. Revert to your tiger form to absorb energy, and yet you sleep all day." Lin Wuwu squinted lazily, her 4 paws kneading the air before finally flipping over and transforming back into her tiger form, shaking her head awake. She harbored serious doubts about Lin Xi's intentions of having her guard the door, especially without any promised reward, yet she lacked evidence. Lin Xi then proceeded to wash her hair and bathe, tossing her soiled clothes into the washing machine at the villa, while Lin Wuwu's large towel found its way into the RV's dedicated washer and dryer. By the time she had tidied herself up and was ready to lie down, it was already midnight. Clad in creamy cotton pajamas, she felt quite harmonious with the RV's decor. At long last, she settled into bed, closing her eyes and drifting into slumber. Awakening naturally, she sensed the promise of a day brimming with vitality. Upon glancing at the time, she realized it was already 9. Hastily, Lin Xi rushed to freshen up and donned her coat. With time of the essence, she opted for a simple breakfast: 6 steaming meat buns, 2 cups of freshly prepared soybean milk, and 4 eggs, sharing the meal with Lin Wuwu before continuing their journey. Lin Xi held a deep admiration for the efficiency of the leaders. They adhered to rules without fail. Throughout their travels, they encountered neither people nor vehicles, likely due to the fog having already sealed off the roads. This spared her considerable trouble. Faced with any individuals, the consequences could be dire. Qing Bao's energy absorption reached new heights, with visibility now extending to 800 meters, allowing Lin Xi to drive at a brisk pace of 70 to 80. Thus, by 3 in the afternoon, she exited the highway and entered Beishur. Upon entering the city, she occasionally spotted vehicles and the remnants of their occupants. Some individuals, driven by various motivations, had ventured out, only to find themselves on a perilous path. After navigating through the city for another 3 hours, it was 6 in the evening. Not wishing for the residents of Panshan community to discover her absence over the past few days, Lin Xi parked the off-road vehicle at a distance, deciding to wait until darkness enveloped the surroundings before stealthily returning home. Lin Wuwu, feeling somewhat lethargic from her energy absorption, concluded that she was ill-suited to be a mutated beast, preferring instead to remain a blissfully idle common creature. As night fell, with no light in sight, Lin Xi donned her night vision goggles. The community's gates were firmly shut. Through the building's glass windows, she occasionally glimpsed flickering lights, likely from candles. It seemed she would need to scale a wall to return home, yet she was quite adept at such feats. With no electricity, she ascended to the 18th floor, relieved that Lin Wuwu was safely stored in her space. Moving with utmost stealth, she reached the 18th floor, opening the door without a sound. Once inside, she closed the door behind her and unlocked the security lock, her spirits soaring with the realization she was home. Lin Wuwu and Qing Bao joined in a small cheer, celebrating their return. Lin Xi collapsed onto the living room's large sofa, stretching and savoring the joy of being home. Lin Wuwu swayed her little waist, imitating Lin Xi's movements. Qing Bao obediently settled on Lin Xi's chest, snuggling close to her. This was the essence of happiness. Tranquil, serene, and orderly. Alas, such order would gradually fade away. One could only wonder how the overlords of this era were faring. Judging by the traffic conditions on the highway, they were certainly putting in effort. In these 7 days, those who could awaken their abilities had become formidable in the post-apocalyptic world, albeit in minimal numbers. It was rumored that in the previous life, many in the military had awakened, as they were predominantly robust young individuals. Those with poor physical fitness had perished immediately. Ultimately, only a fraction survived. It was these rare survivors who, in the early days of the apocalypse, eradicated the formidable mutated beasts and plants, allowing others a moment to breathe. Yet they themselves suffered grievous losses. Chapter 51. The Struggles of the Awakened. Lin Xi sighed, feeling a twinge of regret. She couldn't help but wonder about this life.
Wait.
She suddenly sat upright. Lin Xi recalled the well water in her space. She remembered that it was useful during the energy surges. Did this mean she could?
No.
She shouldn't entertain such thoughts. It had nothing to do with her. But did it really? Heaven has a benevolent nature. And the well water was plentiful. Was it all simply bestowed upon her by fate? You scooper. What are you doing, wriggling around? Lin Wu huffed, using her little feet to push against Lin Xi, almost tumbling off. She remembered the day when Lin Wu had told her, with a sorrowful gaze, that something significant was about to happen. If animals could possess such compassion, how much more so could humans? If she had the strength, then... Lin Xi gritted her teeth. It was decided. She would make another trip, considering it a blessing for the three of them. She hoped the order would last a bit longer, prolonging her good days. Lin Xi entered her space, found 100 bottles of 10-liter mineral water, and retrieved several stainless steel barrels. She poured half of each bottle into the barrels and filled them with well water. Once prepared, Lin Xi exited the space and informed Lin Wu that she needed to go out and would return before dawn. Although puzzled as to why the scooper was leaving again so soon, Lin Wu insisted on accompanying her. All right, but don't wander off. Stay in the villa in the space. The television there is still functional. After giving her instructions, Lin Xi quietly opened the door, descended the stairs, and jumped over the wall. 3 hours later, Lin Xi stealthily approached an bureau, while Kinking Bao transformed into mist and slipped into Luo Qingzhou's office, depositing the mineral water and leaving a note before quietly departing. As the early hours approached, Lin Xi felt a weight lift from her heart and happily drove home. The water had been delivered. Whether it would be received or utilized depended on fate. She had done her utmost. In a solid underground shelter, several elders wore weary expressions. The fourth elder's eyes were particularly bloodshot. Just as the email had indicated, many in the military had awakened, and the more exceptional they were, the less they could evade fate. Yet, one by one, they had succumbed to unconsciousness, with none awakening so far. The phrase, "only a fraction survive," weighed heavily on the fourth elder's heart. These were his finest soldiers, including his only grandson. Numerous medical experts surrounded them. Yet they were powerless, their only hope resting on the soldiers' willpower. The common flesh could not withstand such overwhelming energy. Death had already begun to unfold. Yi Chen lay with his eyes tightly shut, his expression one of agony, the skin beneath barely revealing undulating ridges. Some individuals burned with fever, others felt icy, while some appeared ashen, all of them gritting their teeth and fighting for survival.
Bang!
Another instance of explosive death occurred, and the doctor attempting to save them was drenched in blood, crying out, "I don't know. I don't know." Commander, Luo Qingzhou rushed in, clutching a barrel of water, flustered and disheveled, sweat dripping into his eyes with no time to wipe it away. Yet his eyes gleamed with hope. This is from that person. He handed the fourth elder a note that read, "Administer a small amount, try it." Panting from his run, Luo Qingzhou asked, "Should we use it? Or test it first?" The fourth elder tightly clutched the note in his hand. "Proceed with both simultaneously. Hurry. We cannot wait. Use it immediately. Begin with a small amount." Medical staff swiftly utilized syringes to administer doses of 10 milliliters, 20 milliliters, and 50 milliliters to each of the awakened soldiers struggling on the brink of life and death. They then observed whether their conditions improved. Soon, within 10 minutes, some medical staff discovered with delight that the soldier who received 50 milliliters had stabilized rapidly. Gradual adjustments revealed that as long as they consumed 100 milliliters, their conditions generally stabilized, preventing any particularly severe symptoms from reappearing. As long as these awakened individuals could successfully navigate this perilous phase, they would naturally awaken. Preliminary test results from the experts also surfaced. The water contained mineral components and an unidentified energy. They were currently comparing it with the energy present in the mist. The medical personnel and experts gathered around Luo Qingzhou, one side eager to learn the water's source, while the other deemed the amount insufficient. It was the fourth elder who intervened, dispersing the crowd and pulling him aside to quietly ask, "How much more is there?" Luo Qingzhou replied in a hushed tone, "There are a total of 100 bottles like this, and they are en route here." The fourth elder sighed in relief, murmuring to himself, "Thank heavens. Thank heavens." Luo Qingzhou also felt a sense of survival after the ordeal. Ever since he received that note in the office, his cautious nature compelled him to visit daily, fearful of missing any message from that person. If none came, it was a blessing. But if there was news, it would be monumental. For the past few days, he donned a biochemical protective suit and carried an oxygen tank, making sure to check frequently, terrified of missing something. Today, upon entering, he was greeted by an office full of mineral water. He knew it could not be ordinary water, otherwise that person would not have sent it at this critical time. He understood the military's dire situation, and his first instinct was that the person had come for this very reason. He had made the right choice. That night, the fourth elder remained at Yi Chen's bedside. His once white hair had become disheveled, and the weariness of several days was taking its toll, causing his eyelids to droop heavily. Yi Chen, lying on the hospital bed, opened his eyes, sparkling with brilliance, entirely unlike a patient recovering from a grave illness. Seeing his grandfather before him filled his heart with an unbearable ache. He gently rose, wishing to lift his grandfather onto the bed, but found him as light as a child, something within him stirring. Startled, he set his grandfather down and sought out medical personnel. After taking a few steps, he realized this was not a hospital but an underground hall, with passageways on all sides. He could not recall how he had arrived here. All he remembered was being in the military. The hall was lined with beds, separated by drawn curtains. On the beds lay both familiar teammates and unfamiliar soldiers, all in slumber. Several spots on the floor bore still damp bloodstains. In his heart, a myriad of doubts arose as he hastily approached a nurse. The nurse, her face alight with surprise, seized his arm and hurried him down a corridor, exclaiming, "Quickly, quickly! Another patient has awakened. Where are all the medical staff? Not a single one is around to tend to the patients." As she spoke, several healthcare workers dashed past them, and Yi Chen turned to see them entering the main hall. Chapter 52. Lin Wu's Aggrievement. Yi Chen was pulled into a grand dining hall, where individuals were still affixing signs directing to the restaurant. Before he could collect his thoughts, he was pressed against a table laden with an array of delectable dishes: milk, bread, fried eggs, buns, meat porridge, beef noodles, beef rice, spicy soup, fried dough sticks, and oil cakes. The tantalizing aroma ignited a ravenous hunger within him, twisting his insides. He grasped a bowl of beef noodles, lifted a hefty chopstick full, and without regard for the heat, stuffed it into his mouth. In a mere minute the bowl, which contained nearly half a pound of noodles, was emptied. Fortunately, there were still buns and fried eggs available. Yi Chen felt a sense of abnormality. He had consumed far too much, yet his body did not feel satiated. A medical officer took the microphone and began to address the crowd. "For those still hungry, please continue to eat. I understand you have questions. The reason for your increased appetite is not due to illness, but because your bodies urgently require a substantial intake of energy right now. Once you are sufficiently nourished, personnel will be assigned to meet with you and explain the current situation. Your only task at present is to eat." Realizing this, Yi Chen took 5 more fried eggs and another bowl of beef noodles, adding a fried dough stick atop the noodles, thinking to himself, this should provide enough energy. Gradually, more individuals were escorted over by the medical staff. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions reflecting utter confusion. The fourth elder had been moved to a sickbed. Observing Yi Chen sleeping peacefully, and his subordinates refrained from waking him. When he finally awoke, 6 hours had elapsed, and upon glancing at the time, he was taken aback. He exclaimed, "What is the situation now? Why was I not awakened? Is this a time for sleeping?" His subordinates dared not utter a word, while Yi Chen, hearing his booming voice, approached, brazenly declaring, "I told them not to wake me. So what? Seeing Yi Chen's vigorous demeanor, the fourth elder's eyes began to glisten with emotion. He smacked Yi Chen on the back, chastising him fiercely. Ungrateful brat. Worthless wretch. What use are you? He struck him again, cursing. All you do is cause worry. As the commotion attracted more onlookers, they stifled their laughter, covering their mouths in amusement. The fourth elder gazed at the soldiers who had, just a day prior, been lying in their beds, teetering on the brink of life and death, and he was overwhelmed with gratitude. Fate had indeed favored the Huagua. In a matter of hours, he felt as though he had ascended from the depths of hell to the heights of paradise, his posture now resolute. With a grand gesture, he convened a meeting to receive updates. Their group of awakened individuals numbered nearly 2,000, and the conversion rate of awakened to supernatural beings had surged from 1 in 10 to 8 or 9 in 10. Upon their transformation, the newly awakened exhibited an immense demand for energy, necessitating immediate replenishment to stabilize their abilities. It was confirmed that the physical attributes of these supernatural beings were significantly enhanced compared to ordinary individuals. In recognizing the special application of the miracle drug for the awakened, 50-milliliter vials were prepared, and the supplies were dispatched to nearby battle zones using fully enclosed vehicles. For the 2 more distant battle zones, transportation took too long. It was recommended to wait until the fog dissipated tomorrow and utilize aerial transport. The fourth elder remained contemplative. The fog had lifted due to the torrential downpour. Although the mist obstructed all power and communications, the impending storm was no less severe, and electricity and networks submerged in water could not be sustained for long. Air transport bore significant risks, yet this shipment of water was too critical, and time was of the essence. Its safe delivery was imperative. The fourth elder swiftly made a decision: deploy the supernatural beings from the original Special Forces team to disperse the transport. Do not put all your eggs in one basket. If the aircraft encounters trouble, the water must be parachuted down. I don't care what methods you employ, it must arrive safely. Understood. Bring Luo Qingzhou to see me. Yes. Luo Qingzhou arrived, his eyes bloodshot and his demeanor akin to that of a battle-weary soldier, yet his spirit remained high. The fourth elder opened his mouth to berate him. What use are today's youth? Look at your appearance. You can't even compare to an old man. However, Luo Qingzhou was undeterred, his spirits seemingly buoyed. Hee. Indeed. I'm no match. Leaning closer, he whispered, Elder, I have awakened. What? The fourth elder was taken aback. At such an advanced age, how could he withstand such upheaval? When did this occur? He urgently inquired. About the same time. Luo Qingzhou glanced around. Why didn't you mention it before? The fourth elder, aware of the dire circumstances surrounding awakenings, felt a sense of urgency. Luo Qingzhou shook his head. I wasn't he allowed to say. The fourth elder understood. It was a matter of discretion. Otherwise, chaos would ensue. So, how are you now? At the thought of this, Luo Qingzhou could not suppress the smile creeping onto his lips. Very well. My strength has increased, my legs are strong, I can run fast, and my hair has darkened. It's just that. What? You still dare to keep me in suspense? The fourth elder, exasperated, rolled up his sleeves as if to strike him. What if you get covered in dirt again? I just changed clothes. The fourth elder burst into laughter, realizing this was an earth-based ability that had yet to mature. Fortunately, the two found their spirits considerably lifted, regardless of the circumstances. The elder's stabilization was undoubtedly good news in this apocalyptic era. Meanwhile, Lin Xi was unconcerned with such matters. Having delivered the water, she felt justified in driving home. By the time she arrived home, it was already 6 in the morning. She first released Lin Wuwu and Qing Bao before heading off to freshen up. Once finished, she discovered Lin Wuwu had reverted to its feline form, lounging on the living room sofa, its paws tucked beneath it, eyes half closed. Lin Xi sat beside it, solemnly stating, Wuwu, today marks the final day of the mist. Don't you want to absorb more energy to enhance your strength? Lin Wuwu lowered its feet, turned, and, with its chubby cheeks puffed, retorted, No, I won't. Lin Xi attempted to stroke its head, but it dodged, replying, In the coming apocalypse, which you refer to as a great calamity, there will be many mutated animals seizing every opportunity to enhance their powers to hunt humans and other creatures. As the torrential rain brings energy underground, those mutated plants will absorb more energy, transforming even a single branch into something capable of easily piercing our bodies. Boo. You must at least make an effort to strengthen yourself. You are the formidable Baitian tiger, and you cannot be inferior to them. You cannot remain a mere kitten. Lin Wuwu, already feeling disgruntled, upon hearing Lin Xi's words, widened its eyes in indignation, stepping back to angrily shout, I can't compete with them. So what? It's none of your business. I can't fly high, I can't run fast. They all call me stupid. I don't like training. I'm weak and cannot defeat others. I am foolish, so what? No one wants me. So what? It's none of your concern. I cannot become a spirit beast. I am not a mutated beast. You can send me away. You are the best at sending me away. Chapter 53. Lin Wuwu's abilities. Lin Wuwu's cries grew louder, amplifying her sense of grievance. She leapt off the sofa like a fleeting shadow, dashing back to her bedroom and forcefully slamming the door with a resounding bang. Lin Xi was momentarily taken aback by the outburst, glancing at Qing Bao, who wore a look of utter bewilderment. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xi reflected on the situation, unable to pinpoint which remark had pierced Wuwu's heart. The mention of gifting likely referred to the previous owner of the space entrusting her with Wuwu, a burden she must now bear. Based on her experience, Wuwu was clearly in an agitated state, rendering it an inopportune time for communication, yet it stirred memories of her own childhood. In her younger days, she too would unleash her frustrations with loud outbursts, retreating to her room while her parents would patiently wait for her to calm down before attempting to engage her. However, they were unaware that upon entering her room, she would fantasize about them following her in, wrapping her in their arms, comforting her, and declaring that she was their most cherished treasure. Alas, her parents never acted on such dreams. She was determined not to let Lin Wuwu suffer alone. Lin Xi knocked gently on Wuwu's door, but silence reigned within. She opened the door to find a lump under the covers on the bed, the shape quivering slightly. With a sigh, she realized that Wuwu was genuinely heartbroken and still weeping. She sat at the edge of the bed, reaching out to touch the lump, but the contents surged forward, knocking her hand away. Nevertheless, Lin Xi persisted, gently patting the quilt, speaking softly. It's all right. I was in the wrong for not realizing you were feeling down. You can throw a tantrum, roll around, and act out as you wish. But please don't suffer in solitude. It pains me. She had overlooked the fact that when Wuwu first met her, it had been a weeping bundle. Over time, its boisterous nature and carefree demeanor had caused her to neglect its emotional struggles. Its previous owner had expended the last vestiges of their consciousness to bring it into this world and entrusted it to her, never contemplating whether Wuwu was willing or not. Gently, she continued to pat the quilt where Wuwu lay. I absolutely adore you, Wuwu. Whether you're mischievous, prone to trouble, proud, sorrowful, fragrant, or even a bit stinky. I love every facet of you. How could I ever wish to be without you? Furthermore, your owner has long instructed me to treat you kindly and cherish you. I believe she loves you even more than I do, having exerted every effort to send you here for a chance at life. After a brief pause, she continued, however, Wuwu, if this were the world before the apocalypse, I would reassure you that it's perfectly fine to be a mundane creature, to do as you please, and to play rather than cultivate. But now, alas, that is not the case. We are amidst the apocalypse, and I must strive to fight fiercely, to enhance my abilities to protect you all. Unless you choose to remain in the space forever, none can guarantee that you won't encounter unforeseen dangers. Boo. Do you understand? I do not require you to become exceptionally strong. I merely wish for you to be able to escape when danger arises and to await my rescue. When you crave fruits, you can leap onto the branches of the mutated fruit trees, grab what you desire, and flee. And if you encounter any brazen mutated creatures daring to bully you, show them who is the true boss. Lin Xi delicately lifted the quilt, her fingers brushing against the curled-up Wuwu as she recalled their first meeting nearly a year ago. Boo, have I truly ever been angry with you during your mischievous escapades? Perhaps one day I might just, Wuwu, believe it or not, I will spank you. Maybe I would genuinely spank you. But only if you were about to do something that could harm yourself. You and Qing Bao are my companions, my family, I swear. I will love you both eternally. Wuwu raised its head, revealing its glistening, tearful eyes and gradually transformed back into its tiger form, nuzzling into Lin Xi's embrace. Lin Xi silently stroked its fur from head to tail, murmuring, "Our Wu is truly beautiful, with vibrant fur, quick reflexes, and a clever mind. Other spirit beasts must surely envy you. Just like earlier, when you dashed away like a fleeting shadow, I could barely keep up. Splendid indeed." Wu reveled in Lin Xi's caresses and praise, filled with joy, yet its stomach audibly rumbled. Observing Wu's embarrassment, Lin Xi quickly remarked, "For such a swift Wu, there should be a reward today. Let's have something special for breakfast." In the dining area, Lin Xi laid out several plates of dumplings, mackerel, cuttlefish, and shrimp dumplings, along with a large can of sea cucumber and shrimp porridge, setting them on the table and preparing ginger vinegar for Wu. Wu eagerly pawed at the black dumpling, curiously taking a bite, its delight causing its whiskers to perk up. "Ow! This is delicious." In that moment, all worries and concerns vanished. Since the Lin Xi tide would last the entire day, it resolved to work hard throughout. Watching Wu fill up before diligently absorbing energy, Lin Xi retreated to her bedroom for a nap, having spent over 6 hours traveling the previous night. Wu, too, began to concentrate, feeling the resonance between the energy within its body and that in the air, its form becoming light and buoyant. It was so engrossed in its absorption that it neglected to eat the lunch Lin Xi had prepared. Lin Xi awoke in the afternoon, famished, and ventured into the living room, only to be startled to see Wu floating. What on earth was happening? Thankfully, it didn't remain airborne for long before it plummeted back down. Before Lin Xi could speak, Wu excitedly exclaimed, "Ah Wu, shoveling poop. Do you want to know why I ran so fast? Let me tell you, I possess wind abilities. I can drift along with the wind, and even do this." With that, Wu raised its paw, clawing at the wall from a distance, leaving several scratch marks behind. Lin Xi gasped in astonishment. "Wind blade." Wu rushed to her side, pressing close, eagerly asking, "Ah Wu, what is that? Is it powerful?" Lin Xi gazed at the small tiger, now considerably larger than when she first met it, which had been the size of an adult cat. Pinching its plump ears, she replied, "Incredibly powerful. As your level increases, upon reaching the 7th tier, you will be able to wield wind blades that create tornado-like gusts capable of slicing through opponents with unparalleled ferocity. Clouds follow the dragon. Winds follow the tiger. Our Wu truly is a magnificent and formidable beast." Wu's eyes gleamed with joy, and it turned to showcase its prowess to Qingbao, who enthusiastically exclaimed in awe. Lin Xi felt a surge of happiness. After all, how could such a distinguished spirit beast be relegated to mere eating and sleeping? Tigers are naturally swift, and with wind abilities, even if faced with adversaries, they could easily outpace them.
Come.
Today, we must celebrate Wu's academic achievements. Lin Xi selected a cake adorned with a tiger motif from the dessert section, along with a family-sized tub of ice cream, a bottle of red wine, and a hefty durian weighing over 10 pounds. Each item she retrieved elicited joyous tail wags from Wu, who would let out excited cries. Until the last item, when Wu stepped back several paces, gazing in horror at the yellow, odorous fruit. Why, oh why, has the shoveler reached this point? That night, a torrential downpour cascaded from the heavens, with rain battering against the glass windows, producing a cacophony of noise. Countless souls were likely startled awake by the tempest. The following morning, Lin Xi's phone buzzed to life. It appeared the fog had dissipated, with power and internet connectivity restored, allowing electronic devices to function once more. Though uncertainty lingered over how long this restoration would last, Wu Lingxiu and Zhao Zhiyong sent her messages inquiring about her well-being. Lin Xi reassured them, urging them to remain indoors and not venture out unless necessary. Upon receiving her reply, Wu Lingxiu felt a sense of relief. Since arriving here, she had been immensely grateful to heed Lin Xi's words. The home had been fortified for safety, untouched by the encroaching mist, and the food supplies were ample, allowing her to stay calm within the confines of the house. Indeed, it was a wise purchase. Conversely, Zhao Zhiyong was plagued by unease, sensing that the rain would not relent anytime soon. Although they had a considerable stock of food, how long could it sustain them? First came the mist, then the torrential rain. Who could predict whether further calamities awaited them? The internet was awash with cries of despair, despite the warnings from the authorities. Numerous lives had been lost to the mist. Some, in their defiance, insisted on testing the fog, believing it to be no different from previous occurrences. Many, due to the poor sealing of their homes, faced dire consequences, often in entire buildings, leading to a staggering mortality rate. Others suffered from a cognitive dissonance, thinking that stepping into their yards or onto their balconies did not count as going outside. Even more tragically, when one family member fell ill, the others could not bear to watch their loved one perish and felt compelled to rush them to hospitals, often failing to arrive together. How many had perished? In that moment, no one could provide an answer. Countless corpses awaited retrieval, and although the authorities had issued calls for assistance, few responded. Various rumors swirled. Some optimists claimed the weather would soon pass, while pessimists proclaimed the arrival of an apocalyptic era devoid of hope for humanity. Lin Xi silently endorsed the notion of an impending apocalypse, but chose not to elaborate further. She had thought herself accustomed to confronting death. Yet the recurrence of such loss still struck her profoundly. As she prepared to withdraw, she noticed a gratitude post circulating across platforms, expressing immense appreciation for the anonymous donation of 100 bottles of 10-liter mineral water. Yet, amidst the frequent disasters, such a gesture seemed a mere drop in the bucket, prompting them to seek high-priced purchases. The comments below were plentiful, with a myriad of opinions. Some suggested providing addresses for others to donate, while others suspected ulterior motives for traffic. Only Lin Xi understood that this was a message directed at her. Lin Xi muttered to herself, "What ingenuity! They devised such a scheme." It was none of her concern. She had no desire to engage. She cast aside her phone and retreated into her space. Qingbao, having accumulated energy over the past few days, eagerly set off to explore the little castle she had longed for. Lin Wu felt she had exerted herself the previous day and now deserved a reward of television and gaming. Lin Xi, however, made a quick trip to the well, took a sip, and noticed the energy within the water had advanced once more. After filling containers with well water 2 days prior, the water level had dropped by 5 centimeters, yet, within mere days, it had risen back to the brim. Determined to scour the warehouse for more 10-liter bottles, she thought that if there weren't any, it would not be her concern, it would be fate. To her dismay, she discovered there were still 300 bottles. Reluctantly, Lin Xi retrieved several large basins, used her mental energy to unscrew the caps, poured out a small portion, and refilled each bottle meticulously. High-price purchases? What would they use to pay for them? A submarine? That seemed plausible. Wait, she actually had one from the beautiful nation as space. New weapons? Yes. The new weapons they were developing. She must have her share of the new energy. With satisfaction, Lin Xi hastily penned an order for 10 new type weapons and 10 new energy units. By nightfall, she stealthily ventured out again, this time avoiding any walls, fearing the security system would activate. Instead, she had Qingbao help her become invisible as they exited. The elevated terrain meant that the day's heavy rainfall had merely resulted in some pooling water. She could traverse it in her off-road vehicle, but if she reached impassable terrain, she would have to resort to the speedboat. An Embers was also situated well, with no flooding yet. Lin Xi quietly approached on her motorcycle, cloaked in invisibility. Once she was close enough, Qingbao could enter. The moment Qingbao emerged, Lin Xi slipped away. Though she had interacted with the other party a few times and found them agreeable, human hearts were fickle, and who knew if they had set up any surveillance. Staying even a minute longer increased the risk. Upon returning home, Qingbao excitedly shared her findings, leading Lin Xi to a trove of items she had collected. Filling the shelves to capacity, if not retrieved, there would be no room for the water. It appeared Qingbao was concerned Lin Xi would scold her for hoarding. Lin Xi had previously instructed her on what could and could not be collected, though Qingbao didn't fully grasp the reasons. She was an obedient child. "It's fine. This collection is for us," Lin Xi reassured her. "By the way, Qingbao, your speech has become remarkably fluent lately. Is it due to the energy you've absorbed these past few days?" With a joyful tug on her little skirt, Qingbao chirped, "Yes, indeed." Finishing her sentence, she fluttered off to play in the castle. Lin Xi then scrutinized the assortment of items retrieved from the Embers. 100 bottles of ordinary water had returned. 100 pre-sliced roasted ducks, though cold, could still be enjoyed when warmed. 100 servings of zhajiangmian, 100 portions of lu zhu, 100 candied hawthorns, 100 jars of braised pork hocks, 100 boxes of pastries, and a speedboat. They must have done their utmost. Lin Xi pondered for a long while, concerned that the authorities were too wasteful with such precious resources. They ought to practice frugality. After all, in a few years, these items could spark a minor war. Nevertheless, 300 bottles of water was not a loss. Chapter 55. The special medicines delivered to various locations. Within the temporary command center, Elder 4 paced nervously. Do you think she will come tonight? Luo Qingzhou nodded. As long as she has the supplies, she will undoubtedly arrive today. It is the first day of the torrential rain. As time passes, transportation will become increasingly difficult. What worries me is if she has run out. Elder 4 grew even more anxious. What time is it now? Shouldn't you check? Luo Qingzhou reassured him. If I go now and she sees me, she might think we are monitoring her, and then she will cease all contact with us. We cannot take that risk. Didn't you say we shouldn't place all our hopes on her alone? What did the research institute say? At the mention of this, Elder 4's expression darkened. The research institute said they are still conducting studies and cannot replicate it for now. They mentioned that the energy in the water is quite similar to that in the mist, but why one saves lives while the other takes them is still under investigation. If this downpour truly infuses the energy into the soil, it is likely to yield a new energy source, but we must wait for that moment. If the research institute cannot produce a substitute, it means hope still hinges entirely on her. Luo Qingzhou also felt a surge of anxiety and glanced at the clock. It was only 2 a.m. There was still time to wait. Perhaps you should lie down for a while. At your age, you shouldn't be staying up all night with us. Your body cannot endure it. Didn't you say that maintaining stability is our primary task? Elder 4's eyes, which had been wide with concern, fell at his words. After some thought, he decided to lie down for a brief rest. Remember, as soon as there is news, report it immediately. If I fall asleep, wake me up, understood? Of course. Task completion guaranteed. The 4th elder took his leave, walking away with a hesitant glance over his shoulder. After his departure, Luo Qingzhou fixated on the clock on the wall, observing the second hand's deliberate oscillation, wishing fervently for the hands to hasten to 9 o'clock. The matter at hand weighed heavily upon him, rendering sleep an elusive comfort. The efficacy of the special medication was a matter of life and death for countless individuals. Even for the Grand Elder, the stakes were perilously high. A delay in delivery could prove catastrophic. He yearned for an abundance of this miraculous remedy, hoping to preserve as many lives as possible, even at the risk of incurring the wrath of a certain individual by promoting a gratitude post across various platforms. Yet, what if that individual perceived their actions as a threat? A cold sweat broke out on Luo Qingzhou's brow. Was it possible that the Grand Elder's words had struck a chord, that he had indeed been too impetuous? He spent the night ensnared in anxiety, nearly succumbing to exhaustion, his face pale and shadowed with stubble. At long last, as the clock struck 9, he opened the office door with a sense of jubilant anticipation. Following rigorous testing, this batch of special medication exhibited an even higher quality than its predecessor. Before long, carefully packaged doses were dispatched to various war zones and survival bases. The torrential rain had persisted for a week, showing no signs of abating. Coupled with a week of fog, many families, who had neglected to stockpile provisions, found their supplies utterly depleted. Low-lying areas were inundated to the 3rd floor, and the outbreak of disease, compounded by a shortage of medicine, created an increasingly tense atmosphere online. Who knows when this rain will cease? My 3rd floor home is submerged. Does anyone know where I can buy rice? We're out. Looking to purchase instant noodles. 100 per pack. Can anyone spare some? My child has a fever. What should I do? Please, kind-hearted souls, take us to the hospital. The hospital near me is flooded. My elderly relative couldn't receive treatment and is now soaked and running a high fever. Have the corpses from the fog been moved? Please don't let them remain submerged with us. If the storm is this sudden, how many can truly be evacuated? Aren't we all just left to drown? In truth, the military had dispatched rescue teams, with motorboats tirelessly navigating the waters to transport affected civilians to higher ground. Conditions within the country were somewhat manageable. Though petty theft was inevitable, abroad, however, large-scale looting had commenced, resembling scenes from a minor war. Compared to the domestic chaos, the most audacious perpetrators abroad had become disoriented. only now beginning to scrutinize the prior statements from Huagua, still clinging to the belief that the calamity would ultimately dissipate. Whether or not they genuinely believed in soothing the populace, only they knew the truth. The 9 elders of Huagua convened once more. Policies and appointments were dispensed like confetti. However, they reached an impasse on the final item, the public address. The 6th elder wore a troubled expression, questioning the necessity of such a proclamation. Revealing their position at this juncture would undoubtedly deal a severe blow to public morale. The Grand Elder shook his head, remaining silent for a considerable duration. Since learning about the impending apocalypse in January, they had been preparing. Just as they believed their preparations were sufficient, a sudden fog struck them like a thunderclap. Were it not for the emergence of the special medication, the current situation could have been far graver. The Grand Elder solemnly stated, "The era has changed. We are now in the apocalypse. Following the deluge will come extreme cold, and after that, new disasters will arise at every moment. We cannot protect everyone. Rather than deceive the public, it is better to inform them of the truth. They have the right to know, and it will allow them to prepare for the impending calamities." With the internet still operational, they drafted a statement for dissemination. The following day, the Grand Elder's address to the citizens was broadcasted live online. The address was lengthy, announcing that henceforth, Huagua would be under military governance and new laws would be enacted in response to the disasters. The rain was not expected to cease in the short term, and the duration of calamity would surpass public expectations. After the storm, extreme cold might ensue, or perhaps intense heat, thus presenting a grave crisis for the nation and the world. The citizens of Huagua would face a challenging period ahead, and they were urged to conserve all survival resources. Relief efforts were underway. Unlike past instances of mutual aid, this disaster was global in scale, necessitating self-reliance, and the public was implored to extend understanding and patience towards the rescuers. They also called upon those with the means to assist in their own rescue, urging everyone to safeguard their lives and possessions. In light of the frequency of disasters, the state established 100 survival bases, each designated by a numerical identifier. The address underscored that these survival bases represented the last bastion for the populace. Conditions there would not be luxurious, and residents would be required to contribute to the base's construction and security. Entry into the bases would necessitate unconditional compliance with management directives. Chapter 56, Military Bases and Survival Bases. Upon reading this, Lin Xi could not help but marvel at the efficiency of the authorities. It was worth noting that in her previous life, the bases did not materialize until 2 months later. It seemed that, unbeknownst to her, the officials had already begun to formulate a series of relevant policies. In fact, Huagua had initiated the construction of bases as early as the end of January, with major construction companies dispatching personnel to commence work. The base locations were selected with reference to addresses mentioned in prior communications. 5 major military bases were established in correspondence with the war zones and were governed by the Central Military Base. The Central Military Base and the 5 major military bases retained their pre-apocalypse organizational structure. Each of the 5 military bases managed 20 survival bases, resulting in a total of 100 bases. This meant that there were currently 106 officially registered bases. Considering the potential emergence of individual bases, from the day of establishment, they would be assumed to fall under the jurisdiction of the nearest official survival base. Individual bases were prohibited from hosting any research institutions or activities. All research departments were consolidated into a central research division, headquartered at the Central Military Base. With branches established at the 5 major military bases and research institutes set up at each survival base, all operating under the oversight of the branches. The leadership of each survival base comprised a head, a deputy, and a political commissar, with military and political duties divided between the head and deputy. The head of the base would be appointed by the military base under its jurisdiction, while the deputy and commissar would be assigned by the Central Military Base. The families of the 3 administrators from the 5 major military bases and 100 survival bases were required to reside within the Central Military Base. The families of the stationed military personnel at the survival bases could choose whether to live at their respective military bases, though those holding the rank of major or above were obliged to reside there. As of now, the major bases were beginning to take shape and personnel placements were underway. The first batch of placements included construction workers, technical staff, researchers, and medical personnel, as well as the stationed military. The second batch comprised orphans who had lost their parents. Rescue teams would take discovered orphans to the survival bases, where they would be taught survival skills by dedicated personnel. Meanwhile, the majority of ordinary citizens remained hesitant. For a week of fog and several bouts of rain were insufficient to persuade them to abandon their long-established homes. When death had not yet visited their doorsteps, most people clung to a sense of false security. Lin Xi, uninterested in the online tumult, received a message from Lin Xi inviting her to dinner. She filled 2 black plastic bags with 2 roasted ducks and 2 boxes of pastries, each weighing 2 pounds, and set off through the water with Lin Wuwu in tow. The floodwaters here reached her waist, with Lin Wuwu transforming into a cat and perched upon her shoulder. The black rubber outfit she wore for fishing was a gift from Zhao Ziyong. Upon reaching Building C, Lin Xi remained completely dry, stowing away her rubber attire before ascending the stairs. The elevator shaft was flooded and thus rendered useless. Climbing to the 24th floor was manageable for Lin Xi, though it left her somewhat dizzy, and Lin Wuwu persistently demanded to be held, truly a rebellious child. Wu Lingxiu, clad in a knitted sweater, opened the door for her. Upon entering, Lin Xi noticed Zhao Xiaoxiao assisting inside, while Wu Lingxiu's husband busied himself setting the table and conversing with Zhao Ziyong. A gift. She was handed a plastic bag, and Zhao Ziyong received one as well. Where did this cat come from? So well fed. Zhao Ziyong exclaimed. Instantly, Lin Wuwu became displeased, her claws retracting from their pads. Ah Wu.
Who are you talking about?
Go ahead, try it. Unfortunately, apart from Lin Xi, no one understood. But everyone knew the plump cat was irate. Where did you find it? Such a spirited cat. Wu Lingxiu brought out a plate of braised ribbon fish, placing it down before wiping her hands on her apron. Food is scarce these days, and you don't cook, so why bring it for us? When Wu Lingxiu peeked into the kitchen, she was taken aback. No worries, I have plenty more. I don't want it hot. I want something else. Lin Xi replied with a grin. All right, understood. Xiao, go play for a bit. There's a cat. Hurry and check it out. Wu Lingxiu headed to the kitchen. Xiao dashed out, marveling at Lin Wuwu on the sofa. Wow, what an adorable little cat. What's her name? Squeak. Lin Wuwu, irked, leaped to the other side. Squeak what? How annoying. Xiao tore a small piece from a piece of bread. Little cat, do you want to eat? Zhao Ziyong interjected. With it that fat. Don't feed it, it needs to lose weight. Upon hearing the word diet, Lin Wuwu became furious, dashing over to unleash a flurry of playful punches on Zhao Ziyong. Caught off guard by its speed, Zhao Ziyong was struck several times before he could react, fortunately spared from its claws. Lin Xi, exasperated, scolded. What were you provoking it for? She quickly scooped Lin Wuwu into her arms for comfort. Look, Xiao likes you so much. Will you let her pet you? After some contemplation, Lin Wuwu graciously consented. Xiao eagerly squatted beside Lin Wuwu, gently scratching its chin. Before long, they gathered at the table for dinner, featuring seaweed shrimp egg soup, braised ribbon fish, chicken with shiitake mushrooms, pork belly with potatoes, a platter of homegrown mung bean sprouts, and a bottle of red wine. Given the current circumstances, this meal was quite lavish. Lin Wuwu was not hungry at all and chose to watch television instead. Xiao, while eating, kept glancing at Lin Wuwu, wishing to accompany it in watching TV. Lin Xi sipped a glass of red wine, sampling a bit of each dish, mindful that it was not appropriate to feast lavishly in someone else's home. Wu Lingxiu encouraged her to eat more, though these shiitake mushrooms are small. They are truly fragrant in dishes. I remember you brought them back from your trip to Shenangjia. Indeed, even if there are leftovers from the chicken with shiitake mushrooms, they make for a delicious bowl of mushroom chicken noodles when poured over noodles. I'm enjoying it. The fish is delightful too. I still have some left. I'll bring you a bowl when I return. Xiao, eat up. No need to be polite. Wu Lingxiu, with her affable nature, ensured a delightful meal for all. Her husband, Su Guangqing, was more reserved, speaking little but diligently washing the dishes in the kitchen. Xiao entertained Lin Wuwu with a small ball. The three of them sat on the sofa, sipping tea and discussing today's live stream. However, Zhao Ziyong abstained from tea, feeling that the small cups were more like a game. Wu Lingxiu queried, "What do you think about that survival base?" Zhao Ziyong remained silent, turning to look at Lin Xi. Chapter 57. Departing to salvage supplies. Lin Xi leaned back on the sofa, taking a sip from Xiao Xiao's small teacup. Didn't Tiwi say it's the last guarantee for survival? Conversely, if you can survive outside, then don't go. Wu Lingxiu hastily set her cup down, her brow furrowed. Could the situation deteriorate to that extent? Or is the current state the best it can be compared to the future? Zhao Ziyong had never felt at ease. After the morning live stream, he had a sense of inevitability. Wu Lingxiu quickly inquired, "What about now? Where is it good?" "Nothing is available for purchase. Everything is at a standstill, and we don't know when it will end." Lin Xi exchanged glances with Zhao Ziyong. Seeing him reluctant to speak, she finally said, "Aunt Wu, have you considered that with everything halted, what we can still buy are merely remnants of past productions? If this calamity continues, what will happen to production in the future? Moreover, with the land submerged, as the live stream elder stated, the rain will continue for a while, and after that, other disasters await. Whether the land can grow food is one matter. When it can be harvested is another. Have you thought about what we will eat then?" The true horror seeped in as Wu Lingxiu's complexion turned pale. She was not foolish. She was simply afraid to entertain such thoughts. What will we do then? No matter how much food we have, it will eventually run out. And at that time, she seemed to grasp the ultimate significance of the survival base. Having food ensures survival. Lin Xi, unable to bear it, but knowing she had to speak, and water, for now, we don't have to worry about drinking, but what will we do if a drought occurs? What will we drink? Not only Wu Lingxiu, but even Zhao Ziyong's face turned ashen. Yet, accustomed to storms, he quickly reacted, "We can't stay home every day, living off our resources. We must venture out to find supplies. Being flooded is no concern. Packaged goods can be salvaged and dried. Even if they get wet, they can still sustain life. We should go tomorrow. The longer we wait, the harder it will be to find resources." Wu Lingxiu promptly responded, "Right, we'll go tomorrow. I have a rubber boat." Zhao Ziyong nodded. "Sounds good. I have a speedboat. We can load the supplies onto the rubber boat and tow it behind." They both turned to Lin Xi. Lin Xi forced a smile. She had plenty of supplies and didn't want to go out, but she couldn't say that. Moreover, they would need her guidance on their first expedition to gather supplies. "Let us set a time to go together. Old Zhao, keep your speedboat for now. We'll use mine first. How about 8 in the morning?" "What? Do you think this is a workday? The more people, the better? Then what time do you suggest?" "Let us leave at 2 and return by 6. Since it's our first time, we should focus on adaptation. Everyone should go. 4 hours should suffice, and ideally, we should avoid being seen. We'll check during the day to see where we can still buy things and spend our cash promptly." Once the time was agreed upon, Lin Xi prepared to leave. Before departing, she retrieved a paper bag from her coat's large pocket and handed it to Wu Lingxiu before turning to exit. Overwhelmed by the flood of information, Wu Lingxiu stood at the door for a long moment before finally opening the bag. Upon seeing its contents, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Su Guangqing hurried over, asking what happened. "Did you fall?" Wu Lingxiu handed him a paper bag, revealing a compact Beretta handgun along with 50 rounds of ammunition. While surprised, they were equally delighted. Although they would not recklessly wield a firearm, possessing one undoubtedly enhanced their personal safety, making this gift exceedingly precious. Lin Xi was uncertain whether Lao Zhao had a firearm, so she initially refrained from preparing one for him. When she inquired, he admitted he did not have one. He continued to ramble. "Where did you get this? Didn't you promise me when you were in America that you wouldn't bring one back? How did you manage to smuggle it in? You realize this is illegal, right?" Lin Xi, irritated by his incessant chatter, retorted, "You, a mercenary, sure are nosy. Just tell me if you want it or not." Zhao Ziyong hesitated for a moment, recalling the timid gaze of his sister. Yes, do you have an M9? That one's more convenient. But by the way, how many did you bring in? You didn't smuggle in that entire shipment, did you? If you don't shut up, I'll make you disappear." Lin Xi snapped. "That's not necessary, really." Upon returning home, Lin Xi noticed it was still not yet 8 in the evening, allowing her 6 hours of sleep before heading out. After freshening up, she set her alarm and hurried to bed. In the middle of the night, her phone vibrated incessantly. Lin Xi quickly got up, braided her hair back, donned her diving suit, and layered it with a fitted black waistcoat, putting on khaki military combat boots. She grabbed a matching backpack and slipped on a raincoat. Just as she was about to leave, Lin Wu jumped out, insisting it wanted to accompany her. Lin Xi thought it would be good for it to get some exercise, so she took it along. Descending to the second floor, Lin Xi scanned the surroundings for anyone and retrieved the inflatable boat, which, powered by 50 horsepower, weighed less than 80 kilograms but could carry up to 1,000. It was quite manageable for her. She placed the boat in the water, retrieved a motor filled with diesel from her storage space, along with an oxygen tank, securing it to the boat. Before they had even reached Building C, they spotted 4 individuals. Once aboard, Lin Xi and Zhao Ziyong, in unison, used wooden paddles to navigate the boat to a secluded corner of the community. Lin Xi took a few steps back for a running start, leaped off the railing with a boost, and Zhao Ziyong handed her the boat while helping Wu Lingxiu, Su Guangqing, and Zhao Xiaoxiao jump out, before finally leaping out himself. Wu Lingxiu and Su Guangqing initially believed their regular workouts had prepared them well, but seeing Zhao Ziyong and Lin Xi effortlessly carry burdens of over 100 kilograms made them feel inadequate and embarrassed. Zhao Ziyong patted Su Guangqing on the shoulder, reassuring him, "Don't overthink it. I used to be a soldier, so I'm naturally a bit more capable. That girl is trained by me. She has been practicing for a long time. You just need to join us a few more times, and you'll get used to it." Su Guangqing felt grateful, understanding that these two were looking out for his family. "Brother, did you teach Xi? Then please teach me too," Zhao Xiaoxiao exclaimed, dazzled by Lin Xi's graceful agility. "You need to eat more and grow taller. You're too short to learn well," Zhao Ziyong replied earnestly. Lin Xi and Lin Wu exchanged a glance, unimpressed by his lack of tact. The inflatable boat was not spacious, making it wobble, causing Wu Lingxiu, Su Guangqing, and Zhao Xiaoxiao to hesitate to stand on it. They truly needed to acclimate. Lin Xi and Zhao Ziyong paddled swiftly, and only after they were a considerable distance from the community did they switch to the motor. Their destination was a street filled with food stalls. Considering the potential power outages and gas shortages in the future, they needed to find canisters of gas and cooking equipment. And if they could procure food, including seasonings, salt, and vegetables, they would take that too. Chapter 58. Underwater Harvest. They advanced in darkness, and after an hour, they finally located the food street, which was already submerged up to the second floor, and the area had lost power. They anchored at the largest establishment and secured the motor back onto the inflatable boat. Lin Xi removed her coat and shoes, revealing her diving suit, and fastened her gear belt, which had several connectors. She first attached a safety line, then hung a waterproof flashlight, strapped the oxygen tank to her back, donned her diving goggles, headlamp, and breathing mask, giving an okay gesture as she prepared to dive.
Wait.
Lao Zhao pulled out a military dagger and insisted she attach it to her waist for self-defense. Zhao Ziyong was astonished by Lin Xi's professionalism and secretly relieved to be collaborating with such a capable partner. With a splash, Lin Xi dove into the water. Wu Lingxiu was quite worried about Lin Xi. In truth, when she had resolved to venture out in search of supplies, she had not anticipated the difficulties she would face. The challenges were such that she could only watch helplessly as Lin Xi searched underwater alone. Zhao Ziyong noticed her concern and reassured her, "Don't worry. As long as she can gauge her surroundings, she won't need the oxygen tank. I can also ascend and descend swiftly." Lin Xi descended to the first floor. The water was murky, visibility was low, and various debris floated around. Her mental acuity was somewhat limited underwater, but it still proved useful. Entering through the main lobby, she spotted the cash register and dining tables, and a little further in was the display area for dishes. Stepping into a narrow corridor led her to the kitchen. Pots, pans, and utensils were plentiful, and vegetable leaves floated in the water, along with large clumps of black matter, which she touched and determined to be seaweed. It appeared that flour had also been soaked, rendering those items useless. She discovered 3 enormous gas canisters and 2 gas stoves. Lin Xi detached the soft hose from the stoves, packed them in a bag, and secured it to the gas canisters. She then searched for unopened packs of seasonings, hastily stuffing anything that was sealed and dry into plastic bags. Ascending to the second floor, she was greeted with a delightful surprise. It seemed that when the first floor flooded, the owner had moved the ingredients upstairs. Rice, flour, and dried goods were all well packaged and covered with an additional layer of wrapping to prevent moisture, so they had not been affected by the water. This shop was a gold mine. Lin Xi secured her collected items to the safety line and began to ascend. As soon as she broke the water surface, Zhao Ziyong pulled her up. Why did you take so long? She leaned against the side of the boat, grinning triumphantly. I was all tied up, so take your time pulling me up. Don't drop me. Zhao Ziyong, along with Lin Xi, tugged on the safety line, bringing up the 3 fully stocked gas canisters, yet they still sank under the water. Once they hoisted everything aboard the inflatable boat, Lin Xi had already spotted the next target, a hot pot restaurant. There were stoves and gas canisters there. Give me the gear, I'll dive down there. I don't need a diving suit. I often did this during flood prevention. Although Lin Xi had a diving suit, she couldn't magically produce another one for him. She preferred to dive herself, finding it safer with a spatial cover. However, she could not handle everything alone. If she truly cared for them, she had to let them learn to adapt to these challenges. Feigning to pull out a breathing mask and a small bottle of liquor from her bag, she handed them to Zhao Ziyong and tossed him the gear belt, advising, "Warm yourself up. The temperature is a bit low. Don't stay submerged too long. Be cautious of hypothermia." Zhao Ziyong nodded, unscrewed the bottle cap, took a sip, and remarked, "Not bad at all. Where did you get this? Your gear is quite impressive." Lin Wuwu leaped from Zhao Xiuxiao's arms, huffing at him. "All right. I'm going down. You little chubby thing are like an evil capitalist." Before it could explode in anger, Zhao Ziyong fell backward and plunged into the water. Enraged, Lin Wuwu splashed at the surface, uttering disgruntled sounds. Lin Xi poked its forehead, scolding, "You too. Why are you getting worked up? He's just a decent person. It's a pity he has a mouth." Zhao Xiaoxiao giggled softly, her primary purpose for this visit being to acclimate, finding solace under the protective wing of her brother. Lin Xi couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy toward her. Little Zhao was a person of integrity. One should not mock her innocence. "How are you? Are you cold?" Wu Lingxiu wrapped his arms around her. "Not at all. I'm in excellent health." The powers coursed through Lin Xi's body. Wu Lingxiu felt as if he were embracing a small furnace. Indeed, the vigor of youth was remarkable. Lin Wuwu tilted her head and asked, "Why don't you let Qingbao go down to collect things, getting yourself all dirty and smelly? You ungrateful child." Lin Xi scowled, preparing to catch her. But she darted away like the wind into Zhao Xiaoxiao's embrace, seeking comfort. Wow, this cat is incredibly fast. Generally, cats are swift, but none could match this speed. Su Guangqing remained vigilant, startled by Lin Wu's fleeting shadow. Lin Xi, feeling a spark of inspiration yet maintaining her composure, chuckled. Well, it's a cat. They're naturally fast. At night, when visibility is poor, they're even quicker. Exactly. You, a teacher of electronic information research. Don't tell me you plan to switch to biological studies? Wu Lingxiu quipped. Su Guangqing, agreeing, couldn't help but smile sheepishly. With a splash, Zhao Ziyong emerged from the water. Lin Xi extended a hand to assist him. From her bag, or rather her spatial pocket, she retrieved a large towel to dry his hair. He took a swig of alcohol, exclaiming no worries. This time, we have noodles the kind for hot pot. Along with the broth base, all well packaged, plus 8 gas canisters, the household type. We've only 3 gas stoves, and 2 large boxes of brand new portable stoves with small gas canisters, and I've collected all the old ones. As Lin Xi pulled the safety rope, she couldn't help but acknowledge the bountiful haul this time. Zhao Ziyong appeared to have found a large piece of sunshade fabric, bundled with various items, and with the addition of water, their inflatable boat tilted alarmingly as they pulled it up. All right, when it comes to packing, he's a pro. Lin Xi leapt into the water, hoisting the oversized bundle upwards. Once it was secured, Wu Lingxiu and the others took charge of organizing it. The inflatable boat was nearly full, and Wu Lingxiu inflated another rubber dinghy. Zhao Ziyong tied it to the back of the inflatable boat, ready to load more items onto it. Nearby was a barbecue restaurant adorned with images of coal and stoves. Su Guangqing had been observing the surroundings. Without hesitation, Lin Xi declared, "Let us go." What a joke. Coal and stoves are essential for survival during extreme cold, perfect for warmth and cooking, utterly practical. Chapter 59. Why don't you just fly? Lin Xi dove back into the water, realizing the oxygen was running low, and quickly retreated into her space to exchange for a new tank. Upon entering the barbecue restaurant, her heart soared with delight. This establishment was newly opened, with pristine charcoal grills and an ample supply of charcoal. Even if these items got wet, they could simply be dried out. There were 50 charcoal grills and 10 boxes of 100 pounds of charcoal each, though the cardboard had deteriorated, causing the charcoal to scatter at the slightest tug. Lin Xi enlisted Qingbao to help her store the grills and charcoal in her space, while she herself entered to practice packing with a sunshade fabric, mimicking Zhao Ziyong. She also discovered large plastic bins for vegetables, filling them with bottles of soy sauce, vinegar, oyster sauce, ginger juice, and other seasonings, securing them with rope. Goodness! Just the seasonings alone filled 2 bins, and I found 5 boxes of vacuum-sealed corn, 3 boxes of hot dogs, and 20 boxes of beer. Regrettably, many of the fresh fish, meat, and vegetables had become unusable after soaking in water. Lin Xi secured everything with a safety rope and surfaced. Noticing Zhao Ziyong reaching for her, she waved her hand, indicating the rubber dinghy. Zhao Ziyong and Su Guangqing jumped aboard, and they began to pull her upwards while she assisted from below. After adjusting the supplies on both the inflatable boat and the dinghy to ensure an even distribution of weight, she concluded, "This haul is quite satisfactory. Let us head back." Zhao Ziyong noticed that Lin Xi and her spouse were utterly exhausted. Lin Xi, not wanting to push Zhao Ziyong back into the water, feared he might notice the diminishing oxygen in the tank. She nodded emphatically, stating, "Let us go back." With the motor secured, the inflatable boat sped away cheerfully. After 20 minutes, Zhao Ziyong pointed to a sign indicating a professional outdoor equipment store. "Since we're here, it would be a shame not to take a look." Lin Xi hesitated. "Let us go. If all else fails, I'll just say the oxygen tank's display is faulty." This time, Zhao Ziyong descended into the water, bringing down the largest sunshade fabric with him. Apart from him and Lin Xi, the other 3 were utterly spent. Lin Xi entered a state of vigilance, releasing her mental energy, advising everyone to remain silent, and informing them that some unsavory individuals often targeted those who returned with bountiful hauls for robbery. She cautioned them that they must never exhaust themselves completely in the field. Otherwise, they might not only fail to protect their supplies but could risk their very lives, emphasizing the need to retain enough strength for a swift escape. Lin Xi and Su Guangqing nodded in agreement, silently resolving to enhance their physical fitness, determined not to become a burden on their outings. Lin Xi felt a swell of reassurance. This was precisely the effect she desired. Verbal warnings are far less impactful than personal experiences. As the clock approached 5:30, Zhao Ziyong finally resurfaced from the water. Lin Xi noticed the broad grin on his face. Knowing their haul was substantial, Zhao Ziyong, still holding the large bundle underwater, facilitated Lin Xi and Su Guangqing in pulling it up. "Next time, we can come back. I'm afraid we couldn't fit everything." He had also acquired a slightly smaller inflatable boat, tethering it to the rear of the dinghy. Among their treasures were 10 oxygen tanks for sets of diving suits, essential items indeed. Then came 10 sets of fleece-lined jackets and pants, 10 sets of down jackets and pants, 10 quick-dry skin suits, 10 water purification cups, 10 outdoor bags, 10 multifunctional water bottles, 10 raincoats, 1,000 purification tablets, 20 sets of thermal underwear, and 200 pairs of socks. Additionally, there were 5 sleeping bags, 5 tents, 5 moisture-proof mats, 5 bundles of climbing rope, and a plethora of items such as compasses, binoculars, paper maps, waterproof lights, neck gaiters, insoles, towels, cooking pots, fire stoves, repair tools, first aid kits, and a host of miscellaneous items. The 2 inflatable boats and 1 rubber dinghy were packed to the brim, with everyone jostling for space. "All right, now we can return with peace of mind." Zhao Ziyong felt immensely fortunate. Following Lin Xi's advice to venture out at midnight had proven wise, for had they gone out during the day, they might have encountered not only wrongdoers, but also the neighbors living above and below, leading to a lack of tranquility. Upon returning to the community, Lin Xi could only sigh in exasperation as she assisted them in moving everything up and down. If she were alone, she could have completed it in a matter of minutes. After an hour of labor, with Lin Xi and Zhao Ziyong as the main contributors, they first transported the smaller items. The other 3 kept watch over the 3 boats and their cargo. After 6 trips, they finally managed to bring everything upstairs. Exhausted, Zhao Ziyong collapsed onto the floor, leaning against the sofa to catch his breath, while Zhao Xiaoxiao served everyone water and distributed small breads. "How should we divide this?" "It's all yours. You've put in the most effort," Zhao Ziyong replied with his eyes closed. Lin Xi waved her hand dismissively. She wasn't fatigued, though the stair climbing had made her slightly dizzy. I have far more gear than you all. Let us place everything here for now. You can discuss amongst yourselves and prioritize what you need. I'll choose from what's left. Lin Xi and Su Guangqing were utterly exhausted, rendered speechless as they supported each other on their way back to rest. The children, heavy with sleep, prompted Lin Xi to send Zhao Xiaoxiao off to take a nap. Thus, only Lin Xi and Zhao Zhiyong remained in the living room of his home. Zhao Zhiyong, with a small packet of peanuts in hand, savored them alongside a bottle of white liquor. Given the exertion they had just endured, he found solace in a sip of alcohol to alleviate his fatigue. This liquor is quite good, is there more? He inquired. Indeed, is it your liking? So spicy. If you find it spicy, why did you buy it? I intended to use it for its alcohol content. That's wasteful. Do you not realize how shameful wastefulness is? Well, if I drink it, it won't be wasted, right? Zhao Zhiyong chuckled silently, refusing to speak. After a considerable pause, he remarked, You must have known beforehand, right? Lin Xi, hugging her knees and sipping her beer, munched on a peanut. On what? The natural disaster. You were prepared well in advance. Otherwise, your equipment wouldn't be so specialized and targeted. Lin Xi paused her beer momentarily. So, what if I did? How did you know? Why didn't you tell me? Lin Xi first addressed his second question. Would you believe me if I told you? I hardly believe it myself. As for how I knew, let us just say it was the authorities who informed me, believe it or not. She felt no guilt in shifting the blame to the authorities. Just you? No way. Zhao Zhiyong rolled his eyes dramatically. See, I told you. And you still don't believe me. I'm leaving. Lin Xi clapped her hands, preparing to head home. Zhao Zhiyong scrutinized her. Wait a moment. Back in the beautiful country. Your stamina wasn't this impressive, was it? It doesn't make sense. I was nearly collapsing, and you seemed unfazed. This defies logic. Well, I'm not like you, you know. You're merely a mortal. I'm an extraordinary being. Lin Xi chugged down a large can of beer, feeling a slight buzz.
Zhao Zhiyong burst into hearty laughter.
Why don't you just say you're a rocket destined for the skies? Lin Xi conjured a flickering flame in her hand, encircling Zhao Zhiyong before departing. What on earth? Zhao Zhiyong was startled, rubbing his eyes. He hadn't consumed much, so how could he be experiencing hallucinations? The presence of more extraordinary beings within the military meant that information would spread swiftly. It was time for them to be informed of the situation. Chapter 60, Supply Point. The plan to depart today had been temporarily shelved due to the physical condition of a few individuals and was rescheduled for the following day. After all, their excessive exertion had led to an accumulation of lactic acid in their bodies, resulting in considerable soreness. Upon returning home, Lin Xi tossed her dirty clothes and diving suit into the washing machine, adding disinfectant, intending to clean them before wearing them again. Although her stockpile of clothing was ample enough for single-use discarding, she couldn't bring herself to waste it. The hardships of her previous life prevented such extravagance. After entering the bathroom, she rinsed herself thoroughly, applied a hair mask, wrapped her hair in a towel, and indulged in a fragrant bubble bath. Having soaked in the murky water for half the night, she felt discomfort rather than fatigue. After emerging from the warm, fragrant bath, she donned her sleepwear and dried her hair. Qingbao informed her that Lin Wuwu was sound asleep in the activity room of their space, sprawled out. She used her mental energy to check on Lin Wuwu, feeling reassured enough to lie down and sleep herself. Awakening at 3 in the afternoon, Lin Xi felt inspired and decided to prepare a meal. Since she was already cooking, she resolved to make extra for later. In the storeroom, she retrieved a box of cod from the beautiful country, marinated it with slices of ginger to eliminate the fishy smell, then coated it in egg wash and starch before frying it in butter until it was crispy and golden on both sides. Once cooked, she placed it in a large stainless steel basin to keep warm in the space. She then took 10 pounds of beef, cleaned it, cut it into strips, and marinated it with black pepper, salt, a splash of white rum, and a bit of olive oil. Following that, she boiled 20 pounds of pasta and rinsed it in cold water. In a frying pan, she added the beef strips, a bit of onion for flavor, and stir-fried until half-cooked, then added the pasta and sauce, tasting for seasoning before mixing in more black pepper and serving it up. This would have to be stored in the cafeteria's stainless steel containers. Lin Xi regretted her decision, realizing that cooking in such a manner brought her no joy. Since she was already making Western cuisine, she thought to prepare some borscht as well. Feeling too lazy to add many ingredients, She settled for beef cubes and tomatoes, complemented by a smattering of onions, potatoes, and tomato paste, simmering a large pot until everything was tender. The flavor was decent, a blend of sweet and sour, pleasantly smooth, and visually appealing with a vibrant red hue. By the time she finished cooking, it was already 7 o'clock, and the lingering smell had dampened her appetite. She truly disliked cooking. She served 2 generous plates of fried cod, 2 large plates of black pepper beef pasta, and 2 substantial bowls of borscht on the dining table, along with a large bowl of vegetable salad, her own creation, and a small piece of cake meant for Lin Wu. She then called Lin Wu to come to dinner. Lin Wu, having snuck some snacks, completely ignored the pasta, instead devouring the fried cod, borscht, and, of course, the little cake. Lin Xi herself only consumed the salad and a bowl of borscht before leaving the table, putting away the remaining dishes to be reheated later. Feeling that her cooking lacked flavor, she couldn't bear to throw it away. That was out of the question. It had to be consumed. Lin Xi once again lamented her need for a chef. The following day, at 9 o'clock, the group gathered downstairs. Zhao Zhiyong carried Lin Xi's speedboat down with him. After a day and night of rest, they looked much better than the previous evening. Zhao Zhiyong regarded Lin Xi with a peculiar gaze, pondering how she had not appeared intoxicated upon their return, yet seemed to have experienced hallucinations. Yet if it were not a hallucination, then what was it? After scrutinizing Lin Xi, he found nothing unusual. Lin Xi found amusement in his thoughts, choosing to remain silent and let him stew in his uncertainty. Su Guangqing's complexion was still somewhat pale. I saw online that there are currently 4 supply points in Beishur, the closest one being 30 kilometers away. Lin Xi calculated. That's quite fast. If our speedboat isn't loaded, we can reach it in 20 minutes. This time, they did not scale the community's walls but exited through the main gate. As they passed through, they realized that the property management and security personnel had long since evacuated. It was only natural, during such a catastrophe, who would still be at work. They had likely returned home to seek shelter. Along the way, they encountered several individuals sitting in wooden tubs and bowls. Their eyes filled with envy as they beheld the speedboats. The further they ventured outward, the more speedboats and inflatable rafts appeared, some belonging to individuals, others belonging to rescue teams, rushing by. Zhao Zhiyong whispered, I was worried that someone might come to confiscate our speedboat. In previous emergencies, that has happened. Yet, they haven't come looking for us this time. Lin Xi glanced around and replied, right now, speedboats are the lifeline for the populace. The more people who possess them, the more individuals can help themselves. Why would they confiscate them? It would be counterproductive. Indeed, just look at the density of the rescue teams coming and going. They must have stocked up on speedboats in advance. Zhao Zhiyong's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the authorities truly were prepared? His mind remained filled with confusion. Before long, they arrived at the supply point, which was located in a district government office building. The water had already reached the 4th floor, with the supply point situated on the 5th. A passage had been opened on the 4th floor, seemingly constructed with plastic steel plates connecting a row of small boats to form a makeshift dock. The assault boat approached and was securely tethered to the railing, its motor bound with an iron chain, firmly locked to the structure. Every few paces along the dock stood a soldier, armed and vigilant, instilling a significant sense of deterrence. The 5 individuals ascended the dock, and Zhao Zhiyong scanned the surroundings with a curious gaze, while Lin Xi raised an eyebrow in intrigue. In a conspiratorial tone, Zhao Zhiyong whispered, behave yourself. There are 8 snipers stationed here. Lin Xi, exasperated, unzipped the backpack at her chest. Wu, let us give him a beating. Lin Wu, filled with delight, extended its 2 forepaws and leaned forward, launching an exuberant barrage of playful attacks at Zhao Zhiyong. Zhao Xiao, cheerfully sidling up, remarked, little Wu, you've come out too. Do you want me to hold you? Lin Xi gazed skyward, thinking, sister, it's attacking your brother. Is this really appropriate? Still simmering with irritation, she refrained from raising her voice and muttered, what's the big deal about the snipers? They're just lying there minding their own business. What's provoking me? Zhao Zhiyong, with a skeptical expression, retorted, I'm worried you'll cause trouble. Besides, I'm concerned that trouble might find you. Lin Xi rolled her eyes, linking her left arm with Zhao Xiao and her right with Wu Lingshu, while Lin Wu nestled in the front of her backpack as they proceeded towards the steps. The grand hall, once a venue for governmental affairs, now bore a supermarket-style cart at its entrance. No longer processing various official documents, but instead displaying an array of assorted supplies. Payment was required before the clerk would hand over the goods. After a cursory glance, Lin Xi noted the variety of available resources, albeit at exorbitant prices. However, for essential survival items, those available for purchase only upon presenting an identification card, the prices had not skyrocketed excessively. An adult was permitted to buy a monthly limit of 25 pounds of rice or flour, 5 pounds of soybeans, 5 pounds of mixed grains, 3 pounds of meat, 10 pounds of vegetables or 2 pounds of freeze-dried vegetables, 300 grams of salt, and 1 pound of oil, with potential adjustments based on circumstances. These restrictions weighed heavily on everyone's spirits. In this dire time, who wouldn't wish to stockpile more provisions? Such meager rations barely sufficed for a few days. Yet, Lin Xi felt the leaders were being extravagantly wasteful. The grim reality was that despite the sky-high prices, the commodities served merely to deplete the meager funds of the populace, effectively rendering them a gift, for the leaders could no longer procure such essential goods with their wealth. Their operations were unsustainable, a one-way transaction. How long could it endure? Chapter 61. A serendipitous encounter with Yi Chen. Despite these circumstances, countless individuals remained dissatisfied. Having transitioned from an era of abundant resources back to one plagued by scarcity, the frustration of so many years of toil and effort facing the brink of obliteration was palpable. Lin Xi could easily envision the outrage of people confronted with these purchasing restrictions, inevitably escalating into riots. After all, the numerous sniper positions surrounding them were a testament to past bloodshed. Yet, what fault lay with those individuals? They merely sought to survive, to thrive. And in their quest for existence, they were blameless. The true fault lay with the era, with this apocalyptic world. Lin Xi's expression darkened, mirroring the somber countenance of her companions. After a brief discussion, they resolved to queue and procure whatever supplies they could. Lin Xi opted not to jostle for these fundamental survival necessities and refrained from joining them. Lin Wu peeked out from the backpack, its curious head bobbing as it surveyed the surroundings. To her surprise, there were radios for sale. Small, dark boxes about the size of half a palm, 5 centimeters thick. Somewhat heavy, and equipped with only basic receiving capabilities and volume control, yet priced at 5,000. Lin Xi inquired, "How many can I purchase?" The clerk replied, "Purchases require an ID. 1 per person, and you must keep it safe. Lost items cannot be replaced." Lin Xi bought one, needing to authenticate her identity via her phone beforehand. Curiously, she asked, "Must I authenticate every time I buy?" The clerk explained that once authenticated, the individual carrying the ID wouldn't need to repeat the process. However, if someone else were to make a purchase on their behalf, the authentication would only be valid for 24 hours. Lin Xi grasped that this was a means of tracking the living population and preventing the collection of IDs from the deceased for the purpose of reselling goods. Even if one were to seize another's ID, it could only be utilized for a single day. To continue using it thereafter, one would need to ensure the original holder remained alive. The leaders were striving to facilitate the survival of as many as possible. As they moved forward, Lin Xi spotted small appliances for sale, an array of gadgets that caught her eye, including a single-serving hot pot, and she purchased 3, as there were no restrictions. She also acquired 3 sets of bone china tableware, appreciating their pristine, jade-like quality. When she browsed betting options, she found nothing particularly appealing and casually bought 3 sets of all-cotton items, spending nearly 100,000 in total. Among a collection of slightly used stainless steel utensils, likely from a cafeteria, she chose 3 large stainless steel buckets and 20 medium-sized bowls, envisioning their practicality for future outings. Though she possessed similar items in her space, there was a certain respect for their origin. Lin Xi's cart was filled to the brim as she leisurely strolled around. Overall, while food items were heavily regulated, with even snacks being a rarity, the prices remained reasonable and the counters were bustling with patrons. In stark contrast, the prices of non-food items soared to astronomical levels. Amidst the unexpected finds, she stumbled upon a pile of books in a secluded corner, a sign scrawled in blood-red marker declaring them available at a discount. The sight of such vividly painful writing stung her eyes. Approaching, she gently brushed her fingers over titles such as the Book of Songs, the Songs of Chu, Records of the Grand Historian, Shan Haijing, A Comprehensive History of China, Records of the Three Kingdoms, Comprehensive Mirror for Aid in Government, and Book of Han. Though she had never been particularly fond of these texts, having merely perused them in passing, witnessing the imminent obliteration of 5,000 years of history was undeniably heart-wrenching. In her previous life, she had been too preoccupied with survival to appreciate such sentiments. For most, the mere presence of books offered a fleeting warmth. Whatever the cost. I'll take them all. The clerk, appearing to be around 40, initially thought he misheard her. All of them? Lin Xi, without turning her head, inquired. What's the price? Let me calculate. It's not expensive. They're quite cheap now, real bargain. After a moment of delight, the clerk hesitated. But they're heavy, can you manage? Just then a soldier approached, offering, I can help with packing and transportation. Lin Xi turned to see a soldier in uniform. His short hair neat, a clean-cut appearance, a prominent nose, bright black eyes, and a tall, slender physique, exuding an air of confidence, and he bore an oddly familiar smile. What a coincidence, Miss Lin. Yichen smiled, having just returned to Beishur the day prior and assigned here for duty today. Lin Xi's eyes brightened. She had been contemplating whether to seek Zhao Jiong as assistance for professional packing, only to find a more qualified aide. Her smile grew more genuine. Ah, what a coincidence. You're the one. Yichen's smile appeared equally sincere, Yichen, as in the leaf of a tree and the star of the heavens. Lin Xi politely responded, yes, Yichen. Will this delay your work? Not at all. We often assist with such tasks. However, Miss Lin, with so many books, will you be able to store them conveniently? Yichen inquired with curiosity. Observing Miss Lin's complexion and demeanor, it was evident that she was faring quite well. She appeared neither troubled by hunger nor anxious about the future, indulging instead in the acquisition of items that were not in high demand, and even having the leisure to collect books. In comparison to those ensnared in hardship and uncertainty, she either possessed a grand sense of confidence or had some form of support.
Geçen recalet her remarkable appetite.
Having consumed nearly half a table of food in one sitting, coupled with her extraordinary physical prowess, which led him to harbor some doubts. My home is quite spacious. There is ample room for these. Lin Xi responded dismissively. Yi Chun then summoned two teammates, one of whom was He Ping'an, while the other happened to be Zhou Yi, whom Lin Xi recognized as the remarkably resilient individual. Oh, it's you, Sister Xi. I'm so glad you're well, Zhou Yi said, scratching his head sheepishly and chuckling. Seeing them all safe brought Lin Xi a sense of genuine relief. Hearing commotion from outside, Lin Wu peeked out, clinging to the edge of the backpack with curiosity. So adorable, and well cared for, Yi Chen remarked, his eyes glimmering as he observed the lively and clean cat, clearly living a comfortable life.
Zoe, astonished, exclaimed.
There, a kitten. Meow, meow, meow. Lin Wu, disliking the noise, widened her eyes in annoyance, ready to swat. However, she quickly realized she was too far away to reach him, and in a huff, retreated back into the bag. Lin Xi, concerned about the awkwardness, cleared her throat and said, she is still quite young, and a bit mischievous. Zhou Yi found it even more amusing, chuckling, oh my. Such a tiny creature, with such a big attitude. How delightful. Lin Wu kicked around inside the bag in frustration. Chapter 62. Following the leads. Yi Chen suddenly recalled something, saying, I remember there are pet supplies over there. Miss Lin, would you like to take a look? Lin Xi hesitated for a moment, glancing back at her books. Yi Chen thoughtfully suggested, let them pack everything for you, including these, and leave them at the exit guard. You can take them with you when you leave. Was he really offering to help pack her previous purchases too? Were these individuals so idle? Lin Xi nodded and followed him to have a look. This Yi Chen, so agreeable. What could he possibly be up to? The pet supplies were indeed neglected, with everything except cat food slashed to a mere 30 to 50% off. Understandably, as people were struggling to survive, who would care for pets? Lin Xi coaxed Lin Wu out to choose for herself. However, the kitten refused to emerge from the bag, merely placing her paws on the edge and lazily resting her head. Unimpressed by the offerings, she had seen better as a mutated beast. Yi Chen caught a glimpse of the cat's fearless demeanor and realized she was undoubtedly cherished by Lin Xi. This is the place. I noticed it during my patrol this morning. They have cat food and cat litter, Yi Chen pointed out. To Lin Xi's surprise, they did indeed have cat food. Her mood turned somewhat complex. In her previous life, cat and dog food were coveted items, far more hygienic than rats or cockroaches, containing meat and vegetable components. Were the rulers of this era truly well prepared, or had they simply not anticipated such needs? She asked in astonishment. They actually have cat food for sale? Is there no purchase limit? Yichen chuckled. These are for cats and dogs. Why would there be a limit? There's hardly anyone around to consume it. Mid-sentence, he pondered, would there truly be no one to eat it? The standard smile on Yi Chen's face faded significantly. Lin Xi, noticing his contemplative expression, decided to offer a gentle reminder. People do not eat because they are not sufficiently hungry. When hunger strikes, they would consume anything, even dirt. The nutritional content in cat and dog food was quite substantial, she mused, if it were ground into a powder and mixed with wild grasses and vegetables to form patties. How many would clamor for it, and how many lives could it save? Yichen's expression turned grave. After the apocalypse, his grandfather had relayed everything about supplies to him. Beyond what Lin Xi had mentioned, his thoughts extended further. If someone were to seize the manufacturing plants of cat and dog food, hoarding the inventory would mean possessing a vast amount of sustenance, capable of attracting survivors, especially if that individual also wielded weapons. Watching Lin Xi happily gather cat food and litter, he felt a wave of relief. After all, it was not too late to discover this. Lin Wu, clearly displeased, flicked her ears and protested. I'm not a cat. I don't eat cat food.
No buying.
Lin Xi whispered tenderly in her ear. At this point, it would be inappropriate not to buy. If you don't get any, I'll treat you to beef black pepper pasta when we get back. Lin Wu, feeling utterly hopeless, let out a cry and flopped back into the bag, lamenting that whatever pasta was, it hardly tasted good. Yi Chen then led her to purchase diesel. However, each person was only permitted to buy 10 liters per month, at an exorbitant price of 100,000 for 10 liters. After securing her portion, Lin Xi intended to locate Zhao Ziyong to buy his share when she unexpectedly bumped into him. Before she could greet him, she saw him quickly and stiffly change direction, seemingly preparing to flee. Yichen promptly called out, "Brother Yong." "Oh, Lin Xi, you seem to be smiling mischievously," she thought, realizing that Zhao Ziyong was the melon in this scenario, and she was the vine. Yichen chuckled awkwardly, hastening to catch up with Zhao Ziyong. Zhao Ziyong slowly turned back, offering a somewhat awkward smile. "Oh, it's you. I didn't see you there. Truly, what a coincidence." "It's no problem. My eyesight is sharp. I spotted you from quite a distance. What a stroke of fate."
Ye Chan grinned broadly.
When he saw Lin Xi, he wondered if Zhao Ziyong would also be present. During his shift, he received word that two formidable individuals had arrived, and he instantly recognized their sniping position, suspecting they were professionals, so he urged everyone to remain vigilant. Yi Chen had never imagined that guarding a supply point could resemble a battle. He had heard that during the previous shift, they had encountered organized looting by ability users, resulting in several individuals being shot to restore order. Yet, it was unthinkable to unleash machine guns indiscriminately. It was truly a difficult decision to make. After that day, they established concealed sniper points to respond swiftly. Should any organized looting occur, snipers would be alerted to eliminate the ringleaders on the spot. After exchanging glances with the 8 snipers, Zhao Ziyong suspected the 2 newcomers were there to scout. Lin Xi, upon hearing this, burst into uncontrollable laughter. How could old Zhao have the audacity to ask her to behave? He was being targeted by snipers himself. Zhao Ziyong's face turned as dark as coal. "That may be so, but I can assure you, Miss Lin, they must have misunderstood Brother Yong." Yi Chen maintained a light tone, appearing in remarkably high spirits. Zhao Ziyong forced a smile, saying, "All right then, you carry on. I won't disturb you." He prepared to make his exit, only to be blocked by Yi Chen. "Brother Yong, it's been quite some time since we last met. Let us have a chat." Lin Xi, ever considerate, suggested, "You two can talk. I'll step aside." Yi Chen insisted earnestly, "No need for that. Miss Lin should join us. There is something I wish to consult you both about." He then summoned Zhou Yi and Su Ping'an to join them. The two called out in unison, "Brother Yong," causing Zhao Ziyong to feel increasingly uneasy. "Brother, Miss Lin, are you aware of ability users?" Yi Chen asked, his gaze fixed intently on the two.
"Huh?
"What's that?" Zhao Ziyong replied, utterly bewildered. "What abilities?" Lin Xi echoed innocently. Yi Chen remained silent, raising his hand before them, and a small spark of lightning flickered in his palm. Suddenly, with a whoosh, the lightning vanished. Zhao Ziyong's eyes caught a familiar paw of a cat darting by. Please do not inquire why it felt familiar. Lin Xi, he exclaimed in astonishment. What a strong wind. Zhao Ziyong looked up, using the opportunity to shift his body slightly to shield Lin Xi's bag. Indeed, there was wind. However, what was that you just did? Yi Chen silently observed the two of them acting foolishly, continuing to conjure a lightning bolt in his palm. Lin Xi, taken aback, realized it was a thunder element. How fortunate this person was to possess such a gift. The thunder element, a mark of the strongest among the strong, had not been mentioned in the last life. Zhao Ziyong stood there, stunned. What he saw today was indeed lightning, which meant that the fire he witnessed yesterday was also authentic. The two exchanged glances in unison, exclaiming, "What is this? Can it charge? This defies logic. Will there be power outages?" He Ping'an transformed his hand into metal, while He Ping'an produced a delicate sprout. Lin Xi and Zhao Ziyong marveled in awe, showering praises. Chapter 63. Humans possess extraordinary abilities, and so too do plants and animals undergo mutations.
Yi Chen,
Feeling a headache coming on from watching their antics, decided to directly inform them about the existence of superhumans. This matter will soon be public knowledge. I just happened to encounter you, so I thought I'd share the news. Superhumans are gradually emerging among both the military and civilians. If they wish, they can join the military. If not, they can form small teams, register with the military, and take on missions to earn points. He Ping'an continued. Points serve as the universal currency at the base, allowing one to purchase food, goods, and housing. Ultimately, it is likely that everyone will end up there. Zhou Yi quickly added, Brother Yong, your departure back then was unavoidable. You know we were all brought up by you. You just abandoned us without a word. The situation is now unique. The captain has already consulted the higher-ups. As long as you are willing, you can return at any time. Please come back. Zhao Ziyong's gaze darkened, and he felt a twinge of uncertainty within. After all, he had been a mercenary for quite some time. Even if the team did not mind, he could not reconcile it with himself. He forced a smile and replied, You all know my sister's health is not good. I returned for that reason. Yi Chen nodded in understanding. He hoped Brother Yong could return to the team, but did not want to pressure him. Indeed, the current world was harsh, and the young girl required care. However, the higher-ups had considered our situation. Military families can enter military bases. Families of officers below the rank of major may also stay in the survival base if desired. Of course, whatever choice you make, we will support you. Should you need assistance, just say the word. Zhao Ziyong nodded, patting his shoulder with gratitude. Thank you. Yi Chen and the others helped carry their purchases to the dock, coincidentally running into Lin Xi and her husband, who had also bought a plethora of goods. Surely, a single speedboat would not suffice. Yi Chen called for another boat to assist in transporting them back. Since encountering his former comrades, Zhao Ziyong had remained dispirited and silent, only feeling slightly better when he returned to the community. Lin Xi unloaded her items on the 3rd floor, but the young soldier insisted on helping her carry her books to the 18th floor. After much persuasion, she finally convinced him to return quickly, lest he be delayed from his duties. Such a sweet little fellow. Lin Xi secretly placed a packet of beef jerky and a chocolate bar in his bag. Stowing her belongings in her space, Lin Xi carried Lin Wu up to the 18th floor. Holding its little paw, she asked, What mischief were you up to just now? Knocking down someone else's lightning? Lin Wu replied with a playful grunt. Ah Wu. It was fun. Who knew he was so useless? It was only halfway up that she remembered Zhao Ziyong had invited her to dinner. She decided to prepare a large bowl of pasta to take to his house. Upon arriving at Zhao Ziyong's home, Lin Wu leapt out without reservation. Zhao Xiao, upon seeing Lin Wu, fetched a small ice cream, dividing half into a little bowl to offer to it. She whispered, Look, my brother bought this for me. It's delicious, so I'm sharing half with you. Lin Xi worried that Lin Wu might find the ice cream unappetizing, but to her surprise, Lin Wu licked it gratefully, savoring each bite. In Lin Wu's heart, anyone who shared ice cream with it was undoubtedly a kind soul. Lin Xi placed the pasta on the table, urging Zhao Ziyong not to cook, so they could all enjoy the meal together. Zhao Ziyong slumped onto the sofa, lethargically responding. his gaze fixed on his sister as she generously shared the ice cream she herself cherished with the little chubby one. As he opened his mouth, Lin Xi immediately anticipated his words. No mentioning of it. Can you spare yourself? If you provoke it, it will surely retaliate. Zhao Ziyong stared at her for a long moment before slowly saying, You say humans can mutate, but what about animals? Your little one seems a bit too clever. Lin Xi shot him a fierce glare.
Fine, I understand.
Are you suggesting a silencing scheme? I merely wish to inquire, what about plants? Can they mutate too? What form would that take? Perhaps they would become increasingly intelligent. Animals, aside from their inability to use tools, would hone their hunting skills to near-human levels, strategizing, avoiding danger, and employing numbers to overpower the weak. If plants gained intelligence, they would strive to become stronger, perhaps even hunting. If you desire to consume them, they might preemptively devour you. If the rain doesn't fall, they could resort to drinking human or animal blood. Thus, what Yi Chun and the others implied about ultimately needing to head to the base is that apart from the base, other areas are no longer suitable for human habitation. Perhaps, Lin Xi mused. What is your extraordinary ability? Fire? If you ever need to dispose of a body, just let me know, and I'll assist with the cleanup. Is that all your ability is good for? Zhao Ziyong retorted. Truly useless. Among us, couldn't we at least have someone with water abilities? Or, at the very least, someone who can grow crops? At least that would be edible. Do you think extraordinary abilities are like cabbages in a field, to be plucked at will? What about that little chubby one? Wind, right? That little fist packs a punch, leaving quite an impact, yet it knows you well enough not to use its claws. It won't be long before you provoke it a few more times, and it will surely scratch you. Why is it that every time you speak, I can't help but laugh? Its trigger word is chubby and weight loss. Have you forced it to lose weight? Oh dear. What have you done to leave such a deep scar on the child? The conversation turned heavy, and there was no way to continue. Wu Lingshu and Su Guangqing arrived, presenting a list of supplies salvaged the night before. Lin Xi felt overwhelmed by the lengthy list and handed it to Zhao Ziyong. He marked off the items, dividing them into 4 portions. Lin Xi's contributions and rewards were divided into 4, with her taking 2 portions. Items like wetsuits and speedboats would be shared between their families, while the remaining goods would be distributed more generously to her. Wu Lingshu and Su Guangqing raised no objections, though Lin Xi felt a bit guilty. Why divide into 4 portions? 3 will suffice, 1 for each family. Consider Xiao. Stop being overly generous. Zhao Ziyong shook his head. We are aiming for a long-term partnership. We must establish clear rules from the outset. Even among brothers, a clear account is the best way to maintain relationships. Besides, you provided the equipment, and you also contributed the diesel. Everyone knows the current price of diesel. You need not worry about Xiao. With me around, she won't suffer any losses. Wu Lingshu quickly added, Indeed, she, if it weren't for you, we wouldn't even know what kind of life we would be leading. Although we have a bit of money, after today's outing, it's practically worthless. Seeing her eyes redden, Lin Xi comfortingly patted her hand. Zhao Ziyong pondered for a moment. Both of them and Xiao are lacking in physical fitness. They need to be pushed harder. From now on, if there's nothing going on during the day, they can come to my place for a few hours of training. Su Guangqing's face lit up with joy. Really? That's wonderful. I had this thought when I returned that night, but I was afraid of troubling you too much. Trouble? Not at all. We are all in this together now. Just don't mind if I reprimand you a bit too harshly. Zhao Ziyong spoke with heartfelt sincerity. Chapter 64. Let us head to the library. Moreover, electricity and the internet cannot sustain us for long. We have prepared some generators and diesel, but who knows how long they will last. The immediate priority is to find fuel. Let us take a night off today and venture out tomorrow night. What do you all think? Lin Xi found comfort in this. Having gone out once already, Zhao Ziyong had adapted remarkably well, truly worthy of being her mentor. I think it's a good idea. Let us set off tomorrow night at 11 and return before dawn. With a preliminary plan in place, they began their meal, enjoying the beef black pepper pasta that Lin Xi had brought. Zhao Xiao heated it up and also stir-fried a large plate of bean sprouts. Perhaps it was the company, but Lin Xi found the pasta to taste significantly better. Xiao, how did you heat the pasta? It's so much tastier than mine, she humbly inquired. Zhao Xiao smiled with her lips pursed. It was my brother who heated it. Zhao Ziyong rolled his eyes. What did you even make? You just shoved the meat and noodles together, and you put way too much sauce. I had to add another packet of noodles just to make it palatable. And there was so much water. Can't you at least drain some? After spending several years abroad and refraining from dining out, Zhao Ziyong may not have mastered many dishes. But pasta was certainly within his expertise. Upon seeing the mound of pasta Lin Xi had prepared, his first reaction was one of concern over wasting food. Lin Xi felt somewhat guilty and a little troubled, knowing there was still plenty in her space. Even Lin Wuwu had devoured 2 bowls from a small ice cream dish, and when Lin Xi wiped the little one's oily mouth with a large towel, Wuwu remarked, "Why does their pasta taste better than ours?" Ungrateful child. Lin Xi decided that tonight's midnight snack would be durian. However, she resolved to visit a few libraries that evening. The others likely had their own arrangements, but they could not take everything with them. As Lin Xi stepped out at 11, she felt a wave of liberating joy. She even took out a small yacht, reputed to be a speedster on the sea, and swiftly headed towards the Grand Library. After docking her yacht and finding a corner, she used a broken window opener to gain entry. Arriving a bit late, she found many books soaked in water, and several shelves were empty, indicating that a portion had indeed been relocated. Taking out a sound wave detector, she confirmed that no life signs were present, indicating that it was unguarded. Qingbao. Collect all the dry books. We need the shelves too. Qingbao waved his hand, dispersing a thick fog, and in that mist, the books and shelves vanished in an instant. The low-lying terrain had left a significant amount submerged, but Lin Xi managed to salvage a portion. She then visited several school libraries, wary of the possibility of others being present, and opted to use the inflatable boat instead of the yacht. A few areas of the school still had lights on, but the library was shrouded in darkness, which suited Lin Xi just fine. The higher elevation allowed her to retrieve all the books on the 3rd floor and above. Without pausing, she proceeded to 5 more schools, employing the same method, particularly at a medical college. It was evident that the administration had transferred the lower-level books to the upper floors, resulting in a considerable haul for Lin Xi. By 6 o'clock, she began her journey back. Along the way, she encountered several inflatable boats, but fortunately, they merely exchanged glances without any inclination to engage. Perhaps it was due to the emptiness of her boat. It was past 7 when Lin Xi finally returned home. After a brief cuddle with Qingbao, she went to freshen up. She would have to accompany Wu Lingshu and the others out again tonight, so she needed to seize the opportunity to rest. Lying in bed, she resolved that after a few more outings with them, she would refrain from accompanying them any longer. It was simply too exhausting. She awoke at 4 in the afternoon to a cacophony of noise. The torrential rains of the past 2 weeks had flooded the Panshan community up to the 3rd floor, and in lower-lying areas, the water had reached 5 or 6 floors. Initially, some residents clung to the hope that the water would recede in a few days and hesitated to leave with the rescue team, choosing to make do in unsold properties. However, as the relentless rain showed no signs of abating, a portion of the homeowners began preparing to relocate with the rescue team. Others decided to stay behind, searching for vacant homes on each floor. In the homeowners group, inquiries arose about which apartments on the 6th floor and above were occupied, and which were vacant. Their tone and wording appeared polite, but one could only wonder what their true intentions were. 3 weeks had passed since the onset of the mist, and aside from those who perished within it, a segment of the remaining population faced homelessness and dwindling food supplies. When they were reluctant to go to the rescue team, yet unwilling to return to survival bases, they gravitated towards the homes of the deceased. Initially, they might feel a twinge of discomfort, but gradually, hunger and desperation would overcome such sentiments. They would find food and solace in others' homes. When their supplies ran low again, they would not hesitate to raid others' houses. Observing the replies piling up in the group, Lin Xi chose not to act differently and simply replied, "There are some." Long-standing legal principles kept them from storming into others' homes, but they would pry open unoccupied houses and claim them as their own. The uncertainty of how long this restraint would last loomed large. Lin Xi decided to prepare something different for today. Pulling out the lamb spine hot pot and accompaniments she had stockpiled from a hot pot restaurant. Finding a copper hot pot cumbersome, she poured everything into a 5-liter electric hot pot. She set out lamb meat, yuanbao meat, lamb neck, lamb hind leg, beef ribeye, tender beef, fresh tofu, and white radish. After preparing 2 bowls of dipping sauce, she also mixed up some watermelon juice for Qingbao. Venturing into her space to call Lin Wu, she discovered the little one catching shrimp in the creek. Qingbao was busy planting watermelons, accompanied by a gorilla and its child, who were tending to sweet potatoes and potatoes. Lin Xi observed and felt that Qingbao was doing a commendable job, asking, "Did you teach them?" Qingbao proudly patted its little chest and nodded vigorously. "I am. They like it and are very capable. They also enjoy well water." "Qingbao, you're truly remarkable." Lin Xi chuckled. It seemed that Qingbao had taken it upon itself to employ the mother and child for the task. She had merely mentioned in passing that it would be great if the gorilla could help plant some sweet potatoes, and unexpectedly, Qingbao had taken it to heart. However, she realized she could have done it herself using her spiritual awareness, but it didn't matter. Letting them have something to do was akin to play. In the future, she could always gather more small animals, especially gorillas. Lin Wu was indeed drenched, with water splashing all over. The creek side held about 10 shrimp, occasionally leaping out. Lin Xi collected the shrimp in a bag, using her abilities to dry Lin Wu's fur, before calling Qingbao and exiting the space. Chapter 65. Lin Wu's Gratitude. She quickly cleaned the shrimp, deveined them, and plated them for the table. Qingbao obediently sipped on the watermelon juice through a straw. Lin Wu clung to the edge of the table, inhaling the fragrant aroma of the hot pot, and joyfully exclaimed, "Ah, finally, something delicious. That awful pasta is finally gone." Lin Xi cast a glance at it, inwardly thinking, how naive, there is still half of that pasta left. Lin Wu expressed disdain for the cat's diminutive mouth. Transforming back into her tiger form, with her mouth agape, a row of tiny sharp teeth glinted as she voraciously devoured the meat that Lin Xi had placed in her bowl. While munching on her own meal, Lin Xi inquired, "What did you do in the space today?" "Ah, I visited Disneyland this morning," Lin Wu exclaimed, her pride swelling. "Then I caught a few rabbits. They ran so swiftly. But no one can outrun my wind blade," she boasted, her tail perked up in delight. "I had Qingbao store them in the warehouse. I want to feast on rabbit meat." Lin Xi, laughing, offered her 2 shrimp, urging, "Eat, eat. Start with this." The large shrimp, freshly plucked from the stream, were now sizzling in the hot pot, their firm flesh delectable. Discerning, Lin Wu crunched the shrimp shells, relishing the flavor. By the time Lin Xi finished tidying up, it was already 7 in the evening. The drainage system was no longer usable, and waste could only be stored in a small garbage repository within the space, which housed a container. They would stack it up for later disposal once the land became available. As Lin Xi settled down, Lin Wu scampered over, pawing at her leg. Where are the shrimp I caught earlier?" "You ate them. They went into the hot pot just now," Lin Xi replied, puzzled. How could you eat my shrimp? That was meant to be a gift for Xiao Xiao." Lin Wu protested, flustered. "What? You seem to enjoy it. There were 11 in total, and you devoured 8. Lin Xi counted on her fingers. "What should I do then?" I will give her a rabbit instead," Lin Wu suggested timidly. "That's fine. But that rabbit is rather plump. If they inquire about where it was caught, how shall I explain?" Lin Xi thought, secretly pleased that Lin Wu had enjoyed the little ice cream and was considering a return gift. However, the rabbit's origins posed a dilemma. After pondering for a moment, Lin Wu's eyes sparkled as she leaped onto Lin Xi, sweetly saying, "You're so clever, help me think of something." Lin Xi had already formulated a plan. She retrieved the candied hawthorns gifted by the elders last time, carefully wrapping 3 skewers and placing them in a small plastic lunchbox, a skewer of hawthorn, one of strawberries, and one of green grapes. She wished to avoid overwhelming Zhao Xiao with too many gifts, mindful of the simplicity in exchanges among children. Seeing Lin Wu drooling, Lin Xi handed her a skewer and explained, "There are 96 left, all for you, so savor them." Although she had stocked up on these delightful snacks, she feared that Lin Wu might suffer from toothaches. After all, one could never tell if mutated beasts had cavities. As the time approached, Lin Xi donned her diving suit, wearing the same jacket as before. She loaded Lin Wu in front and carried a 1-meter-long outdoor backpack, covering them both with a large raincoat. Upon meeting the others, they set off towards a logistics park in the north. Zhao Jiong had analyzed that the city was inundated up to the 5th floor. Most gas stations were submerged. requiring specialized suction equipment. Even if they found diesel, opening the tanks would likely result in water flooding in. Moreover, gas stations would not easily abandon their resources. They might have already salvaged what they could. After some discussion, they unanimously agreed to head to the Northern Logistics Park, which was situated on higher ground and more remote. Here, a plethora of small, medium, and large trucks gathered, each with substantial amounts of diesel and gasoline in their tanks. The park itself was likely to contain a gas station and possibly barreled oil. Even if they found no fuel, the abundance of packages indicated a wealth of supplies. Following the downloaded map, they sped along in the speedboat for an hour and a half, finally arriving at their destination. Though the area was elevated, it was still submerged up to the second floor. However, a line of vehicles was parked along the adjacent mountain road. Lin Xi extended her mental energy and discovered a fuel truck among them. She could take the vehicle, but what about the other two families? Lin Xi informed Zhao Ziyong about the fuel truck on the mountain road. While they had found the oil, the challenge lay in transporting it. Su Guangqing eagerly chimed in. I've heard that gas stations might have barrels and large logistics companies are likely to store some as well. Let us split up and search. The logistics park was expansive, and nighttime visibility was poor due to the torrential rain obscuring their view. They relied on flashlights to illuminate the buildings peeking above the water. Fortunately, the gas stations were prominently marked, making them relatively easy to locate. Lin Xi and Su Guangqing ventured into the water and navigated towards the gas station structure, ultimately discovering 8 empty oil barrels bobbing in the water. They secured them with ropes. In a corner, they spotted 2 barrels standing upright, their eyes shining with delight. Wonderful. 2 full barrels. Even if the fuel truck is empty, we have at least 2 barrels of oil. In the gas station's convenience store, they found many sealed snacks and bottled water, even a case of cooking oil. Su Guangqing tied the oil and water to a safety rope, while Lin Xi utilized a large bag made from the previous sunshade to stuff in the floating food items. Once they had packed adequately, Lin Xi signaled to Su Guangqing, and they resurfaced. With the oil barrels secured, the speedboat headed towards the fuel truck on the mountain road. The truck was already elevated, and with it parked on the incline, it was only submerged to the wheels. Zhao Ziyong climbed up to inspect and confirmed it contained diesel. He proceeded to the cab to retrieve tools to open the tank's pipeline. Wu Lingxiu released the inflatable boat and placed 4 empty oil barrels on board, ready for filling. By the time they filled the 8 barrels, it was already 2:30. Lin Xi chose not to take the fuel truck, leaving it behind in case it could assist others, even if it was submerged. There was no need for concern as the tank was sealed and could be utilized once the water receded. They sought out the largest logistics company, with Zhao Ziyong and Lin Xi diving in again. The visibility underwater was poor, and the logistics company was vast, making it challenging to locate the oil barrels. They gestured to each other and turned towards a nearby pile of packages. They loaded a substantial amount onto the speedboat for Wu Lingxiu and the others to sift through, discarding packaging and unnecessary items on site. After all, they had already packed 10 barrels of oil, and their weight limit was finite. If food was not adequately sealed, it would be rendered useless after being submerged. Bottled and canned beverages could still be salvaged. The group worked swiftly, extracting useful items, medications, vitamins, canned snacks, honey, chili sauce, instant noodles, drinks, beer, cured meat, sausages, thermos flasks, moisturizers, and many feminine hygiene products. Chapter 66. The Frigid Cold Approaches. Lin Xi and Zhao Ziyong retrieved 3 rounds of supplies, dismantling until 5:30, at which point the boat could hold no more, and they finally returned. They had 10 barrels of oil, 2 barrels of gasoline, and 8 barrels of diesel. Lin Xi insisted on keeping only 2 barrels of diesel, firmly dividing the remaining 8 barrels between the 2 families, refusing to allow them to decline. What a joke. She could never exhaust her supply of oil, as the reserves she acquired from the American mountain base had piled up like a hill. Were it not for the fear of attracting suspicion, she would not desire any of these items. Aside from the 2 barrels, she and Zhao Ziyong carried them home, while the other supplies were, as usual, transported to the 24th floor first. As they completed the final trip, Lin Xi sensed someone peering from the stairwell. She sighed, realizing that her tranquil days were likely coming to an end. As Lin Xi and Zhao Ziyong were responsible for transporting the oil barrels, the remaining tasks were delegated to Wu Lingxiu, Su Guangqing, and Zhao Xiaoxiao, who had already made several trips today. Lin Xi cautioned them that individuals on the 24th floor had begun to take notice, advising them to exercise caution and to refrain from any overly generous impulses. Zhao Ziyong nodded in agreement, having also sensed some commotion. They decided to rest during the day and night, planning to venture out the following day to see if they could find an appropriate door to install in the stairwell, along with a surveillance camera to deter potential intruders. Su Guangqing concurred, stating he had a camera, and suggested that Lin Xi's place would benefit from one as well. Wu Lingshu felt immensely grateful to Lin Xi. With Zhao Ziyong as a neighbor, they all felt a sense of safety and reliability. Lin Xi agreed, understanding that they were responsible for their own decisions and would ultimately choose their course of action. Just as she was about to leave, Lin Wu leaped out of her bag, playfully pawing at Zhao Xiaoxiao. Zhao Xiaoxiao crouched down, cautioning, "I'm dirty, I might get you messy too."
Lin Wu nodded her bay.
And Lin Xi helped unzip the outer layer to retrieve a rectangular lunchbox tightly wrapped in cling film. Lin Wu pushed the lunchbox toward Zhao Xiaoxiao, who looked up at Lin Xi in surprise. "Is this for me?" Lin Wu tilted her head and made a soft sound. Lin Xi nodded. "Wu prepared this for you." It took her quite a while to find it. Although Lin Xi had inadvertently cooked the shrimp, Wu's intentions were genuine. Tears welled in Zhao Xiaoxiao's eyes as she exclaimed, "Thank you, Wu. Thank you, Sister Xi. This is the first gift I've ever received from someone other than my brother." Lin Xi, at a loss for words, gently patted her head. Zhao Ziyong handed her 3 preset walkie-talkies, distributing one each to her and Su Guangqing. "With the power out and the internet uncertain, we'll use these to stay in touch." Lin Xi tested her walkie-talkie, calling out, "Hello, can you hear me?"
"Dinner at my place at 6. Do you copy?"
Zhao Ziyong responded dryly, "Got it." Upon returning home, Lin Xi noticed a faint, unpleasant odor lingering on her body and hair from spending too long in the foul water. To avoid a bath, Lin Wu had protected herself well, remaining dry inside her bag while sheltered by a raincoat during the boat ride. Once home, she happily lounged on the living room sofa, demanding Lin Xi to put on cartoons. Reluctantly, Lin Xi connected the generator to allow Wu to watch television. She also affixed 2 layers of blackout film to all the windows for added peace of mind. Returning to the villa in her space, she thoroughly washed and disinfected her entire outfit before attending to her personal hygiene. The community was also experiencing a power outage, and it wouldn't be long before the water supply ceased as well. Although a water tank had been installed on the rooftop to collect rainwater, the sewage system was unusable, necessitating the collection of all water in basins for disposal. Lin Xi sealed the floor drains with cement and covered the living room toilet, replacing it with a large plastic basin filled with cat litter for appearances. Her stainless steel incinerating toilet in the bedroom remained functional, with temperatures plummeting below 10 degrees. Lin Xi anticipated that in 2 weeks, the rain would cease, though it was more accurate to say that the extreme cold would transform the rain into snow. The frigid temperatures, dropping to -70 degrees, had frozen the standing water into ice. After washing up, Lin Xi glanced at the clock, realizing it was 8:30. She prepared a meal of the previously stored fried noodles and soy milk, sharing it with Lin Wu before heading to catch up on sleep. Struggling to keep her eyes open, Lin Xi scrolled through her phone one last time before dozing off, knowing the internet could vanish at any moment. The authorities had publicly announced the existence of superhumans, warning about mutations in plants and animals, urging citizens to remain vigilant. This was just one aspect. They also forecasted an impending extreme cold snap. The anticipated chill could arrive in 2 weeks, with temperatures expected to plunge to between -30 and 40 degrees, possibly dropping suddenly at midnight. Citizens were advised to prepare for cold weather. Lin Xi mused that, if they were downplaying the situation, they must fear that revealing the actual -70 degrees would be too shocking for the public to accept. Regardless, it was prudent to make preparations. Additionally, due to prolonged heavy rainfall, the internet could fail at any moment. The latest updates from the authorities could be accessed via radio. If one did not possess a radio, they could visit the nearest supply point to purchase one, limited to 1 per person. Furthermore, a point system was being implemented, allowing points to be exchanged for supplies, which would be valid at various survival and military bases. Points could be earned through cash at a very low exchange rate, gold, supplies, or participation in tasks announced by the authorities, including various difficulty levels of missions assigned by the military. Lin Xi expressed her support for the authorities, acknowledging their clear communication before the internet collapsed, considering it a necessary measure. Online discussions erupted, with many expressing skepticism. A conspiracy. This is merely a scheme to exploit the people's wealth under the guise of a natural disaster. What kind of work is being offered? Collecting corpses in this downpour? Fishing for supplies in filthy water? That should be the soldiers' responsibility. Mutated plants? What are they going to do? Perform a dramatic escape. My dog seems to have mutated. It used to be foolish, but now it goes out to catch fish and brings them home. My life improvement relies on it. Are mutated animals edible? Food is scarce. I'm so hungry. How could I have thought about dieting at a time like this? There are apparently superhumans. They came into my home and stole my only bag of rice. Where are the police? Have they all disappeared? With the power out and the internet down, it's as if crime runs rampant. Is there anyone who can help? There are no supplies left for life-saving medication. I can't hold on much longer. I might as well head to the survival base. At least there is food to eat and work to do. Lin Xi struggled to keep her eyes open as she read, eventually succumbing to sleep. Chapter 67. A gathering must include delicious hot pot. As the torrential rain intensified, the water levels rose ever higher. The 8 elders had retreated to the central military base, leaving only the 4th elder behind. Luo Qingzhou strode into the temporary command center, scanning the room anxiously. Where is the 4th elder? Why hasn't he left yet? He asked the last to remain. Yi Chun, with reddened eyes, replied, he has spent his entire life working here. It pains him to leave in such a manner. Luo Qingzhou snapped, what do you mean, such a manner? This is merely a tactical retreat. Are we never returning? I assure you, we will come back. Yi Yuntian emerged, his demeanor heavy, hands clasped behind his back, glancing at Luo Qingzhou with a weary gaze. Let the escape be an escape. Who knows where you learned to call it a tactical retreat? Luo Qingzhou, frustrated, tried to persuade him. Old chief, please leave now. Look, the boat is waiting outside, and it consumes precious fuel. Yi Yuntian, clearly irritable, shot back. Why are you urging me? Is this within your purview? Do you even remember your responsibilities? I certainly remember my responsibilities. I will lead the special forces to eradicate all evil, root out every menace, gang, and spy attempting to exploit the chaos. Luo Qingzhou declared solemnly. Grandfather, please cooperate with Brother Luo's efforts. As an experienced comrade, you should listen and board the ship. Leave this to us. Rest assured. I vow to eradicate those malevolent factions that plague the populace, Yi Chen reassured, fully aware of his grandfather's apprehensions. The elders had deliberated. During the torrential rains and bitter cold, the threat posed by mutated flora and fauna was not yet substantial. It was imperative to decisively eliminate the forces of darkness during this period to prevent further exacerbation of the already dire conditions faced by the struggling citizens. Should formidable mutated entities emerge during this time, they must be swiftly eradicated to forestall their growth. The 4th elder boarded the vessel, departing from the land that had nurtured him to seek refuge in the impregnable central military base. By 6 o'clock in the evening, Lin Xi had already prepared a sumptuous hot pot, revamping the ingredients she had hoarded. She poured them into a colossal electric hot pot, meticulously arranging an array of accompaniments on a large platter. Various cuts of beef and lamb, along with tripe, shrimp paste, ham, luncheon meat, fish balls, twisted dough sticks, tofu, gluten, potatoes, bamboo shoots, white radishes, and yellow bean sprouts were all laid out. In accordance with Lin Wuwu's request, she had prepared 2 generous platters of freshly skinned rabbit meat. Additionally, she found a regular-sized rice cooker to steam a pot of fragrant rice. As Zhao Zhiyong and the Wu family arrived, the enticing aroma of the hot pot wafted through the air. Zhao Xiaoxiao exclaimed, it smells incredible. The others, too, were stirred by the fragrant scent, recalling memories from before the calamities struck. Wu Lingshu reminisced, in the past, I always thought these dishes were greasy and unhealthy. Now, reflecting on it, I truly regret not indulging more. Su Guangqing patted her arm, and they exchanged a knowing smile. Zhao Zhiyong inhaled the aromatic air and remarked, wow, this scent is just like that of a hot pot restaurant. I wonder if you've held back a little. It's evident you have quite the stash. However, he mused, something seems to be missing. Missing something? Lin Xi pondered, then smacked her forehead in realization. Indeed. She hurried to the bedroom, retrieving 2 unlabeled bottles of white liquor and a case of beer from her storage space, bringing them to the dining area. Only Zhao Ziyong indulged in the white liquor, while Zhao Xiaoxiao and Lin Wuwu enjoyed some soda, and the others sipped beer. The fragrance of the hot pot soon mingled with that of the liquor and beer, creating an intoxicating aroma. Wu Lingxiu, having consumed some beer, felt her cheeks flush and expressed her concern. This is too fragrant. If others catch a whiff, we might find ourselves in trouble. Lin Xi, unaffected by the alcohol, appeared even more radiant. Dismissing Wu Lingxiu's worries, she thought, surely, I cannot let the fear of being detected prevent me from enjoying my food and drink. With my capabilities, why should I shy away from indulging? After all, as the saying goes, when friends come, there's good wine. When wolves come, there's a shotgun. I have no fear. The tender rabbit meat, upon cooking in the hot pot, transformed in color and was promptly fished out, proving to be delectable. Lin Wu devoured an entire platter. Zhao Ziyong perceived the freshness of the ingredients as almost excessive, but refrained from questioning it. Particularly, the rabbit meat seemed remarkably fresh, as if it had just been slaughtered. Yet, when Lin Xi first appeared before him, she exuded an air of mystery that he had gradually grown accustomed to. As they dined and conversed, they discussed how their families had been approached by a group of people. What did they say? Lin Xi inquired while serving fish balls and ham to Wu. What else could they say? They lamented their hardships, seeking to borrow supplies and food. Zhao Ziyong replied, a headache forming from the mere thought of it, yet feeling unable to take decisive action against them. I spoke with them, he continued. I told them that if they weren't at their wits' end, they wouldn't be rushing out into the water. Wu Lingxiu, being a lawyer, handled the negotiations with this group. We certainly cannot lend food. The disasters are relentless. If we lend once, they will come back for more, and we cannot afford such foolishness. The ultimate resolution was to rent them a means of transportation, a speedboat, complete with wooden paddles and a motor, charging them 30% of whatever supplies they managed to procure as rent. However, since the speedboat was jointly acquired by their three families, it was prudent to consult Lin Xi for her opinion. Naturally, Lin Xi had no objections. If those individuals could indeed venture out to gather supplies, they wouldn't suddenly turn hostile. They would enjoy a bit of peace for a while, and the speedboat was a reasonable trade-off. If those individuals took the speedboat and continued to harass them, then they would meet their end. She bore no psychological burden, as she could simply dispose of them in the water. Once the burdensome matters were discussed, the group enjoyed their meal heartily. After feasting, Wu Lingxiu and Zhao Xiaoxiao assisted in tidying up. Lin Xi sliced up some apples and brought them to the living room. Zhao Xiaoxiao, wielding a large towel, busily wiped Lin Wu's mouth and paws, first using wet wipes to remove the grease, followed by the towel for drying. The two were engrossed in their task. The group then resumed their discussion regarding the messages released by the authorities. Wu Lingxiu voiced her concern. Will it truly be that cold? It seems almost unreal. Lin Xi replied, and I emphasize if it were to become even colder? Such announcements are typically issued with a conservative outlook. Even colder? Will this house hold up? Su Guangqing calculated the temperature and felt uneasy. Zhao Ziyong, however, had a different perspective. Being frozen in ice isn't so bad. The house can withstand it. The worst scenario is when the ice melts into water and we find ourselves submerged. At that moment, the atmosphere grew somber. Indeed, to be submerged for a month, then frozen, only to thaw and be submerged again. Lin Xi bit into an apple and remarked, what if an earthquake were to strike? Not if, but when. Wu Lingxiu shivered. Surely not. What are the odds of experiencing every disaster possible? Zhao Ziyong cast her a knowing glance, understanding all too well. Chapter 68. The Adorable Little Creatures. He gritted his teeth and declared, as long as we can stay here, we will. If we can no longer stay, we'll head to the survival base. With just the few of us, we cannot possibly perish. Su Guangqing frowned. Extended exposure to water, extreme cold, and the thawing water, combined with extreme heat, will undoubtedly compromise the structural integrity of the house. At that point, safety will be in question regardless of whether an earthquake occurs. Lin Xi considered his analysis and nodded in agreement. For now, we are certainly safe. We should weather the extreme cold here. If there is indeed extreme heat, the water will recede, and at that time, we can change our residence or move to the survival base. Wu Lingxiu, observing Lin Xi, found her own composure returning. If the authorities have notified everyone to prepare for the cold, surely the supply points will have such provisions. Let us go check tomorrow. In conclusion, it was decided that Zhao Zhiyong and Su Guangqing would seek out the doors, while Lin Xi, Wu Lingxiu, and Zhao Xiaoxiao would visit the supply point. As the two families departed, Lin Xi gifted each household 2 rolls of blackout film and 4 apples. Apples had a long shelf life, and she had stockpiled plenty. Though she was not fond of them, gifting them seemed fitting, yet she was cautious not to overdo it. She also handed Zhao Zhiyong a few extra bottles of white liquor, knowing he enjoyed it, and considering their separate plans for the next day. She packed the M9 and 200 rounds of ammunition into a bag for him. The following day, as Lin Xi descended the stairs, she encountered several groups of people. Most bore wary expressions, which pleased her greatly. This was the natural response of individuals aware that the disasters were not likely to dissipate soon, leading to concerns about potential harm from others. Yet, 2 men, claiming to be brothers, did not appear to be of reputable character. As Lin Xi greeted them with enthusiasm, even though she paid them no heed, they trailed behind her, asking various questions at a respectful distance. It wasn't until Lin Xi joined Zhao Zhiyong and his companions that the 2 of them reluctantly departed, perhaps due to the daylight. Lin Xi noticed an increase in the number of inflatable boats in the community. With their own 5 vessels, the residents were able to rotate and gather supplies, ensuring their survival. Upon exiting the community, Lin Xi steered the inflatable boat towards the supply point, which had now relocated to the 6th floor, with the floating dock attached to the boat rising accordingly. After securing the inflatable boat, the 3 of them entered together. The layout was similar to their previous visit, but there were now many more people purchasing goods, not only buying but also selling. A large whiteboard displayed the exchange rates for various items in black ink. They accepted everything: metals, food, medicines, clothing, coal, charcoal, plastic, and so forth. Anything that was no longer of use could be traded for points. Lin Xi exchanged some gold she had previously acquired at the bank for 200 points. This time, the list of limited purchase items included a set of cotton clothes, a coal stove, and 300 pounds of coal. The cotton clothing, though unattractive due to its bulk, was made from sturdy and waterproof fabric. The coal stove was of a basic design, encased in iron with a fireproof interior, rough yet practical, serving both heating and cooking purposes. The monthly limit of 300 pounds of coal seemed rather insufficient, but if a few more people gathered, they could at least huddle together for warmth. All 3 items were reasonably priced, totaling 30 points. 1 point could buy a pound of rice, so 30 points equated to 30 pounds of rice. The queue was particularly long, and although they had arrived early, it appeared they would have to wait until the afternoon. To optimize their efficiency, the 3 decided to queue separately: Zhao Xiaoxiao for the cotton clothing, Wu Lingxiu for the coal stove, and Lin Xi for the coal. The line stretched far, with many people expressing their frustrations, yet no one dared to shove or curse, as soldiers had been assigned to maintain order. And the populace was well aware that they were capable of using their weapons. The coal was heavy, and when some individuals struggled to move it, soldiers would assist in transporting it to the boats. Lin Xi, undeterred by the 300 pounds, had purchased enough for 5 individuals, making it cumbersome to carry. Once Zhao Xiaoxiao and Wu Lingxiu finished their purchases, they waited by the inflatable boat to guard the supplies until Lin Xi returned. A few soldiers kindly helped her transport the load to the boat, and before long, one of the soldiers joyfully exclaimed, "Hey, it's you. Last time, you put food in my bag. Wait a moment." He dashed off and quickly returned, placing 10 pounds of rice onto Lin Xi's inflatable boat. Scratching his head, "I realized after I got back and I didn't know how to find you, so I ate some. Here's the rice to compensate you. I can't accept your things." As he spoke, he bounced away with his comrades. Lin Xi smiled in response to Wu Lingxiu's puzzled gaze. "It's nothing, let us go." The inflatable boat had barely moved 10 meters when the young soldiers at the dock shouted, "Come back. Hurry back." Lin Xi laughed heartily, waving goodbye to the adorable little soldiers. "See you." She had placed 2 packets of 500 grams of white rabbit candy into the bags of the other 2 soldiers. And only then did she realize. The 4 young soldiers, grimacing, looked longingly at the candy, unable to take it. What should they do? The soldier who had brought the rice swallowed hard. "How about we give it to Captain Yi? He knows that lady, last time. He was the one who had me help deliver the supplies." Just as Yi Chen disembarked, he overheard them mention him. What are you giving me? The young soldiers hurriedly handed him the 2 large bags of candy, recounting how Lin Xi often provided them with supplies. Upon understanding, Yichen felt a pang in his heart. He had watched them go from being scolded daily to becoming accustomed to it. Yet the sudden appearance of someone kind to them left them bewildered. He handed the items back, feigning casualness. It's her, no worries. She's my friend. Whatever she gives you, just accept it as if it's from me. I'll return these items to her. Share them and hurry back to your posts. Really? The young soldiers exchanged glances, and ultimately, they left with joyful hearts. Although they had not been starving, it had been a long time since they had seen candy. And with such large bags, every member of their team could enjoy a few pieces. Luo Qingzhou watched them walk away slowly and asked pensively, "What kind of friend do you have, being so generous at a time like this?" Yi Chun, equally surprised, was not astonished by Lin Xi's generosity. In his view, she was not a particularly amiable person. She had a tendency to be self-willed and difficult to interact with, harboring a strong sense of wariness towards others. The closer someone approached her, the more guarded she became. Yet, her sincere desire to reciprocate the slightest kindness shown to her was evident. Chapter 69. The Brothers with Malicious Intent. Yi Chen smiled wryly. I just mentioned it casually. What else could I do? Scold them? Force them to retreat? Perhaps I would have in the past, but now I can't bring myself to do it. I can shoulder the burden. Besides, that girl is Yonggo's disciple. So she's not really a stranger. Next time I see her, I must express my gratitude. Luo Qingzhou pinched the bridge of his nose, weary. Yongge? You mean Zhao Zhiyong? He asked back. It's a bit unfortunate. I never approved of his departure. However, I heard he became a mercenary? Yi Chen's expression darkened immediately. What's wrong with being a mercenary? He's abroad, not at home. Besides, he's helped us coordinate plenty while in the beautiful country. Why do you look down on him? Luo Qingzhou glared at him helplessly. No one can manage you anymore. Can they? When did I ever say I looked down on him? I was merely suggesting you communicate with him, as it seems some mercenaries have come in. You should warn him to be cautious. Yi Chen quickly inquired. What is going on? Luoge, who are these people? Hey, tell me more details. Should I take them out? His expression shifted rapidly, and Luo Qingzhou huffed in frustration, waving his sleeve as he left. Hey, why are you so petty, Luoge? No. Minister Luo, wait for me. Lin Xi helped them carry the supplies up to the 24th floor and noticed an iron door had been added in the corridor, reinforced with sharp spikes tied with iron wire. They were working efficiently. The door was already installed. The community had flooded up to the 4th floor, and now they only needed to ascend to the 20th floor. Zhao Zhiyong and Su Guangqing had also made 2 trips, and all the supplies were moved. The door at your stairwell has been installed, but the surveillance still needs wiring and power, they said, following Lin Xi back home, where they also installed the surveillance on the 18th floor, connecting it to a tablet. Su Guangqing set up a small program for her, advising, Our faces are already registered. If any strangers are detected, an alarm will sound, so you'll be alerted. Lin Wuwu had been curiously following Su Guangqing, and upon hearing this, she exclaimed, Oh, dear. How could I forget about Wuwu? Come, let us register you too. Su Guangqing quickly grabbed the tablet and aimed it at Lin Wuwu's face. Lin Wuwu sat up straight. Lin Xi poured them some water, mixing in 10 milliliters of well water. After they had their drink, Lin Xi inquired about their plans moving forward. Zhao Zhiyong had evidently given the matter considerable thought. Although we have stockpiled some food sufficient for a while, it is unwise to consume our reserves without replenishing them. We must venture out to procure more sustenance. As for coal, despite its monthly supply, what if it becomes unavailable? And the water purification tablets, whether we collect rainwater or melt snow, they will be essential. Should we manage to find bottled water to save for the sweltering days ahead, that would be ideal. Lin Xi, upon hearing this, refrained from voicing approval or disapproval. After a thoughtful pause, she finally spoke. When you ventured out during the day, did you observe the nearby trees? Zhao Zhiyong recalled and, with surprise, remarked, Now that you mention it, I remember those trees have flourished remarkably after being submerged for so long. They've grown 3 to 4 meters taller than when we first moved in. Su Guangqing, however, expressed skepticism, stating, Is that even possible? It hasn't been long enough for such rapid growth. Lin Xi opened her phone and displayed 2 images of the community taken at different times for their comparison. The trees are mutating. The animals must be undergoing changes as well. For instance, snakes, crocodiles, or others. If we encounter them in the water, we will be at a disadvantage. If we wait until the bitter cold sets in before going out, we can at least tread on the ice, which would provide us with a solid footing. Furthermore, the trees thriving is a positive sign. A positive sign? Zhao Ziyong looked at her, perplexed. Lin Xi grinned mischievously. The freeze renders them immobile. And we shall not harm their roots. But what lies exposed on the ice?
Fine charcoal.
Su Guangqing, maintaining a semblance of rationality, expressed his doubts. But you said those are mutated plants. Can we even move them? Lin Xi and Zhao Ziyong exchanged a knowing smile. Fear not, if others cannot move them. We surely can. With my third-tier fire ability, I can certainly incinerate a tree. Indeed, there were dangers in the water. Recklessly plunging in could lead to an encounter with mutated creatures, placing us at a severe disadvantage. Yet, the urgency of gathering food could not be ignored. So the trio decided on their next target, the Tiansheng building. Standing at 86 stories, it housed numerous companies. Even if some had previously scavenged for supplies, there would undoubtedly be items left behind. Considering the likelihood of encountering others within the Tiansheng building, Wu Lingshu and Zhao Xiaoxiao would remain behind. The trio resolved to act promptly, setting off at 11 o'clock that night. On his return, Su Guangqing felt invigorated, not fatigued at all, attributing it to the recent training. I told you, physical endurance must be honed through practice. Zhao Ziyong chimed in, feeling his stamina had improved too. Could he be on the verge of mutation as well? At the appointed hour, Lin Xi donned a raincoat, cradled Lin Wuwu, switched off the lights, locked the door, and descended. Not planning to enter the water, she opted against wearing a wetsuit, instead donning a snug cashmere sweater beneath a camouflage uniform, combat boots on her feet. She carried a large backpack containing a wall-penetrating detector and night vision goggles, stowed a dagger and flashlight at her waist, and filled a water bottle with well water, placing it in her space for easy access. Lin Wuwu, tasked with keeping watch, would not mind getting dirty tonight, as he would not be given the privilege of sitting in the bag. Upon reaching the 8th floor, she encountered the two unsavory brothers. The taller one, grinning lewdly, asked, "Little sister, where are you off to? You seem quite busy during the day and night. Why not come to our place for a chat?" As he reached out to embrace Lin Xi, she swiftly twisted his arm, eliciting a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Ah! Lin Xi disdainfully released his arm and delivered a sidekick, sending him sliding far away. Drawing her dagger, she glared at the other. "Still want to chat?" The shorter man, terrified, fled at once. Lin Xi was aware that others lurked in the shadows, spying on her. With her mental prowess, she warned them. "Thinking of laying a hand on me? We shall see if your life is sturdy enough. I dare to enter and exit alone. And I certainly do not regard you as a threat. If you're not afraid of death, come and test it." She was not angered. Being targeted was anticipated. These individuals could easily meet their demise with a mere gesture, yet the rescue teams from the military would occasionally patrol to deter trouble, so less hassle was preferable. Chapter 70. Encountering Highwaymen. When Lin Xi reunited with Zhao Ziyong and Su Guangqing, they inquired about the earlier commotion, primarily due to the loud scream. Not sensing any murderous intent from her, Zhao Ziyong cautioned, "If you find yourself unable to strike, just let me know." Lin Xi chuckled lightly. "All right, if it's inconvenient, I'll call on you." The speedboat traveled in a straight line, reaching their destination in just over 40 minutes. Approaching the Tiansheng building, Lin Xi cut the engine and switched to paddling with a wooden oar to avoid alarming others. Upon getting closer, she found a broken window, confirming that someone had indeed entered. Feigning the need to hide the speedboat, she instructed the two to enter first. After 10 minutes, she stowed the speedboat in her space and jumped in to join them. They entered Building B of the Tiansheng complex, which primarily housed commercial enterprises, including a live streaming company. The lower floors had likely been searched multiple times. Thus, the trio decided to split into two groups. Lin Xi would search upwards from the 55th floor, while Zhao Ziyong and Su Guangqing would descend from the 54th, with plans to regroup at the 40th floor. Lin Xi sprinted with Lin Wuwu in tow. Reaching the 55th floor, which was dominated by financial firms, there wasn't even a cafeteria. Only a tea area with some bottled water, snacks, and instant noodles. She took half of the bottled water, deeming the rest unworthy and leaving it for future scavengers. The 56th and 57th floors were also financial companies, as was the 58th. Why are there so many financial firms? Is the finance industry that prosperous? Lin Xi pondered, perplexed. She ascended 2 more floors and finally reached a level not occupied by financial institutions, filled instead with small companies such as design firms, advertising agencies, and law offices. Lin Xi selectively gathered some bottled water, small bread, instant noodles, and hygiene products. Upon reaching the 60th floor, she discovered it housed a live streaming company. Using her military hydraulic scissors, she effortlessly breached the main doors, searching through the rooms. The first room sold clothing? Useless for her needs, she passed. The second offered bedding? She took half. The third sold maternity products and baby formula? She claimed half. The fourth specialized in adult products with colorful and plush items. She declined most, but took the raincoats, thinking they might appeal to someone. The fifth room sold laundry detergent? She took half. The sixth offered wuchang rice? Perhaps just samples, but she collected all 300 pounds. The seventh sold cosmetics? Likely of little interest to anyone. She collected all. The eighth room dealt with pet supplies? She kept half the cat food and litter, disposing of the rest. As she continued through the floors, from 61 to 65, they were occupied by real estate companies. Not wanting to scurry about aimlessly, she sought the cafeteria, pleasantly surprised to find 2, an employee cafeteria and a guest cafeteria. The employee cafeteria was stocked with over 1,000 pounds of rice, flour, salt, sugar, spices, and cooking oil, of which she took the majority. The guest cafeteria, however, though lavishly decorated, held ingredients long past their prime in the cold storage. The only provisions they could gather were rice and flour. However, they were fortunate to have secured some dried goods, such as enormous dried scallops, abalone, dried oysters, dried sea cucumbers, shiitake mushrooms, bird's nest, and shark fins. Additionally, there were dozens of barrels of spring water for tea, unopened tea leaves, candies, red wine, and a complete set of crystal wine utensils. Lin Xi collected all these items in one go, deeming it a fruitful haul. She decided not to gather anything further, leaving the rest for those who would come after. Lin Xi, accompanied by Lin Wuwu, hurriedly descended the stairs. Upon reaching the 40th floor, she placed the 500 pounds of rice on the ground, wrapping it in a large piece of curtain fabric in 2 layers before carrying it up to the 40th floor. Zhao Ziyong and Su Guangqing had also found rice and cooking oil, indicating that everyone was indeed heading towards the cafeteria. The trio, burdened with nearly 1,000 pounds of rice and oil, gradually made their way down to the 20th floor. Lin Wu leaned against the stairwell door and gently called out, "Someone's coming." Startled, Lin Xi realized she had been so focused on carrying the rice that she hadn't noticed. Glancing at her companions, Zhao Ziyong appeared relatively unbothered, while Su Guangqing was panting heavily. Lin Xi tossed them each a bottle of water and retrieved her own water jug. Extending her consciousness, she detected 9 individuals ascending from the 19th floor. Lin Xi signaled to Zhao Ziyong to prepare himself. He nodded and discreetly wrote a few words in Su Guangqing's palm. They were laden with too much to easily retreat, and besides, they were not intimidated by anyone. It would hardly be appropriate to simply eliminate everyone upon arrival. They opted to sit on the staircase, taking a moment to sip water. Indeed, 9 individuals emerged, led by a burly, bald man with a scarred face, appearing to be in his 30s and clad in a filthy black coat that glistened with grease. He struck the steel pipe in his hand against the stairs, producing a loud clanging noise. I wondered why there was such a ruckus today. It's you lot. Quite the haul you've got here. You've disturbed me, Scarface, and I can't get any sleep because of you. I'm here to catch this group of rats." Zhao Ziyong and Lin Xi chose to ignore him, prompting Su Guangqing to stand up.
Scarface, right?
"This place is quite large. We haven't made any noise to disturb you, have we? The noise you're making is what's bothering others." Scarface was no fool. The fact that these individuals had managed to gather so much indicated their capabilities. He refrained from attacking immediately, intent on gauging their strength. Upon assessing, he noticed that 2 of them seemed too fatigued to even speak, which only amused him further. "Ha ha ha, this is my territory and you've stolen my possessions, disturbing my rest. What's the matter? Still want to deny it? What do you intend to do?" Lin Xi inquired. Scarface's eyes lit up. He hadn't noticed the woman sitting on the ground.
"Oh,
There's even a little lady. Good, good. Brothers, tonight won't be a loss. She looks rather tender. We'll enjoy ourselves before sending her up. The rest of the group jeered with malicious intent. Zhao Jiong sighed. How about this? We return your belongings and you let us leave, all right? You really are oblivious. Aren't you? You don't even know how to write death when it's staring you in the face. Hand over everything you have, including your clothes. The items are ours. What will you give back? You owe us double. If you don't, ha ha ha, you'll be working to repay your debts. Lin Xi stood up, moving a bit closer to ask, what kind of work? How do you intend to repay? Scarface gazed at Lin Xi in awe. Although she merely wore camouflage, her beauty and charisma were entirely unlike the jaded women below. He had never anticipated encountering such a stunning woman in the apocalypse. He wouldn't have dared to dream of it before. But now, he felt emboldened to indulge in his desires, and as these thoughts consumed him, he became increasingly agitated. Chapter 71. One could consider this an act of purging harm from society. Scarface leered at Lin Xi. Ha ha ha, sister, do as you please. The surrounding group erupted into mocking laughter. Scarface, don't forget about the brothers. Su Guangqing trembled with anger. You. How can you do this? You're breaking the law. Where did this fool come from? Still living in a dream. Yes, we are breaking the law. What will you do about it? Call the police, perhaps? The gang members were utterly brazen, with the youngest among them barely 15 or 16. Lin Xi turned her back to Scarface, gesturing to Zhao Jiong with her hands raised. Shrugging her shoulders and shaking her head to express her regret, it was clear that the trouble had found her rather than the other way around. Zhao Jiong nodded and suddenly leaped towards the group, swiftly slashing at their throats with a dagger. The gang members, startled and enraged, swung their steel pipes and knives at him, but the speed was utterly inadequate against Zhao Jiong. In that split second, Lin Xi hurled a fireball at Scarface, watching as he transitioned from a loud scream to an eerie silence. She then proceeded to slit the throats of the remaining assailants one by one, witnessing their desperate struggles. Feeling a twinge of sympathy, Lin Xi sent a small fireball to each, reducing them to charred remnants. The screams echoed through the air. Lin Xi counted. Something was amiss. All 9 had turned to ash, yet they still cried out. Zhao Jiong examined the pile of charred remains, fished a pack of tissues from his pocket, and wiped the blood from his hands, muttering in dissatisfaction. Next time, let us leave the clothes on. Burning them is such a waste. Lin Xi pointed over to Su Guangqing, who was nearly in a state of madness. Encountering a band of robbers had been thrilling enough, yet his good neighbor had eliminated them all in under a minute. Lin Xi, the usually demure girl, was now conjuring flames, flames, flames. Su Guangqing patted his chest, reassuring himself, it's fine, really, it's fine. Lin Xi looked at his trembling legs with pity and pressed down on them. You'll get used to it soon. Lin Xi decided to grant him a moment of space, rising to consult with Zhao Jiong. They had claimed this territory. Surely, there were more than just 9 individuals, considering Scarface's tone. There were likely others, perhaps even captives they had imprisoned for amusement. They were unconcerned. But what if ordinary people came next? Would they be able to escape their clutches? It was better to eradicate the threat entirely. Did you bring any weapons? If there are many, using knives could leave some behind. I did, and I even brought silencers. I'll hand them over shortly. Su Guangqing's legs, which had nearly stopped shaking, began to tremble once more as he swallowed hard, realizing what he had heard. Oh no, I didn't hear anything. Wait, were they planning something? What would he do? Woo-woo, are you here to help protect him? When I return, I shall bring you something delicious. Lin Xi gently patted the cat's head, and after a moment of coyness, it agreed to take on the task assigned by Lin Wu. Zhao Jiong added, Brother Su, please wait for us here for a while. If anyone approaches, just hide with Wu, and don't worry about the belongings left here.
Su Guangqing,
forcing himself to remain calm, replied, Rest assured, I will wait for you right here. He then glanced at his bodyguard, a stout and robust little cat, proudly holding its head high. Zhao Jiong carried his M9, fully loaded, and Lin Xi handed him an additional 100 rounds, along with a silencer, a night vision device, and a bulletproof vest. Let us keep the noise to a minimum, she said, equipping herself with an M9 fitted with a silencer. Once she extended her mental energy, She sensed a gathering of 40 to 50 individuals on the 18th floor, with no apparent guards, indicating that the 9 individuals they were after must be there. She took out a life detector and showed it to Zhao Ziyong. He gasped in astonishment, but could only whisper, "You even have this?" Lin Xi scoffed. "This is what we call being professional." The 18th floor was extravagantly decorated. No wonder that group had chosen this level. With masks on, Lin Xi and Zhao Ziyong infiltrated. The life detector indicated that the largest rooms accommodated a total of 25 people, while 2 smaller rooms each contained a dozen or so individuals, locked inside, evidently the captives. After perceiving with her mental energy, Lin Xi signaled to Zhao Ziyong, and they simultaneously burst through the doors. The effectiveness of the silencer was undeniable.
Puffed, puffed, puffed.
Gunshots rang out, startling the captives, yet none thought to flee. Instead, they rushed to attack the 2. It wasn't until only 4 or 5 remained that someone shouted, "Guns! They have guns! Run!" But alas, it was too late. None of that group survived. Lin Xi refrained from setting fire to the bodies, knowing the abundance of flammable materials in the vicinity could easily ignite. She opened several rooms, only to find them stocked with food. "Shall we take some?" she inquired of Zhao Ziyong. He shook his head, saying, "Let them keep it. We cannot carry it all." In truth, Lin Xi could have taken it, but she chose not to. Eventually, they unlocked the 2 rooms, discovering the captives were separated by gender. Upon opening the doors, a foul stench assaulted Lin Xi, prompting her to hold her breath and retreat. Zhao Ziyong was met with the brunt of it, frowning as he remarked, "That group is dead. You may leave now." "Really? Are we finally being rescued? Who are you? Are you the police? Why did it take you so long to come? Do you have any idea what we've been through?" The room erupted with screams, curses, and wails. Lin Xi looked to the ceiling, removed the silencer, and fired a shot at the ceiling. After a cacophony of screams, silence fell. "We are not the police. We are here for revenge. Today, we are in a good mood, so we want to kill you. But try cursing again." Lin Xi glared at them. "Let us go." Zhao Ziyong, wishing to avoid further conversation, holstered his weapon and turned to leave. The plight of those captives must have been dire. Yet such circumstances did not alter the fact that some individuals inherently fear the strong and bully the weak. The gang they encountered was of comparable size and unarmed. Why couldn't they unite in resistance? Even with sacrifices, it would be better than living in servitude and oppression. At the moment she opened the door, Lin Xi caught sight of several individuals exchanging hostile, hate-filled glances. Chapter 72. The Tale Left Unattended. This sentiment filled Lin Xi with repulsion. She chose to avoid it, preferring to be a villain rather than a savior, finding greater comfort in the former.
Haha, you?
A villain? Zhao Ziyong chuckled, doubled over with laughter. Observing Lin Xi's dark expression, he patted her head. "You know, true villains don't boast about their murderous intentions. They merely smile and claim you will always be their brother, and then, when you least expect it, bang. A fatal shot from behind. Now let us hurry." When Lin Xi next encountered Su Guangqing, he appeared considerably calmer, working alongside Zhao Ziyong to transport supplies downwards. Lin Xi excused herself to search for a concealed speedboat, hastening her steps to place it into the water. The trio loaded their found supplies onto the boat and set off. Midway, they spotted another vessel approaching them. Lin Xi and Zhao Ziyong exchanged wary glances, quickly crouching down to hide their heads. Su Guangqing, visibly anxious, gripped the wooden paddle and whispered, "Are they here to rob us?" The 2 nodded randomly, exchanging furtive glances. Lin Xi remarked, "The individuals aboard that boat resemble Yi Chun. Could they also be heading to Tiansheng Tower?" Zhao Ziyong replied, "This is bad. We didn't retrieve the bullets, and the scene is not cleaned up." Lin Xi responded, "In this apocalypse, who has the time to clean up every murder scene?" Zhao Ziyong retorted, "You novice. Do you understand what traces means?" Overall, this excursion yielded satisfactory results. Lin Xi only claimed 300 jin of rice and 2 canisters of cooking oil, while the remaining milk, hygiene products, and snacks were divided between them. She also distributed some dried scallops, abalone, sea cucumbers, and bird's nest from her backpack. Concerned that Lin Xi might have taken too little, they hesitated to accept. Lin Xi encouraged them to take it home to make congee, suggesting it would be nourishing for their family, prompting silence from both men. Zhao Ziyong urged Su Guangqing, take it, or she will waste it. What do you mean? Are you looking down on us? Lin Xi protested. What's wrong with making kanji? I excel at it. What's the issue? It must be said that Lin Xi and Zhao Ziyong shared a mutual understanding. On the boat heading towards Tianxing Tower stood none other than Yi Chen. Yi Chen had received intelligence that a group was holed up in Tianxing Tower, treating it as their own territory and establishing a rule that any intruders would face death, completely trampling on Yi Chen's bottom line. With the electricity and network down and police resources severely strained, news about such gang-related criminal activities typically reached military rescue teams or was reported to supply points, ultimately landing in Yi Chen's hands. After confirmation from scouts, Yi Chen and his team took on the task of eliminating the threat. As Yi Chen and his team stealthily approached Tianxing Tower, they discovered chaos within, accompanied by faint cries. The captives had escaped. Upon further inspection, they found that over 20 individuals from the gang were dead, and on the 20th floor, there were multiple bloodstains and 9 piles of charred remains, which together coincided with the number of the gang members. Su Qiuming reported to Yi Chen, Captain, by the time we arrived, the survivors had already been freed. According to their accounts, 2 individuals clad in camouflage and wearing masks came seeking revenge, 1 male and 1 female, with heights below 1.8 meters and 1.75 meters respectively, both in shoes. They claimed that these 2 had killed their captors and opened the doors for them, leaving them unattended. There were ample supplies here, but those 2 did not take anything. Furthermore, of the 9 who perished on the 20th floor, 25 were shot, either in the head or aimed at the heart, displaying a high degree of professionalism. Look at this. Yi Chen focused on the M9 bullet in his hand, American-made goods. Su Qiuming expressed his concern exactly. I'm worried they might be spies.
Yi Chen chucked it softly. Spies?
What would they gain? They don't want supplies or territory. This is not their style. They thrive on chaos. If they truly are spies, then they are undoubtedly kindred spirits, lamenting the missed opportunity of their acquaintance. Su Qiuming nodded. Indeed. But who could it possibly be? When we arrived, the body was still warm. Either they remain within the building, or they have closely followed in our footsteps. Should we now conduct a thorough search of the entire structure? Yi Chen's lips curled into a smile. How long would it take to search such a vast edifice? With such time, we could easily embark on 2 more missions. At least for now, the opposing party harbors no ill will towards us. Su Qiuming countered. Yet, the severity with which they wield their firearms poses a potential threat. Regardless of whether the weapons belong to the police or the prison, they have long been entrusted to the military for management, specifically to prevent criminal organizations from wielding arms. Without firearms, these gangs are significantly weakened, enabling more efficient operations and minimizing casualties. Yi Chen patted him on the shoulder. I am well aware. To reduce someone to charred remains without the use of any accelerants, what other power could achieve that besides pyrokinesis? A mere mask to obscure their faces is of little use. Their heights and attire are already known. They are proficient with American-made firearms and bullets, delivering lethal strikes with precision. The woman possesses a foul temper, issuing threats, yet generously leaving behind such a plethora of supplies. Furthermore, the speedboat we encountered in the dead of night. At that moment, I sensed someone watching us, but when I turned to look, I only saw a solitary figure aboard. I also recalled the girl with immense strength who devoured half a table of food and threatened the chef with a steel pipe, demanding a monthly supply. Perhaps it is time to pay a visit to my former captain. Upon arriving home, Lin Xi entered her space, and Lin Wuwu felt a sense of accomplishment. Her small chest puffed out proudly. I know, our Wuwu is quite formidable. What would this household do without you? Lin Xi first offered verbal praise, followed by a reward of ice cream. As for the ice cream machine, it has been depleted, and the raw materials have yet to be replenished. She brought Lin Wuwu to the activity room in her space, rinsed off the foul water from her body, and placed her into a small bathtub, adding a few drops of the newly acquired shower gel. Lin Wuwu sniffed and expressed her delight, insisting they use this fragrance again next time. Lin Xi was equally fond of it, feeling that today's Wuwu resembled a little baby with a milky scent. Su Guangqing returned home and recounted the events of the day to his wife, Wu Lingxiu, who was both astonished and delighted. She was astonished at how Lin Xi had acquired such formidable abilities without her knowledge, uncertain if it was a blessing or a curse. However, she was pleased that regardless of the outcome, in this apocalyptic world, any additional skill enhances the chances of survival. Su Guangqing, however, felt a twinge of unease, thinking that they had benefited from their association with these two families. Wu Lingxiu reassured him. Cici is not one to hold grudges. She arranged for us to stay opposite Xiao Zhao, indicating her intention to look out for us. Just remember this kindness in your heart, and be sure to repay her when the opportunity arises. Su Guangqing was not one to dwell on trivialities. The shock he experienced today was simply overwhelming. With his wife's comforting words, his spirits gradually settled. Zhao Ziyong had returned home feeling rattled, unsure why he felt so vulnerable. Normally decisive in his actions, he felt a profound sense of trepidation when faced with his former comrades. Being a mercenary, he felt diminished, especially after having taken a life. Encountering Yi Chen again left him regretting not having removed the bullet, leaving loose ends. Chapter 73. Lin Xi's charismatic authority. Consequently, everyone lacked the motivation to venture outside, and they decided that until the torrential rain ceased, all three families would remain indoors, waiting for the ice to solidify before resuming work. Little did they know that while they chose to stay in, Yi Chen had arrived at their doorstep with Su Qiuming and Zhou Yi. During these days of seclusion, Wu Lingxiu had been busy with Lin Xi and Zhao Xiaoxiao, kneading dough to make steamed buns, dumplings, and buns. Although Lin Xi claimed no particular talent, she found great joy in the process. Zhao Xiaoxiao, however, demonstrated remarkable skill, even crafting a small cat from the dough, which won Lin Wu's affection. Lin Xi's steamed buns and dumplings were merely passable, and she was hopeless at shaping the dough, leading Lin Wu to encourage her to come over daily. Lin Xi had no choice but to bring along some flour, pork, and cabbage each time, as she couldn't keep borrowing from others. Why did you bring more supplies? I've already told you I have plenty. Wu Lingxiu chided her. Lin Xi, linking her arm with Wu Lingxiu's, replied with a grin. Why be so particular? Wu Wu and I have been enjoying ourselves, so why not share the bounty? Wu Lingxiu tapped her forehead gently, whispering, Please, no more supplies. If you keep bringing things, Xiao Zhao will start copying you, and that won't be good. Lin Xi leaned in closer, softly saying, It's all right. If he gives you something, just accept it. He's not a stingy person. Wu Lingxiu found herself unable to argue, merely calculating in her mind to have them take back more buns and dumplings when they returned. Thus, when Zhao Ziyong heard a knock at the stairwell door, he initially thought it was Lin Xi again. However, upon approaching, he was taken aback to find it was Yi Chen. After a moment of surprise, he hurriedly opened the door. Just as he did, Su Guangqing walked by, mentioning that Xiao Xiao had asked him to retrieve something. Upon seeing Su Guangqing, Yi Chen was reminded of their encounter that fateful night on the speedboat. Yet, he said nothing, merely exchanging a knowing smile with Zhao Ziyong, which made him feel uneasy, prompting him to usher them inside quickly. Yi Chen was not alone. He brought Su Qiuming and Zhou Yi with him, all of whom bore gifts. They had brought diesel, rice, flour, and charcoal, items in high demand. Before Zhao Ziyong could decline, Su Qiuming preemptively stated, This is Ye's share. He has no need for it, and brought it for you. Zhao Ziyong felt he could not refuse and simply replied, Thank you. I have enough supplies, and with so many of you, all having families to care for. Don't worry about me next time. Yi Chen surveyed the room. Noticing Zhao Ziyong's words rang true, the house still had electricity, indicating a working generator that could still utilize diesel. What's yours is yours, and this is our goodwill. By the way, where is Miss Lin? I thought she lived across from you? Zhao Ziyong replied, She lives across, but in the other building. What made you think of her? Yi Chen casually sipped from his cup and remarked, Oh, nothing much. She gifted several young soldiers a good number of candies last time, so I wanted to thank her. We can go find her later. Hearing this, Zhao Ziyong quickly stood up, saying, She isn't home right now. She should be across the way. I'll fetch her for you. He found Lin Xi and conveyed that Yi Chen was looking for her. For me? What does he want? Lin Xi asked, puzzled. Zhao Ziyong hesitated, explaining that Yi Chen had come to express his gratitude. But then he wondered aloud if Yi Chen might have realized they were responsible for that night's events. So what if he knows? I'm not afraid of him. Can he take me on? Let me tell you, I have heavy artillery. If he provokes me, I could launch a shell. Lin Xi declared. her assertive demeanor on full display. All right, I'm only worried about you. Zhao Ziyong replied, bemused. Yes, coming to thank you, so just accept it. As for everything else, play dumb. Remember, no outbursts, no temper tantrums, and no threats. Lin Xi huffed. I understand. I was just speaking offhandedly. I had no real intention of doing anything to them. Why are you so uptight? Suddenly, Zhao Ziyong turned back, exclaiming, I almost forgot, no setting fires either. Upon encountering Yi Chen, Lin Xi found him quite handsome. However, an intangible barrier seemed to shroud him, rendering him inscrutable. When Yi Chen spotted Lin Xi, a smile graced his features. Miss Lin, it is a pleasure to see you again. Zhao Ziyong, with a jovial demeanor, interjected. We are well acquainted now. Just call her Lin Xi. Lin Xi, however, regarded him with an impassive glare, lightly nodding. Then, as you wish, Lin Xi. You may call me Yi Chen. Lin Xi lazily settled into her seat, a faint smile tugging at her lips. What do you require of me?
Yi Chen, undeterred.
Responded with the warmth of a spring breeze. Please extend my gratitude to those children. They were initially hesitant to accept, but I assured them we were friends, which put their minds at ease. Lin Xi's expression softened slightly. You ought to be the one to thank. You encourage them to accept. I merely believe they are still so young and must confront such a terrifying era and its populace. She felt powerless to assist, offering only trivial tokens to alleviate her own conscience, yet paradoxically found herself receiving their gratitude, which only deepened her discomfort. They were not so young anymore, and she feared there would be even younger ones to come. Yi Chen's smile faded, but he rallied with renewed vigor. I wonder if you have any extra candies on hand. I would like to trade for a few, either with points or supplies. I wish to occasionally reward the soldiers. His words softened Lin Xi's perception of him. A person who cared for soldiers was hardly objectionable. I will search upon my return. I should have some. Lin Xi feigned contemplation. Yi Chen's delight was palpable as he cheerfully exclaimed, That would be splendid. Lin Xi, may I inquire about your ability level? Both Zhao Ziyong and Lin Xi were caught off guard by this unexpected question. Silence enveloped the room for several heartbeats. Zhao Ziyong scrutinized Lin Xi, anxious that her temperament might ignite a fiery outburst. Why was it me? Lin Xi gazed at him with a bemused expression.
Yi Chen regarded her earnestly.
It cannot be Brother Yong. I asked him if he had awakened his powers, and he said no. Brother Yong would never deceive me. Lin Xi languidly turned her gaze towards Zhao Ziyong. Oh, is that so? Zhao Ziyong hung his head in shame. These young ones were growing increasingly unscrupulous, even ensnaring him. Chapter 74, The Predator's Team. Yi Chen wasted no time, stating directly, the 9 charred bodies found at the Tiansheng building indicate an extraordinarily high temperature of the flames. I have witnessed many fire abilities, yet none could achieve such a crisp state. We examined the evidence and discovered that, apart from that gang and the detained survivors, 3 others, along with a cat, were present. He produced a plastic bag containing a fine hair. Unbelievable. They even found cat hair. Lin Xi exclaimed in astonishment. Zhao Ziyong cleared his throat and exchanged a knowing glance with her. The atmosphere grew slightly awkward, prompting Yi Chen to continue. As for the other individual and the cat, it appears they did not engage in combat. Lin Xi shot him a furious glare. Why even mention whether the cat fought? Do you think I would know? Zhou Yi hastily interjected, Sister, Yi Captain means no harm. He hasn't disclosed this to anyone. Lin Xi's menacing glare swiftly shifted towards him, and Su Qiuming, what? Do you two not count as people? Both men trembled slightly. Yi Chen, leisurely sipping water, remarked, Actually, if you wish to eliminate the threat, I wouldn't object. Su Qiuming and Zhou Yi looked at Lin Xi with tearful eyes. Sister, you are my real sister. Why not let us follow you? And you can deal with that heartless captain. Their pitiful wailing sent chills down Lin Xi's spine. Was this an attempt to repulse her? Zhao Ziyong could no longer bear it, waving his hand. Enough of this nonsense. We are adults. What is the matter?
Speak.
Yi Chen straightened and soberly addressed them. As I mentioned earlier, besides the regular military squads, there are now some auxiliary teams primarily composed of ability users or capable ordinary individuals. They can register to carry firearms and undertake urgent tasks such as eradicating criminal gangs. During times of personnel shortages, we invite them to join our missions, of course, all compensated with points. Thus, I hope we can collaborate in the future. Lin Xi was skeptical. But have you considered the ramifications if they register with the army and then exploit that opportunity to cause chaos? In my previous life, such teams initially operated under military oversight but frequently committed heinous acts under the guise of the army, with few genuinely dedicated to exterminating mutated flora and fauna. Indeed, there will always be such individuals, regardless of time or place. In the past, we could eliminate a few and offer reformation opportunities. However, now, we can confirm a threat and eliminate it on the spot, publicizing the actions at all supply and rescue points as a deterrent. Yi Chen concluded with a hint of resignation. At present, there were no better solutions. They were currently stationed at 4 major supply points, maintaining basic provisions while deploying mobile rescue teams for both patrol and deterrent purposes. There would always be those who sought to seize resources from others, and if the rescue teams encountered them, they would eliminate them on the spot. Yet, more often than not, these individuals would hide upon sighting the rescue teams, making it challenging for them to be located, leading to reports being filed. The military did not possess the manpower to pursue one-on-one investigations, focusing instead on dismantling criminal organizations as a priority. Lin Xi recognized a significant shift from her previous life. At this juncture, leaders were tirelessly engaged in rescue efforts, fervently believing that if they could endure the current calamity, things would soon improve. However, the outcome was a scattered military force being systematically dismantled, with increasing soldier casualties, and the supplies and weapons provided by the leaders being seized by rival factions, leaving survivors to either ally with powerful gangs or perish in despair. Yet in this life, if the military strength could be preserved and the criminal gangs eradicated preemptively, those factions should no longer possess the capability to turn against the army. Zhao Ziyong, eager to speak, was silenced by Lin Xi's fierce gaze. Raising an eyebrow, Lin Xi articulated, "So, Captain Yi, what you are implying is, in the presence of the genuine, one speaks no falsehood. Both you and Brother Yong possess formidable abilities. The military is indeed in dire need of personnel. More so than you may imagine. I hope you can join us. Simply register a small team under the military. There are no further constraints. You may select your tasks, and whether to accept them is entirely your choice. If I require your assistance for a particular mission, I will compensate you with points, and, of course, you may decline that task." Zhao Ziyong attempted to speak again, but Lin Xi anticipated this, preemptively stating, "Should we be required to act? I fear your points may not suffice." Zhao Ziyong cast an accusatory look her way, and she returned his glare. Yi Chen chuckled as he observed their exchange. Such an arrangement is, of course, mutually beneficial. If our points do not suffice, you may decline. Lin Xi regarded Yi Chen, who appeared cheerful yet concealed darker intentions. Feeling vexed by his eloquence, his words were more persuasive than a song. Should he truly have a matter that required their aid, Zhao Ziyong would undoubtedly rush to offer his assistance, all while professing mutual consent. She was not naive enough to believe Yi Chen had not considered this. Regardless, whether they formed a small team or not, it would not change the fact that the ineffectual old Zhao would eagerly engage in such a disadvantageous deal. Lin Xi felt a sense of grievance, letting out a cold hum before proudly declaring, "Then our team shall receive the utmost treatment." "No problem," Yi Chen readily agreed. "Sister, may I know the name of our team?" Zhou Yi eagerly approached her, fiddling with some device. "We shall be called the Decepticons team." At that moment, Lin Wu suddenly leaped into Lin Xi's arms, startling everyone in the room, who were oblivious to its arrival. Lin Xi winced at the sight of its eyes. Adorned with a makeshift white cloth, crafted to shield its round figure from flour, giving it the comical appearance of a plump chef's apron that was too small. Lin Wu had been eavesdropping for a while most of it eluded its comprehension, it grasped that they were forming a team. It squirmed and rolled around in Lin Xi's embrace, exclaiming, "Ah Wu, I want to be the captain." Unable to resist the charming antics of the little creature, Lin Xi promptly said, "Decepticons team." "All right, sister." Zhou Yi chimed in, puzzled. "Why not call it the Thunderstrike team?" What is so impressive about Thunderstrike? Lin Wu, now well-versed in animated series, displayed its disdain for the name. Zhou Yi found the cat's threatening gaze utterly adorable, suppressing the urge to pet it, and smiling broadly, determined not to hinder the captain's proceedings. "Decepticons team is splendid. Hee hee, let's first register Brother Yong and Sister, and if we have more members later, just let us know. Also, weaponry needs to be reported. Of course, we can provide weapons too. Lin Xi replied sullenly, no need. We have two M9s.
Ye Chen chuckled.
Finding Lin Xi amusing, she boasted fiercely about her interests, but shunned even the weapons offered to her. Perhaps it was that her own arsenal was already substantial? Chapter 75. Lin Xi's Indignation. Yi Chen glanced at Lin Wu, contemplating that should any mutated beasts appear that could not be tamed, they would have to be exterminated. However, some were domesticated, such as military and police dogs, which had become more intelligent and obedient, thus requiring registration to prevent accidental harm. There were also common pets like rabbits and parrots. Lin Xi understood and suggested, let us add Lin Wu as a member. She observed Zhou Yi tinkering with his device and curiously inquired, can your network still function? Zhou Yi shook his head, no, it doesn't. This device stores the collected information. I will send it back to the base once I return to our station, where it will be entered into the system. When you enter the base, your information will be complete. It can even record video as proof of task completion. Zhao Ziyong, equally intrigued, asked, without electricity or internet, how can it be sent to the base? Do we send someone? Su Qiuming approached with a small box, opening it for him to see, a telegraph machine. It's a bit cumbersome, but it's functional. It has been improved. You input text, and it can automatically send messages. Team leader Yi has set aside a set for you, so you can easily contact us. By the way, here's the manual. Would you prefer I teach you? Or will you self-study? Zhao Ziyong looked at Lin Xi, who scoffed dismissively. Dream on, she had no intention of learning. Lin Xi decided to leave Zhao Ziyong to contend with these trifles alone but discovered that Yi Chun had followed her to Wu Lingxi's home. Surprisingly, he was exceptionally skilled at making dumplings, even crafting small figures and kittens, which delighted Lin Wu immensely. Seeing Lin Xi's frown, it nuzzled against her, exclaiming, Ah Wu, look, that's me, and this is you. Lin Xi glanced, and indeed saw the resemblance, though they were missing a clear treasure. Clearing her throat, she presented a picture of Elsa and asked stiffly, can you mold this? Yi Chen exchanged a knowing glance and nodded.
Wow.
I didn't realize you like the Snow Queen. Lin Xi could tell he misunderstood, and with a stern expression, she clarified, it's not me. It's Wu who likes her. Yi Chen could barely contain his laughter, yet he stifled it, fearing her wrath. It seemed someone had once said that explanations were merely veils, and it was no big deal for a young girl to admire a little princess or queen. He earnestly assured Lin Wu that he would mold her well. Lin Xi's frown deepened. She had come to understand Yi Chen's capabilities. Whenever he wished, he could cultivate relationships, charming everyone from Wu Lingxiu to Su Guangqing, Zhao Xiaoxiao to Lin Wu, all of whom thought highly of him. It was undeniable that he had a knack for winning hearts. When mealtime arrived, Wu Lingxiu and Zhao Ziyong insisted they stay for a few large plates of dumplings before permitting their departure. Lin Xi brought Yi Chen back home, searching for the promised candies to exchange with him. Climbing the stairs was a trivial matter for both. Yi Chen sought to bridge the gap between them, engaging her in conversation, yet Lin Xi maintained her stoic silence. Are you angry?
Ye Chen inquired, observing her intently.
Lin Xi shot him a glare and continued to ignore him. Let me guess, you must be upset that everyone who gets along with you seems to favor me. Lin Xi couldn't help but scoff. Humph, childish. Yi Chen chuckled softly, adopting a teasing tone. Well then, allow me to add, I have a feeling your abilities must have awakened before the mist appeared, but I have no proof. Suddenly, Lin Xi halted, flames erupting to half her height. Yi Chen continued without turning, and I also feel you wouldn't harm me. It's just a feeling. Lin Xi thought fine, he seemed to have a point. She wouldn't actually kill him over this trivial matter. Yet, his incessant chatter was quite bothersome. He went on, so, you see, we will occasionally need to collaborate. A harmonious relationship benefits us all. Plus, I'm a great team leader. Last time, we scored 1,000 points, and I allocated 500 to your Decepticons team. We only received 500 for the cleanup. Lin Xi couldn't ignite him, feeling frustrated and disheartened, retorting, what cleanup? 500 points for what? To placate, manage, and escort survivors. If you prefer, I can leave that task for you next time, and I'll give you the points. How does that sound? I refuse. Setting fire is far simpler. Just imagining the scene made Lin Xi's expression contort. You're so young. Don't be so temperamental. No wonder you have fire abilities. Always so quick to ignite. Yi Chen babbled on, exasperating her further. What kind of person was he, more tiresome than the initially insincere smiles? Lin Xi began to seriously contemplate the feasibility of incinerating him. Thankfully, they reached the 18th floor. She had never found the ascent so torturous. Upon returning home, she instructed Yi Chen to wait in the living room while she pretended to fetch the candies from her bedroom. Yi Chen examined the sealed windows and the modified door, tapping here and there with curiosity. Lin Wu approached him, scolding, "Ah Wu, you aren't allowed to touch our things. Or I'll tell the one who scoops the litter." Though Yi Chen couldn't comprehend its words, he grasped the gist. Thus, he sat upright on the sofa, watching it. Satisfied with his response, Lin Wu rewarded him by sharing a bottle of its treasured happy water. Yi Chen found himself in a rather absurd situation, being treated by a cat. Lin Xi retrieved 10 bags of 500 grams of big white rabbit candy, 10 packs of 100 sticks of 3-in-1 coffee, and an additional 10 pounds of small packaged chocolates. She neatly packed them in a black plastic bag and handed it over to Yi Chen.
Surpriset, yeteneklimet.
Aren't you going to keep some for yourself? These items can't be purchased with points. Offering you points only puts you at a disadvantage. Lin Xi shrugged it off. She had just allocated 500 points to her small team and did not consider her due. Regardless of whether Yi Chen was attempting to curry favor or recruit her, she was unwilling to accept his points without merit. It's fine. I've saved up plenty of snacks. You take these for now. Our points are sufficient. If you come across anything rare in the future, just give it to me. Have you found the ice cream powder? That would do as well. Lin Xi casually mentioned a rather obscure item. Yi Chen lowered his gaze at the items, solemnly responding, "All right, I shall remember these. If there are any good things, I will save them for you." With a light-hearted demeanor, Lin Xi replied, "That's enough. No need to see me off."
Goodbye.
After nodding in acknowledgement, Yi Chen exited, clutching the black plastic bag and a bottle of soda.
Wait.
Lin Xi suddenly called out to him. Yi Chen turned, asking, "Is there something you need?" After a moment of hesitation, Lin Xi persisted. About the dough figurines. How long did you learn to make them?"
Yechan bilinket innocently.
Answering those dough figurines? Is there really a need to learn? You just mold them casually. Damn it. Just mold them casually, you say. In a fit of anger, Lin Xi slammed the door shut. Yi Chen stood before the closed door, his shoulders shaking, clenching his fists to suppress the urge to laugh like a chicken. He reminded himself not to laugh, as Lin Xi was clearly furious. Chapter 76, The Pitiable Wu-Wu, without a single underling. Lin Xi glared angrily at the door. Realizing that it was no wonder Yi Chen and old Zhao got along like brothers, they both had equally annoying mouths. After gulping down a bottle of water, Lin Xi finally calmed herself, reminding herself that she must not let that person provoke her. Turning around, she noticed Lin Wu sprawled on the coffee table, staring vacantly, clearly lost in thought. Had someone mocked its weight, causing the little one to feel insecure? Most likely that Yi Chen. She'd get back at him someday. Lin Xi feigned nonchalance as she settled onto the sofa, resting her chin on her hand, locking eyes with Lin Wu. "Boo, are you troubled?" Lin Wu finally tore its gaze away to look at her. It stood up and waddled into Lin Xi's embrace, nuzzling against her. "What's wrong? Who bullied our Wu?" Lin Xi affectionately kissed its forehead. "Ah Wu, I envy Captain Yi." It lamented. "What's so enviable about him? One day, I'll be able to make dough figurines too. It's not that impressive."
Ah oui, dog figurine?
What do you mean? Not dough figurines, but underlings. He has so many underlings, so impressive. But our obedient Wu doesn't have a single one. Not one at all. Underlings? Those aren't underlings. They're soldiers. His companions, comrades. Comrades? Lin Wu pondered deeply. Moments later, it slapped its chubby paw down. "Ah Wu, I want comrades too. Help me find some." Lin Xi suddenly felt she had dug herself into a pit. Where was she supposed to find comrades for it? That would be easier than finding underlings. Brave Lin Xi wasn't afraid of challenges. She resolved to pull herself out of this predicament. Cough, cough. Wu, let us think about this together. Analyzing it, what do you think they call Yi Chen's comrades? Captain Yi, right? If we find you underlings, what would they call you?
Boss?
That sounds even more impressive than Captain. Should we call you Boss Batian, or just Wu Boss? Lin Xi cast a furtive glance at the cat that had returned to the coffee table, observing its eyes sparkle before falling into contemplation. To sound grand, Boss Batian is undoubtedly more appealing, but for a catchy name, Wu Boss sounds better. How about this? You think it over, and once the storm passes, we'll look for stray military dogs or police dogs. They are obedient and disciplined, perfect as your underlings. As Lin Xi seized the opportunity, she slipped away, leaving behind a plump cat in the living room, tossing and turning, alternating between joy and sorrow. In the ensuing days, the torrential rain intensified, inducing a sense of despair. When the floodwaters reached the 8th floor of the complex, Lin Xi knew the rain was nearing its end. The extreme cold was approaching. During these days, rescue boats passed by, repeatedly broadcasting warnings about the impending chill. The relief packages distributed also contained small papers reminding recipients of the precautions to take against the extreme cold. Lin Xi had not collected a relief package, but she had observed them. The packages were available only to those without the means to purchase limited supplies and were distributed based on identification. Inside, there were 10 pounds of rice, 3 pounds of potatoes, 1 pound of soybeans, 10 blocks of 100-gram compressed biscuits, 30 water purification tablets, 30 pounds of charcoal, half a pound of dried vegetables, 2 ounces of salt, and 2 ounces of oil. While the supplies were modest, they symbolized the hope for survival. The purpose of distributing aid was to assist individuals in adapting to the apocalypse, helping them navigate through hardships, but the most crucial aspect of enduring was self-rescue. The existence of supply points and rescue teams represented the persistence of order, indicating that the populace had not been abandoned, and that the nation required its citizens to confront the challenges of the end times together. However, if one could only wait for rescue, they had already been cast aside by this harsh world, a cruel reality. Lin Xi calculated that since the onset of the apocalypse over a month ago, at least half of the households should have food reserves. The current order was already the best it would be for the next decade. The true test would commence after the extreme cold. As night fell, Lin Xi noted that the temperature had dipped to 0 degrees. She promptly activated the small boiler, opting for smokeless coal purchased abroad instead of honeycomb coal, and closed the small door. Watching the coal gradually glow red, Lin Xi left the boiler room with a sense of satisfaction. The interior was spacious, and it would take some time for the temperature to rise. Lin Wuwu had begun watching the Avengers, becoming increasingly impatient when Lin Xi walked by, blocking its view. Lin Xi chuckled, thinking, all right, fine. If you can watch Silent Hill, don't come whining for me to keep you company. Lin Wuwu claimed the large television in the living room, leaving Qing Bao to retreat to her own room to watch Sailor Moon. Lin Xi felt that tonight was different. It marked the onset of another disaster. Yet she found herself devoid of anyone to confide in, feeling like an empty nester. Wiping the fog off the window, she observed the rain easing up. Realizing that the temperature drop was imminent, she used the intercom to call Zhao Zhiyong and Wu Lingshu, advising them to be cautious tonight, as a sudden drop in temperature was likely, and to have their thickest clothing and blankets nearby. Lin Xi also went to bed, only to be awakened in the middle of the night by Lin Wuwu pawing at her. It pointed at the frost patterns on the glass, asking, "What is that?" She threw on her military coat and gazed outside at the cascading snowflakes. In some places, the standing water had turned white, indicating it was already freezing. Lin Xi picked up the intercom, calling out several times before receiving a reply. "As long as you're awake, you won't freeze to death in your sleep." Armed with her gun, she opened the door and stepped into the stairwell, shivering as the cold air enveloped her. She quickly activated her fire abilities to counter the chill. Facing the hollow section of the stairwell, Lin Xi aimed directly downwards and pulled the trigger. She fired 5 shots. Some struck the handrail, while others hit the stairs, each shot resonating with a resounding bang. Anyone who could sleep through such a cacophony was beyond salvation. Wrapping herself in her military coat, Lin Xi returned home, finally feeling the comforting warmth of her abode. Yet, upon her departure, she had not perceived the home's coziness. Chapter 77. Snowfall and Frigid Cold. Lin Xi glanced at the thermometer. Outside, the temperature plummeted to -20 degrees, while indoors it hovered around 4 or 5 degrees. Having remained inside for so long, the stark difference upon stepping outside and re-entering was striking. She added more coal to the boiler, stoking the flames to elevate the indoor temperature further. Lin Wuwu, who typically transformed into a feline form to indulge in her baby-like demeanor, discovered that her cat form was ill-suited for the cold. With a disgruntled "ah woo," she reverted to her tiger form, shaking off the chill. "Are you cold?" Lin Xi inquired, gently patting the tiger's large head. Lin Wu let out a plaintive "ah woo,"
Ah woo.
as if expressing her discontent. Her robust physique was hardly conducive to being cute and cuddly. Understanding her little companion's feelings, Lin Xi suggested, "Then, why not change back into your cat form? I've turned on the electric blanket on your bed, and you can snuggle under the covers. I'll also lay an electric blanket on the sofa in the living room, which you can use to warm up while watching television." Yet Lin Wu remained reluctant, her round, sparkling eyes gazing hopefully at her. Lin Xi began to comprehend. The weather tonight is frightfully harsh. Would you transform back into a cat and keep me company?" Finally content, Lin Wu changed back, promptly flopping onto the bed and using her little black paws to paw at the blankets. Lin Xi had no choice but to turn off the electric blanket in her room, then wiped her down with a large towel from head to tail before placing her at the bedside. After the commotion of the night, Lin Xi awoke to find it nearly 11 o'clock. The boiler was roaring, filling the room with warmth, and the temperature had risen to a comfortable degree. She relished this warmth. With the boiler, there was no need to heat water, which was quite convenient. Peering out the window, she observed that the heavy snow had not ceased throughout the night, cloaking the world in pristine white, a sight of breathtaking beauty. However, it was also dangerously cold, with temperatures continuing to drop, and if the snowfall persisted, even the 9th floor might be buried under snow. With such a heavy snowfall, breakfast would consist of lamb and angelica soup noodles. The chunks of lamb, rich and tender, were imbued with a delicate flavor, accompanied by the enticing aroma of the broth with a hint of angelica. Lin Xi ladled 2 generous scoops of the broth along with a hefty spoonful of lamb into the freshly cooked fine noodles, truly a delightful and warming meal. After her late breakfast, Lin Xi tidied up the house. The electric blanket on the living room sofa still needed to be spread out for easy access when required. She vacuumed the carpet, and though the furniture was sparse, it was wiped clean. After a brief session of hitting the sandbag in the living room and jogging for an hour, Lin Wu strolled into the living room, yawning. Lin Xi glanced at the clock. It was 2 in the afternoon. Was this a sign that Lin Wu had no intention of sleeping tonight? Peering out at the snow-laden world, Lin Wu sighed. It looks like the spirit realm. Lin Xi interrupted her reverie, presenting her a bowl of lamb and angelica soup noodles, prompting her to revert to her tiger form. How convenient it was to transform into a tiger for eating, yet to revert to a cat for cuddling and playfulness. After satisfying her hunger, Lin Wu remained enchanted by the snowy landscape outside. She perched by the window, gazing below. "Ah woo, shoveler, let us go out to play. I want to frolic in the snow." Lin Xi shrugged. "All right, let us go outside. We can't remain cooped up indoors indefinitely. We must adapt to this bitter cold. However, I'm unsure if the water has frozen solid. Let us go tomorrow. I want to play in the snow." Lin Wu conceded after some deliberation. Lin Xi gave an approving okay, and inquired if she wanted to return to the space and visit Disneyland, where they could also fish and catch shrimp. Lin Wu yawned widely, lounging on the sofa, tucking her big paws beneath her, and lethargically replied, "Ah woo, I'll stay here with you, shoveler. It's so cold outside. What would this home do without me?" That made sense, though Lin Xi couldn't quite grasp the reasoning. Lin Wu resumed watching Transformers, still unimpressed with Optimus Prime. Yet, upon hearing the mechanical sounds of transformation, she excitedly opened her mouth, mimicking the noises. Lin Xi retrieved several large purple clay pots, as the morning's lamb soup had been fragrant, and she decided to prepare several more pots. The following day, Lin Wu woke up early, scampering over to Lin Xi. Lin Xi, burying her head under the covers, protested, "It's only 8 o'clock. Don't you know that winter mornings are meant for lingering in bed?" Unfazed, Lin Wu hopped onto the bed and began to walk on Lin Xi. This hefty creature was quite the burden. Lin Xi shot up with a frown, pinching her in a fleshy area. "Awa," came the anguished cry. After breakfast and washing the dishes, Lin Xi prepared to head out. She donned a thermal outfit purchased from a research institute in the beautiful country, layered it with a thick wool sweater, and topped it with a khaki-colored mid-length down jacket. On her lower half, she wore down pants, topped with black fleece-lined windproof trousers. Her feet were clad in thick wool socks, lined with plush, and she slipped on khaki snow boots. With a hat that covered her ears, a fleece mask, and snow goggles, Lin Xi felt thoroughly equipped, even breaking a slight sweat indoors. Lin Wu, anxious, paced, twirled, and jumped. Ah Wu, are you ready yet? Humans can be so troublesome.
Awa.
Look at me. I don't need anything. Lin Xi chided her. If you truly don't want to wear it, I searched for ages to find this. Please, just try it on. It's freezing outside. Don't catch a cold.
Awa. I will not.
Lin Wu insisted, stamping her paws in frustration.
Fine.
Lin Xi thought of how, in the pre-apocalyptic world, others woke early to walk their dogs. Now, she was up early to walk a tiger. As soon as the door swung open, Lin Wu leaped out, dashing down the stairs. Lin Xi, slowly locking the door, followed her down. There was no choice. With so many layers, her movements were sluggish. Weighing over 100 pounds, Lin Wu had already reached the ground floor, joyfully rolling in the snow and frolicking about. Despite her own bulk, Lin Xi felt warm enough, and as she climbed out of the 9th floor stairwell window, she spotted Lin Wu waiting for her, at last exhibiting some sense of safety. She had instructed her the previous day on safety precautions. It was fine to go out, but she must stay close and not wander too far. To others, Lin Wu was not a tiger but merely a mound of delectable meat. In a moment of hunger, a desperate soul might think to take a bite, and if they encountered an ability user or someone armed, Lin Xi would be unable to rescue her. Chapter 78. Lin Wu, the snow enthusiast. Upon seeing Lin Xi emerge, Lin Wu excitedly circled around her, leaving a trail of paw prints in the snow. She deftly leaped from side to side, sometimes racing ahead, then joyfully bounding back towards Lin Xi. Lin Xi joined in the playful antics, dodging and weaving, and casually formed a large snowball, tossing it squarely at Lin Wu's face. Lin Wu, surprisingly unperturbed, opened her mouth wide and took a mouthful of snow, chewing contentedly. Lin Xi dashed ahead, with Lin Wu hot on her heels, quickly leaving her behind and letting out a triumphant howl towards the sky.
What?
The sound resonated with authority, momentarily stunning Lin Xi. How majestic!
Who could that be?
Is that her Wu cub? Lin Wu frolicked joyfully, only returning to Lin Xi after thoroughly indulging in her play. Now nearly a meter tall, Lin Wu followed closely beside Lin Xi. Her fur, after rolling in the snow, gleamed with a unique orange-golden hue, shimmering against the winter landscape. Both splendid and dazzling. Unable to resist, Lin Xi reached out to stroke her, noticing that her coat felt denser than the previous day. She couldn't help but marvel. Mutated creatures truly possess exceptional gifts. Previously, Lin Xi had worried about Lin Wu's diet, concerned that this beast, always following humans and consuming the same food, might not be receiving adequate nourishment, which could hinder her growth. She hesitated to inquire directly, fearing it might bruise Lin Wu's pride, and thus discreetly consulted Qing Bao. Qing Bao reassured her that Wu could replenish her energy by drinking well water alone, without needing to consume anything else. It seemed she merely craved those mundane, lifeless foods out of sheer desire. However, should there be any mutated animals in the future, Wu would be able to partake in their energy. With this revelation, Lin Xi felt a weight lift off her shoulders. Wasn't it just a child's penchant for unhealthy snacks? It was hardly a grave matter. Even adults indulged in such treats. Upon returning to the neighborhood, she encountered Zhao Ziyong and Su Guangqing, both bundled up like bears, their expressions tense as they scanned their surroundings. What's the matter? Why are you two down here? Just yesterday, during their conversation over the intercom, they advised Lin Xi to refrain from venturing out for a while to acclimatize. Zhao Ziyong and Su Guangqing had heard what they believed to be the roar of a tiger, suspecting the presence of a mutated creature, and had come down to investigate. They had called for her, but she was not home. Upon seeing her with Lin Wu, their eyes widened and their tone shifted. What is that? A tiger?
What? Foolish romance.
Lin Wu proudly displayed her formidable form, exhaling a huff. Hearing the familiar "awo," the two men were left speechless, their jaws agape. After a prolonged pause, Su Guangqing cautiously asked Lin Xi, Is this Wu? What? Of course. You must be intimidated by my majestic tiger form. Lin Wu looked down her nose at him. Although Zhao Ziyong didn't comprehend, he understood the implication. He muttered to himself, Has it mutated? Is it a throwback? If they all turn out like this, how will we cope in the future? Lin Xi felt exasperated. There was no way to clarify matters with them. Yet she didn't want Lin Wuwu to feel cornered or slighted. An idea struck her, and she pretended to pull out 4 unlabeled bottles of water from the large pocket of her down jacket. Look, I just found these on the road with Wuwu. She bit into one, and the water spilled everywhere. I thought she was mortally wounded, but it turned out she mutated. This is a rare find. You can have it. Just drink a little at a time, preferably mixed with water. Who knows, you might become a mutant like Wuwu. With newfound courage, Su Guangqing pinched Lin Wuwu's fur. But I don't see any blood. I rubbed her in the snow for ages, and my hands are still red. Lin Xi maintained her composure. Zhao Ziyong regarded her with a skeptical gaze. Then why don't you drink it? I already have. Perhaps because I am already a mutant, it has no effect on me. But it isn't poisonous. Lin Xi's expression was innocent and pure. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Su Guangqing unscrewed the cap and took a hearty swig. Feeling a surge of power rush through him before collapsing. He had long been troubled by his family's perceived shortcomings, and upon hearing that this water could grant them powers, he eagerly drank a large gulp. Zhao Ziyong quickly took the bottle from him, securing the cap. You said it was non-toxic.
Who knew he'd chug it down like that?
Besides, he isn't dead. I mentioned diluting it first. Are you sure? Will he die? At the very least, keep an eye on your neighbor. He's collapsed in the snow. If you don't do something soon, he'll freeze to death. Oh right, let me just prepare the water. Zhao Ziyong hoisted Su Guangqing up, his heart racing. Lin Xi's words, he had not taken to heart, but he trusted she wouldn't harm him. He was eager to gain powers himself. More so, he wished for Xiao Xiao to have abilities so they could protect themselves in this apocalyptic world. Yi Chen had mentioned that as time passed, firearms would become less effective against mutated flora and fauna, making the role of mutants increasingly vital in combating these threats. Thus, regardless of the truth in Lin Xi's claims, he felt compelled to try. What if it worked? With a playful heart, Lin Xi returned home with her satisfied Wuwu, shedding her layers of gear, feeling slightly overdressed as she had worked up a sweat outdoors. It appeared the thermal wear was more effective than she had anticipated. Once home, Lin Wuwu sprawled out in the middle of the living room, her tail flicking from side to side, exuding an air of comfort and freedom. Observing her, Lin Xi realized that Wuwu was still relishing the snow. It seemed the mighty Wuwu had quite the fondness for it. Naturally, Lin Xi couldn't deny her the joy of outdoor excursions. On days when she was too lazy to venture out, she would call Zhao Ziyong over the intercom, asking him to take Wuwu for a walk. Zhao Ziyong had no choice but to wait for her downstairs. Now that Wuwu had grown, the heavy snow blanketing the 9th floor hardly deterred her. She would leap down from the 11th floor, occasionally letting out a triumphant roar when she felt exuberant. This caused the entire building to be aware of the ferocious tiger residing on the 18th floor. Naturally, some residents raised concerns, claiming someone was keeping a tiger in the apartment, which stirred anxiety among the community. Ultimately, the matter was reported to Yi Chen. Upon receiving news from the Panshan community, he first consulted Zhao Ziyong. Zhao Ziyong found it difficult to explain, and thus concocted a tale, assuring Yi Chen that it was merely a mutated beast they had found, and that it was quite harmless, boldly vowing it would never cause any trouble. With countless responsibilities on his plate, Yi Chen set the issue aside after hearing Zhao Ziyong's reassurances. Upon learning of this, Lin Xi's expression darkened, but she felt powerless. She couldn't very well slaughter the entire neighborhood, could she? Chapter 79. Some matters are beyond resolution. Another half-month passed, and trouble began to find her. It was unclear from which household, but a couple in their 40s or 50s frequently knocked on her door. Lin Xi ignored them entirely. Thinking they could break in if they were capable, she would send them packing. It was no concern that she refused to open the door, but she still had to go outside. One day, she was intercepted by a couple who appeared to be in their 40s or 50s. The woman looked somewhat haggard, her eyes flickering with a shrewdness, and she spoke in a lowly tone. Excuse me, young lady. I know you are quite capable, otherwise, you wouldn't be able to care for such a large tiger. I implore you, could you lend us some food or coal? We are truly on the brink of freezing and starving to death. You have such a lovely appearance. You must have a kind heart. Please help us. As she spoke, she wiped away tears.
Lin XI. Ah,
You've got it all wrong. My tiger is a man-eater. Just hasn't he gotten around to feasting on vermin like you yet. Now, be gone. If you annoy me further, you won't be enough to sate its hunger." Upon hearing her words, the man's expression contorted into a fierce scowl. "I told you so. This wretched creature possesses no shred of compassion. She would rather nurture a beast than extend a helping hand to others. Individuals like you, who only care for their own survival while watching others perish, are destined for a grim fate. Do not delude yourself into thinking that keeping a beast makes you remarkable. There are plenty of capable individuals outside, and a single bullet could easily end its life, with an abundance of meat to be had. Sooner or later, they will come for you."
Bah!
Wretched woman. Lin Xi struck the man with a resounding slap, sending him sprawling. Several of his teeth were knocked out, and as the woman screamed and lunged at her, Lin Xi swiftly kicked her aside. 2 fireballs erupted from Lin Xi's fingertips, engulfing the pair. In an instant, they were consumed by flames, reduced to a heap of black ash before they could utter a cry. Lin Xi had not intended to kill them, but the man's intent to collude with outsiders to create chaos was intolerable. While she was unafraid, such individuals were a menace to society. Eliminating them would grant others a measure of respite. How audacious to insult her! They truly had no regard for life. If they were so desperate, they could seek work, go to the base, collect relief packages, or scavenge for items to exchange for points. With so many paths to survival available, they chose to walk the path of treachery. And Lin Xi could only grant them their demise. Lin Wuwu was incensed. It had never been insulted before. Yet that villain not only berated it but also insulted its caretaker. It wished to sink its teeth into him, but Lin Xi wouldn't permit it. Lin Wuwu snorted in frustration, ignoring Lin Xi and refusing to let her pet it. Lin Xi gazed at the irate tiger and sighed. What good could come from taking a life? She had no desire to sully Wuwu's paws. Her Wuwu was a pure-hearted tiger, deserving of the world's benevolence. While such dirty work was hers alone to undertake. Their hearts had strayed. Their flesh was foul and unworthy of being bitten by her Wuwu. Her Wuwu cub was a warrior, capable of battling foes honorably, but would never stoop to gnawing vermin from the gutter, for they were unworthy. Lin Xi reasoned with it. Though Wu seemed to grasp only partially, it ultimately understood that its caretaker acted in its best interest, and thus, it decided not to remain angry. After searching through her space for a considerable time, Lin Xi finally unearthed her ice skating shoes, taking a pair for herself and setting aside for more. Today, she resolved to wear the ice skating shoes while exercising Wuwu, determined to exhaust it thoroughly. Indeed, clad in the ice skating shoes, Lin Xi accelerated several-fold, leading Wuwu on a long run that left it panting heavily. On their return journey, her pace noticeably slowed. Approaching the community, they passed through a small grove where shouts and curses echoed. Wishing to avoid trouble, she initially intended to steer clear, but Wuwu dashed forward a few paces. Lin Xi was unconcerned, keeping a watchful distance. Wuwu was angrily roaring at 2 young men, startled by the sudden appearance of the large tiger. The men tumbled away in fright. Only an elderly man remained, his hair white and somewhat disheveled, dressed in a tattered leather cloak, half of which hung open, with a cotton jacket lying on the ground. With trembling hands, he attempted to fasten his cloak while reaching for the jacket. Upon noticing the frostbite on his hands, Wu nudged the jacket toward him, tilting its head in concern. After donning the jacket, the old man let out a long sigh and said to Wu, "Thank you, dear one. You have saved my life. I know you are a good child." He produced a pack of compressed biscuits from his pocket and placed it before Wu, gently patting its head. "So soft. This biscuit is for you." He then shakily gathered small twigs from the snow. Wu helped him by pushing them together, and the old man smiled, praising it. Lin Xi stood at a distance, contemplating whether Wu possessed an innate ability to sense good from evil. It sat there, watching as the old man hoisted a small bundle of firewood and slowly departed. After sniffing the biscuit on the ground, Wu turned back to seek Lin Xi. It placed the biscuit before her, lowering its head and retracting its neck. "Ah, Wu, did I err again? Are you angry, caretaker?" Lin Xi sat beside its large head, scratching its neck affectionately, and gently reassured, "Not at all. My Wu cub, you are a righteous titan. I cannot express how happy I am." She had encountered that old man before. He resided on the 16th floor with his wife, both in their 90s. with children abroad. The couple exuded grace and gentility, tinged with an air of scholarly wisdom. Lin Xi had assumed they would not endure much longer, yet surprisingly, they continued to struggle for survival. In old age, various chronic ailments arise, and with excellent medical care, uninterrupted access to essential medications, and a comfortable living environment, they could have lived a few more healthy years. But now, in the face of catastrophic calamities, they possessed none of these resources. How long could they possibly endure? In the apocalyptic aftermath, it was the most vulnerable, the elderly and children, who were the first to be eliminated. Children represent a nation's future, and under her guidance, the leaders had swiftly enacted policies to rescue all orphans and bring them to the base. But what about the elderly? What could be done for them? Even if they could reach the base, could they withstand such upheaval? Would they willingly go to a strange place, perhaps even perish there? Such questions were unresolvable. A chill coursed through Lin Xi's body as she reached for a small bottle of white liquor, taking a sip. The fiery liquid was sharp and acrid, and she could not fathom why anyone would enjoy such a drink. It burned like fire as it slid down her throat, warming her insides gradually. Wu Wu peered at her intently, asking, "Ah Wu, what are you sneaking, caretaker? Rebellious cub. Very well. Let us share in the hardship." Lin Xi urged it to open its mouth, dripping a few drops of liquor into it. "Awa! Yikes! Poison! Poison!" Wu leaped about like a horse, shaking its head and spitting out the liquid. "Just bite some snow." Lin Xi laughed heartily at the bewildered tiger, the sound echoing through the air. Chapter 80. Emotions encapsulated in objects. As Lin Xi returned home, she passed by the 16th floor. Hearing the sounds of weeping and shouting from within, she halted. 3 individuals were inside, a family of 3, the parents in their 30s, accompanied by a chubby little boy. They had likely barged in while the old man opened the door. The elderly gentleman lay sprawled on the floor, while the boy shouted obscenities, kicking him repeatedly. His father clutched a small bag of rice, a packet of charcoal, and half a box of noodles, frantically rummaging through the surroundings. His mother grasped a quilt in one hand while the other was engaged in a tug-of-war over several pieces of satin with the old man's wife, who had fallen to the ground, her face pale and clutching the satin tightly. "You old fool, let go. Do you not value your life? Do you intend to keep these items for your burial? Let go." The woman screeched. "Take everything else. Just leave me this." The old man's wife pleaded desperately. Had she not witnessed the scene, who could have imagined that such a seemingly ordinary family would reveal such baseness? Lin Xi reflected on whether those she had saved in her past life had similarly dark inclinations, otherwise they wouldn't have betrayed her so readily. Lin Xi laughed, her mirth exaggerated and eerie, the darkness in her eyes deepening. Yet she recalled that she could not burn people in front of the elderly. She gently stepped into the room, unnoticed by the 3 individuals who were utterly engrossed in their own concerns. With a swift motion, she seized the child's arm and hurled him out the door, eliciting an immediate wail from him. "So." The woman hurried toward her child, while the man set down his belongings and charged at Lin Xi with clenched fists. Lin Xi raised her foot and kicked him out as well, effectively reuniting the family. Outside, the cries and curses transformed into a cacophony that felt like an entirely different world. She too sauntered outside, observing their expressions of terror, her smile fading slightly. With a flourish, she unleashed a great conflagration from her hands, engulfing them in flames in an instant. It is human nature to prey on the weak, yet there should always be a fundamental line of respect. Those physically strong have myriad paths to survival. Why must they resort to tormenting 2 elderly individuals in their 90s? Even if their time is short, they do not deserve such indignity. Scoundrels! They deserve their fate. The wailing ceased, and tranquility finally enveloped the world. She breathed a sigh of relief. Everything felt splendid. Squatting at the doorway, Lin Wu obediently summoned a gust of wind, sweeping away those scoundrels. Lin Xi lingered at the entrance for a moment, dissipating the hostility in her gaze before leading Lin Wu back inside. The 2 elderly individuals, supporting each other, stood up only to turn and see a tiger. "Ah!" The old woman momentarily startled. "Fear not, dear. The little tiger is a good child. It even saved my life this afternoon." The old man reassured his wife with a pat on her hand. "Then please take a seat." The old woman spoke, though a hint of embarrassment crept in. The room was in utter disarray, making it quite difficult to find a place to sit. Lin Xi assisted in righting several heavy cabinets and sofas. The elderly couple quickly rose to express their gratitude. We apologize for the trouble. Thank you for your help. After a few inquiries, Lin Xi learned that the woman had previously been a caretaker for them. Before the end of the world, the elderly couple had a penchant for hoarding supplies, and she was well aware of everything they possessed. Consequently, she often came to borrow items without returning them. When the elderly couple had less to spare in recent days, they decided to refuse her requests. As a result, she resorted to outright theft and even physical violence. The old woman wiped her tears and displayed the satin fabric that Lin Xi had risked her life to protect. It's not that I am unwilling to give it to her. If she takes it, she will only burn it for warmth. Such a waste. Lin Xi found it hard to comprehend. But you have given them food. What purpose does this serve? The old man chuckled gently, explaining, at our age, whether or not we have food, our time is limited. However, those silks represent generations of hard work. We cannot allow them to be burned for warmth. Their family had been in the textile business for generations. In his youth, the old man was a renowned qipao master, skilled in crafting various styles. Now, with age, he could no longer create them. Thus, they had accumulated a considerable amount of silk and satin, and he began to introduce Lin Xi to the many types of ancestral silks they possessed. Lin Xi, overwhelmed by the intricate details of silks and satins, managed an awkward smile. The old woman lamented, "It is a pity that the younger generation no longer appreciates these. My grandchildren find them unfashionable and refuse to take them. Back in the day, they were the finest items, passed down from my grandmother, my mother, and me. How could they be burned?" Although Lin Xi did not understand the intricacies of the silks, she could perceive the emotions tied to these items. Suddenly, the old man exclaimed, "By the way, you saved my life, yet we have nothing of value left. Please accept this as a token. Just keep it safe." The old woman beamed. "Indeed, young lady. These patterns are truly beautiful. Please take them and preserve them well. In the future, you may pass them on to others, but do not let them be consumed by fire." Lin Xi regarded their weathered faces, which bore little trace of sorrow. "They are indeed beautiful. I accept them. However, I cannot take something for nothing. What do you desire in exchange for these?" The two elderly individuals exchanged a glance and burst into laughter. "We have all we need. We lack for nothing." Lin Xi felt a pang of pain at their smiles, unsure of how to respond. She silently listened as the old woman instructed her on how to preserve the precious fabrics. Upon returning home, Lin Xi carefully stored the tightly wrapped silks in her space warehouse. Having accepted their gifts, it was only right to offer something in return. This logic was sound. She rummaged through her space warehouse for medications suitable for chronic ailments in the elderly, gathering cough remedies, asthma treatments, heart medications, and antihypertensives. She also collected anti-inflammatory and fever-reducing medicines, along with a variety of food supplies: 20 pounds of rice, 20 pounds of noodles, 10 pounds of potatoes, 10 pounds of sweet potatoes, 10 pounds of tomatoes, 5 pounds of sausages, 5 pounds of soybeans, 2 heads of cabbage, a bag of salt, a bag of sugar, 100 water purification tablets, 600 pounds of honeycomb coal, and 2 foam boxes filled with soil. By 11 o'clock at night, under the cloak of darkness, Lin Wu knocked on their door for quite some time before it finally opened. Once the door was ajar, Lin Xi assisted them in moving the items inside. In the future, do not open the door for strangers, and do not go outside. If you need anything, I will send Lin Wu to you. When it comes out to play, feel free to call it. It has keen ears. If you need something, just write it down, and it will deliver the message for me. I have taken your items, and this is my compensation to you. Remember, when using coal, ensure proper ventilation to avoid poisoning. Also, do not consume all the potatoes. Save some for planting." Lin Xi spoke sternly, delivering a torrent of instructions without waiting for the elderly couple to respond before hastily retreating. Such a setting felt ill-suited for her. She preferred confrontations of a different nature. The elderly couple had yet to utter a word when they beheld the door swiftly close. Glancing at the pile of goods before them, the old man wiped his eyes with his sleeve. He found a small bottle of medicine tucked away in a bag and exclaimed in delight, "My dear, do not sleep yet. We have medicine now. Please take your medicine before resting." Chapter 81. Setting off towards the mutated trees. The temperature continued to plummet, now dipping below -40 degrees, and the roadside was littered with the frozen corpses of the unfortunate. Lin Xi and Lin Wu had acclimated to the frigid climate. They set out to consult with the Zhao and Wu families regarding the plan to venture out to chop trees for charcoal. Neither household had installed a boiler, and using air conditioning was ineffective. They relied on heaters and electric blankets for warmth. Lin Xi gifted each family a beautiful winter coat purchased from the market. Though not as warm as her own, it was certainly better than wearing nothing at all. The Wu couple now confined themselves to their bedroom, where they managed to stay warm with a heater and electric blanket. Zhao Ziyong, in his quest for warmth, had retained only the dining room, partitioning the living room with cabinets and wooden boards, hanging quilts on the other side to enhance insulation. The reduced space naturally increased the temperature. With 2 heaters operating and a small coal stove burning, the room was filled with the delightful aroma of roasted sweet potatoes placed atop a wire rack. It was Lin Wu's first encounter with roasted sweet potatoes. The rich scent wafted enticingly to its nose, but they were not yet cooked, causing it to stomp its feet in impatience. What was this peculiar phenomenon? Were others' food truly so delectable? Observing the drool-worthy sight of the large tiger, Lin Xi felt a mix of helplessness and amusement. She had never denied it tasty morsels, so why was it so pitifully eager? Zhao Ziyong chuckled at the sight. You do not understand, do you? Children are always like this. The food from the neighbor's house simply tastes better, right, Wu? He added with a grin. Besides, it's just sweet potatoes. They're not human. Lin Wu, however, chose to ignore him, fixated entirely on the sweet potatoes sizzling on the stove, bubbling with syrupy goodness. Zhao Xiaoxiao took a comb and delicately groomed Lin Wu's beautiful tiger fur. She cherished it immensely, being the person with the highest tolerance for the magnificent tiger. Aside from Lin Xi, the sweet potato was still undercooked, hard and unpalatable. Only when roasted to perfection would it become soft and sweet. This big one belongs to Wu. I'll remember it for you. Su Guanqing inquired, Lin Xi. Where are you referring to? Lin Xi replied, approximately 30 kilometers to the west. That area is submerged underwater. Logically, it should now be a snowy expanse, yet from afar, I noticed a cluster of tall buildings draped in white. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was a forest. Wu Lingshu, warming himself by the heater, exclaimed in astonishment, That's rather bizarre. Could there be danger? Zhao Ziyong, with his hands tucked into his pockets, remarked, There likely is danger, but not at this moment. If these trees have mutated, their roots are frozen now, and at most, they might attack us with their leaves and branches. Lin Xi concurred, Yes, these trees have only recently mutated. They cannot yet drag us underground with their roots. Though we cannot harm their roots, a multitude of branches turned to charcoal would be quite abundant. Su Guanqing pondered, to make charcoal, we would at least need to construct a kiln, but it seems a mountain peak remains above water over there, albeit frozen, making it difficult to obtain soil. Zhao Ziyong was unperturbed. The freeze is not a concern. We can burn it. The key issue is the size of this mutated forest. If we cannot consume it all, wouldn't it be a waste to leave it behind? Wu Lingshu clapped his hands together. Let us invite those soldiers from last time. They could certainly use the charcoal. And even if they don't, they can sell it to others. We provide the information and offer our support, keeping our share while they take the rest. This way, we won't waste the mutated trees. This suggestion received unanimous approval, and the task of contacting Yi Chen was entrusted to Zhao Ziyong. After discussing the matter at hand, the group began to play cards, primarily because the sweet potatoes were still raw, and Lin Wu stubbornly refused to leave. Yi Chen took the news of the mutated trees very seriously and arrived early the next morning with a small team. After meeting with Zhao Ziyong and briefly explaining the situation, they decided to set out together. Lin Xi, unwilling to ride in their vehicle, produced an off-road vehicle fitted with anti-skid chains from outside. Zhao Ziyong's eyes widened at the sight. That's the model used by the military in the beautiful country. Yi Chen glanced over and noticed the absence of a license plate, confirming that the vehicle could not be registered in their homeland. He was, however, taken aback by the large tiger in the back seat. He immediately turned to Zhao Ziyong. Is this the mutated tiger from your community? Yes. Zhao Ziyong rubbed his nose, shifting his gaze awkwardly. Yi Chen found it peculiar. Wasn't Lin Xi always accompanied by a plump cat? How had it transformed into a mutated tiger? Lin Xi noticed that no one inquired about the origin of the vehicle. In truth, Zhao Ziyong preferred to keep things simple and refrained from asking too many questions, while Yi Chen's attention was momentarily captured by the mutated tiger. Lin Xi, can you take one more person? There isn't enough room. Yi Chen tapped on Lin Xi's car window. Lin Xi was bewildered. In this day and age, who still cared about seating arrangements?
Can't we squeeze in?
She thought, but then reconsidered. Is this perhaps their insistence on order? She rolled down the window. There's a fierce tiger inside. There's only one seat available.
Ye Chen readily replied. Alright.
Lin Xi watched as he opened the door and got in. What is he doing getting in?
Ye Chen.
Catching the confusion in Lin Xi's eyes, suddenly realized, am I supposed to drive? Although it wasn't an issue, riding was certainly more comfortable than driving. Thus, they both exited the vehicle and switched places. Lin Xi retrieved a paper map and gestured to Yi Chen. When she went before, she had run alongside Wu, so naturally, they would take a different route suitable for vehicles this time. Yi Chen was not merely there to drive. Lin Xi, have you acquired another mutated tiger? Where did it come from?
Ow.
The litter box attendant is just me. Before Lin Xi could respond, Lin Wu began to vocalize. Hearing that familiar call and glancing in the rearview mirror at the recognizable little expression, Yi Chen increasingly felt that this large tiger was indeed the previous cat. Lin Xi had no intention of hiding the truth. After all, it was impossible to conceal. It's our Wu. It has mutated, growing larger and smaller. Yi Chen looked at Lin Xi in disbelief. He wasn't blind. What kind of mutated animal grows and shrinks while crossing species? But then again, it was the apocalypse. And, with the emergence of supernatural beings, did it truly matter whether it was a cat or a tiger? As long as it posed no threat to humans. It was a fine mutated beast. After 2 hours of driving, the 4 vehicles finally came to a halt. Instead of a forest, they encountered a colossal tree canopy blanketed in thick snow, resembling a high-rise community. Goodness, how can such a large tree grow without a hint of sunlight for so long? It was only now that they understood the significance of sacrificing an entire forest for a single tree. Are we supposed to cut down all these trees? Where are the chainsaws? If we're felling trees, we're short on manpower. We need to gather more. No, can we really chop them down? Can trees be felled just like that? It's the apocalypse. People can be cut down. Why can't trees? Haven't you heard? These are mutated trees. They might eat people. A group of novices, encountering such enormous trees for the first time, was at a loss as to how to proceed. Yi Chen led only 10 team members to scout ahead and, upon confirmation, began assigning tasks. Su Qiuming was instructed to bring 200 people along with tools and tents, to explore the nearby mountainous terrain and prepare to establish a kiln for charcoal production. Supernatural beings were to pair up and attempt attacks in designated areas. The rest were to retreat 500 meters and were not permitted to approach until safety was confirmed. Zhao Ziyong pulled Zhao Xiaoxiao back, and Wu Lingshu and Su Guangqing followed suit. Yi Chen inquired of Lin Xi, would you like to team up with us? Lin Xi shook her head, no need. Chapter 82. The wind aids the flames seamlessly. Her fire, combined with Lin Wu's wind, created the perfect synergy. One person and one tiger complemented each other perfectly. She retrieved a long, jet-black knife from the vehicle, the handle measuring 20 centimeters and the blades 60 centimeters. This was custom-made from the most durable alloy at great expense, perfectly suited to her arm length and stature. Though she was not adept with a knife, when facing the mutated trees, aside from her supernatural abilities, nothing was more effective than cold weapons. Sister Xi, you can wield a knife too. Zhou Yi exclaimed in astonishment upon discovering that Lin Xi also possessed a knife. Only then did Lin Xi notice that Yi Chen and the others also carried knives, resembling enlarged tactical knives, with wider and longer blades, each slightly different, likely customized for each individual. Lin Xi swung her knife and said, I'm not skilled with knives. I just use it to chop branches and conserve my abilities. Yi Chen, seeing Lin Xi scrutinize their knives, quickly added, these are custom-made by the weapon master at the base. You can acquire them with points. What size do you prefer? I can help you order one. Oh, did the leaders send the weapon master to the base too? Lin Xi shook her head, no need. Any knife would suffice for me. There were 5 groups, including Lin Xi, who entered under the tree canopy and spread out, 9 people and 1 tiger venturing inward. She released her mental energy to sense the tree, feeling its abundant vitality and strength. Lin Wu seemed to sense a threat, snorting and emitting a deep, resonant roar, restlessly pacing near Lin Xi. Lin Xi raised her hand, unleashing a fiery line that encircled a branch with a diameter of approximately 40 centimeters. After burning for a few seconds, the branch plummeted into the snow. Yi Chun, witnessing this, was astounded. They were awakened abilities users from the Mist of 7 Days, typically regarded as the elite among ability wielders. Yet, their prowess was evidently inferior to that of the young girl before them. Could it be that his suspicions were indeed accurate? Su Qiuming and the others were purely taken aback. Before the apocalypse, they might not have even fought against this little girl, and now, in this post-apocalyptic world, she would undoubtedly have them pinned down. This was no sister. She was clearly a father figure. In just a short while, Lin Xi had gathered a plethora of branches. Suddenly, Lin Xi and Lin Wuwu sprinted towards a specific direction at full speed. Lin Wuwu arrived first, leaping into the air and raising her tiger claw, delivering a wind blade that struck a branch aimed at He Ping'an's back. The branch was momentarily delayed. Lin Xi then leapt into action, encircling the branch with flames, which instantly turned it to ashes. "What are you doing?" she shouted angrily at He Ping'an and another individual. Yi Chun dashed towards another direction, issuing a loud command, "Be mindful of your backs. Defend against attacks back-to-back." Yu Xiaofeng, wielding water abilities, shot water arrows at the branches, while Yi Chun unleashed a bolt of lightning. The water arrows scattered, electrifying several branches, which then shot towards the 9 individuals like arrows. Lin Wuwu, utilizing her innate advantage of 4 legs combined with her acquired wind abilities, deftly evaded the onslaught. Lin Xi, having relinquished her abilities, moved to assist the 8, slicing down branches whenever they were on the verge of a lethal attack. Amidst the relentless barrage of branches, they held their ground for half an hour, bearing wounds upon their bodies. This duration exceeded Lin Xi's expectations. Considering their current abilities were still below the 2nd tier, this was commendable. The tree was an elm, and after such a prolonged engagement without visible results, the assault ceased. As the attack paused, the 8, panting heavily yet maintaining their guard with weapons across their chests, did not relax their vigilance. "Well, not bad." A rumble emanated from beneath the icy surface, indicating that the elm tree was attempting to uproot itself, but alas, it had been frozen too severely. In an instant, the vast canopy of the tree drooped, and all the branches converged towards the center, encasing the individuals within like a massive cage. Yi Chun smiled wryly. A mere nascent mutated plant was proving to be such a formidable opponent. He could detonate explosives to blast them free, but such an explosion would only lead to the annihilation of those inside. Moreover, even if the tree lost its canopy, its roots remained unscathed, and given time, it could regrow. If Lin Xi had not been present, they would likely have faced total annihilation. Lin Xi was not surprised. She had anticipated this outcome. In her previous life, after countless casualties among the troops, it became clear that eliminating mutated trees required heavy artillery dropped from above. However, the aircraft themselves faced attacks from mutated birds. Eventually, as the mutated trees grew stronger, artillery fire inflicted less damage, while drones, planes, and shells could not be replenished. Lin Xi had accompanied them this time, not only to allow them to gain experience, but also to collect more charcoal. Otherwise, it would be a waste to burn everything to ashes. With the enhancement of her fire abilities, she could emit flames, fireballs, and fiery lines in later stages. She could form fire shields and explosive fireballs. But one must remember, the flames unleashed must remain under one's control, to be summoned and retracted at will. Pay close attention. Lin Xi sheathed her blade, conjuring a meter-high deep crimson flame, transforming it into 10 fiery lines that surged towards the densely intertwined branches. Simultaneously, with Lin Wuwu's thunderous tiger roar, a whirlwind propelled the flames to burn more fiercely, the fire soaring like a dragon towards the canopy, reducing branches to ashes wherever it passed. Lin Xi retracted the 10 fire lines into a large fireball, and after scanning with her mental energy, she directed Lin Wuwu towards the main trunk. "Go." Lin Wuwu surged forward, harnessing the wind to lift the fireball and hurl it at the elm tree's trunk. The trunk ignited instantly, the searing flames consuming everything in their path. The commotion beneath the ice intensified, and before the trunk could even reach the icy surface, it collapsed with a thunderous crash. Lin Xi released her mental energy and discovered that the elm tree, seeking to prevent the fire from reaching its roots, had decisively abandoned the trunk, a clever maneuver indeed. Without the trunk's support, countless branches plummeted from above. Fortunately, they remained ensconced within a branch cage, or they would have been crushed. After a series of resounding crashes, they found themselves buried beneath the branches of their makeshift prison. Zhao Hui, also a fire user, stared blankly at Lin Xi, then at the flickering flame in his hand, a wave of bitterness washing over him. Why is there such a vast difference between flames? Lin Xi retrieved a wool blanket from her backpack, folded it 4 times, and sat down on the ice, leaning against the warm Lin Wuwu. Clearing her throat, she said, "Captain Yi, your people outside must be frantic. We need to find a way out quickly." Those outside were likely assuming their entire squad had perished. Yi Chen snapped back to reality, taking a deep breath. He had realized that Lin Xi's abilities were at least 1 or even 2 tiers above his own. And that mutated tiger, no wonder she didn't need to team up with anyone. The synergy between her and the tiger was seamless. Yi Chen selected a spot. "Here. Concentrate your attacks here, take turns, and do not stop." Lin Xi observed as they took turns unleashing their powers, one group exhausting their abilities before the next stepped in. Lin Wuwu, meanwhile, scampered off to watch the spectacle, occasionally letting out a snort of derision at them. She could have burned a path, but it would not benefit them as much as allowing them to rapidly grow through repeated exertion of their abilities. Chapter 83. HM? Is it gratitude or a desire for vengeance? After completing a round, Yi Chen approached her and sat down beside her.
Thank you.
His eyes sparkled like brilliant stars when he smiled. Was this the reason his family had named him Chen? Lin Xi mused absently. She maintained a serious expression and replied, "No need for thanks. It's merely cooperation. I need to collect charcoal and points." Yi Chen's smile deepened, adopting a look of mock difficulty. "It's only right. But what should I do about this life-saving grace?" Lin Xi grew wary. "What do you mean? Is he trying to latch onto me? Does he truly wish to express gratitude or seek revenge? I should have known better than to save him." Yi Chen regarded the young girl before him, noting the hint of regret in her increasingly cautious gaze, and couldn't he help but burst into laughter. Lin Wuwu, hearing this, dashed over, squeezing between the two of them, glancing back and forth. "Hey, what are you two sneaking around for?" Lin Xi's expression darkened. "You little rascal." Having abandoned its trunk, the mutated tree caused countless branches to fall, resembling the ruins of a collapsed neighborhood. It took Yi Chen and his group 2 hours to carve out a passage. Upon emerging, they were awestruck by the vast expanse of devastation, the feeling of having narrowly escaped death flooding back. Not far from the ruins, someone was using equipment to search for something. Upon seeing Yi Chen and his group, they erupted in excitement, shouting, "Over here, they're alive." Lin Xi paid them no mind, leaping out to find her companions. Zhao Xiaoxiao spotted her first, and thus, the reunion began. Zhao Xiaoxiao was the first to notice Lin Wuwu, showering her with a flurry of concerned inquiries. "Oh, are you hurt? Are you hungry? Oh, Wuwu. Why is your fur a bit curly?" Lin Xi then asked her, "What about your brother and the others?" Zhao Xiaoxiao responded in a hushed tone, "Brother is worried you might be in danger, so he took Aunt Wu and the others to follow the team in search of you. They should return once they receive news." Numerous soldiers had already arrived, erecting several tents nearby. Zhao Xiaoxiao was guarding one of the tents, watching the warmth of the stove inside, where a few sweet potatoes were roasting alongside a kettle of water. "Sister Cece, have some ginger water." Zhao Xiaoxiao offered her a steaming cup. Just as Lin Xi was cradling her hands, Wu Lingxiu rushed in.
Sisi.
Wu Lingxiu exclaimed as she embraced her. Lin Xi gently patted her back, reassuring her, "It's all right, I'm fine. I just got trapped among too many branches and couldn't get out." The 3 of them appeared somewhat pale, likely from the cold, prompting Zhao Xiaoxiao to hastily pour ginger water for each of them. After they drank the ginger water and warmed themselves by the fire, their complexions improved significantly. Zhao Ziyong felt somewhat disheartened. The mutated trees were clearly beyond the capabilities of ordinary people to combat, unless they resorted to artillery. However, a few high-level ability users would be sufficient to handle the situation, underscoring the importance of ability users. Lin Xi understood his thoughts, but was unable to provide comfort. Awakening abilities was, unfortunately, a matter of fate. Su Guangqing, on the other hand, remained optimistic. The trees are massive, and Captain Yi is organizing people to transport soil, preparing to set up a kiln for charcoal here. Shall we lend a hand? Lin Xi affectionately ruffled Lin Wu's fur and replied, since we're already here, we might as well help. The others agreed to stay and assist. When Lin Xi joined them to load soil, Zhao Hui, Zhou Yi, and He Ping'an insisted on squeezing in alongside her, viewing her as a parental figure. Zhao Hui swallowed hard and asked, Dad, Master? I would like to inquire, I'm also fire-based, but why is my flame still just a sapling? Is there a secret to becoming stronger?
Zhao Yi, Wu Yi.
And He Ping'an gazed at her expectantly.
Master?
Is that my new nickname? Lin Xi blinked in surprise. After a moment of contemplation, she responded, well, you need to use your abilities more and engage in battles. Haven't you noticed that after every battle, when your abilities are exhausted and then recover, they gradually grow? However, she cautioned, but in unsafe situations, never exhaust your abilities completely. Be careful with your life. The trio exchanged glances, seemingly oblivious to this phenomenon. That means you haven't fought enough yet. Currently, mutated flora and fauna are still scarce. Once they emerge in greater numbers, you will understand survival battles will lead to significant growth. For now, focus on training and improving. Mutated plants do consume ability users, but they can enhance your strength as well. It's quite fair. Their hearts sank. Fairness? Those mutated plants were enormous, and they could easily crush them, especially since their abilities were so meager. They arrived at the soil extraction site, a fortunate peak that had not been submerged, though it was frozen solid. The soldiers were placing logs on the ground, melting the ice before they began to extract soil. Lin Xi joined in, her ability allowing her to rapidly melt a large area, significantly boosting efficiency. Zhao Hui, Zhou Yi, and He Ping'an were determined not to lag behind. Although Zhao Hui's fire abilities were inferior to Lin Xi's, he had no trouble melting the ice, while Zhou Yi effortlessly dug through the soil with his metallic hands. And He Ping'an guided the earth with his power. Together, the trio matched Lin Xi's output, hastening the process considerably. By evening, the combination of soil and steel plates had formed several sealed kilns. When they filled them with branches and ignited the fire, the flames from several fireballs quickly caught alight. Yi Chen observed the imposing kiln before him, his brow relaxing into a smile. It seems our thinking was too limited. We always believed abilities must be used for combat. In reality, employing them in such ways is also a method of practicing one's powers. Su Qiuming concurred. Many bases have begun recruiting ability users, some with inflated egos, believing themselves superior. But look at Miss Lin. Her ability level exceeds ours, yet she always treats others with politeness and assists us in melting ice and extracting soil. If we asked those arrogant individuals to do the same, they would probably claim we were humiliating them. It's perplexing how proud they are. Currently, numerous military and survival bases were recruiting ability users. Some were competent, while others, despite lacking skills, were excessively arrogant and often caused trouble. Opinions on how to handle such individuals varied widely. In contrast, the ability users within the military were more numerous, of higher caliber, and exhibited greater discipline. Otherwise, it would be challenging to manage the unruly. Yi Chen sighed, let us take it slow. Times are changing, and we must navigate through them step by step. There will inevitably be solutions. For instance, these mutated trees can indeed inflict harm and understand retreat, which is very dangerous. However, with so many branches, turning them into charcoal could save countless lives, allowing the base to breathe a little easier. When the news spreads, it will provide a reference for other cities. Chapter 84. Every temperamental child has their reasons. After a long day of work, Lin Xi and the others were now in the tent enjoying dinner. The meal consisted of self-heating rations distributed by Yi Chen, which could be heated simply by adding water. Each bag contained 2 portions of fried rice, 1 mixed fried rice and 1 sausage fried rice, accompanied by a small packet of spicy sauce. Sufficient for 2 people with modest appetites. Wu Lingxiu, fearing it might not be enough, had placed her own corn, sweet potatoes, and buns on the stove. Additionally, Lin Xi pretended to retrieve canned goods from the vehicle, all of which had been stockpiled in the beautiful country. These included meat soup cans, luncheon meat cans, beef cans, tuna cans, oyster cans, and fruit cans, all ready to be heated over the stove. Yi Chun, concerned that they might not have enough, brought over more self-heating rations, only to discover their meal was quite lavish, prompting him to shamelessly join them for dinner. Zhao Ziyong had brought his own white liquor, intending to pour some for Yi Chun, but he declined, stating, "This is also a task. We cannot drink. You all have been a tremendous help. Leave the remaining trivial matters to us. You should return tomorrow. It's too cold outside. We'll calculate how much charcoal you need, and any excess will be converted into points for you. Furthermore, the base has begun cultivating food. Potatoes and sweet potatoes should be forthcoming, so everything will improve." Having secured a substantial amount of charcoal, Yi Chun was in high spirits and spoke more freely. Hearing this, Zhao Ziyong and the others felt elated. As long as they could grow food, hope was restored, and with hope, life could continue. However, Lin Wuwu was far from happy. It did not want to stay here. It wanted to go home. Yet, it could neither return home nor access its base, and was stuck in this shabby tent. A large, resplendent tiger lay sprawled in the already cramped tent, angrily twisting and turning, a rather comical sight. Lin Xi, perplexed by its sudden display of petulance, could only pull it aside and stroke its fur gently. "Don't be upset. We'll go home tomorrow. Won't you eat the roasted sweet potatoes? They're almost done." Lin Wu huffed. "Ah Wu, I can roast my own at home." Lin Xi gently coaxed the little creature, saying, all right, you can roast it yourself. We'll have some tomorrow. And yes, you can roast fish and shrimp too, okay? Now could you please behave a little?"
No.
"Good."
What?
Lin Wu bellowed. Resigned. Lin Xi rose and suggested, "How about we go play in the snow?" "Oh, by the way, didn't you get to play in the snow today?" Hearing this, Lin Wuwu let out a pitiful awa. Today, such a majestic Wuwu received no reward, and that was just fine. The caretaker had not accompanied it to play all day, which made it quite furious. Well, it seemed that every little one has their reasons for throwing tantrums. The five of them and the tiger certainly did not sleep well in the tent. The next day, as dawn broke, they decided to head back. Lin Xi's vehicle could accommodate only one more person. Yi Chun dispatched another car to take them back, with Zhao Ziyong driving for Lin Xi. As they approached the community, Lin Xi instructed him to stop. "It's hard to park in the community. I'll drive it somewhere else to hide." Zhao Ziyong nodded and prepared to leave.
"Wait."
Lin Xi called him back, handing him 4 bottles of well water. "You two families should give it another try. Old Zhao didn't have any abilities in his past life. But in this one, I am not willing to give up. Perhaps trying again could bring about a change." Zhao Ziyong declined to take them. He had used 1 bottle and could clearly feel its beneficial properties for the body's recovery. His internal injuries had ceased to pain him, which was already a great improvement. It was too precious. If it was of no use, why waste it? Lin Xi insisted, shoving the bottles into his hands. "You're overthinking it. Didn't Yi Chun say that the awakening of abilities after the mist is a gradual process? This water merely strengthens the body. Just mix it with water and drink. Nurture your health. Whether you develop abilities or not, you will always be my best partner." Lin Xi drove in another direction, ensuring there was no one around before retracting the vehicle into her space. Then, she accompanied Lin Wuwu as they rolled and frolicked in the snow. The tiger-striped coat shimmered with a golden glow against the white snow. "Put on the ice skates. Let us go slide with the tiger." After having plenty of fun, Lin Wuwu finally joyfully took its little steps. Upon reaching the ground floor, it let out a loud roar. "Awa! I'm back." Then it shook its head and began to climb the stairs. By the time Lin Xi reached the 18th floor, Lin Wuwu had a bag dangling from its body. Inside were unused medicines from the 16th floor and 5 neatly wrapped pancakes. What a good child. So industrious. Well done. Lin Xi patted Lin Wu's big head in praise. Home is indeed the best place, although the coal in the boiler was running low and the temperature had dropped. Lin Xi replenished it generously. Once home, Lin Wuwu began rolling on the floor. Lin Xi was puzzled by this new behavior. She took 2 charcoal grills from a barbecue place, added some charcoal, covered them with wire mesh and placed chestnuts, corn, and sweet potatoes on top. She had initially thought to sneakily roast a durian for herself. But as soon as she took it out, Lin Wu spotted it. With a leap, it exclaimed, "Awa! No stinky food allowed. TSK, rebellious child. What use are you?" She turned on the television, squatted beside Lin Wu, and cautioned, "I'm going to wash up. You keep an eye on the roasting. Remember to flip them with your sharp claws. Don't burn yourself." And keep the fire low, or it'll get charred. If it catches fire,
Don't forget to call me.
don't burn the house down, okay? Lin Wuwu flicked its ears, flipped over, and turned its back to Lin Xi, saying, "Whoa. Got it, stop nagging." The following days were peaceful and leisurely. Lin Xi only made one trip to the supply point, using the IDs of the two elderly residents on the 16th floor to purchase some limited supply living essentials for them. As for other items, Lin Xi was well stocked. And Lin Wuwu had no shortage either. It rather enjoyed occasionally visiting the 16th floor to mooch some snacks, like pancakes. This way, everyone knew that the 16th floor was under the protection of the large tiger, and no one dared to trouble them again. Lin Xi could only sigh. She could lend a hand, but she was reluctant to get too close to them. Some farewells are destined, and getting too close would only make parting more painful. Standing a bit further away should make it more bearable. But this reasoning was lost on Lin Wuwu. It would have to learn what separation meant. After all, no one can remain a child forever. Chapter 85. The Hunt for the Mutant Rats. Half a month later, Yichen arrived with 1,000 pounds of charcoal to find Lin Xi. Calculating 500 pounds per person, including your Wuwu, let me know when you run out, and I'll have someone bring more. Old Zhao has already delivered his share. Also, can I confirm that the 5,000 points will be credited to the Baishana team? Lin Xi looked at him with some surprise. 1 point could buy a pound of food, and 5,000 points were quite substantial. Yes, credit it to the team. Yichen nodded and added, there's also a mission now, to hunt down the mutant rat king. A rescue patrol team discovered it a few days ago. 2 were killed, and 5 were injured, all young soldiers, with chunks of flesh bitten off their hands and legs. Are you interested in taking it? So soon? The mutant rat king had appeared? Yet, it was not surprising. Rats have always adapted far better than humans. Lin Xi curiously inquired. How do you know it's the rat king? Glad you're interested, Yichen said, slightly pursing his lips. We sent someone to scout. The detectors indicated a large number. But they weren't scattered. If no one had intruded, no one would have discovered such a large batch of mutant rats hidden there. That meant they could follow orders. Agreeing with their hypothesis, Lin Xi asked, where was it found? In a high-rise building on the outskirts, which contains processing workshops. 2 floors are dedicated to making cat and dog food. That explained it. I'll take it, but don't bring too many people. If we can't handle it, just run. Too many might complicate matters. Bring some explosives, flamethrowers, and a first aid kit. Fighting such creatures is the most likely to result in injuries. Lin Xi shared all she could think of. Yichen sat up straight, warmth radiating from his gaze. Thank you, Lin Xi. I've realized that I say thank you to you the most. Lin Xi immediately became alert. There's no need for that. I'm just doing my job for pay. You can talk to me more about points in the future.
Yichen replied seriously. Hey,
You're right. He noticed that Lin Xi was quite resistant to closeness. Even with the 2 families taken under her wing, she maintained a distance. Each time he tried to get closer, he could see her expression as if she wanted to cut him. Truly, how interesting. Could she be the one? On the morning of the 3rd day, Lin Xi and Yichen arrived at the front of a high-rise building. Being a processing workshop, the floors were significantly higher than typical residences. Moreover, due to the elevated location, the freezing weather and accumulated snow only submerged the 6th floor, while the mutant rats occupied the 8th and 9th floors. Just as they entered the 7th floor, Lin Xi deeply understood the meaning of departing on an expedition only to meet an untimely demise. Lin Wuwu was already retreating. Looking tearfully at Lin Xi, "Whoa, it stinks so much. Wuwu is about to be suffocated. Wu's nose can't take it." Lin Xi felt a tinge of guilt. Before entering, Yichen had warned her about the strong odor and advised her to wear a gas mask. She had indeed donned the mask, but had forgotten entirely about Lin Wuwu. She seemed to recall that a tiger's sense of smell was 4 times that of a human. How overwhelming must it be for poor Wuwu? She hurriedly reassured, "Fear not. Fear not. In truth, our little Wuwu's nose can still be salvaged. You just stay outside, waiting for us to emerge. Do not wander off, lest you attract someone who might capture you and skin you for a stew." After saying this, still worried that it might stray and get lost, she decided to assign it a task to keep it anchored. Thus, you shall guard outside. If other mutated rats emerge, disregard them. But if the mutated rat king appears, you must ensure it stays behind for me, understood? Lin Wuwu nodded enthusiastically. Oh, understood. I won't wander off. Yi Chun and the others watched in amazement, astonished that Lin Xi could communicate so effectively with a mutated tiger. After regrouping, Yi Chun jestingly remarked, "Your Wu seems to be timid even before the battle begins." Lin Xi shot him an admonishing glance. It is still but a child. The four stifled their laughter. The night favored the rats. Hence they chose to act during the day. However, the windows of the processing workshop were exceedingly small, and there was no electricity, resulting in dim lighting upon their entry. This time, Lin Xi donned the same full set of gear as Yi Chun and the others, armed with submachine guns. Each carried 2,000 rounds of ammunition, 50 grenades, 20 incendiary bombs, and 2 of them bore flamethrowers. By eliminating the mutated Rat King, they could obliterate the entire building. The primary advantage of the current freeze was that the mutated rats could not burrow, or rather, burrowing would be exceedingly difficult. After their mutation, the rats had grown significantly larger, their previous length of approximately 20 centimeters, now at least 40 centimeters, with the mutated Rat King being even larger than an ordinary civet cat. Furthermore, their running speed and jumping ability had been enhanced. Lastly, their teeth and claws were formidable. After leveling up, they could even bite through steel plates. The teeth and claws of these steel-biting mutated rats could be fashioned into weapons, and certainly, they could fetch a high price. In her previous life, Lin Xi had captured many of these for resources. Yet in this life, although this batch of mutated rats was not expected to be too powerful, Lin Xi herself was only at the 3rd tier. And Yi Chun and the others were even lower, barely above the 1st tier. This meant that now the mutated rats could leap at them to attack. Whether 1 or 2 or even 10 was inconsequential, but if there were thousands or tens of thousands, well, that would necessitate a hasty retreat. The 5 ascended the stairs to the 8th floor. Upon entering, they felt a distinct increase in temperature, as a completely enclosed corridor led to various workshops and warehouses. They advanced cautiously, observing various equipment such as office computers, mixers, and sealing machines in different compartments. It seemed that the 8th floor was dedicated to production. Logically, the raw materials needing processing should be located on this level. As they proceeded, they indeed began encountering sporadic mutated rats, which squeaked loudly and charged upon seeing intruders. Lin Xi flicked her fingers, igniting a flame that swiftly reduced one to ashes. However, that cry had already attracted a multitude of sentinels. Yi Chun and Yu Xiaofeng simultaneously struck, employing water to summon lightning, blackening the foremost sentinel. The aroma of cooked flesh permeated through their gas masks.
Ugh.
Zhou Yi felt nauseous, while Zhao Hui struggled to suppress his discomfort. The mutated rats smell quite delectable. Why not give it a try? If we capture the mutated Rat King, perhaps its meat carries energy that could elevate our levels. Lin Xi's voice was laced with temptation, reminiscent of a siren. Is that truly the case?
Yi Chun pondered earnestly.
Yu Xiaobo couldn't help but interject. Captain Yi, perhaps you should rein in the intensity a bit. It's quite pungent. Just look, Lin Papa's strikes leave nothing but ash. Yi Chun glared at him. What do you mean, rein in the intensity? Am I here to barbecue? You lot are woefully untrained. Lin Xi shook her head. Children who have never faced hardship are indeed delicate. Having already alerted the sentinels, further subterfuge was futile. It was better to engage in mass extermination to draw out the mutated Rat King. Chapter 86. To their astonishment, there were actually 2 mutated Rat Kings. Lin Xi and Zhao Hui wielded their flames to forge a path ahead, while Yi Chun and Yu Xiaobo utilized their water and electricity abilities to provide support, with Zhou Yi ready to cover them. Although the 8th floor was not their main base, waves of mutated rats continued to surge forth. Finally, they reached the raw materials warehouse, only to discover that the hordes of mutated rats could not merely be described as numerous. They were densely piled in layers, reaching the height of Lin Xi's knees. Lin Xi suddenly empathized with Lin Wuwu, feeling as though her knees were no longer of any use. With a flick of her fingers, 10 clusters of flames were hurled into the fray, exploding midair like rain and raining down upon the mutated rats, incinerating them and causing a cacophony of squeals as they scattered in panic. The 5 stood guard at the warehouse entrance, mowing down the mutated rats that charged forth with their machine guns. Yet a significant number still managed to escape. Lin Xi cautioned, "Be wary. These are merely scattered troops. If they are undeterred by death and swarm us all at once, the Rat King will undoubtedly appear. It will linger at the back, waiting for us to exhaust our abilities and become injured before it strikes. No sooner had she spoken than they heard a rustling sound. The five swiftly raised their submachine guns and opened fire, the sound echoing through the building. The mutated rats surged forth like a tide, with countless falling at each advance. Yet countless more fill the gaps. Lin Xi gasped in shock. This was not a mission to eradicate the mutated Rat King, but rather a miniature rat wave. Aiming to outlast them, they needed more ammunition. Had she known, she would have avoided joining Yi Chun. Bullets could only slow their advance, but could not halt their relentless approach. The five were gradually forced to retreat, their ammunition dwindling rapidly, with frequent magazine changes revealing small vulnerabilities. A few mutated rats broke through the machine gun barrier, biting Zhou Yi's shoes and climbing up to gnaw at his legs and hands. Fortunately, Zhou Yi, being of the gold element, was able to unleash his powers barehanded, crushing them and discarding their remains. Lin Xi and Zhao Hui shielded themselves with flames, deterring the mutated rats from approaching. Yi Chun, too, was protected by a shield of lightning, but the water user, Yu Xiaofeng, was besieged. Typically disadvantaged in offense, the water element user was merely providing support for Yi Chun. Before long, Yu Xiaofeng was crying out in distress, blood seeping from his wounds. Their defense now relied solely on Lin Xi and Zhao Hui's continual machine gunfire. Yi Chun, Zhou Yi, and Yu Xiaofeng were engaged in battling the mutated rats that breached the machine gun line, each of them now bloodied. "Captain, be careful." Zhao Hui urgently seized a mutated rat charging at Yi Chun, crushing it and tossing it aside, but the machine gun line was beginning to falter. The mutated rats encircled the four, leaving Lin Xi as the last bastion standing, with the others bloodied and battered. The mutated rats greedily sniffed the air, intoxicated by the scent of blood, yet did not dare advance, instead parting to create a passage. A mutated rat larger than a cat crawled through the opening, standing upright at the forefront of the swarm, sniffing the air for the scent of blood, drool dripping from its mouth, much to Lin Xi's disgust. The Rat King emitted a series of squeaks, seemingly issuing commands. Suddenly, a bullet was fired at the Rat King, causing it to turn and dart back into the swarm. Unbeknownst to it, the bullet transformed mid-flight into a large metallic net, ensnaring the Rat King as it charged forth. Zhou Yi immediately grasped the net's wires to tighten it, but the Rat King thrashed violently, its immense strength knocking Zhou Yi to the ground, as the surrounding mutated rats surged forward in a frenzy. While Yi Chun unleashed bolts of lightning to shield him. Taking advantage of their momentary lapse, the Mouse King unleashed a barrage of icy arrows aimed directly at the two. Lin Xi deftly deflected the arrows with a fiery projectile, while Yi Chun summoned a final bolt of lightning that charred the Mouse King, causing it to collapse motionless. Yu Xiaofeng and Zhao Hui brandished their flamethrowers, fending off the relentless waves of mutated rats. Lin Xi encircled her companions with a ring of flames, each foot high, deterring any further advance from the other mutated rodents. Zhou Yi crushed several of the mutated rats that had crawled onto him, cursing vehemently. "I've performed for so long just to capture you. Bah, cowardly vermin, you dare to flee." Lin Xi cautioned them. "Be wary, these creatures are known to feign death." The cunning mutant Rat King would likely retreat with its loyal followers if it sensed defeat, making it increasingly difficult to capture later. Thus, they devised a ruse, digging a pit to simulate their imminent collapse, and even spilled genuine blood, drawn from an ability user, around the area, a fatal temptation for mutated creatures. Convinced of its impending victory and lured by the prospect of a feast, the Rat King couldn't resist approaching. True to their plan, it fell into the trap. To their astonishment, it feigned death once more, seeking an opportunity to escape. Zhou Yi, both startled and enraged, swiftly plunged his knife downwards. Indeed, the Rat King struggled a moment longer before finally succumbing. With the death of their leader, the remaining mutated rats scattered in disarray, their coordinated efforts dissipating. The chaos of the individual rodents was far less daunting, and the area consumed by flames was left in ashes. Ascending to the 9th floor, they found a storage room for cat and dog food, albeit ravaged by the mutant rats. The number of mutated rats on the 9th floor was significant, and in one compartment, an entire horde of tiny rats swarmed densely together. Lin Xi felt her heart race and her scalp tingle. She unleashed a blaze to send them all to their demise. To prevent any stragglers, they set explosives on the 8th and 9th floors. Lin Xi intended to locate Lin Wuwu before detonating, for if it failed to escape the building, she would be inconsolable. As she exited the building and before she could call out, she spotted Lin Wuwu, exuding a sense of pride, squatting in the snow. With its large head lifted a fraction higher, it seemed on the verge of toppling over. Understanding Lin Wuwu well, Lin Xi instinctively offered praise. "Oh my, what an impressive demeanor. You must be renamed. Come, come, let us call you the king of the predators, and allow me to give you a kiss." Goodness. What audacity for a mutant rat to claim kingship. Just look at our Wuwu. Now that's true royal ferocity. Although Lin Wuwu's eyes narrowed in delight at the flattery, it still stealthily retreated a few steps, exclaiming, "Ah Wu, shovel scraper, come quickly. I have a gift for you." It wasn't the first time Lin Wuwu had shown disdain for her, but considering the gift, she decided to let it slide. When Lin Xi finally beheld the gift, her eyes widened in astonishment. Another mutant rat larger than a cat. How could a horde of mutant rats possibly have two kings? Unless this one was a queen? It turned out their prolonged performance had merely resulted in the capture of one king, and had it not been for Lin Wuwu, the queen might have truly escaped. Concern for Lin Wuwu bubbled up within her. "What about you? Were you captured? Were you bitten? Show me." "Ah Wu, how could that be? I am the magnificent king of the predators." Lin Wuwu pranced around Lin Xi, taking little steps. Observing its boastful demeanor, Lin Xi felt reassured that all was well. But as she cast her gaze back at the mutant rat, an unsettling feeling crept in. This rat bore the marks of battle. Numerous scratches and bite wounds. With a fatal gash across its throat, a wound clearly inflicted by Lin Wuwu's wind blade. Lin Xi crouched down to inquire, "Did you truly catch this? Aren't you repulsed by it?" Lin Wuwu, feeling guilty, averted its gaze and stammered, "Ah Wu, of course it's real. It counts as my capture." After a moment, feeling insufficiently imposing, it shook its body and proudly declared, "My little brother caught it, so it counts as mine too." Lin Xi questioned, "Little brother? When did you acquire a little brother?" "I was unaware." Lin Wuwu replied with conviction. "Ah Wu, just now." "Ah Wu, you promised to find me a little brother. How can you go back on your word?" Seeing the fierce expression on its face, Lin Xi found herself at a loss for words. Chapter 87. Lin Wuwu finally has a little brother. I dare not argue. A little brother is a little brother. It's no great matter. But where is your little brother? Lin Wuwu let out a low growl, and from a distance, a dog and a cat came running. Lin Xi turned to look, only to swiftly turn back, glaring at Lin Wuwu. "This is your little brother? Weak and infirm is one thing, but why is there a pregnant one?" Lin Wuwu whispered. "Ah Wu, they are fierce fighters, very capable. I must have them. Must have, must have, must have." It was aware of the need to maintain a semblance of dignity before its little brothers, refraining from loudly demanding affection. Regardless, they had been accepted. If need be, she could always recruit more capable fighters later. The child was growing up and cared about appearances. Lin Xi had to honor that. The dog and cat halted. The dog being a German shepherd, limping as it walked, appearing quite aged. The cat was a black feline, its limbs slender and coat dull, though its belly was round and full. The black cat was a stray, adept at reading human expressions, though the dog seemed a bit dull-witted. It proved formidable in a fight. Those filthy rats had invaded their territory, and unable to confront them head-on, they resorted to ambushes. Today, fortune smiled upon them as they found a solitary rat. They were determined to take it down. Just as the confrontation grew fierce, a large tiger emerged, its claws raised. Swiftly dispatching the filthy rat, the tiger demanded that the two become its little brothers. The black cat considered that having a free leader was not so bad. Unfortunately, this leader had an owner. Having been astray for long, she knew that most people held disdain for black cats. With a heavy heart, the black cat slowly began to retreat. Lin Xi turned around, donning a warm smile. "So, you are Wuwu's little brothers? You've worked hard. Wuwu is my family and my companion. Since you are his little brothers, then we are all family."
Come closer.
Lin Wuwu stood proudly beside her, puffing out its chest. "Ah Wu, come closer. The shovel scraper listens to me the most." Lin Xi chuckled softly. As they approached, she noticed the severity of their injuries. Both bore deep scratches visible to the bone and bite marks. It seemed they had been the main fighters against the mutant rats. The dog was emaciated, giving it an aged appearance, but upon closer inspection, it was still a young pup. Its limp was due to an injured leg, and it bore several old wounds and a scar from a gunshot. Was it a police dog? Or a military dog? The black cat, upon closer inspection, appeared even thinner, its bony frame accentuated by its distended belly, causing Lin Xi to feel a pang of concern. Alas, survival was not easy. Lin Xi retrieved 2 bottles of water, mixed with well water, and fetched 2 plastic bowls, pouring half a bottle into each. Drink some water. It will aid your wounds. Don't be afraid. I'll wash you and your injuries with water shortly. It will help you heal faster. As soon as the water was poured, the black cat sensed the energy within, recognizing its rarity and the benefits it offered, and began drinking eagerly without pause. The German shepherd watched the black cat drink but remained composed, merely gazing at Lin Wu. Lin Xi gently stroked its head. Go ahead and drink. Your leader has plenty more. The German shepherd lowered its head and began to drink water eagerly. Once they had quenched their thirst and caught their breath, Lin Xi took some well water to wash their grievous wounds, using her abilities to help dry them, hoping to hasten their healing. All right, Wu, take them along. We must rendezvous with Yi Chun and let him examine this large mutant rat. As Yi Chun and his companions emerged from their task, they were taken aback upon encountering Lin Xi and the enormous mutated rodent.
So ye climate, goodness.
One is already troublesome, and now there's a second one. Zhao Hui cleverly remarked, Wu, you're truly remarkable, managing to capture such a sizable specimen. You truly are the companion of our sister Xi. Yi Chun sighed. The reconnaissance was incomplete. Yu Xiaofeng flattered, Lin Papa, let us go hunt wild boar together next time. Do remember to take care of me. Lin Xi, disinterested, turned to Wu and inquired, do they have names? We can't keep calling them dog and cat. After a brief communication with them, Wu replied, Awu. The dog is named Lightning, and the cat has been astray without a name. Then let us stick with Lightning. As for the cat, I'll name it. Given its pitch-black fur, how about we call it Mo?
Montag mevet softly in response.
Clearly pleased with its new name. After wandering for so long, it finally had an identity. Mo. Zhou Yi scrutinized Lightning with envy, saying, Sister, these two must also be mutated beasts, otherwise, how could they stand against that mutant rat? How is it that you encounter mutated beasts whenever you step outside? This dog must be a police dog. Would you like me to help take care of it? Upon hearing this, Wu, protective of its little brother, immediately bared its teeth and growled at him. Lin Xi pointed to Wu's sharp fangs and warned, Do you see that? That is Wu's little brother. Do not even think about it, or it will tear you to shreds. Zhou Yi sighed in frustration, lamenting the timing of their encounter. Lin Xi, unaccustomed to Yi Chun's chatter, couldn't he help but glance over, only to find him staring blankly at the corpses of the 2 large mutant rats. Curiously, she asked, What are you thinking about? Yi Chun murmured, Can we just roast them for food? Lin Xi replied, It's uncertain at this point. The higher tier ones certainly have energy, but right now this one is at most tier 2. Perhaps you should submit it for examination first. Yi Chun snapped back to reality. Realizing he had been lost in thought, they should have sent it to the research institute for study. How had he gotten so sidetracked? The desire to advance had clearly driven him to distraction. With the mutant rats dealt with, Yi Chun and his companions gathered some intact corpses to take to the research institute. As they prepared to part ways, Zhou Yi tempted Wu, sharing tales of their previous discovery of a location teeming with wild boar, where many had gathered for hunting, feasting on roasted pig, and camping. It was such fun. However, if we wish to hunt more wild boar, we must wait a while, as there will be even more by then. Wu's DNA was deeply stirred, its ingrained hunting instincts prompting it to agree with Zhou Yi that they must include it in the next wild boar hunt. Lin Xi watched in amazement as Zhou Yi, despite the language barrier, managed to captivate Wu's attention. After exchanging pleasantries, she moved on, navigating through the pile of rats, understanding why Wu found her odor repugnant. Lin Xi retrieved several of Wu's large towels, gently wrapping Lightning and Mo before placing them in the vehicle, turning on the heater. She removed her outer coat, tossing it into the space of her activity room for cleaning and disinfecting, shivering as she climbed into the car. She had no desire to dirty the vehicle, especially since there was no place to wash it. By 4 in the afternoon, they arrived near the community and parked the car in the space. Upon entering the house, Lightning seemed fine, having been domesticated before, while Mo curled up, hesitant and casting furtive glances at the towering cat tree. Lin Xi prepared 2 large bowls for them, grateful for the abundance of pet supplies she had. She filled one bowl with dog food and another with cat food, opened several cans, added 2 egg yolks to each, and split the leftover roasted sweet potato from Wu in half, placing 1/2 in each bowl. Additionally, she set aside a large piece of fish for Mo, as it needed extra nourishment being pregnant. She also filled a small basin with well water, placing it nearby for them to drink. Lightning, having not eaten to satisfaction for quite some time, devoured the dog food eagerly, while Mo remained somewhat reserved. It had never been in such a splendid place or tasted such delicious food before, fearing that if it ate too quickly, it would run out, so it nibbled slowly. The issue of food was easily resolved, but what about their accommodation? They had roamed outside for so long and were undoubtedly dirty. Ideally, they should bathe first. But although their wounds had closed thanks to the well water, bathing them immediately might not be wise. Lin Xi took a blanket and a bed that Wu no longer needed, setting them up in the living room. Once they had eaten and drunk their fill, she informed them, "You've been outside for so long, and you're a bit dirty. Once your wounds have healed, I will give you both a bath and provide you with new beds and blankets. For now, you must make do in the living room. Also, Wu, your big brother has plenty of food. Take care of yourselves and fatten up quickly. If you feel hungry and the bowls are empty, as long as I'm awake, you can call for me." Though they hadn't tea-bathed, they could still use deworming medication. Lin Xi set up a litter box and a dog toilet in the bathroom, filled their food bowls, and then retreated to her room. She swiftly entered the space to clean up Wu, returning to the villa to wash herself and soak in the bathtub, reflecting on her past life, where her sole goal was survival. She mused that cleanliness and odor were mere trifles. In this life, she had indeed become overly particular, even pampering Wu excessively. In the living room, only Lightning and Mo remained. Lin Xi left them a small nightlight, placing several plush toys and a ball in their bed. After playing with the ball for a while, Lightning burrowed into the fluffy blanket, closing its eyes and lying down. It had been a long time since it had spent the night in such warmth. It couldn't fathom why its usually affectionate owner had once aimed a knife at it, the blade piercing its side painfully. Yet, it was the little master who had opened the door to let it flee. Ever since escaping, it had awakened from cold nights, even when curled up. Eventually, it had met Mo, and they could huddle together for warmth, yet they remained cold and hungry, as finding food was a constant challenge. Now, however, it had a master again, an elder brother, a ball, a cozy bed, a warm blanket, and an endless supply of food. Mo lay motionless in its bed, fixated on the towering cat tree, something it had seen before. Back when it was small and the weather was frigid, it had watched from outside the glass as a plump cat struggled to climb, rolling on the ground and meowing. The cat's owner had cradled it, laughing and cooing affectionately. Mo had envied that scene, mimicking the cat rolling and meowing, yearning for that person's affection and a place in that home. Yet, that person had screamed at it, brandishing a stick to shoo it away. Mo had been utterly bewildered, feeling immense sorrow at that time.
Now,
Mo quietly approached the cat tree, touching it softly. How soft it was! It hesitated to ascend, fearing the wrath of its leader and the ire of the leader's superior, knowing that such a transgression could lead to its expulsion. It yearned to remain in this warm abode, wishing for its offspring to also find sanctuary here, so they could frolic upon the cat tree as soon as they were born. It burrowed beneath the blanket, curling into a ball, with its face peeking out, perfectly positioned to gaze upon the cat tree. It succumbed to a deep slumber, dreaming as if it had returned to its childhood, finally finding its way into that cozy dwelling. The following day, when Lin Xi rose, Lightning and Mo were still asleep. She refrained from rousing them, understanding that rest would better aid their healing. Gently, she replenished their empty food bowls and filled their water, also cleaning their litter boxes. Thus, a few tranquil days passed. Lin Wu, perhaps having indulged excessively in snow play, had shifted its focus back to its favorite beverages, resuming previous games and transforming into the quintessential internet-addicted youth. The younger ones it had gathered posed no concern, as all were under Lin Xi's care. Fortunately, both Lightning and Mo were well behaved, requiring minimal effort. They were quiet, content to eat, drink, and play, leaving Lin Xi feeling a pang of sympathy, pondering the hardships they had endured while straying outside. With the aid of well water, their wounds healed remarkably fast. At last, it was time to give them a bath for disinfection. Lin Xi allowed them to soak for an hour, and they obediently remained still. Seizing this opportunity, she collected their previous bedding and blankets to clean, disinfect, and sterilize, planning to dry them and then expose them to ultraviolet light before sealing them in plastic bags for potential use by other small creatures, as discarding them would be a shame. She also sanitized the entire living room, ensuring a clean environment for when they emerged from their baths. First, she retrieved Mo, drying its fur, and noticed that after a fragrant wash, Mo appeared even darker, a realization that had eluded her when it was dirty. Its fur had grown longer, presumably as an adaptation to withstand the cold. Next came Lightning, whose fur was also quickly dried, albeit slightly shorter, yet equally thick and dense. Through their days together, Lin Xi had come to understand their unique abilities. Mo exhibited a form of teleportation, capable of appearing and vanishing within a 10-meter radius. And paired with its dark coat, it would undoubtedly become a natural assassin upon further evolution. Lightning, on the other hand, possessed golden elemental powers, currently able to enhance its claws for both offense and defense, a commendable capability. If Zhao Ziyong were to discover that the cats and dogs she cared for possessed such powers, he would surely be astounded. The well water had proven invaluable, their strength continued to grow, and their physical conditions visibly improved. Lightning became more robust, undoubtedly due to its hearty appetite, its fur now gleaming. Mo's coat became fluffy, and it gained some weight, finally concealing its once prominent belly, which relieved Lin Xi. With both of them now clean, Lin Xi decided to reallocate their living arrangements. The home contained only 3 rooms, her own Wu Wu's, and Qing Bao's, none of which could be altered. The remaining storage room and boiler room were unsuitable. The largest space available was the expansive living and dining area. Lin Xi retrieved a bookshelf from the storage space, placing it along one side of the living room, thus creating a cozy, elongated area of about 7 to 8 square meters. She found 2 sturdy little tents, positioning one outside and placing a large dog bed inside, while the other accommodated a smaller bed, sufficient for Mo and her kittens. The arrangement balanced privacy and comfort perfectly, prompting Lin Xi to commend her ingenuity. The only downside was that she had to caution Lin Wu against indiscriminately gathering more little brothers, for there was no longer room in the home. Any further additions would necessitate sharing a room with it. When Mo and Lightning beheld their new beds, they were momentarily stunned. Just as they thought the large bed and blanket constituted the pinnacle of happiness, they discovered that their leader's superior had prepared even greater joys for them. Mo scampered over, affectionately rubbing against Lin Xi, a delicate little female cat, in stark contrast to Lin Wu's boisterous demeanor. Lightning, on the other hand, sat upright, gazing at her with its wet, expressive eyes. All right, remember to heed your leader's words. Meals and water are still in the dining area. This is your sleeping space. You may play in the living room at will. Mo, if you wish to frolic on the cat tree, feel free, but be cautious not to fall and harm the kittens. Lightning, your toys have been disinfected and you may play with them, even in your own little nook. Lightning promptly dashed into the living room, while Mo nestled into her small tent, quietly resting within. Finally, Lin Wu's little brothers were settled. Being the leader, it had to exert no effort at all. Outside, heavy snowfall resumed and the temperature dipped even lower. Lin Xi noted that it had plummeted to minus 65 degrees. Surprisingly, Lin Wu showed no fear of the cold, frequently venturing out to play in the snow, even dragging Lightning along. Although Lightning's coat was thick, Lin Xi still found a black cotton coat for dogs to keep it warm when they went outside. Lightning was Lin Wu's most loyal little brother, accompanying her in play, walks, and even watching television, with both parties expressing their happiness. At times, when Lin Xi did not wish to accompany them outdoors, she would let Zhao Ziyong take them to enjoy the snow. Mo, however, preferred to remain at home, quietly accompanying Lin Xi in whatever she did, only occasionally playing on the cat tree. Thus, it became evident that young girls were indeed endearing. Just look at Qing Bao, observe Mo, and then compare them to the rambunctious Lin Wu and Lightning outside. There was simply no comparison. As Lin Wu and Lightning returned from their escapades, Lin Xi heard a series of roars followed by a chorus of barks as Lightning's dignified demeanor was playfully disrupted by Lin Wu. It seemed they were eager to ensure that no one outside would dare to capture them. After all, there were indeed many who harbored intentions of doing so. Given that Wu hailed from the spirit realm, Lin Xi had advised it against taking too many lives, cautioning that it should only act when life was truly in danger. Thus, upon discovering someone attempting to seize them, Lin Wu gleefully shouted while jumping, "Awu! Litterbox attendant, help! Help! Someone's trying to eat the tiger." This left Lightning utterly perplexed, though it was oblivious to any embarrassment. Not that it could feel shame, after all. It was a tiger. When Lin Xi arrived with a stern expression, in full view of the crowd, she incinerated one of the would-be captors, leaving the rest to flee in terror. Consequently, a legend began circulating in the Panshan community, claiming that a female Rakshasa resided there, keeping a tiger and a dog, and particularly relished turning people into crispy treats. Today, when Lin Wu returned, it strutted proudly, having brought back a sizable rabbit.
Awa.
Litterbox attendant. Weavy returned from the hunt. Its tone suggested that the entire household relied on it for sustenance, oblivious to the fact that a mutated tiger and a mutated dog had conspired to subdue a mutated rabbit. Nevertheless, Mo eagerly scampered over to Lin Wu, mewing in support, which only boosted Lin Wu's pride further. Excellent. The primary function of little brothers is to flatter their leader. And Mo had thoroughly grasped the essence of being a good subordinate. Lin Xi saw no reason to dampen the child's enthusiasm, affirming, "Yes. Our remarkable beast will take on the role of provider from now on. Today, we shall prepare this rabbit, skin it, and braise it for you, shall we?" Lin Wu suddenly jolted awake, realizing that the caretaker intended to prepare a meal for it. This was hardly a welcome revelation. A clever idea flickered in its mind, and it boldly declared, "I must seek out Xiao to craft a blanket for my fur and, while at it, persuade Brother Young to prepare us some rabbit meat." In truth, it was merely on a quest for someone to cook rabbit for it. Lin Xi was well aware of its petty schemes and harbored no resentment. Her culinary skills, limited to simmering broth and boiling porridge, could hardly extend beyond mere cooking. Vegetables were simple enough to stir-fry with a pinch of salt. After all, Lin Wu wouldn't mind, but meat dishes were her Achilles heel. With rabbits now appearing outside, she could retrieve the ones stored in her space, where Lin Wu had already claimed quite a few. Retrieving 7 rabbits, she placed them alongside a mutated one and stowed them in a bag. Donning her down suit and military coat, she instructed Lightning to guard the house diligently and reminded Mo to rest well before heading out with Lin Wu. The two should refrain from indulging in rich, oily foods and remain home instead. Zhao Ziyong was taken aback by the size of the rabbits Lin Xi brought, exclaiming, "Where did these come from? This one is particularly large." Lin Xi popped a chestnut into her mouth, responding, "That big one is likely a mutated rabbit. Just look at its claws and teeth." Zhao, also enjoying a chestnut, offered one to Lin Wu. Zhao Ziyong picked up the mutated rabbit, raising an eyebrow. "Are you certain? Can this mutated rabbit be eaten? I'd rather not end up on a platter myself." Lin Xi tossed him a chestnut shell, retorting, "Stop being ridiculous. We're not ending up on any platter. Nonsense." Before long, Wu Lingshu and her husband arrived to assist with skinning and cleaning. The rabbit pelts were to be preserved for later trade at the supply point for credits or to seek help with tanning. The main dish of the day was spicy rabbit diced by Zhao Ziyong. The rabbit pieces were fried to a golden hue, retaining some oil, then mixed with chili, Sichuan pepper, and garlic for fragrance, before adding the rabbit and par-fried potato cubes, stir-frying them together with a sprinkle of cumin and pepper salt before serving. Accompanied by a large bowl of sweet steamed pumpkin and a dish of pickles, the group, along with the tiger, polished off a large pot of rice. Lin Wu patted its belly and licked its lips, resolutely deciding to catch more mutated rabbits next time, for the meat of mutated animals warmed it thoroughly.
Oh.
And there were those mutated wild boars. Someone had mentioned a plan to hunt them together. Lin Wu abruptly flipped over, chattering animatedly to Lin Xi, urging her to inquire about it. "By the way, has Yichin been in touch with you? Did he mention when we'd hunt the wild boars?" Zhou Yi invited me and woo-woo. Zhao Zhiyong shook his head, not yet. He messaged me yesterday, saying they were busy capturing someone from a gang. Upon hearing that Zhou Yi and the others had no time for hunting, Lin Wu dejectedly lay back down. However, when the day arrived for Zhou Yi to invite it to join the hunt, it found itself unwilling to go. Chapter 90. Life together, death together. Days passed, and the temperature plummeted to -70 degrees, making the outdoors feel akin to traversing a vast graveyard, eerily silent. One evening, around 8 o'clock, Lin Wu suddenly dashed to the door to listen, then hurried to find Lin Xi. The caretaker from the 16th floor is here to see you. Lin Xi felt an ominous chill, hastily donning her clothes to head out. As she closed the door, Lin Wu insisted on following her. Kneeling down, Lin Xi gently said, "Boo, why not wait for me at home?" Lin Wu stamped its little feet, defiantly declaring, "I want tea. I know you're sneaking off to enjoy some delicious food." "No way." Lin Xi sighed and stroked its plush ears. "All right, let us go together then." Upon encountering the elderly gentleman, Lin Xi noted his face had taken on a bluish hue from the cold. Unable to bear the sight, she removed her military coat and draped it over him. His face lit up with joy, mingled with a hint of worry. "I apologize for troubling you again. My old companion wishes to meet you. Is that all right?" He frequently saw Little Tiger and understood that Lin Xi was reluctant to meet them. With an impassive expression, Lin Xi replied, "Very well." Once on the 16th floor, the old man led her into the bedroom. 2 stoves warmed the room, which, while not cold, was hardly cozy. The elderly lady lay on the bed, wrapped in thick blankets and clutching a hot water bottle, her complexion pale and her breathing accompanied by a wheezing sound reminiscent of a faulty speaker. Lin Wu sensed something was amiss, feeling distinctly different from its previous visits, and pressed tightly against Lin Xi's leg in fear. The elderly lady smiled warmly, extending a trembling hand towards Lin Xi. As Lin Xi moved closer and grasped the cold, bony hand, the lady reassured her, "Do not worry, I am not truly cold. With age, one's vitality wanes." She smiled gently at Lin Xi. Lin Xi maintained her stoic demeanor, responding, The elderly woman continued, "It was rather presumptuous of me to invite you, but there are some things I wish to share. You have aided us immensely, yet I sense your trepidation in approaching us. I understand." A knowing smile spread across her face, tinged with a hint of mischief. "You fear facing our departure. But, my dear girl, what is your name?" "I do not even know." Lin Xi leaned in and whispered, "Lin Xi. Lin for the forest, Xi for the stream. Lin Xi, what a lovely name. I wish to tell you that I am very happy. Even as I depart, I do so contentedly. Do not grieve for us. You see, my old companion and I were childhood sweethearts, deeply in love. We later married and had children who are dutiful and successful, with harmonious families of their own. As we aged, despite minor ailments, we navigated the twilight of our lives together, without regrets." She coughed, her lungs troubled by the extreme cold. And Lin Xi gently rubbed her back. "Though calamity struck us at the end, I was fortunate to meet Little Tiger and you, blessed by your protection. These days have brought me joy and contentment. Therefore, I wish for you to know that your kindness has allowed my old companion and me to embrace our final moments together joyfully. Rejoice for me, dear child. Do not feel sorrow for helping others, nor for being unable to help. You are a good child and deserve to be happier and more fulfilled." Having spoken at length, she paused to catch her breath, gazing toward her husband. He slowly approached the wardrobe, opening it to reveal 2 large cabinets filled with various kipeos, both traditional and modern, in hues of red, blue, light green, and vibrant purple, reminiscent of blooming flowers, both beautiful and artistic. These are treasures accumulated over the years. Each has its own story. These kipeos are the finest. My companion and I have made some adjustments to the sizes recently. They should fit you. I wish to leave these for you. One day, when the world is at peace, you shall don these beautiful kipeos to attend celebrations, showcasing the most exquisite garments of our flower nation." Her voice grew fainter, yet her smile remained. Lin Xi clasped her hands, promising, "I will wear these garments on that day to celebrate the dawn of a new era and the beginning of a new life. I shall also establish an exhibition hall to showcase the gifts left by our elders, sharing your stories with all." The elderly lady nodded, opening her mouth to speak, but finding no words. The elderly man approached and invited Lin Xi to sit in the living room. I wish to ask you to sit with us for a while, and afterward, would you kindly accompany us for a journey? Let us be together forever. Lin Xi felt as though her throat was constricted, unable to utter a sound. She could only nod vigorously. A wistful smile adorned the old man's face as he gently stroked Lin Wuwu, bending down to bid it farewell before retreating to the bedroom. Lin Wuwu appeared bewildered. The strangeness of the situation, leaving it flustered. It gazed up at the departing elder, then anxiously nudged Lin Xi. Lin Xi crouched down, embracing it, resting her head against its body. Lin Wuwu's ears twitched, attuned to the sounds within the house, and suddenly it leapt up, intent on rushing into the room. Lin Xi held it tightly, whispering, "Shu Fu, it's all right, everything will be fine soon." Lin Wuwu struggled, exclaiming, "It's so cold in there. They will freeze to death. Come on, we must save them." Lin Xi continued to hold it tightly. "Shu Wuwu, do not be noisy. From now on, you must understand that not everyone can be saved. Each person has their own choices, and you must learn to respect their fate." Lin Wuwu stared blankly. "What does that mean? I do not understand. There is much you do not comprehend. Do you know what parting means? This is it. Wuwu. Today we are here to bid farewell. They are too old. The grandmother's body can no longer endure. She struggles immensely. The grandfather cannot bear to let his wife pass away alone, nor can he continue living alone. They wish to be together forever, in life and in death. This world is too harsh. Let them rest peacefully." Lin Xi spoke softly in its ear. Lin Wuwu remained quiet for a moment before thrashing about wildly, compelling Lin Xi to release her grip. Wu collided with a coffee table, sending a large paper box tumbling to the floor. Its contents spilled everywhere. There were rice cakes, pancakes, layered pastries, and delicate little buns, some shaped like tiny tigers. Lin Wuwu gazed at the scattered food, its eyes wide with sorrow. With a lamenting cry, it retreated. "Wuwu, I do not understand. I understand nothing. I do not wish to understand." It dashed outside in haste, fearing it would run amok. Lin Xi had no choice but to summon Qing Bao to swiftly take it to the space. She tidied up the fallen snacks, placing them back into the box and storing them away. After spending half an hour in the living room, she finally pushed open the bedroom door. Inside, the windows stood wide open, the fireplace long extinguished, a thin layer of frost covering the room. The two elders lay embraced in death, smiles still gracing their faces. Lin Xi summoned flames, reducing their bodies to ashes, which she then carefully gathered and temporarily stored in the space. She had promised to let them be together forever, in life and in death. Chapter 91. Winning at the starting line? As she prepared to leave, Lin Xi surveyed the home, unwilling to let it fall into the hands of others. She stored away all the furniture, leaving behind an empty room. Upon returning home, she took Lin Wuwu from the space. It transformed back into its feline form, curling up into a ball. With a sigh, Lin Xi reflected that had she known this would happen, she should have confined Wuwu at home regardless of its protests, to spare it from such sorrow. Sorrow requires time and space to process, so Lin Xi placed it back in its own room, tucking it under a blanket. Wuwu, parting is something every person, every life must confront. Sometimes we have no choice but to accept. Lin Xi closed the door behind her, granting it a modicum of space and time. She instructed Lightning and Mo to keep their distance over the next few days, as Wuwu was feeling down and needed solitude. The two little ones obediently agreed. Lin Xi initially believed Wuwu would only feel sad for a brief moment. However, to her surprise, it withdrew into itself, remaining in its room for 3 days and nights, refusing to eat or drink. Lin Xi was deeply concerned, frequently checking on it. Its body seemed fine, yet it remained despondently curled up, unresponsive. On the day you came to invite it to hunt wild boars, it still showed no inclination to move. Lin Xi had no choice but to seek advice from Zhao Ziyong and others. Have I made a mistake? Is this akin to forcing growth? Unfortunately, none of them had experience with children and appeared equally perplexed, offering her no assistance. However, 2 pieces of good news did arise. Zhao Ziyong had yet to awaken his powers, but his sister, Zhao Xiaoxiao, had awakened her water abilities, albeit still at a low level, able to condense only a small cup of water. Upon learning of his sister's awakening, Zhao Ziyong was even more delighted than if he had awakened himself. From now on, we need not worry about a lack of water. Your family's supply is covered by us. Ha ha ha. Su Guangqing's awakening was rather vague. He himself could not articulate it. He simply noted that whenever someone ascended to the 24th floor, he could sense it, and his memory had improved significantly. Anything he saw was retained with clarity. Lin Xi explained that this belonged to the category of psychic abilities, enhancing perception and, at higher levels, could conceal oneself from the awareness of others. Zhao Ziyong curiously remarked, so it's akin to radar, enabling invisibility and reconnaissance? They lightly discussed their respective abilities, though Lin Xi's primary concern remained Wu, leaving her with little inclination to linger. Finally, on the fourth day, early in the morning, before Lin Xi had risen, she heard a cacophony of sounds from the room. Listening intently, she discerned what seemed to be the faint, high-pitched cries of kittens. She hurriedly dressed and made her way to the living room, discovering that Lin Wu and Lightning were intently gazing at Mo's little tent. Upon squeezing in, she was astonished to find that Mo had given birth to 5 tiny kittens. 2 were pitch black and 3 were little tabbies. Each one had its eyes closed and mouths open, emitting soft, plaintive cries. Mo meticulously licked each one clean before placing them on her belly to nurse. Upon seeing Lin Xi, Mo greeted her with a gentle meow. Lin Xi felt a surge of joy at the sight of the kittens and was even more delighted to see Lin Wu finally emerging from its shell. Lin Wu looked at Lin Xi, its once confused dark eyes now brimming with wonder at the arrival of new life. Wu, they're so tiny. Was I that small when I was little? No, you were certainly larger than they are. Wu, how would you know? You've never seen me. Of course I know. Tiger cubs are this big. I'll find a video to show you later. Wu, does this mean, as you say, that I'm winning at the starting line? Well, yes, definitely. How could it not count? Wu, you're wonderful too. You're also winning at the starting line. Haha, too kind. Seeing Lin Wu regain its former vitality, Lin Xi finally felt reassured. She replaced Mo's litter pad and prepared a postpartum meal for her. Cat food, canned food, eggs, nutrient paste, and goat milk powder were all gathered. She procured a large purple clay pot, adding 10 chickens, slices of ginger, a handful of red dates, and a few wisps of ginseng from Chongbai Mountain. Careful not to add too much. After simmering from morning until afternoon until the bones were tender, she extracted the chicken carcasses. Mo received chicken soup with cat food, while Lightning was served chicken soup with dog food. Lin Xi and Lin Wu prepared a savory chicken broth seasoned with salt, each adding 2 eggs to their bowls, accompanied by a generous platter of crispy fried chicken pieces and a bowl of fresh vegetable salad. Lin Wu savored every drop of the soup, relishing the meal until she lay sprawled on her back in the living room. The chicken is absolutely delectable. I wonder how the mutated chicken would taste. I must catch a few to sample another day, she mused. Expressing her desire to go hunting, Lin Wu felt that such a modest request deserved Lin Xi's approval. Lin Xi called Zhao Ziyong, asking him to inquire with Yi Chen if there were any tasks that could be accomplished during their hunting expedition. If not, their team, the Dominators, would venture out on their own. When Zhao Ziyong approached Yi Chen, the latter did not elaborate much, but suggested they discuss matters when he visited. Lin Xi found it peculiar. Weren't they preoccupied with capturing people? How could they afford the leisure to roam near their neighborhood? Upon arriving at Zhao Ziyong's residence, Yi Chen brought along 50 pounds of mutated wild boar meat. Zhao Ziyong, intrigued, queried, "Is this the mutated wild boar you hunted?" Indeed, they had discovered a nest that day. A mature specimen weighed at least 1,000 pounds. Its evolved tusks could withstand bullets, and its hide was as tough as steel needles. It took considerable effort to bring it down. They sent 2 to the base and retained 2 for themselves. The research institute informed them that it was safe for consumption, hence Yi Chen brought some over. By the way, wasn't Lin Wu eager to hunt wild boars? Why didn't she go that day? Yi Chen asked, cradling a teacup while watching Zhao Ziyong chop the meat. Oh, that child Wu encountered a little trouble, Zhao Ziyong replied, recounting her situation to Yi Chen. After a prolonged silence, Yi Chen finally spoke, his words laced with bitterness. No wonder the heavens have unleashed this apocalypse. Some animals possess a kinder heart than humans, yet some individuals are even more wretched than beasts. Zhao Ziyong shot him a sidelong glance, chuckling, "Hey, remember your position. You are the captain. Why let yourself get so worked up? Calm down and don't let your emotions get the better of you.
یه چند اهالت deeply.
Suppressing the coldness that flickered in his eyes.